The young man was a newly initiated disciple of Mount Shu, yet within 3 months, he single-handedly eradicated the demonic scarecrows lurking outside the mountain. This feat was possible only because of a secret he kept hidden from everyone. Moonlight, as gentle as water, spilled into the eerie attic. A young man in white stood quietly, around 17 or 18 years old, with a tall and slender build, a delicate face, and a gentle smile gracing his lips. Not far in front of him, a female corpse clad in red hung upside down from a beam, her face twisted and grotesque. A single pale eyeball remained in her decayed sockets, staring fixedly at the doorway. Suddenly, the blood corpse let out a piercing shriek, but the young man, Lu Chen, kept his calm demeanor, smiling as he spoke evenly. Don't scream. You're already dead. You've merely been tainted by evil energy and turned into a blood corpse. I'm here to set you free. The blood corpse seemed startled by his composure, then bared a set of blood-stained fangs and snarled the word die as a chilling wind swept through the room. Dust and debris swirled in the air, and the attic's doors and windows slammed shut. A nauseating stench filled the darkness. Lu Chen sighed softly. What a pity. I intended to leave you with an intact corpse. Before he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, sending a surge of energy that forced the blood corpse back. With his right hand, he pressed 2 fingers together and pointed into the air. Behind him, his sword case trembled, and a streak of sword light burst forth with the sound of a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl. The sword energy surged like a thunderstorm, tearing through the malevolent aura enveloping the blood corpse in an instant. A look of terror crossed the corpse's face as it unleashed all its strength to resist. But as soon as its claw met the sword light, it turned to ash. The sword energy locked onto the target, leaving her with no escape. All she could do was watch as the gleaming blade grew larger in her pupils. With a sickening squelch, the sword light pierced her skull, and the blood corpse exploded into a spray of blood, splattering the surroundings. A system notification sounded immediately. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the blood corpse. Experience 100. Lu Chen sheathed his sword with a hint of disappointment. The blood corpse had dropped no items, though considering it had only recently formed. Earning 100 experience points was already decent. It was far more rewarding than hunting scarecrows on the mountain. As it turned out, Lu Chen was not originally from this world. 3 months ago, he had accidentally transmigrated here and became a new disciple of Mount Shu. He was granted a sword immortal system, which allowed him to gain experience points and improve his cultivation by slaying monsters. Over the past 3 months, he had trained tirelessly outside the demon ceiling tower of Mount Shu, focusing on defeating demonic scarecrows. This earned him the nickname Scarecrow Fiend. While Lu Chen was checking his personal stats, he suddenly noticed a blood-red bead trembling in the corner. The bead shattered, and a crimson worm, resembling a leech, burst forth and darted toward the distant mountains. The system immediately issued a new task, Blood Corpse Mystery. Track the bloodworm to uncover the source of the blood corpses. Rather than pursuing recklessly, Lu Chen used his scarecrow technique. By infusing a scarecrow with a drop of his blood essence, he animated it for tracking. The scarecrow sprang to life, landing on the ground and sprinting swiftly in the direction the bloodworm had fled. The night was as dark as ink, with clouds churning ominously. A few icy moonbeams broke through the gaps, casting their light over the forest and illuminating a blood-red insect hovering in the air. It was no larger than a thumb, its wings trembling slightly as it zipped through the air with lightning speed. Deep within the forest, a straw figure suddenly broke into a frantic run. Though its movements were clumsy, as if lacking flexible joints, its strides were swift enough to barely keep up with the strange insect. Before long, the blood-red insect plunged downward, darting through the forest and into a valley. The straw figure halted abruptly, its brow flashing with a blood-red glow, as if an eye from a distant place was observing the scene. Outside the forest, Lu Chen remained focused, his gaze fixed on the valley as he controlled the straw figure. The straw puppet technique allowed one to weave grass and wood into a humanoid puppet, useful for scouting and even protecting its controller in critical moments. More intriguingly, with mastery of certain incantations, the puppet could be used to launch spiritual attacks. Lu Chen had long perfected this technique, and now, it was finally proving its worth. Within the valley stood a manor, abandoned for years, yet still standing tall. Lu Chen's heart stirred, knew the controller of the blood insect must be hiding here. Silently, he directed the straw figure, his fingers trembling slightly as he issued commands. The puppet turned and descended the hillside nimbly, slipping into the manor under the cover of darkness. Soon, the straw figure reached the manor's backyard, where a strong stench of blood filled the air. In the courtyard stood an ancient well, its edges glowing with a sinister red light. The well was filled with fresh blood. A figure clad in a black robe sat cross-legged at the well's edge, their legs submerged in the blood, as if drinking it through some grotesque siphon. Several blood-red insects flew in from all directions, as if drawn by the scent of food. They opened their mouths and sprayed streams of blood into the well like fountains. The insect Lu Chen had been tracking also joined them, flying toward the well. However, having failed to absorb enough blood due to the death of the blood corpse, it could only spit out a small amount of blood before it was grabbed by the black-robed figure. Is that all? The figure growled coldly, glaring at the insect. The blood insect struggled in the figure's grasp, as if pleading. The black-robed figure let out a chilling laugh, their eyes dark and menacing. My old wounds are acting up. I need a large amount of fresh blood. I'll give you one more chance, find me another body. The figure picked up a bell from nearby and shook it lightly. At the sound of the bell, a blood corpse rushed into the courtyard, carrying a large burlap sack on its shoulder. It threw the sack to the ground with a heavy thud. When the sack was opened, an 8 or 9-year-old girl was revealed inside. She was immobilized by a binding spell, unable to move, her wide eyes filled with terror as the black-robed figure approached. Don't be afraid, the figure sneered. Soon, you'll merge with it and become my blood servant. Consider it an honor. With that, the figure waved a hand, and the blood-red insect rose into the air, its jaws biting into the figure's finger before slowly entering the girl's body. Suddenly, the figure froze, as if sensing something. They turned sharply, and the eyes behind the ghostly mask flared with a fierce, penetrating light. Who's there? The figure roared, their voice laced with fury. Raising a hand, they unleashed a surge of magical energy. The resulting palm strike slammed into the ground like a massive millstone, leaving a deep crater. Not good. I've been discovered. Lu Chen's heart sank. He immediately commanded the straw figure to leap over the courtyard wall in an attempt to escape. But the black-robed figure moved faster, their body flashing like lightning. In a few swift steps, they closed the distance and grabbed the straw figure with an outstretched hand. The puppet was crushed in their grasp, disintegrating into a flurry of scattered grass. A straw puppet. Oomph, such a petty spell, with a control range of no more than 3 miles. You can't escape. The man in the black robe sneered coldly, crushing the straw effigy in his fingers, which disintegrated instantly. His gaze was as sharp and icy as a blade, and his mind was calculating. If this sinister technique of controlling blood corpses with venomous insects were discovered by the disciples of Mount Shu, he would undoubtedly face utter annihilation. No matter what, he had to eliminate any witnesses. Chase him. Find him for me, he shouted sharply. In an instant, 2 blood-red shadows rose from the courtyard, 2 ghastly blood corpses darting swiftly into the depths of the forest. That was close. Lu Chen exhaled in relief deep within the forest, cold sweat still trickling down his forehead. Good thing I prepared the straw effigy in advance. If I had confronted him head-on, I might not have made it out alive. His expression grew grim as he reflected on what he had just witnessed. A dark cultivator who controlled blood corpses was hiding at the foot of Mount Shu, using venomous insects to manipulate the living, forcing them to kill and feed on blood. Such a cruel and malicious technique was almost beyond belief unless seen with one's own eyes. And for this person to remain hidden right under the noses of Mount Shu's patrolling disciples, their strength must be formidable. Judging by their control over the blood corpses and the power displayed when crushing the straw effigy, they were at least at the Foundation establishment stage. This mission is more troublesome than I expected, Lu Chen muttered to himself. While forfeiting the mission wouldn't incur punishment, this was a rare opportunity to gain experience. With his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, facing a Foundation establishment cultivator head-on would be suicidal. However, the black-robed man seemed to be carrying some hidden injuries, which might give him a slim chance of success. The priority now was to deal with those blood corpses first. With that thought, Lu Chen sprang into action. He quickly gathered grass from the underbrush and wove a larger straw effigy. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he pricked his finger and let a drop of fresh blood fall onto its forehead. The straw effigy trembled to life, as if animated. While its larger size made it less agile compared to the smaller effigy, and his current spiritual energy limited its range of movement, it was sufficient to lure the blood corpses. Lu Chen deliberately released a faint aura mixed with the scent of blood, confident that the mindless blood corpses would soon follow the trail. After setting his trap, he nimbly climbed a tall tree and waited silently for his prey. Sure enough, the forest soon grew eerily cold as the wind howled. 2 blood-red shadows emerged one after the other, their decayed faces sniffing the air like wild dogs catching the scent of prey. The time had come. With a flick of his finger, Lu Chen sent the straw effigy stumbling and swaying outward. The 2 blood corpses immediately let out hoarse roars, their gaping maws lunging toward the effigy. But all they caught in their jaws was a bundle of dry straw. Seizing the moment of confusion, a flash of cold light streaked from the treetops. With a swift strike of his sword, 2 heads fell to the ground. The blood corpses' bodies wavered before collapsing, dissolving into pools of blood. The venomous insects hidden within the corpses sensed danger and burst out, attempting to flee. But this time, Lu Chen was prepared. With a flick of his wrist, his sword emanated a surge of energy. The 2 blood insects let out sharp, unnatural screeches before being cleaved in half. After a few spasms, they fell lifeless. Ding. Congratulations, host. You successfully killed the blood corpse and gained 100 experience. Ding. Congratulations, host. You successfully killed the blood corpse and obtained a blood talisman along with 100 experience. The system notifications echoed in Lu Chen's ears, making him pause momentarily before a look of delight flashed across his eyes. A loot drop? What a pleasant surprise. Based on his experience, the system only had a 1 chance of dropping skills or items when slaying demons. He had previously killed countless straw men on the mountain, only to receive a single straw man technique book, a testament to the abysmally low drop rate. Of course, it might also have been because the straw men were too low level. Lu Chen quickly inspected the newly acquired item from the system notification. Blood Talisman, a one-time use talisman. When activated, it burns vital blood to grant double the mana power. Duration, 180 seconds. It's just a consumable talisman. Lu Chen frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. He had hoped for a skill book. However, on second thought, the blood talisman's effect could be practical. It would come in handy for dealing with the evil cultivator he was about to face. A foundation establishment stage evil cultivator? That should count as a mini-boss, right? Let's hope he drops something good for me. A faint smile of anticipation appeared on Lu Chen's lips. As he contemplated, his figure flickered, and he swiftly descended, channeling his mana to create a new straw man. With practiced efficiency, he draped the blood corpse's tattered clothing over the straw man, disguising it as best as he could before hoisting it up and heading toward the manor in the valley. Lu Chen wasn't expecting this crude disguise to fully fool the enemy. All he needed was enough time to get close to his target. When the little straw man was crushed earlier, I left a blade of straw on the black-robed man as a mana marker. A cold glint flashed through Lu Chen's eyes. He's still in the manor and hasn't fled. With a few quick strides, Lu Chen reached the valley manor. The black-robed man remained seated by the well, his back to the entrance. However, 2 more blood corpses had appeared, standing guard on either side of him. Looks like he summoned blood corpses from elsewhere. Cautious, huh? Lu Chen mused silently. But he had no intention of confronting the enemy heathen. Without overwhelming power, he would never opt for such a reckless approach. Straw man, go. Lu Chen activated his mana, and the straw man, cloaked in the blood corpse's rags, stumbled toward the manor's entrance. At the same time, Lu Chen used the cover of darkness to silently approach from another direction. Why are you the only one returning? The black-robed man quickly noticed the bloodied figure at the entrance and questioned coldly. The straw man, unable to respond, merely continued to shuffle forward with its head bowed. A trace of suspicion flickered in the black-robed man's eyes, and he soon realized something was amiss. He sneered. So it's you, little rat. Kill him. At his command, the 2 blood corpses instantly came to life, letting out piercing roars as they lunged toward the straw man. Boom. The straw man exploded under the blood corpse's assault, scattering debris into the air. Amid the swirling fragments, Lu Chen made his move. From behind, his flying sword shot forth, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. With a sharp thud, the blade pierced straight through the head of one blood corpse. Without pausing, the sword curved gracefully in midair before reversing direction to cleanly decapitate the second blood corpse. The entire sequence was executed with precision and fluidity, leaving no room for hesitation. In the blink of an eye, both blood corpses were slain. Lu Chen's figure appeared in a flash as he landed in the courtyard. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, and the flying sword returned firmly to his grasp. Advancing with measured steps, he pointed the blade at the black-robed man, his gaze cold and filled with killing intent. Flying sword technique. The black-robed man's pupils constricted in shock. So, you're a disciple of Shu Shan. The figure in the black robe stood with his back to the doorway, his voice low and dripping with disdain. To have mastered the introductory flying sword technique to this level is indeed rare. No wonder you were able to slay the blood corpse. But alas, your cultivation is far too weak. If you had chosen to flee earlier, you might have survived. Yet you chose instead to. Before he could finish, Lu Chen's flying sword tore through the air, striking directly into the black-robed man's back. The sensation of the blade entering was eerie and blood spurted out, as though it had pierced a decaying corpse. Enough of your nonsense. It's either you or me today. Lu Chen barked coldly, his fingers curling as his magic surged. The flying sword twisted within the black-robed man's back, ripping out chunks of rotting flesh. With a series of precise gestures, Lu Chen directed the sword to spin again, this time aiming straight for the man's head. At that moment, the black-robed man whirled around. The ghostly mask on his face seemed alive, its mouth stretching wide as it transformed into a phantom of a malevolent spirit, biting down on the flying sword. With a sharp crack, the sword shattered. You're courting death, the black-robed man roared. From beneath his robe, a clawed hand shot out like a venomous serpent, its razor-sharp nails gleaming coldly as it lashed toward Lu Chen with blinding speed. Sword come. Lu Chen stepped back swiftly, summoning a spare flying sword just in time to block the attack. The clash of blade and claw rang out like striking metal, sparks flying in all directions. Well, so you've turned yourself into an iron corpse. No wonder you need to drain human blood to keep your body from rotting, Lu Chen muttered, his mind quickly piecing together the situation. Despite the enemy's formidable arms, he noticed the rest of the body lacked the same iron-like resilience. If he could avoid the arms and strike at the core, he stood a chance. Why would anyone give up being human to become something so grotesque? Since you love corpses so much, they'll make you a real one. Lu Chen sneered, forming intricate hand seals as his magic surged. The flying sword in his hand split into three, each blade streaking through the air. With three sharp clangs, two of the blades struck the iron corpse's arms, while the third plunged into its torso. One sword into three purities. That's the pinnacle of Shu Shan's flying sword technique. How can you use it? The black-robed man exclaimed in shock. He spat out a foul, blood-red mist, the toxic, magic-infused liquid corroding the glowing sword's midair, dimming their brilliance. Humph, you might have some talent with swordsmanship, but your cultivation is far too weak. Die now, the black-robed man snarled, his claws sweeping out in a devastating arc, brimming with terrifying power. Lu Chen hastily raised a barrier of magic, but it shattered instantly under the onslaught. Seeing he was at a disadvantage, Lu Chen decisively activated a blood talisman. Blood talisman ignite. The talisman transformed into a crimson glow, enveloping Lu Chen. He felt his blood boil and his magic surge explosively from his dantian. With a sharp swing of his sword, he struck the black-robed man's arm with all his might. Sparks erupted on impact, and a scream tore from the man as his left arm recoiled. Before he could recover, another streak of sword light was already hurtling toward his face. With the enhancement of the blood talisman, Lu Chen's magical power instantly doubled. While he still fell short of the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator, his mastery of the exclusive Shu Shan sword techniques and exquisite swordsmanship was enough to challenge the injured black-robed man before him. The black-robed man, hindered by his injuries, was forced to take refuge in an ancient well, rendering him capable of utilizing only 30% of his power. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen unleashed his flying sword, which darted out like a silver dragon emerging from the sea. Sword light flashed in all directions, cold gleams slicing through the air. The black-robed man was immediately overwhelmed, retreating step by step until he was forced within a 3-zhang radius. Curse it! You even had talismans hidden. A glint of malice flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. This mere chi refinement cultivator not only mastered Shu Shan's flying sword techniques to perfection, but also possessed Strawman spells and talismans. Such formidable strength was rare, even among Shu Shan's outer disciples. Time was pressing. After all, they were near Shu Shan, where sword sentries could pass by at any moment. The black-robed man's gaze turned cold, and he immediately resorted to the blood river technique. Blood-red light surged from the ancient well, coalescing under the pull of his magic into 8 hideous, blood-colored tentacles. These tentacles, like those of a monstrous octopus, lashed toward Lu Chen from all directions. The blood-red tentacles were not only immensely powerful, capable of shattering rocks with ease, but also carried a foul energy that specifically countered flying sword techniques. Lu Chen dared not meet them heat. He leapt into the air, maneuvering his flying sword to revolve around him, forming a defensive circle of swirling sword light. Let's see how long you can last, the black-robed man sneered, as the 8 blood-red tentacles whipped down like a torrential storm. Meanwhile, his arms transformed into sharp blades, poised to strike at any moment. Lu Chen knew the blood talisman's effect was nearing its end. He silently observed the rhythm of his opponent's attacks, carefully noting any flaws. Stealthily, he accessed the system interface and allocated 500 experience points entirely to his cultivation. Instantly, he broke through to the 10th level of chi refinement. With the blood talisman still in effect, his magical power now rivaled that of the black-robed man. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he spotted a critical flaw in his opponent's assault. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly. The sword light around him condensed onto the blade, merging into one as if 1,000 swords had become a single entity, radiating a blinding brilliance. Strike! Lu Chen became one with his sword, descending like a streak of lightning. With a thunderous roar, the 8 blood-red tentacles shattered on impact, bursting into a rain of blood. His sword pierced through layer upon layer of defenses, aiming straight for the black-robed man's brow. Impossible! How did your magical powers surge again? The black-robed man exclaimed in shock and panic. In desperation, he crossed his arms to block the strike. However, Lu Chen's attack, imbued with all his magic, was far beyond anything he had unleashed before. The clash erupted in a deafening metallic sound as the blade descended with unstoppable force. Blood splattered as the black-robed man's arms were nearly severed, and the blade had cut 3 inches deep into his neck. For an ordinary person, such grievous wounds would have meant instant death. However, This black-robed man possessed an extraordinarily resilient body and did not perish immediately. Instead, he let out a piercing, eerie screech, and his black robe suddenly fell away, transforming into a streak of blood-red light that shot out of the courtyard at incredible speed. A secret escape technique, huh? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a cold sneer forming in his mind. With injuries like that, where can you possibly run? With that, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure gliding like a feather as he gave chase. Just then, a clear and resonant sword hum echoed from the forest ahead. A dazzling streak of sword light tore through the night sky, and moments later, a mangled corpse plummeted to the ground. Lu Chen paused in surprise and quickly checked his system, only to find that the mission neither showed as completed nor as failed. From the forest emerged a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s. He was tall and lean, with sharp, handsome features. Clad in a long robe and carrying a sword on his back, he looked no different from a disciple patrolling from Mount Shu, though his face was unusually pale. Where did this vile creature come from, daring to cause trouble at the foot of Mount Shu? The young man landed on the ground, inspected the corpse briefly, and then looked toward Lu Chen. Junior brother, are you all right? Lu Chen remained cautious inwardly. For the black-robed man to be intercepted and killed the moment he entered the forest seemed far too coincidental. However, he revealed none of his suspicions outwardly. Instead, he put on a look of relief and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. Otherwise, that demonic cultivator might have escaped." As he spoke, he slowly moved closer while secretly activating the magical mark he had left on the black-robed man. The young swordsman seemed to relax slightly upon seeing Lu Chen lower his guard, but he feigned a look of confusion and asked, "I was patrolling the mountain when I saw a surge of blood-red light from afar and came to investigate. Junior brother, what happened here?" "Oh, a deranged demonic cultivator was refining blood corpses here, murdering people to enhance his cultivation. I happened to stumble upon him," Lu Chen replied with a mocking laugh. The young man's expression turned grave at Lu Chen's words. "I didn't expect such atrocities to occur at the foot of Mount Shu. Junior brother, this is a serious matter. Please come with me to the sect to report it to the headmaster." Lu Chen smirked inwardly. The man's eagerness to leave without inspecting the manor, coupled with the faint scars visible on his arms and neck, along with the feedback from the magical mark, made the truth crystal clear. However, Lu Chen refrained from acting rashly. Instead, he feigned weakness and said, "Senior brother, I forcibly elevated my power to fight the demonic cultivator earlier. Now I'm suffering from the backlash and can hardly move." "What? Is it serious?" A flicker of barely concealed delight flashed in the young man's eyes as he hurriedly stepped forward, secretly gathering power in his hand. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth, releasing a streak of sword energy that shot out like lightning, piercing straight through the man's throat. The man in the black robe had transformed himself into an iron corpse, nearly impervious to blades and weapons. However, due to injuries, his torso and neck remained vulnerable. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he suddenly lifted his head, unleashing a sharp burst of sword energy from his mouth. Caught off guard, the black-robed man's throat was instantly pierced, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The young swordsman's face turned deathly pale as he clutched his bleeding neck with both hands, staggering backward several steps. His eyes widened in disbelief as the spiritual energy within him rapidly drained away like a receding tide. As his energy dissipated, the scars on his neck and arms became visible, revealing his true identity was none other than the mysterious black-robed man. "You, how could you?" The young swordsman struggled to utter a few words. Lu Chen rose to his feet slowly. Though his face was slightly pale, his breathing remained steady and firm. "Senior brother, your tricks might deceive others, but fooling me? You're still lacking." By now, the effects of the blood sigil had faded, leaving Lu Chen slightly drained. However, this was of little concern. A few days of rest would restore him completely. It was precisely because he had anticipated his opponent being misled by his feigned weakness that he managed to strike first and gain the upper hand. "Your sleight of hand with the body double was impressive," Lu Chen remarked, shaking his head. "But in the end, you were still one move short." His opponent was now gravely injured, clinging to life only through sheer willpower, with no strength left to retaliate. "To think, I, Lu Chen, would fall to a no-name nobody like you." The young swordsman let out a bitter laugh. Only now did Lu Chen learn his adversary's name, and he couldn't help but sigh at the tragedy. "You joined the Shu Mountain sect, reached the foundation establishment stage at such a young age, and had a bright future ahead of you. There was no need to stray down this dark path. You wouldn't understand. Without the blood soul technique, with my aptitude, I could never have reached foundation establishment. I didn't want to remain ordinary. I just wanted to grow stronger, to stand out. Is that so wrong? Desiring strength isn't wrong, but sacrificing innocent lives to achieve it is. Senior brother, you've fallen into the demonic path. There's no saving you. Seeing that his opponent was consumed by darkness, Lu Chen spoke no further. With a decisive swing of his sword, he cleanly severed Lu Cheng's head, ending his life of sin. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying the demonic cultivator Lu Chen. You have obtained the Bloodlight Escape Technique, Twin Fish Pendant, and 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission Mystery of the Blood Corpse. Mission Evaluation. S. You have received a Heaven-Tier Foundation Establishment Pill. Lu Chen was overjoyed at the substantial rewards. The 1,000 experience points were noteworthy, but the 2 artifacts and the rare Heaven-Tier Foundation Establishment Pill were an unexpected windfall. He immediately examined the properties of the items he had obtained. Bloodlight Escape Technique, a secret technique of the Blood Soul sect. It allows the user to burn vital essence to escape up to 1,000 miles. The distance depends on the cultivator's level and the amount of essence consumed. Twin Fish Pendant, a low-grade magical artifact that can conceal one's aura and alter physical appearance to some extent. Heaven-Tier Foundation Establishment Pill, a rare celestial pill that cannot be refined by mortal hands. Consuming it enables Foundation Establishment aligned with the Heavenly Tao. Looking at the 3 spoils in his system inventory, Lu Chen couldn't hide his excitement. While the Bloodlight Escape Technique wouldn't enhance his combat abilities, it was an excellent life-saving skill worth mastering. As for the Twin Fish Pendant, its practical abilities were equally valuable. Lu Chen had indeed relied on the unique effects of this magical artifact to conceal his bloodthirsty aura, successfully evading the eyes and ears of Shu Shan. Lu Chen held the artifact in his hand, examining it closely, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. This treasure not only masked one's cultivation aura but also obscured the user's true strength, making it a perfect tool for disguise. What excited Lu Chen even more was the Heaven-Grade Foundation Establishment Pill. On the path of cultivation, the Foundation Establishment stage was the first and most crucial threshold. A solid foundation at this stage could pave the way for a much smoother journey ahead. Although Lu Chen had the advantage of a system support, breakthroughs in major realms still required a gradual process. He was well aware that this world's methods of foundation establishment were divided into 3 tiers. The most common was the Humaneer Foundation Establishment, which only required consuming an ordinary Foundation Establishment pill to attempt. However, its potential was limited. The Earth-Tier Foundation Establishment required the aid of rare heavenly materials and treasures. Success in this method not only resulted in immense spiritual power, but also granted unique enhancements, making it the preferred path for prodigies. As for the legendary Heaveneer Foundation Establishment, the conditions were so harsh that it deterred even the boldest cultivators. It required the perfect alignment of heaven, earth, and human factors, with even the smallest misstep leading to total annihilation of both body and soul. Across the entire cultivation world, those who successfully achieved Heaveneer Foundation Establishment were exceedingly rare, yet each one became a monumental figure of unparalleled power. Now, the Heaven-Grade Foundation Establishment pill in Lu Chen's hand could directly allow him to attempt the Heaveneer Foundation Establishment, with an almost guaranteed success. At this thought, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even with the system's aid, greater talent meant a higher potential ceiling. He could already envision himself soaring through the skies on his sword, laughing and dominating the heavens and earth. However, this was not the time for a break through the wilderness was far too dangerous. Lu Chen decided to wait until he returned to his sect and found a safe place to undergo secluded cultivation. He picked up Liu Qing's identity token, preparing to report back. After all, the death of a patrolling disciple was no trivial matter, and taking the initiative to report it might earn him some benefits. When he returned to the manor in the valley, ready to deal with the blood pool, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help coming from one of the rooms. Help, help me. Lu Chen frowned and cautiously used his spiritual energy to push open the door. Inside, he saw an 8 or 9-year-old girl lying on the ground, her face covered in blood streaks. She painfully reached out her hand toward him. Help me. A little girl lay on the ground, her face twisted in pain, her eyes filled with agony and weakness. As soon as the words left her lips, it seemed as though she had exhausted the last ounce of her strength. Her head suddenly tilted to the side, and she passed out, her collapse abrupt and lifeless. Lu Chen frowned deeply, caught in a dilemma. He vividly remembered the origin of this little girl earlier. While using a straw doll to scout ahead, he had personally witnessed Lu Chen capturing her and implanting a blood parasite into her body. By all accounts, she should have already turned into a mindless blood thrall. Yet, against all odds, she had managed to retain her consciousness and vitality, her willpower resisting the parasite's complete takeover. Turning a blind eye would weigh heavily on my conscience, Lu Chen thought to himself, his gaze scanning the little girl's frail body. But how can I save her? The blood parasite has already taken root, and I don't know anything about these sinister arts. I might not even be able to remove it. If she loses control halfway through and turns into a blood thrall, biting me in the process, wouldn't that be the end of me? As he hesitated, a crisp notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a rare encounter quest. The girl. Quest details. This girl is afflicted by a blood parasite, yet retains her consciousness and life force, indicating extraordinary resilience. If you can save her, there may be unforeseen rewards. A rare encounter quest. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. So, there's more to this little girl than meets the eye? He felt a tinge of regret that the system's description was so vague, leaving the specific rewards unknown. But since there was potential for gain, it was worth a try. As long as he exercised enough caution, the risks should be manageable. Rewards or not, it doesn't matter. I'm just naturally inclined to help others. Lu Chen muttered to himself, attempting to justify his decision as he quickly sprang into action. He tore a strip of cloth from the surroundings, infused it with spiritual energy to make it durable, and carefully tied up the little girl. This precaution was necessary to prevent her from suddenly waking up and attacking him in a frenzy. Once he finished securing her, he hoisted the unconscious girl onto his shoulder. I don't know how to detoxify or heal this kind of thing. The best I can do is take her back to Mount Shu and let the elders in the sect figure it out. Before leaving, Lu Chen made sure to completely destroy the ancient well and blood pool in the courtyard, ensuring nothing was left behind. Only then did he turn and begin his journey back to Mount Shu. As he entered the sect's gates, the square was bustling with disciples practicing their swordsmanship. When they saw Lu Chen carrying a bound little girl on his shoulder, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain and headed straight for the Sword Immortal Hall, requesting an audience with the sect leader, Qingshu Jinren. Normally, an outer disciple like Lu Chen wouldn't have the qualifications to meet the sect leader. However, his earlier exploits outside the Demon Suppression Tower, where he tirelessly defeated waves of enemies, had earned him widespread recognition. Even Qingshu Jinren had publicly praised his diligence, encouraging other disciples to follow his example. This had given Lu Chen some level of familiarity within the sect. Now, claiming to have urgent matters to report, he was granted an exception to enter. The Sword Immortal Hall was the central hub of Mount Shu's 9 peaks, serving both as the sect leader's residence and a venue for major discussions. On ordinary days, only Qingshu Jinren was permitted to set foot there. Everyone else was strictly forbidden. Carrying the little girl, Lu Chen stepped into the hall. Before him, a white-haired Taoist sat cross-legged before an ancestral statue, surrounded by an aura of sword energy, his presence otherworldly and profound. This was none other than Qingshu Jinren, the current leader of Mount Shu. Despite his unassuming appearance, he was a former sword deity renowned across the world. Now, having reached the heavenly realm, his cultivation placed him among the top 10 most powerful figures across the land. Disciple Lu Chen greets the sect leader. Faced with someone of such stature, Lu Chen dared not show any disrespect. He quickly bowed deeply in greeting. The clear void master opened his sharp, sword-like eyes at the sound, his gaze sweeping over Lu Chen's entire body. That single glance made Lu Chen's skin tingle, as though an invisible blade had grazed him, leaving him with the illusion of being seen through entirely, inside and out. Lu Chen, I remember you, the clear void master said with a slight nod, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. 3 months since entering the sect, and you've already reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Among the outer disciples, that is quite an accomplishment. Every disciple of Mount Shu underwent a basic aptitude test upon entry. The clear void master distinctly recalled that Lu Chen's potential had seemed average at best. For him to advance so rapidly in such a short time could only mean that he was diligent and hardworking, far surpassing his peers in effort, just like when he had obsessively practiced swordsmanship outside the Demon Suppression Tower. That unwavering determination had left a lasting impression on the clear void master. What the clear void master didn't know was that Lu Chen's relentless sword practice with straw dummies was merely a front. His true aim was to farm experience points. As for his current strength, while effort played a role, it was largely thanks to his cheat. The stars favor those who press on, and the rivers reward those who row hard. Hard work will not betray you. Your future is promising, the clear void master said, offering a brief word of encouragement before turning his attention to the little girl standing nearby. His brows furrowed instantly. This girl carries an air of corruption. What's going on here? Getting to the heart of the matter, Lu Chen didn't waste words. He retrieved Lu Cheng's identification jade token from his robe and recounted the entire sequence of events truthfully. The blood soul technique. The clear void master's frown deepened as he listened. That is a sinister practice of the blood soul sect. It thrives on absorbing the vital energy of living beings and caused no small amount of chaos in the past. I personally destroyed their stronghold back then. To think there are still remnants of the blood soul sect alive today and infiltrating the disciples of Mount Shu, no less. The blood soul sect? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at the mention. It sounded like an evil sect, through and through. He pondered briefly. If he pressed for details now, he might trigger a related quest. But on second thought, any sect that had required the intervention of the sword deity himself must have been overwhelmingly powerful. At his current level of strength, getting involved could very well lead to an untimely demise. It was best to stay out of it for now. Thus, Lu Chen lowered his gaze and remained silent. The clear void master didn't expect a junior disciple to contribute much to the conversation. After a sigh, he turned back to Lu Chen. Regarding the matter in Lu Chen, you've done well. By eliminating a pest, you've upheld justice and spared the local people from further harm. This is a great merit. However, since this involves the Blood Soul sect and its far-reaching implications, it's best to keep this matter quiet for now to avoid unnecessary panic. Understood, Master. Lu Chen replied respectfully. Good. Mount Shu has always been clear in its rewards and punishments. You've made a significant contribution this time. Tell me, what reward would you like? As long as it's not excessive, I will make an exception for you. Ah. Lu Chen was taken aback. You're letting me choose my reward? That's not how this usually goes. If I ask for the sect's treasured demon-suppressing sword, will you actually give it to me? Or if not, how about the sect leader's supreme starfall sword manual? But Lu Chen knew better. Asking for something so absurd would make him seem clueless and insufferable, jeopardizing his future prospects. If the Clear Void Master had directly bestowed a reward, he would have gladly accepted it. But being asked to name his own reward made things tricky. If he asked for something trivial, he'd lose out. If he asked for something too valuable, he'd likely be refused. Realizing he probably wouldn't gain much, Lu Chen reluctantly bit the bullet and bowed. Upholding justice is the duty of every Mount Shu disciple. I dare not claim credit. If the master insists on granting me a reward, I only ask that you save this poor little girl. The disciple asks for no reward, only that the master intervenes to save this poor little girl. Lu Chen lowered his head and clasped his hands in a deep bow, his voice filled with earnest pleading. In truth, he had no idea what reward to ask for, and could only make this request with a heavy heart, thinking to himself, even if I can't get a reward, at least completing this fortuitous encounter mission would be worth it. Master Qingxiu, unaware of the true reason behind Lu Chen's words, narrowed his eyes slightly and re-evaluated the disciple before him. This young man is diligent, eager to learn, and possesses a heart of chivalry and compassion. Truly a promising talent. A look of approval appeared on Qingxiu's face. You don't know this girl, yet you're willing to forego your reward to save her life. Such selflessness is rare. Among the younger generation of disciples, it's uncommon to find someone with your noble spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Qingxiu raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. Instantly, the ropes binding the little girl loosened and fell away. Her petite body floated forward and hovered before the master. His aged fingers extended, lightly touching the center of her forehead. A wave of invisible power rippled outward like water, enveloping the girl entirely. This blood goo parasite, once inside the body, quickly devours the brain and takes control, turning the victim into a blood corpse to be manipulated at will. It's a method used by the Blood Soul sect, Master Qingxiu explained as he examined her. Ordinarily, a mortal body cannot withstand such poison. By all accounts, this girl should already be dead. After a thorough examination, a flicker of surprise flashed in Master Qingxiu's eyes. A mystery within the womb, a Zifu barrier. No wonder. He suddenly looked as if he'd uncovered a rare treasure and exclaimed, Lu Chen, the girl you saved is no ordinary child. Of course, I know she's not ordinary. The system even assigned me a fortuitous mission for this. Lu Chen thought to himself with a silent scoff. On the surface, though, he maintained a respectful and inquisitive demeanor. Master, what exactly is her condition? When a goo parasite invades the body, it immediately devours the brain and extinguishes the spirit, a fate even immortals cannot easily reverse. Master Qingxiu's fingers traced lightly across the girl's forehead. But this little girl is extraordinary. Within her brain Zifu, there lies a protective barrier that keeps her true spirit intact and her life preserved. As a result, the blood parasite couldn't take her life. A Zifu barrier? What's that? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Have you ever heard of a banished immortal? Master Qingxiu asked in return. Lu Chen blinked in surprise, then nodded. An immortal descends to the mortal world, reliving the mundane life. This is a banished immortal. Master Qingxiu nodded with satisfaction before continuing. Correct. It is said that in the heavens above, immortals exist, enduring through the ages and transcending worldly concerns. Yet immortals are not truly invincible. They face calamities and may reincarnate into the mortal realm. To ensure the survival of their true spirit during this mystery within the womb phase, banished immortals possess a Zifu barrier within their brains. This barrier prevents untimely death and safeguards their essence until they awaken, unlock the treasures of the Zifu, and recover the memories of their past lives. By this point, even someone as slow to process as Lu Chen couldn't miss the implication. His eyes widened in astonishment. Are you saying, the little girl I saved is a reincarnated banished immortal? He thought to himself, this reincarnation setupet's practically the protagonist template. His gaze fell on the unconscious girl, and for a moment, he was at a loss. This fortuitous encounter seemed almost too grand to believe. Master Qingshu, however, remained composed, shaking his head. Reincarnated banished immortals have existed throughout history. It's not particularly rare. While they may possess innate wisdom, before awakening, they are no different from ordinary people, at most, a bit more gifted. This little girl has clearly only recently reincarnated and is far from her awakening. The calamity she faced and your act of saving her are simply part of the threads of karma and opportunity. As he spoke, Master Qingshu's hands continued their work. His fingers emitted 12 strands of shimmering sword energy, each as fine as silver thread, which entered the girl's body through her 12 major acupuncture points. In the next instant, the girl coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The strange parasite within the girl was shredded into fragments by the sword energy, mixed with blood, and expelled from her mouth. Gradually, the girl's complexion regained its rosy hue. The traces of blood disappeared, and she lay there quietly, resembling a porcelain doll in peaceful slumber. Master Qingshu withdrew his power and gently pushed the girl back toward Lu Chen with a wave of his hand. "Thank you, Master," Lu Chen said, breathing a sigh of relief as he saw the girl unharmed. He then glanced at the system's task interface, only to realize that the fortuitous encounter mission neither indicated completion nor offered any rewards. Could it be that the task will only be considered complete when she awakens her past life wisdom? Lu Chen speculated inwardly. After all, fortuitous encounter missions differ from regular ones. They lack clear completion criteria. A reincarnated celestial being carries her own karmic threads, Master Qingshu spoke. Since you brought this little girl here, she is now your responsibility. She has no family left in the mortal world and may stay temporarily on Mount Shu. So, I really have to play babysitter. Lu Chen thought with a trace of helplessness, but did not refuse. A reincarnated celestial being was destined to become extraordinary in the future. If he could establish a good relationship with her, the benefits would be immeasurable. However, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. If Master Qingshu already knew the girl's identity, why not take her as a disciple directly? Why leave her in his care instead? Her identity must not be revealed to anyone else to avoid inviting disaster. Master Qingshu warned again. Before she awakens on her own, do not mention anything about reincarnation. Doing so could disrupt her past life wisdom and lead to unforeseen consequences. I understand, Lu Chen replied. He had no intention of doing anything to hasten the process unnaturally. After explaining the situation regarding the girl, Master Qingshu turned to Lu Chen with an approving look. You acted to save her without knowing her background, which shows a rare and commendable quality. Although you forfeited the mission reward, as the headmaster, I cannot let my disciple go unrewarded. As he spoke, a small blue lotus, about the size of a palm, floated out from his sleeve. Its entire form shimmered with a pure azure glow, resembling a jade sculpture and exuding an aura of refined celestial energy. You've already reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. It's time to consider foundation establishment. This blue lotus is a rare treasure I acquired in my younger years. Today, I bestow it upon you to aid in your foundation establishment. The blue lotus drifted gently and landed steadily in Lu Chen's hand. A heavenly treasure. Lu Chen was both surprised and delighted. He had initially thought the reward was lost, only to receive an even greater gift instead. Though he already possessed a foundation establishment pill, combining it with this celestial treasure would undoubtedly make his foundation even stronger. The headmaster truly is a kind man. Lu Chen rejoiced inwardly, thankful he had not greedily demanded a reward earlier. If not for Master Qingshu witnessing his compassion, he would never have received the blue lotus. This is a huge win. The jade green lotus, a rare treasure born in the mystical waters of Weak River, was a natural wonder and a priceless resource for assisting in foundation building. Lu Chen gazed at the translucent green lotus in his hand, his eyes sparkling with joy. The lotus glowed faintly in his palm, emitting a subtle, refreshing fragrance. Although he was still unsure of the specific effects it would bring after aiding his foundation building, its value was undoubtedly extraordinary as a treasure nurtured in the Weak River. Thank you, Master. Lu Chen bowed repeatedly, his voice filled with gratitude. Qingshu Jinren waved his hand lightly, signaling that there was no need for excessive courtesy. Then, he retrieved a jade talisman radiating a faint green light from his sleeve and handed it to Lu Chen. You are currently residing in the outer disciples' quarters. If you wish to care for this girl, it may prove inconvenient. Qingshu Jinren gestured toward the unconscious young girl on Lu Chen's back. This talisman grants access to a secluded residence in the back mountain, a place I once used for closed-door cultivation. It is tranquil and elegant. You may move there. Since you are about to build your foundation and become an inner disciple, granting you this residence is not against the rules. Lu Chen's heart leapt with joy. What a stroke of fortune! Not only was he rewarded with a rare treasure, but he was also given a luxurious residence. The master was truly generous. Naturally, he accepted without hesitation. expressing his gratitude profusely. Carefully carrying the unconscious girl on his back, he left the Sword Immortal Hall, eager to see his new dwelling. As Qingshu Jinren watched Lu Chen's departing figure, a trace of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. That boy, he bears a resemblance to that person. Perhaps his presence in the back mountain might bring that person back around. His gaze then shifted to the young girl on Lu Chen's back, and his brows furrowed slightly, a hint of worry crossing his face. A celestial being's descent is unpredictable. Another fallen immortal has arrived. Whether this is a blessing or a curse for Shushan remains to be seen. This realm may soon face great upheaval. Lost in thought, Qingshu Jinren turned toward the hall's entrance. With a flick of his finger, a beam of sword light shot from his fingertip, splitting into 7 rays that flew toward the 7 tallest peaks of Shushan. At the same time, his commanding voice echoed across the mountaintops, reaching the secluded residences at their summits. The Blood Soul sect has re-emerged, threatening calamity. Fellow brothers, please come to the Sword Immortal Hall to discuss countermeasures. Shushan was, in fact, a collective term for the vast expanse known as the 100,000 Mountains of Shu. The Shushan Sword sect was established deep within the central region, amidst 9 towering peaks. Besides the main peak, Sword Immortal Peak, there were 7 other peaks named after the stars of the Big Dipper, as well as a back mountain. Though the back mountain lacked a prominent name, it was renowned as the location of the Shushan Demon Sealing Tower and the Sword Tomb. Due to frequent leaks of malevolent energy that gave rise to various demonic creatures, the back mountain was considered forbidden territory, rarely visited by disciples. The residence granted by Qingshu Jinren was located within the secluded forests of the back mountain. This should be the place, Lu Chen muttered, holding the jade talisman as he navigated the dense forest path leading deep into the back mountain. Ahead, a waterfall cascaded from a high cliff into a crystal-clear pool below, shrouded in mist. The area was lush with vegetation, and the air was thick with spiritual energy. Nestled beside the waterfall was a seemingly modest bamboo house and courtyard, blending harmoniously with the surrounding environment. This was far from the luxurious mansion Lu Chen had envisioned. It appeared somewhat old and simple. However, upon closer inspection, the location was exceptional, serene, and vibrant with natural beauty. To the left lay the Sword Tomb, and to the right stood the Demon Sealing Tower. The area was also protected by a powerful defensive sword formation, with faint traces of sword energy visible, capable of warding off any demonic creatures from the mountain. Not bad, Lu Chen remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. He noticed a small spiritual field within the courtyard, with a narrow channel diverting water from the waterfall to irrigate it automatically. With a bit of cleaning, this could be used to cultivate spiritual herbs. Using the jade talisman, Lu Chen unlocked the barrier and stepped into the courtyard. Though the bamboo house was small, its layout was practical. Most importantly, the area was spacious and secluded, ensuring they wouldn't be disturbed. Being so close to the Demon Sealing Tower also offered the convenience of dealing with any nearby threats. From now on, this will be our home, Lu Chen said softly, carefully carrying the still unconscious girl on his back as he stepped into the bamboo house. Though this place had been uninhabited for many years, it remained clean and tidy thanks to the protective formations that preserved it. The bamboo house was simple in structure, consisting of 2 floors. The first floor featured an open kitchen and living room, with a small courtyard nearby designated for sword practice. Scattered across the courtyard were a dozen wooden training dummies, their surfaces crisscrossed with sword marks of varying depth, evidence of the arduous training undertaken by the sect leader in the past. The second floor was equally straightforward in layout, with 3 rooms arranged in a row, 2 bedrooms, and a study. Lu Chen carefully placed the unconscious young girl on the bed in one of the bedrooms. Watching her peaceful sleeping face, he couldn't help but shake his head. This little girl sure sleeps soundly, he murmured. Turning to enter the study, Lu Chen began to browse through the books on the shelves. To his slight disappointment, there were no legendary martial arts manuals as he had imagined. Instead, the collection consisted mostly of travel journals and insights on swordsmanship. However, the study held a hidden surprise, a small meditation chamber concealed within a partition. Inside, a spirit-gathering formation had been set up, capable of concentrating the surrounding spiritual energy, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Perfect for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Lu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. To ensure his safety, he first took out a jade talisman and activated the sword formation barrier outside the cave dwelling. Only then did he enter the meditation chamber and sit cross-legged. As soon as the Tai Ching sensory technique began circulating, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him like rivers converging into the sea, transforming into magical power that flowed into his body within mere breaths. The spiritual energy density here far surpasses the outside world. But for someone like me, directly breaking through is the true path. Lu Chen chuckled softly and took out a golden foundation establishment pill of the highest grade, swallowing it in one gulp. The pill dissolved immediately upon entering his stomach, and the golden celestial energy coursed through his meridians like wildfire, eventually gathering in his dantian. A thunderous roar echoed through his body as the magical power erupted like a volcano, his essence and blood surging upward, relentlessly battering against an invisible barrier. A crisp crack sounded, like ice breaking apart. A flood of spiritual energy surged into his body, and his dantian expanded several times over. This should have marked the pinnacle of the human foundation establishment stage, but Lu Chen had no intention of stopping there. The power of the highest grade foundation establishment pill was far from exhausted. Without hesitation, he continued to channel his magical power, like an unstoppable sword pressing forward to reach even higher realms. It was unclear how much time had passed when he suddenly encountered another invisible barrier on the path ahead. At that moment, the jade green lotus he carried unexpectedly flew out, radiating a dazzling emerald light. Its petals unfurled like sharp blades encircling him, while the jade green glow cascaded over Lu Chen, enveloping him completely. As Lu Chen focused all his energy on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, a sharp sword light pierced the sky over a valley estate at the foot of Mount Shu. When the light dissipated, it revealed a mysterious figure cloaked in shadows, wearing a black hat that obscured his face. That useless Lu Chen. He didn't even have the chance to be activated and was already eliminated. The figure muttered through gritted teeth, his voice young, yet filled with resentment. Standing alone in the estate, he seemed to be speaking to an unseen presence. Master, Lu Chen is dead. Mount Shu has likely discovered traces of us. They will probably take action soon. What should we do? After a brief silence, he murmured to himself. With my current strength, attempting to enter the demon ceiling tower would be suicide. I have no choice but to remain in hiding. However, the double fish pendant that Lu Chen carried is missing. This is a potential threat. He took out a jade pendant from within his robes. Its design was identical to Lu Chen's double fish pendant. The two pieces were part of a pair. The jade pendant served as the primary piece, while the pendant was secondary. It was both a tool to conceal Lu Chen's aura and a means to monitor and communicate with him. Although the double fish pendant could not actively sense the jade pendant, if it fell into the hands of Mount Shu's upper echelon, reverse tracking would be an easy task for them. The person must be within Mount Shu. I will find them soon and eliminate the threat entirely. With these words, he flicked his finger, releasing a burst of magical flames that engulfed the entire estate in moments. Then, leaping into the air, he vanished into the shadows of the valley on his flying sword. Meanwhile, in the bamboo house on the mountainside, Lu Chen was at a critical moment in his breakthrough. As the energy of the emerald green lotus fully merged into his body, he could feel his chi and dantian expanding continuously. Vast amounts of spiritual energy coalesced into magical power, causing his strength to rise rapidly. His foundation establishment at the earthly stage had been successfully completed, but the medicinal power of the heavenly stage foundation pill continued to push his body to its limits. In a trance, Lu Chen felt as if he had transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring into the sky and seemingly breaking through the clouds to reach the heavenly gates. Suddenly, thunder rolled across the pitch-black clouds, and a colossal golden hand descended from the heavens, radiating an oppressive, divine power. Turn back, a commanding voice roared in his mind. How dare a mortal body covet the power of heaven and earth? You can go no further. Step back, and all will be calm. Advance, and chaos will ensue. This was the manifestation of his inner demon during the heavenly stage foundation establishment, attempting to shake his resolve. Lu Chen understood that if he retreated now, he could preserve the results of his earthly stage foundation establishment. However, the seed of fear would be planted in his heart, becoming an insurmountable inner demon in the future, one that even the system's help could not remove. I will not retreat. Memories of his past life flashed through his mind like a reel of film. His eyes shone with unwavering determination. In my previous life, I was mediocre and insignificant. Now, given a second chance, how could I resign myself to being an ant once more? What of the heavenly Tao? Humans can defy the heavens. I will take this step forward. Living an ordinary life, going to school, working a mundane job, unnoticed by anyone, and then quietly fading away, that's not the life I want. Lu Chen roared at the sky, his fists clenched tightly. In that instant, the power within him surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, transforming into the manifestations of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning around him. This boundless energy ultimately condensed into a beam of sword light that shot straight towards the heavens. This sword light was not merely a gathering of magical power. It was the embodiment of his heart, his blood, and his will. Lu Chen knew this was his moment to leap through the dragon's gate, his one chance to break free of mediocrity. If he failed, he would remain forever insignificant, like an ant. He spread his arms wide, his white robe billowing fiercely in the wind. The lotus petals beneath his feet scattered like meteors, merging into the sword light. These petals, representing the foundation of earthly cultivation, became his final support in this critical moment. Forward, Lu Chen shouted, stepping into the air. In an instant, the sword light around him expanded 1,000-fold, transforming into a towering pillar of light that pierced the heavens. This was a strike aimed at the sky itself. With a deafening boom, the sword light collided with a massive golden hand descending from above. For a moment, the world fell into silence, and all illusions shattered into nothingness. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, the power within him had calmed. A golden light cascaded from above, enveloping his entire body. Waves of energy surged toward him had succeeded in establishing his heavenly Dao foundation. This heavenly Dao foundation is truly perilous, Lu Chen thought, relieved that his resolve had remained unshaken. A single moment of hesitation, and all his efforts would have been in vain. Not even the system could have helped him in such a situation. The system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully established your heavenly Dao foundation. You are now blessed with the power of the heavenly Dao and have gained the innate talent, Supreme Sword Heart. Supreme Sword Heart, the courage to draw your sword, even against the heavens themselves. With an indomitable sword heart, nothing stands in your way. Your potential in the path of the sword is limitless. Holy crap! Lu Chen's heart surged with joy. This was the true terror and wonder of the heavenly Dao foundation. Not only did it enhance his abilities in every aspect, but it also granted him a unique talent. He attempted to channel his power and discovered a phantom of a green lotus emerging within his dantian. This was the result of the jade green lotus aiding his cultivation foundation, granting him the benefits of both earthly and heavenly cultivation. When he infused the lotus with power, it immediately radiated a jade-like glow, capable of refining his body and healing wounds simultaneously. This green lotus light will serve as the outward manifestation of my earthly cultivation, Lu Chen mused. The heavenly Dao foundation is far too rare. It's better to keep it as my hidden trump card. With that, he hung the yin-yang pendant at his waist to conceal a portion of his energy. Gripping his long sword, Lu Chen flew toward the icy pool beneath the mountain's waterfall. He couldn't wait to test how much his strength had grown after establishing his foundation. The waterfall on the back mountain is formed by the overflowing waters of the heavenly pool atop the peak. Cascading down thousands of feet, it roars with a majestic force, resembling a silver-white veil. The sound of the rushing water fills the air, while white mist swirls around, making it one of the most iconic sights of Mount Shu. At the base of the waterfall lies a serene, expansive cold pool, its surface shimmering like amber, reflecting a faint icy glow under the sunlight. Lu Chen leapt gracefully from the bamboo house, landing lightly above the cold pool. Having successfully completed his foundation establishment, his magical power had significantly increased, allowing him to briefly ride his flying sword through the air with remarkable steadiness. Let me test the power of my sword technique after this breakthrough. Before his words had fully escaped, Lu Chen brought his fingers together like a sword, channeling his magical energy. The flying sword beneath him shot forward, slicing through the air with a cold gleam, heading straight for the cascading waterfall. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as water splashed in all directions. The sword energy tore a massive gap in the waterfall, but the relentless torrent quickly filled it again. The flying sword left only a fleeting mark on the waterfall before the sheer force of the water knocked it down with a clang, sending it plunging into the cold pool below. Lu Chen frowned slightly. It's not enough. Even though my magical power and cultivation level have improved, the Tai Ching induction technique and my swordsmanship are still just basic entry-level skills. They're far from the strength I aim for. He pondered for a moment, recalling the experience points he had gained from defeating Lu Chen, which he had yet to use. It was time to choose a more advanced sword technique. With that thought, Lu Chen raised his hand, preparing to summon his flying sword from the depths of the cold pool. At that moment, the cold pool beneath him began to churn violently. The water rippled and boiled as the flying sword that had fallen in suddenly burst out of the water, shooting toward Lu Chen like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! Lu Chen's pupils contracted. He swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the unexpected attack. Reaching out, he caught the hilt of the sword, but a strange electric-like sensation coursed through his fingers, leaving them numb. What's going on? The flying sword returned on its own. Lu Chen muttered in shock, his gaze shifting downward toward the depths of the cold pool. Through the crystal-clear water, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the seemingly endless pool. Long hair floated around the figure like water plants, their bodies still and unmoving, resembling an ancient statue forgotten by time, covered in thick layers of moss and algae. There's someone down there. Lu Chen gasped, cold sweat drenching his back. The cold pool was unfathomably deep, and any ordinary person would suffocate within moments underwater. Yet this individual had not only survived, but appeared to have been there for years. Just as Lu Chen started to wonder if the person was dead, their eyes suddenly opened a crack. With just one glance, Lu Chen felt as if a sharp sword had pierced through his heart. The gaze was sharp and menacing, far more terrifying than that of Master Qingshu. It was as if a single look could pierce through one's soul. If not for Lu Chen's recent breakthrough in cultivation, honing his indomitable sword heart, that glance alone might have shattered his sanity. Fortunately, the figure seemed only to be issuing a warning. After that one glance, they closed their eyes again, making no further moves. Damn it! What kind of monster is lurking in this cold pool? Lu Chen thought, his heart racing with fear. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. This being's cultivation was unfathomable, clearly a super boss-level entity in gaming terms. As he flew back toward the bamboo house, Lu Chen felt a lingering unease. I feel like the sect leader set me up. Who would have thought there'd be such a terrifying presence in the cold pool next to this bamboo house? Living next to something like that is way too stressful. If that guy ever gets in a bad mood, I'm done for. But then another thought crossed his mind. This place had once been the sect leader's personal retreat. The existence of the mysterious creature in the cold pool would certainly not escape his notice. Lu Chen calculated in his mind that if the sect leader sensed any danger from this being, he would never leave it unchecked. As long as he avoided provoking it, the creature likely wouldn't leave the lake. With this thought, he silently vowed never to go near the cold pool again. Still shaken, he returned to the bamboo house. As he pushed the door open, he saw that the young girl had already woken up. She was curled up in the corner of the room, her small body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with fear. Clearly, the earlier calamity with the blood corpses had left her with deep psychological scars. At this moment, she was no different from an ordinary child, her innate wisdom not yet awakened. Don't be afraid. This is Shu Shan. You're safe now, Lu Chen said gently. The girl recognized the face she had seen before losing consciousness, and her tense body relaxed slightly. Did you save me? She asked, blinking her wide eyes. In a way, I only brought you back to Shu Shan. It was the sect leader who truly eliminated the blood parasite from your body, Lu Chen explained as he retrieved 2 steaming buns from his storage pouch and handed them to her. You must be hungry. Eat something to fill your stomach. The girl hesitated, staring at the buns, but not reaching out. Understanding her wariness, Lu Chen placed the buns on the table and casually asked, What's your name? I don't remember, the girl said, shaking her head. I can't recall anything from before. Not my name, not my family. This could have been a result of extreme trauma causing memory loss, or possibly the activation of the protective barrier of a celestial exile's inner spirit. I see, Lu Chen sighed. You were taken by the blood corpses, and your family. They might not have survived. If you're willing, you can stay here at Shu Shan. There's plenty of space in my place. The girl nodded, silently accepting the offer. For her, the renowned Shu Shan was undoubtedly the safest refuge. If you're staying, you'll need a name. Want me to give you one? Okay, then you'll take my surname. How about Luli? Lu what? Fence? She asked, mispronouncing it. It's Luli. Lu Chen corrected with a helpless shake of his head. Pointing at the buns on the table, he added, Eat something first, then take a bath. I don't have any girls' clothes here, so you'll have to make do with mine for now. Once I'm back from running some errands, he'll get you some daily necessities. With that, he turned and left the house, heading to the Disciples Registry Hall to update his identity jade token. Having reached the Foundation establishment stage, he was eligible to be promoted to an inner disciple according to sect rules. This not only granted him access to greater sect benefits, but also allowed him entry to the library pavilion to select cultivation techniques and spells appropriate for his level. In just 3 short months, you've already reached the Foundation establishment stage? Junior brother, your talent is truly extraordinary. The disciple at the registry table looked at him with astonishment, his fingers lightly tapping on the record book as his tone brimmed with admiration. Lu Chen merely chuckled softly, thinking to himself, if you knew that not only have I established my foundation, but it's also the rare Heavenly Tao Foundation, your reaction would be even more dramatic. He allowed a faint smile to play at the corners of his mouth, but said nothing further. The joy of being a cheat player was something he felt no need to share with others. After updating his identity jade token, Lu Chen wasted no time and headed straight for the library. Contrary to its legendary reputation, the Shu Shan library was not as grand or imposing as one might imagine. After all, Shu Shan focused primarily on sword cultivation, with its true heritage lying in the sword tomb rather than the library. Most of the books here contained common techniques, while the truly exceptional ones were passed down orally from master to disciple, generation after generation. The profound essence of swordsmanship was something that could rarely be fully conveyed through words. Of course, this didn't mean the library was devoid of treasures. It housed a collection of texts gathered by Shu Shan's predecessors during their travels across the land, encompassing a wide range of traditions from Taoism to Buddhism and Confucianism. However, the quality of these texts varied greatly, and their cultivation requirements differed as well. Many were incomplete fragments. Choosing the right one depended entirely on the individual cultivator's preferences and intuition. Lu Chen wasn't particularly concerned about this. With the system at his disposal, he was confident that divine techniques and supreme skills would eventually be within his grasp. For now, he only needed to select a technique suitable for his current realm to hone his abilities, maximizing his combat power in preparation for future adventures and leveling up. This section contains techniques and spells suitable for the foundation establishment stage. You may choose one of each, but remember, don't be greedy. The attendant advised as he registered Lu Chen's jade token. Rows of ancient bookshelves stood neatly aligned, their surfaces laden with a dazzling array of texts. As Lu Chen casually flipped through a few, he found that the techniques and spells here were indeed highly varied. In addition to Shushan's own Taoist methods, there were also Buddhist and Confucian texts, though most were incomplete. The edges of the books were yellowed, a testament to the countless disciples who had pored over them over the years. Lu Chen didn't entertain the fantasy of stumbling upon a forgotten, world-shattering technique like a protagonist in a novel. In a world where cultivators were anything but foolish, any such treasure would have long been claimed and cultivated. If something truly remarkable were left behind, it would likely come with significant drawbacks or be so challenging to master that it deterred most people. Wait, that's it. I should specifically look for those notoriously difficult techniques. Lu Chen's eyes lit up with realization. After all, with the system, I can boost my experience directly. Cultivation barriers mean nothing to me. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen approached the supervising disciple in charge of the area. After discreetly slipping him a spirit stone, he lowered his voice and asked, "Senior brother, are there any particularly powerful techniques in this library that most people find impossible to cultivate?" "That's quite an unusual request," the disciple replied, a peculiar expression crossing his face. After a moment, he added, "There is indeed such a technique. It's called Hao Ran Sword Qi. It was created by a Confucian sword master and combines the Confucian concept of Hao Ran Qi with magical power. It's highly compatible with Shushan's sword techniques. Every year, countless disciples come to select it, but without exception, none have succeeded in mastering it. Why is that? Isn't it obvious? Hao Ran Qi is incredibly difficult to comprehend, even for Confucian scholars who dedicate their lives to it. And we're a sword cultivation sect, not a Confucian academy. Without understanding Hao Ran Qi, the technique is effectively useless." "I see," Lu Chen murmured, a sly smile forming on his lips. This Hao Ran Sword Qi sounded quite impressive. Confucianism's righteous energy inherently has a strong suppressive effect on all forms of evil, comparable to the Taoist golden light and the Buddhist divine radiance. Lu Chen was well aware of this, and for him, mastering this energy was effortless, only needed to allocate his experience points. "I'll choose this Hao Ran Sword Qi," Lu Chen declared resolutely. A nearby steward disciple sighed and reminded him, "Junior brother, for the sake of these spirit stones, let me warn you one last time. Once you select a cultivation technique, you cannot change it. If you fail to master it, you'll have to find a foundation establishment technique on your own. Thank you for your kind advice, senior brother, but my decision is final." After confirming the Hao Ran Sword Qi, Lu Chen was allowed to choose a sword technique or a spell. He carefully examined many techniques and ultimately selected a popular sword technique called Hanging River Sword Technique. It was an advanced version of the flying sword technique, inspired by the imagery of a celestial river suspended in the sky. If taken to a higher level, it could lead to mastering one of the 7 great sword intents of Shushant Grand River Sword Intent. Having completed his selection, Lu Chen immediately headed to the marketplace to purchase daily necessities and food for Luli. Although he had already reached the foundation establishment stage and could go without food for short periods, Luli had not yet begun cultivating, and he couldn't let the little girl live on steamed buns every day. Just as he left the marketplace, a stranger blocked his path. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s, dressed in luxurious embroidered robes, with a cold yet distinguished demeanor. Lu Chen took a cautious half-step back. "Who might you be?" "No need to be alarmed, junior brother," the man said with a smile, spreading his hands to show his goodwill. "I am Yang Qi, from Yuhing Peak. So it's senior brother Yang." Lu Chen relaxed slightly and cupped his hands in greeting. "What business does senior brother have with me? I noticed you purchasing grains at the market earlier and came to give you something," Yang Qi said, handing him a porcelain bottle. "These are military rations pills. Just one can sustain you for a month without any side effects." Lu Chen accepted the bottle and opened it to inspect its contents. Inside were over a dozen pale yellow pills emitting a rich medicinal fragrance that was invigorating to the senses. These were indeed the military rations pills developed by the Great Qin dynasty for its army. However, Lu Chen was wary of taking pills from strangers, and besides, Luli was still growing and unsuitable for such supplements. "Thank you for your generosity, senior brother, but I won't be needing them for now," Lu Chen politely declined, returning the bottle. Yang Qi did not insist. He sighed in disappointment as Lu Chen walked away. Once Lu Chen was out of sight, Yang Qi crushed the bottle of pills in his hand, his expression turning icy. "It's him. The twin fish pendant is on him, and Lu Chen was most likely killed by him." He paused for a moment, as if listening to someone, then murmured coldly, "Rest assured, master. I've marked his aura. Once he leaves the sect, he won't live to see another day. That Yang Qi seems suspicious. On his way back, Lu Chen couldn't shake off the strange feeling. Earlier, he had casually inquired about Yang Qi and learned that his status within the inner sect of Shushan was quite significant. Yang Qi had joined 3 years ago and displayed extraordinary talent, achieving the foundation establishment stage in just 1 year. Although it was the most basic form of foundation establishment, Yang Qi's luck seemed remarkable, had acquired numerous treasures through various fortuitous encounters. Now, he had already advanced to the late foundation establishment stage and ranked among the top 100 experts in the inner sect. How could someone like that end up hawking military ration pills in the market? Lu Chen furrowed his brows and unconsciously slowed his pace. He had never met Yang Qi before, nor did they have any enmity or conflict of interest. Yet, Yang Qi had deliberately approached him, raising suspicions about his motives. It can't be because I'm too handsome, and he couldn't help himself, right? Lu Chen chuckled at his own joke, shaking his head as he dismissed the pointless speculation. Better to stay cautious. What happened in Lu City serves as a lesson there are troublemakers even within Shushan. Lost in thought, Lu Chen eventually returned to his cave residence in the back mountain. As he pushed the door open, he saw Luli sitting quietly at the entrance, wearing a loose robe and staring off into the distance. After being cleaned up, the young girl looked unexpectedly adorable. Her delicate, porcelain-like face, flawless fair skin, and exquisitely crafted features seemed like a masterpiece of divine artistry, truly breathtaking. Reincarnated celestial being, huh? Her looks are on another level. Did they fine-tune her appearance? Lu Chen mused to himself. Then, placing the bundle in his hand down, he said, I bought you some clothes and daily necessities, as well as some food. By the way, you can cook, right? In ancient times, children often took on responsibilities early, especially girls. By 8 or 9 years old, they were usually capable of handling some household chores, and she clearly wasn't a pampered young lady from a wealthy family. As expected, Luli nodded sensibly. Yes, I can. Good. Then keep yourself busy for a while. I need to focus on my cultivation. Lu Chen kept it brief and headed straight to the courtyard, preparing to train in the Howren sword chi and the Xuanhe sword technique. Since both skills involved swordsmanship, practicing them indoors would be impractical due to the limited space. As Lu Chen opened the two ancient manuals, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the technique Howren sword chi. Current proficiency 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the sword technique Xuanhe sword technique. Current proficiency 0. The content of the techniques imprinted itself in his mind as if he had always known it. However, this was merely the memory of the techniques, akin to photographic recall. To truly put them into practice, he needed to gain experience points to improve their proficiency levels. Although Howren sword chi was incomplete and consisted of only 3 levels, even reaching the first level required 500 experience points. The core technique directly influenced the strength of one's cultivated spiritual power, making it the cornerstone of cultivation. Without hesitation, Lu Chen immediately spent 500 experience points to raise Howren sword chi to the first level. Heaven and earth possess righteous chi, which permeates all forms. As the technique leveled up, a surge of righteous chi welled up in Lu Chen's chest. With each breath, it flowed in and out, accompanied by the circulation of his spiritual power. Although it was just a single strand, its potency far exceeded ordinary spiritual power. He extended his hand, not gripping a sword, but merely aligning 2 fingers together and pointing into the air. The mighty surge of the Howren sword chi burst forth, instantly piercing through the distant stone wall. With a thunderous crash, shards of rock scattered in all directions, leaving a massive gaping hole in its wake. So powerful. Lu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. The sheer force of the Howren sword chi far exceeded his expectations. As one of the strongest techniques of the Confucian school, this sword chi not only boasted incredible explosive power, but likely held other profound uses as well. However, since he had yet to study Confucian classics, these mysteries would have to wait for him to uncover in the future. Checking his system interface, Lu Chen noticed that advancing the Howren sword chi to the 2nd level required a staggering 2,000 experience points. He did a quick calculation and realized he didn't have enough experience points left. Instead, he decided to focus on upgrading the Xuanhe sword technique. While it wasn't as intricate as the Howren sword chi, it required far fewer experience points to level up. Without hesitation, he invested all his remaining 600 experience points into it, instantly upgrading the Xuanhe sword technique to its maximum level. With a swift motion, Lu Chen grasped his flying sword, and it shot out of its scabbard in an instant. The blade trembled, glowing with a silvery radiance. As the sword chi flowed, it resembled a celestial river cascading down from the heavens. The sword moves were unpredictable, sometimes as subtle as an undercurrent, other times as fierce as waves crashing against the shore. It was undeniably far more comprehensive and formidable than ordinary flying sword techniques. Not bad. With my current strength, I should be unbeatable among those at the same cultivation level, Lu Chen said, nodding in satisfaction. His solid foundation in the Taoist path of cultivation, combined with the rare and powerful Howren sword chi and the fully mastered Xuanhe sword technique, created an extraordinary synergy. Although he was only at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, he was confident that if he fought with all his might, he could contend with even latest-stage foundation establishment cultivators. It was time to descend the mountain and take on some demon slaying and monster hunting tasks. As long as he stayed within the Shushan sect's territory, his safety should be assured. By continuously defeating enemies and leveling up, he aimed to condense his golden core as soon as possible. Just as Lu Chen sheathed his sword and prepared to head back for a bath, he noticed Luli squatting by the courtyard gate, staring intently at him. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Lu Chen asked casually, unconcerned since his recent training wasn't anything secretive. "The food is ready," Luli said softly. "Perfect, I'm starving. Let's go. This being your first meal at Shushan, I'll eat with you." However, Luli didn't get up. Instead, she hesitated for a long time, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes before finally mustering the courage to speak. "Brother Lu Chen, can you teach me how to cultivate?" "You want to cultivate?" "What?" Lu Chen asked. "I want to avenge my parents." The young girl's eyes were resolute, though her tone lacked the sorrow one might expect. It seemed she had regained fragments of her memory. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "You want to cultivate, that's fine. But you're still young. You can't let hatred cloud your heart. As for the person who killed your parents, I've already dealt with him myself. You don't need to seek revenge anymore." "No, that's not it. The one you killed was just one of them. There are more of those people down the mountain. I've seen them." Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly. "Are you saying there are more blood corpses? Or do you mean—" It seemed the remnants of the Blood Soul sect in the Shushan region extended beyond just the incident in Luqing. However, matters of such scale where for the sect leader to handlight wasn't something Lu Chen needed to concern himself with. As for the scattered minor threats, he could deal with them as he encountered them, earning experience in the process. "We'll talk about revenge later. But if you want to cultivate, that's not impossible." Lu Chen weighed the situation in his mind. This girl, being the reincarnation of a celestial being, was destined to embark on the path of cultivation sooner or later. If he could establish a karmic connection by teaching her techniques before she awakened her past knowledge, it might prove beneficial in the future. Moreover, given his frequent need to leave the mountain for tasks, he couldn't always take her along. Allowing her to cultivate would give her something to focus on and some ability to protect herself. Since the sect leader had tacitly approved of her staying at Shushan, she could be considered a half-disciple of the sect. Teaching her the introductory technique, Taiching induction chapter, shouldn't pose any issues. With this in mind, Lu Chen nodded and said, "Let's eat first. After the meal, it'll teach you how to cultivate and start refining qi." Dinner was plain vegetable porridge, nothing extraordinary. Lu Chen held a coarse ceramic bowl and spooned the porridge into his mouth, savoring it as if it were a delicacy. After all, for a 9-year-old girl, cooking something like this was already no small feat. She was the reincarnation of a banished celestial, not a god of culinary arts. Seeing Lu Chen finish every last drop of porridge, Luli's face lit up with joy. It made her feel like she finally had some purpose, and her tense little body unconsciously relaxed. Quickly tidying up the dishes, the little girl eagerly followed Lu Chen out to the courtyard, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I will now teach you the foundational qi refining method of Mount Shu, called the Taiching induction chapter," Lu Chen said, lightly tapping his fingertip to his brow. A wisp of spiritual energy shimmered and transmitted the cultivation technique directly into Luli's mind. The little girl closed her eyes, her brows furrowing slightly as she seemed to digest the profound mysteries of the technique. Just as Lu Chen prepared to adopt the authoritative demeanor of the elders who had once taught him, ready to explain this, easy to learn but hard to master, Taoist technique, the scene before him left him stunned. Li had already sat cross-legged, her hands resting before her chest, palms facing upward, with her 5 hearts aligned toward the heavens. As her breathing became rhythmic, waves of spiritual energy began to gather around her. A visible stream of white light flowed between her nose and mouth, and, astonishingly, she had directly developed a sense of qi. Is this the innate talent of a banished celestial? Lu Chen marveled inwardly. He recalled how he had clung to the Taiching induction chapter, laboring for 3 days before barely sensing a trace of qi. If not for the system's assistance in grinding monsters and leveling up, he might still be struggling in the qi refining stage to this day. Even so, he felt no envy. His strength lay in completing tasks and leveling up through the system. At that moment, the system's familiar notification tone chimed, "Ding. Congratulations to the host for transmitting the cultivation technique to Luli and guiding her onto the path of cultivation. Banished Celestial Karma 1. Karma attributes will deepen fate bonds and influence future fortunes." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Whether this karma was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen, but having already saved Luli, there was no avoiding this connection. After about half an incense stick's time, Luli opened her eyes, her entire being radiating a faint spiritual glow, as if she had been reborn. She stretched out her small hands, and a wisp of spiritual energy flickered in her palm like fireflies. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "Brother Lu Chen, look, I did it." Watching her excitement, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. "Brother Lu Chen, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong in my cultivation?" "No." "Then why do you look so unhappy?" "I'm not. Don't make things up. Really, I'm tired. Let's get some sleep." That night, Lu Chen tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Perhaps it was Yang Qi's matter that unsettled him, or perhaps he was still in awe of Lu Li's astonishing talent. Early the next morning, he prepared to leave for training. Before departing, he solemnly instructed, "For the next few days, stay home and take care of yourself. Don't wander around. Especially avoid the cold pool behind the bamboo house. Not go near it under any circumstances." Lu Chen rose and left the bamboo house, heading straight for the Hall of Virtue and Vice. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows at his feet. As the most vital institution of Mount Shu, the Hall of Virtue and Vice bore a unique responsibility, collecting distress signals from surrounding towns and assigning tasks to subdue demons and aid the people to its disciples. Unlike secluded sects that kept to themselves, Mount Shu encouraged its disciples to venture into the mortal world for training. They believed that only by immersing themselves in the mundane world could they accumulate merit and uphold righteousness. The walls of the hall were covered with notices, each detailing reports of demonic disturbances in various regions. These tasks were categorized by difficulty, and only cultivators who had reached the foundation establishment stage and earned the status of inner disciples were qualified to undertake official demon-slaying missions. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the notices until it settled on one. A river demon was wreaking havoc along the banks of the Hengjiang River, devouring fishermen. The mission was graded Ding, and its completion would reward 10 low-grade spirit stones and 100 merit points. He carefully considered it and concluded that, with his current cultivation level, he should be capable of handling it. Junior brother, the disciple in charge of assigning tasks, reminded him, "Although the river demon's cultivation level isn't high, it's adept at hiding. Be cautious." Lu Chen nodded in gratitude and left the Hall of Virtue and Vice, summoning his flying sword. This was his first time truly flying through the skies. The fierce winds rushed against him, and clouds rolled past his sides. The exhilaration of overlooking the vast earth made him deeply understand why so many aspired to immortality. Such freedom and ease were beyond the reach of worldly power. Half a day later, Linjiang town came into view. A mighty river, like a dragon, surged out from the mountains of Sichuan, alternating between calm stretches and raging rapids. As Lu Chen surveyed the terrain, the sound of a baby's cries suddenly rose from the river. Thick white mist rapidly enveloped the entire waterway. "There's demonic energy." Lu Chen's heart tightened, but he welcomed this opportunity to gain experience. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual power and dove down on his sword. The gusts from his sleeves parted some of the mist, revealing the faint silhouette of a giant serpent breaking through the water, sending massive waves skyward. The massive serpent stretched over 100 feet long, as thick as a water barrel. Its entire body was covered in glistening, jade-like white scales that sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. As it moved, it stirred up towering waves, exuding an aura akin to that of a young dragon. In a flash, it surged toward the riverbank. On the river's surface, a wooden plank drifted with the current. Atop it, a swaddled infant wailed in terror, teetering on the brink of falling into the water. "Vile creature, how dare you act so brazenly?" Lu Chen's brows furrowed deeply, and his expression darkened. The infant was clearly a newborn. If it fell prey to the serpent, it would surely perish. Without hesitation, he struck his palm downward. A surge of spiritual energy burst forth, instantly dispersing the white, demonic aura below. Simultaneously, the flying sword beneath his feet shot into the air. Its gleaming blade, sharp as frost, tore through the sky, heading straight for the white serpent. A sharp clang echoed as the sword struck the serpent's scales, sending sparks flying. The serpent recoiled in pain, turning its fierce gaze toward Lu Chen in midair. Yet it did not retaliate immediately. Instead, it lashed its tail, raising a colossal wave that deflected the flying sword, then darted like an arrow toward the infant once more. "Bold of you to continue your wickedness in my presence. You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he decided to hold nothing back. He took a deep breath, channeling his immense spiritual energy into the flying sword. With a powerful slash, he struck once more. Sensing the extraordinary power of the strike, the serpent let out a piercing hiss but did not retreat. Instead, it accelerated toward the wooden plank, opening its jaws wide. Yet, instead of attacking, it carefully clamped onto the plank, lifting the infant high above the water. Lu Chen froze in surprise at the sight and quickly withdrew most of his power, redirecting the sword's trajectory to avoid the serpent's vital spots. The blade struck its tail instead, shattering scales and sending blood spraying into the air. Even with its strength diminished, the strike severely injured the serpent, whose cultivation was equivalent to that of a human cultivator at the 4th or 5th level of chi refinement. Writhing and thrashing in pain, the serpent's blood stained the river red. Yet it held firmly onto the wooden plank, gingerly delivering the infant to the shore. Only after ensuring the infant's safety did it collapse in exhaustion, gazing at Lu Chen with a mix of fear and caution. It turned out the white serpent had not intended harm, but was trying to save the child. As someone who had watched countless tales of gods and demons in his previous life, Lu Chen finally understood. Humans possess both good and evil, and so do demons. It is wrong to judge them all the same. Even with a system at your disposal, one must not blindly pursue results without discernment. Doing so would stray from the true purpose of vanquishing evil and upholding righteousness. What meaning would there be in attaining immortality if it leads to such a deviation? One day, the heart demon would inevitably strike back. With this thought, Lu Chen's sharp killing intent gradually subsided. He lowered his gaze to the snow-white serpent demon in the river below, his voice softening. So, you were trying to save someone. For a demon to possess such kindness is truly rare, Lu Chen murmured. It seems there was a misunderstanding earlier. Rest assured, heaven values life. Since you have committed no harm, I will not take your life. As his words fell, he raised his wrist slightly. The gleaming sword that had been hovering menacingly in midair instantly whizzed back into its sheath with a sharp sound. The white serpent in the river felt the oppressive aura dissipate as the sword's light vanished. A look of relief flickered in its eyes. It quickly coiled its slender body, preparing to dive into the water and leave. Wait! Lu Chen suddenly called out. The serpent froze, its entire body trembling. Fear filled its eyes as it wondered if the sword-wielding immortal had changed his mind. It hesitated, torn between fleeing for its life or fighting desperately. As the serpent wavered in uncertainty, Lu Chen's figure descended like a drifting leaf, landing lightly until he was at eye level with the creature. Standing effortlessly atop the waves, he gazed at the serpent with a calm and gentle expression. I acted without full understanding and injured you. That was my fault. In light of your compassionate heart, I will grant you a chance for transformation today. As he spoke, Lu Chen extended a long, slender finger and lightly pressed it to the serpent's brow. A faint light shimmered as he imparted a trace of his spiritual power, aiding the serpent in further awakening its intelligentsia process known as enlightenment. Given Lu Chen's current level of cultivation, his power was sufficient only to enlighten a minor demon like this one that had just embarked on the path of cultivation. While the effect was limited, his gesture carried a deeper meaning, to instill in the serpent the principle that good deeds are rewarded. It was a way to plant the seed of virtue in its heart, encouraging it to tread the righteous path. If the serpent were to achieve significant cultivation in the future, it would be less likely to stray into malevolence, potentially attaining positive fruition. For the surrounding villagers, this was a blessing. For Lu Chen, it was an act of merit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully enlightened the white serpent, granting it clarity of mind. Karma 1. Upholding justice with righteousness. Heart resonance achieved. Power and sword chi comprehension 1. There's a reward for this. Lu Chen paused, momentarily surprised by the system's prompt, before a smile of quiet delight spread across his face. Initially, he had only wanted to make amends for hastily striking the serpent without understanding the situation, feeling a sense of guilt. He hadn't expected that this act of enlightenment would resonate with the principles of heir and righteousness, enhancing his cultivation insight. It was a pleasant surprise. With my heart aligned, the flow of heir and righteousness feels smoother. It seems that performing more acts like this will truly unlock the full potential and wonder of this power, Lu Chen reflected inwardly. Meanwhile, the white serpent, touched by the spiritual energy, felt its once clouded mind suddenly clear. For a beast to awaken its intelligence and begin cultivating as a demon was typically a long and arduous process. Lu Chen's act of enlightenment had saved it decades of aimless wandering. Whimper. The white serpent was overwhelmed with gratitude. Its body writhed in the water, creating ripples and splashes. Lowering its massive head, it imitated human gestures by bowing repeatedly, as if expressing its thanks for Lu Chen's kindness. Good deeds are rewarded. This is the way of the heavens, Lu Chen said with a gentle smile, nodding. Then, his expression turned solemn. But remember, if you achieve great cultivation in the future, do not forget the kindness you showed today. Use your power to benefit others and accumulate virtue. Only then will you fulfill your destiny. If you choose to do evil instead, the mighty swords of Mount Shu will serve as divine retribution. There will be no mercy. Whimper. The white serpent nodded repeatedly, signaling it would never dare to forget. The terrifying power of Lu Chen's earlier sword strike still lingered in its memory, the wound on its tail a painful reminder. For a long time, that strike would remain etched in its mind, deterring it from any thought of wrongdoing. All right, you may leave now. After all, you are still in a demon's form. If humans see you, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. As for the child, I will ensure he is reunited with his family and taken care of, Lu Chen said, gesturing dismissively. The white serpent obeyed immediately, disappearing into the water without hesitation. Lu Chen then landed gracefully on the riverbank, carefully cradling the infant in his arms. Just then, he noticed a couple dressed as fishermen rushing toward him from a distance, their faces filled with worry. Our child, my child, my dear child. The woman's desperate cries pierced the stillness as the couple raced along the riverbank, their eyes filled with urgency. Finally, they spotted the baby cradled in Lu Chen's arms, the sound of the infant's wails reaching their ears and bringing a wave of relief to their hearts. It was a disciple of Mount Shu. Upon seeing Lu Chen's attire, the couple immediately fell to their knees, bowing deeply, their foreheads striking the ground with force. In the lands of Shu, Mount Shu held a reverence far exceeding that of the imperial court. To ordinary folk like them, Mount Shu was nothing less than a sacred guardian, and its disciples were figures of veneration. Lu Chen gestured for them to rise, but he did not immediately return the child. Instead, he asked calmly, "Are you the parents of this child? If you are, how could you let such a young one fall into the river?" His tone carried a hint of reproach, and a faint, almost imperceptible chill flashed in his eyes. There was a subtle resonance in Lu Chen's heart, a connection to his own past. He, too, had been an orphan, abandoned by his parents, enduring great hardship before finally being accepted into Mount Shu. Though he did not overtly express these emotions, they lingered in the undertones of his words. The woman hurriedly wiped her tears and, with a voice trembling with sorrow, explained, "Immortal master, please understand. My husband and I are fishermen from Linjiang town. We make a living by fishing and spend most of our time on the boat, so the child has to stay with us. Earlier, while we were fishing upstream, a sudden storm struck, breaking our boat apart. We barely escaped with our lives, and there was no time to save the child. The current carried him downstream. If I could choose, I would rather die than let my child face such danger." She choked on her words, sobbing. The couple looked utterly disheveled, their voices heavy with genuine regret and fear, clearly having survived a harrowing ordeal. Lu Chen studied them carefully. Though he began to believe their story, he still pressed further. "If you claim to be the child's parents, do you have any proof?" The woman nodded eagerly. "Yes. The child has a lotus-shaped birthmark on his foot." "A lotus-shaped birthmark?" Lu Chen frowned and gently unwrapped the swaddling cloth to take a closer look. Sure enough, on the baby's tiny, tender foot, a vivid red lotus bloomed, as if etched by the hand of a divine being, exuding an air of mystery and antiquity. Lu Chen paused, taken aback. This birthmark was no ordinary feature. It seemed more like a mark bestowed by the heavens, brimming with a sense of enigmatic power. At that moment, the baby, who had been crying incessantly, suddenly stopped and began to giggle. The sound was crisp and joyous, as if this little life was untouched by the troubles of the world, evoking a gentle tenderness in those who heard it. Lu Chen's heart tightened as a wave of inexplicable astonishment washed over him. This child was no ordinary being. Born with a lotus underfoot, the infant was likely destined for an extraordinary fate. Could this be a sign of some impending upheaval in the natural order? He briefly considered the possibility, but finding no immediate answers, he dismissed the thought. A glance at the system interface showed no triggered events or karmic enhancements. After confirming the child's identity, Lu Chen nodded, his tone softening. "This child has survived a great ordeal and is destined for blessings in the future. However, you must take better care to avoid such dangers again." With that, he gently handed the baby back to the woman. The couple received the child with trembling hands, holding the warm, fragile life close to their hearts. Tears of gratitude streamed down their faces as they repeatedly expressed their thanks to Lu Chen. "Thank you, Immortal Master. We will never forget your kindness in saving our child." Lu Chen shook his head lightly and replied with detachment. "The one who truly saved your child was not me." He gestured toward the river, his deep gaze carrying a hint of mystery. "In this great river, there is a white serpent. It was the one who saved your child." "A white serpent?" The couple froze, clearly startled by this revelation. To them, creatures like serpents were often seen as malevolent beings, hardly associated with acts of salvation. Lu Chen nodded slightly. "Even among demons, there is good and evil. This white serpent possesses wisdom and virtue. I merely guided it. If you encounter it again in the future, do not be alarmed. Should you find yourselves in trouble, you may even seek its help." Hearing this, the couple finally understood, their hearts swelling with awe and respect. "So that's how it is. The Immortal Master's words are wise. We will remember this always." "Very well, take care." With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen turned and disappeared into the tranquil landscape by the river. The couple nodded repeatedly. In their hearts, while demons were indeed terrifying, the disciples of Mount Shu were revered like divine beings. Since the Immortal Master had spoken so, The white snake must be different from ordinary demons. If they were to encounter it again in the future, they would surely show their gratitude for saving their child. Seeing that everything was explained clearly, Lu Chen immediately asked, "Are you fishermen from Linjiang Town?" "Yes, we are," the couple replied. "Perfect. I am heading to Linjiang Town to subdue demons. I've heard rumors of a river demon causing trouble there. Is that true?" "It is true, Immortal Master," they answered. "All right, then let us head to Linjiang Town together. You can tell me more about this river demon along the way." Lu Chen decided to forego his sword flight and traveled along the river with the couple. Along the way, they recounted the strange events of half a month ago. A river demon had suddenly appeared in the waters near Linjiang Town. It attacked fishing boats, devoured fishermen, and even ambushed travelers passing by the riverbank. Forced to survive, the fishermen had no choice but to venture upstream to fish, just like this couple. Anyone dragged into the water by the river demon never lived to tell the tale. With nowhere else to turn, we sought help from Mount Shu, begging the immortal masters to descend the mountain and rid us of this demon. The couple's voices were filled with desperation. Lu Chen nodded silently. Although he had a general understanding of the situation, he still knew very little about the river demon itself. Folktales were abundant. Some claimed it was a water ghost, others a malevolent fish spirit, and some even said it was a flood dragon descended to the mortal realm. The only concrete clue was the demon's peculiar fondness. It seemed to have an affinity for singing. The earliest attacked fishing boats had all been singing fishing songs when disaster struck, and even the riverside tea houses and brothels known for their songs had not been spared. A river demon that loves music? Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. As they talked, Linjiang Town came into view. It was a small town that had grown from a cluster of fishing villages, built along the river. Due to the modest income of the fishermen, the town's buildings were rather simple. With the river demon wreaking havoc, the streets looked particularly desolate and bleak. If the demon wasn't dealt with soon, the townsfolk would likely have no choice but to face starvation or flee. The Immortal Master is here. The Mount Shu Immortal Master has come to save us. Finally, our prayers have been answered. The Immortal Master is so young. I wonder if he can really. Watch your tongue. A sword immortal of Mount Shu is not someone we mere mortals can doubt. Lu Chen's arrival was like a clap of thunder, instantly igniting hope throughout the entire town. Men, women, the elderly, and children poured into the streets, kneeling and bowing in reverence. For the first time, Lu Chen felt the profound respect Mount Shu commanded among the common folk. Looking at the sincere faces of these simple people, he felt no pride, only a heavier sense of responsibility on his shoulders. Perhaps this was the true purpose of Mount Shu disciples, to bring hope and protection to the common people. At this moment, Lu Chen was the beacon of hope for all of Linjiang Town. Lu Chen's arrival brought immense joy to the people of Linjiang Town. The streets were lined with townsfolk who had gathered spontaneously to welcome him, their faces glowing with anticipation. Under the renowned reputation of the Shushan Sword Immortal, such a reception was only to be expected. The Sword Immortal has arrived. Linjiang Town is finally saved. An elderly man with a stooped figure emerged from the crowd, his hair gray and his face weathered by the years. "My surname is Wang, and I humbly serve as the head of Linjiang Town. Greetings, Immortal Master." Lu Chen's gaze fell on the elderly man, who appeared to be nearing 70. He stepped forward quickly to help him up. "Elder Wang, there's no need for such formalities. As a disciple of Shushan, it is my duty to subdue demons and protect the people. Immortal Master, you must be weary from your journey. We have prepared the finest food and wine to welcome you. I am here to eliminate the demon, not to indulge. Let us dispense with these mortal rituals." Lu Chen interrupted firmly. He was well aware that many disciples from immortal sects often accepted offerings from mortals under the pretense of upholding justice. While not entirely wrong after all, it was reasonable for those who eradicated evil to receive compensation. Couldn't ignore the modest attire of the townspeople, which reflected their humble living conditions. There was no need to burden them further. More importantly, he didn't want to waste time. "Where does the river demon usually appear? Take me there." Elder Wang was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had encountered someone from an immortal sect who was so direct and uninterested in rewards or enjoyment. "Immortal Master, your noble character commands great respect. However, the river demon's movements are unpredictable, and its current whereabouts are unknown. With the vast waters of the Hengjiang River, it may be difficult to locate." "That's not a problem. Just lead the way, and he'll handle the rest." Seeing Lu Chen's resolute attitude, Elder Wang refrained from saying more and began leading him toward the area where the river demon was most often sighted. A large crowd of townsfolk followed closely behind, eager to witness the Shushan Sword Immortal's methods for subduing the demon. Lu Chen did not stop them. Since the demon resided in the water, there was no danger as long as they stayed away from the riverbank. Allowing the people to see the demon's defeat with their own eyes would not only put their minds at ease, but also help spread Shushan's reputation. Before long, the group arrived at the harbor outside the town. Due to the river demon's presence, the The fishing boats docked there had not ventured out to sea for days and remained tied to the shore. The harbor, connected to the Hengjiang River, curved outward in the shape of a crescent moon. At this moment, the water's surface was calm, with no trace of demonic energy. Lu Chen surveyed the surroundings and said, "Prepare a small boat, a bushel of glutinous rice, a bundle of straw, and an old set of clothes." As someone experienced in dealing with exorcists and monks, Elder Wang understood that such items were often required for rituals. Without asking further, he immediately instructed the townsfolk to gather the requested items. Lu Chen had no intention of performing any ritual. He merely needed to use these methods to lure the river demon out. The group quickly set to work, gathering glutinous rice, straw, clothing, and other items, arranging them neatly by the riverbank. After carefully inspecting each item and confirming everything was in order, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Later, move back and stay far from the water. Lu Chen instructed the group, his voice steady as his gaze swept over them. Also, find a woman with a pleasant voice to go to the pavilion over there and play the qin while singing. The river demon is drawn to music. Everyone understood this well and nodded in agreement, immediately sending someone to arrange for a songstress to prepare. Once everything was ready, Lu Chen wasted no time. Forming hand seals with his fingers, he activated his spiritual power. With a light and graceful movement, he landed steadily on a small boat that had been prepared in advance. Carrying a long sword on his back, his hands clasped behind him, he stood as upright as a pine tree. Without using an oar, he lightly tapped his foot, and the small boat shot forward like an arrow, cutting through the waves as it headed toward the center of the river. Standing on the boat, Lu Chen's sharp eyes scanned the surface of the river. The water was deep and dark, revealing nothing below. Since he had not yet mastered the Taoist ability of heavenly vision, he could not directly detect the river demon's location. However, he had come prepared. Lu Chen scooped up a handful of glutinous rice, infused it with his spiritual power, and scattered it across the water. Instead of sinking, the grains sparkled under the influence of his power, floating on the surface like fishing bobbers. If there were any demonic energy below, these bobbers would react and reveal the demon's position. But baiting a fish requires more than just bobbers, it also needs bait. Lu Chen formed a hand seal with one hand, channeling his spiritual energy. The straw prepared on the riverbank rose into the air, swiftly forming a humanoid shape. The nearby clothing followed suit, flying over to dress the straw figure. These garments, once worn by people, carried human scent. With a burst of spiritual energy, the straw figure leapt into the water, flailing and splashing as if a person had accidentally fallen in. For a while, the straw figure thrashed in the water, but the grains floating nearby remained unresponsive. Lu Chen frowned slightly, pondering the situation. Could it be that the river demon isn't in this area? No, that doesn't seem right. The bait might not be enticing enough, he thought, his gaze sharpening. The river demon might not kill just for food. The key could be the music. With this realization, he turned toward the pavilion by the riverbank and gestured. A young songstress in a green dress, noticing his signal, nodded nervously. She picked up her pipa and lightly plucked the strings. The melody, gentle and ethereal, floated across the river. The river demon is coming. The townsfolk by the river grew tense upon hearing the music. They all knew that the demon would be drawn to the sound, but they could only hope that the young immortal from Mount Shu could vanquish it. As the crowd grew more anxious, the calm river surface suddenly rippled. The grains scattered across the water began to tremble in unison, emitting a clear, bell-like sound as they glowed brightly. In the next moment, powerful undercurrents surged beneath the surface, forming a massive whirlpool. The whirlpool pulled the straw figure under in an instant, swallowing it whole. The river demon. It's here. Everyone stay back. Don't go near the water. The townsfolk cried out in alarm, retreating hastily. The songstress in the pavilion stopped singing in fright, clutching her pipa as she hurriedly fled downstairs. On the boat, Lu Chen's eyes sharpened, his stance unwavering. Finally, it shows itself. Let's see what kind of beast dares to stir up trouble here. Before his words had fully faded, Lu Chen raised his hand and waved his sleeve. A sharp burst of sword energy shot forth, piercing straight into the depths of the river. Come out. Water splashed violently, and a low, thunderous roar rumbled from beneath the surface, shaking the river. Moments later, blood churned up from below, and a large, palm-sized scale floated to the surface. A fish scale. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, preparing to strike again. But before he could act, the small boat beneath his feet suddenly jolted violently. A surge of immense demonic power erupted from below, surging upward like a volcanic explosion. With a deafening crash, the demonic force shattered the wooden boat into pieces. Boom! Water splashed everywhere, waves surging like mountains. The wooden boat beneath Lu Chen's feet suddenly shattered. In the next instant, a dark shadow burst out of the water, exuding a menacing aura. Its fangs were as sharp as blades, and its massive, gaping mouth opened wide, lunging straight at Lu Chen. The onlookers on the riverbank gasped in horror. Many were seeing a river demon for the first time, their faces pale with fear, unable to utter a word. The river demon turned out to be an enormous black fish, over 30 feet long. Its bloated, grotesque body was covered in strange lumps beneath its thick scales. Its fins resembled sharp, white bones, unyieldingly hard. The massive fish head, nearly as large as the rest of its body, bore blood-red eyes that glowed with malice. Its cavernous mouth, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, resembled a gaping abyss, terrifying in its ferocity. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, a chill running through his heart. The oppressive energy emanating from the creature was far beyond that of an ordinary demon. It felt more like a vengeful spirit born of wrongful death. His brows furrowed deeply. In the blink of an eye, the black fish demon had leapt 3 stories above the water, its jaws wide open as it pounced at Lu Chen. Yet he remained calm, stepping into the air as if crushing the weight of a mountain beneath him. His movements were steady and commanding, his power erupting in an instant. With a resounding crack, Lu Chen's foot shattered the demon's fangs. With a pained shriek, the massive creature fell back into the river like a cannonball, sending waves crashing skyward. Impressive. The immortal master is incredible. The river demon has been subdued. Cheers erupted from the crowd on the riverbank. Seeing the black fish demon subdued with a single strike, their tension finally eased. Moments ago, they had feared that Lu Chen might be devoured in one gulp, but now their worries were dispelled by his effortless victory. However, the river demon proved to be cunning. In the water, it moved as swiftly as a dragon in the sea, diving into the depths of the river and vanishing without a trace. A cold smile flickered across Lu Chen's face as he descended lightly, his toes barely brushing the water's surface. His power surged, and a phantom of a lotus bloomed beneath him, supporting his steps as he moved steadily, as if walking on solid ground. "Think you can escape?" he murmured coldly, his voice like thunder, his energy surging like a storm. With a sudden stomp, the river quaked as if struck by a mighty force. Ripples spread outward in waves, reverberating like the tolling of ancient bells, shaking the entire surface of the water. Towering waves rose all around. In the next moment, the flying sword in Lu Chen's hand shot into the air, its tip plunging precisely into the depths below. In an instant, the sword's gleam pierced through the water, drawing a streak of blood as it struck the river demon. A guttural roar of pain echoed from beneath the surface. The black fish thrashed like a wounded beast, its malevolent aura surging wildly. The entire river seemed to boil, bubbles rising and bursting in chaos. Just then, a black rope suddenly erupted from the water, writhing like a venomous serpent. It lashed out with ferocious force, stirring up wind and waves. Originally part of a sunken boat, the rope had been corrupted by the demon's malevolent energy, transforming into a deadly weapon. Its sharpness and destructive power were enough to tear through fishing boats with ease. The ferocious strike instantly shattered several nearby vessels. Tricks like this? Laughable. Lu Chen sneered, unimpressed. With a flick of his sleeve, his flying sword descended like a celestial river. Sword light rained down like a storm, severing the rope in an instant. The sword's energy crashed into the river, sending ripples surging outward. The water churned violently, waves towering in its wake. The river demon moved with incredible agility in the water, darting left and right like a swimming dragon. Though the rain of swords struck it in several places, it merely shattered a few scales without causing any fatal injuries. Seeing the dark shadow retreating toward the deeper waters, Lu Chen frowned. This river demon's cultivation level was at most at the early foundation establishment stage, far inferior to his own in terms of power and techniques. Yet in the water, it moved as if in its natural element, making it a challenging opponent. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. "Since you like hiding in the water, I'll make sure you have nowhere to hide." The righteous sword energy within him erupted with a thunderous force, channeling into his flying sword. In an instant, a dazzling, blazing sword beam 10 feet long shot skyward, like a radiant sun cutting through the heavens. The sword strike descended with unstoppable momentum, its brilliance blinding, as if splitting the entire river in half. The surging waves froze in place, and the dark fish lurking below had nowhere to escape. It was violently flung out of the water by the fierce sword energy, its scales and fins utterly shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen's flying sword streaked like lightning, piercing through the river demon's mouth and exiting its body. Blood rained down as the dark fish crashed heavily into the water, now just a lifeless corpse floating on the surface. Cheers erupted from the riverbank. "It's dead. Amazing. The river demon is vanquished. You can fish again. The sword immortal of Shushan truly lives up to his name. Such a display of power is awe-inspiring. So cool. If only the immortal master would favor me, I'd die happy." At that moment, a system notification sounded. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the river demon black fish spirit. You have obtained the water manipulation technique and gained 1,000 experience points." Lu Chen calculated silently. 1,000 experience points wasn't bad, and although the water manipulation technique wasn't rare, it would allow him to move freely in water, a significant advantage against aquatic monsters. As he examined the corpse of the black fish, a wisp of black malevolent energy slowly drifted out. Lu Chen frowned and quickly captured the energy, only to discover, to his surprise, that it contained a fragment of a human soul. Focusing his gaze, fragmented images emerged from the malevolent energy. A humble and honest fisherman saving a singing girl who had attempted to drown herself by the river. The two fell in love and married. Though the fisherman was poor, he treated her with sincere affection. Tragically, the girl could not endure a life of poverty and secretly became involved with a wealthy merchant. To make matters worse, the merchant, seeking to cover his tracks, persuaded the girl to use her singing to lure the fisherman to the riverbank, where he was drowned with a rope. The fisherman's corpse was devoured by river creatures, and his resentment and malevolence intertwined, transforming him into a river demon that preyed upon those who listened to music, seeking vengeance for his bitter grudge. Emotions linger, and grievances remain unresolved. Lu Chen gazed at the flickering images within the remnants of the vengeful spirit before him and let out a faint sigh. The resentment and unwillingness emanating from the fragmented soul were palpable, but time had eroded much of the fisherman's essence, leaving his identity untraceable. This tangled web of emotions and grudges could only dissolve into a long, sorrowful sigh. Reflecting on the fisherman's virtuous life and his tragic end, his body sinking into the river, his flesh consumed by fish and shrimp, and his bones forever lost to the depths, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. If such resentment were left unchecked, it might eventually give rise to an entity far more terrifying than any river demon. Life is fraught with emotions, grudges, and regrets. While not everything goes as one wishes, there is always a measure of justice in the world. Since this matter has come to my attention, let me help you find release. With a determined expression, Lu Chen formed intricate hand seals, his body radiating immense spiritual energy. The righteous aura surged around him like a tidal wave as he activated his newly mastered water manipulation technique. The sword by his side trembled intensely. Open! At his command, it was as if the decree of a deity had been issued. With a deafening roar, the raging river seemed to part under an invisible hand. Waves surged upward, revealing a narrow path leading to the riverbed. Fish and shrimp leapt and darted through the cascading walls of water, creating a spectacular scene. Given his current level of cultivation, Lu Chen could not part the entire river or lift the water entirely. Instead, he used his water manipulation technique to carve out this single passage. In a flash, he dove into the river's depths. On the riverbank, the onlookers murmured in confusion. The immortal master has already vanquished the river demon. Why would he enter the water again? Isn't it dangerous to venture into the river so recklessly? Have no fear. The immortal master possesses great powers. There must be a deeper purpose behind his actions. Lu Chen descended swiftly with the current as the riverbed grew darker. Fortunately, his righteous aura shielded him, radiating a luminous glow that illuminated his surroundings. Swaying water plants, darting fish, and occasional remnants of sunken ships and animal bones came into view. He even glimpsed the remains of those who had drowned, though none exuded the malevolent energy he sought. Suddenly, an ancient stone stele emerged from the shadows among the riverbed rocks. The stele was entirely black, its material neither gold nor iron, yet unlike anything he had encountered before. Lu Chen approached it cautiously, but despite exerting his full power, he could not move it an inch. 9 intricate symbols were inscribed on the stele, resembling ancient oracle bone script, yet carrying the essence of this world's arcane talismans. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for discovering the water-sealing stele. You have unlocked the 9-word mantra symbols. These were the true 9-word mantra of Taoism, with each symbol containing profound divine power. If he could unravel their secrets, he would gain mastery over all talismanic and sealing techniques in existence. Lu Chen's mind wandered to the accounts he had once read in the sect leader's study. They spoke of the great flood 5 centuries ago that submerged mountains and caused widespread devastation. A mighty cultivator from the eastern sea was said to have, controlling floods and saving lives, a legendary figure from the past once subdued rivers with a wave of his hand, leaving behind immeasurable merit. He even inscribed a stone stele to suppress the waters, ensuring peace for the rivers of the region. Unexpectedly, the legend turned out to be true. The stele was hidden beneath the waters of the Hengjiang River. If not for Lu Chen's decision to dive into the riverbed to honor the spirit of a fisherman, this secret might have remained buried forever. As fate would have it, his kind act was rewarded. The mysterious power of the 9-character incantation engraved on the stele intrigued him, prompting him to study it further upon his return. Lu Chen nodded slightly and bowed deeply before the ancient stele. The faintly visible inscriptions on it bore testimony to the great deeds of the figure who had once safeguarded the people. For 500 years, the stele had suppressed the river's currents, and Hengjiang had not seen a single flood in all that time. Such a monumental achievement commanded respect. The 9-character inscription on the stele could even be considered a supreme magical artifact, but Lu Chen's current abilities were insufficient to remove it. Even if he could, he dared not act recklessly. The stele was akin to the legendary stabilizing needle of the seas, holding the waters of the Shu region in balance. Disturbing it would undoubtedly bring disaster. How could he risk repeating Sun Wukong's mistake, causing chaos for personal gain and endangering countless innocent lives? The repercussions of such actions were inescapable. With this in mind, Lu Chen did not linger. His limited abilities meant he could not remain underwater for long. Rising to his feet, he resumed his search for the fisherman's remains. Before long, he discovered the fisherman's skeleton among the wreckage of a sunken ship entangled in ropes. Due to the passage of time, the skeleton was fragmented, with only a pitch-black skull remaining. The eye sockets of the skull emanated a sinister energy. If left unchecked, this malice would transform into a powerful demon within a decade, wreaking havoc. Lu Chen's heart tightened as he sighed deeply. Harboring resentment only leads to endless torment. Instead of succumbing, why not seek release, he said. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped the skull in his magical energy, lifting it toward the surface. At the same time, he extended his power to retrieve the bones of other drowned souls, bringing them to the water's surface along with the skull. On the riverbank, the villagers had been anxiously awaiting the return of the immortal master. To their horror, a blackened skull suddenly emerged from the water, leaving them pale with fright. Soon after, more and more skeletal remains surfaced, floating to the surface one after another. A quick count revealed more than a dozen skeletons. Seeing the commotion, Lu Chen immediately sought to calm them. Do not be alarmed, everyone. These are the remains of those who drowned in the river over the years. As for this blackened skull, it belonged to a fisherman who died unjustly. His flesh was consumed by the river's creatures, and the lingering malice transformed into a river demon. Leaping out of the water, he briefly explained the situation before asking, "Does anyone here recognize this fisherman?" "I do." An elderly village elder, Wang Lao, replied softly. "He was my distant cousin. I never imagined it was really him. I heard about his misfortune back then, but we were all poor folk, unable to seek justice for him." Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before asking, "What became of the merchant and the songstress?" Wang Lao sighed. "They're both dead. Not long after my cousin drowned, the merchant lost interest in the songstress and cast her out. With nowhere to go and consumed by guilt, she didn't dare join my cousin in death beneath the river. In the end, she threw herself into a well. As for the merchant, he went bankrupt soon after and died miserably far from home." Lu Chen nodded. "Both dead? It seems justice has been served." With a hint of melancholy in his voice, he instructed the villagers to retrieve the skeletons and gather them at the dock. Personally stepping forward, Lu Chen summoned his magical flames to incinerate the remains completely. To dust, to earth. The deeds of the past, the cycle of karma, all shall be judged by the underworld, he murmured, closing his eyes in silent prayer. As he recited a chant for the departed, the blue smoke from the flames rose gently into the sky. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the fire. The fisherman's spirit knelt and bowed to Lu Chen before drifting away peacefully. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have released the soul and remains of the departed, gaining 1 merit." And with that, all was calm once more. As Lu Chen performed the rites to guide the fisherman's soul to rest, faint wisps of blue smoke slowly rose into the air. Amidst the hazy mist, a weak golden light suddenly flickered. The light, as thin as a thread, swayed gently in the breeze and coiled around his fingertips. This golden light was the power of Merida, a wholly unexpected reward. Lu Chen's heart lifted with joy. Merit was a rare and precious gift for those on the path of cultivation. Whether in Taoism, Buddhism, or Confucianism, merit was held in high regard. It represented the union of virtuous deeds and a benevolent heart, the harmony between intention and action. It was heaven's reward for the virtuous, mysterious, intangible, and yet immensely beneficial. Merit could ward off evil, protect one's body, and improve one's fortune. With sufficient merit, one could even avert calamity and escape deadly tribulations. At its pinnacle, the accumulation of immense merit could lead to enlightenment and the ultimate spiritual attainment. The more merit, the better. Though the golden light before him was modest, it was still an invisible aid. Lu Chen nodded subtly to himself, forming a new resolve. From this moment on, whenever he encountered opportunities to do good and accumulate merit, he would seize them without hesitation to further his cultivation. This trip to Linjiang town brought Lu Chen more than just merit. Most importantly, he had obtained the 9-character mantra runes. The power contained within these runes far surpassed ordinary divine techniques, and would be an invaluable asset on his path of cultivation. His heart now brimmed with urgency, eager to find a quiet place to study the runes and deepen his strength. Just then, the voice of village chief Wang Lao rang out once more. "Immortal master, you have worked tirelessly, slaying demons and delivering the innocent souls to peace. Your deeds are immeasurable in merit. We've specially prepared a feast in your honor and humbly invite you to join us as a token of our gratitude." As soon as Wang Lao finished speaking, the surrounding townsfolk chimed in enthusiastically, their eyes filled with respect and warmth. Seeing this, Lu Chen, though not one to easily refuse the kindness of others, smiled gently and nodded in agreement. "How could I decline such heartfelt intentions?" he replied. With that, he joined the crowd and headed toward the finest tavern in Linjiang town. The tavern was alive with celebratory chatter as the townsfolk rejoiced in the death of the river demon. The air buzzed with excitement, some sang, others danced, and the atmosphere was jubilant. Lu Chen shared in their joy, sipping a few cups of rice wine. After some time, he politely excused himself, citing the toll his magical exertions had taken, and requested a quiet room from Wang Lao to rest. While the tavern bustled with noise and cheer, Lu Chen's mind had already drifted elsewhere. He longed for a quiet space to collect his thoughts and focus. Meanwhile, downstairs in the tavern's main hall, the townsfolk continued to discuss Lu Chen's heroic feat of slaying the river demon. Their voices were filled with awe and admiration. "That righteous sword energy, its power is unmatched." Even Lu Chen fell to it, someone exclaimed. Amidst the crowd, a man's eyes grew cold as he stared intently toward the upstairs room. This man was none other than Yang Qi, who had once crossed paths with Lu Chen. Now, with the help of the double fish pendant, Yang Qi had altered his appearance, taking on the guise of an unremarkable middle-aged man. Blending seamlessly into the crowd, no one recognized him. As he recalled the formidable power Lu Chen had displayed when defeating the river demon, Yang Qi had initially contemplated striking him down. However, the presence of so many townsfolk, coupled with Lu Chen's evident strength, made him hesitate. Now, with Lu Chen alone upstairs, Yang Qi saw his chance. That righteous sword energy, majestic and overwhelming, it even suppresses malevolent spirits, Yang Qi muttered to himself, his gaze flickering with malice. "If I rely solely on the sword techniques of Mount Shu, I might not be able to defeat him. But if I can taint the righteousness within his cultivation, cloud his sword heart, then he'll have an opening." Having devised a plan, Yang Qi turned toward a beautiful young woman in a corner of the tavern. His eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he moved silently toward her. The girl suddenly felt an oppressive force weigh down on her, as though an invisible power had bound her tightly. Her legs refused to move, and her eyes reflected confusion and unease. Meanwhile, Yang Qi's lips curled into a cold smile. Upstairs in the private room, Lu Chen sat at the table, quietly opening his system interface to take stock of his gains from this journey. After a fierce battle with the river demon, Lu Chen had only gained 1,000 experience points. This amount was sufficient to advance his cultivation to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm, but he chose not to. As a cultivator blessed by the heavenly Tao, his spiritual power was already over 10 times stronger than others at the same level. Even at the early stage of foundation establishment, he could effortlessly suppress cultivators at the late stage, or even those who had achieved perfection. At this moment, his gaze fell on the 9-syllable mantra runes. While the might of the Howren sword Qi was impressive, the experience cost to enhance it was exorbitant. By comparison, the 9-syllable mantra runes were the optimal choice for boosting his combat prowess. Though not strictly classified as a skill, the system had recorded the mantra and allowed him to comprehend it further by expending experience points. Before him, the 9-syllable mantra unfolded like a transparent scroll. 9 ancient golden characters: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing hovered in midair, sparkling like stars in a constellation. Each rune contained unique mysteries, granting extraordinary powers and incantations once mastered. Lu Chen selected the first character, Lin, without hesitation. The system prompted him that 1,000 experience points were required for an initial comprehension. Despite the high cost, he immediately confirmed his choice. In an instant, the Lin rune transformed into a golden light and merged into his body. Suddenly, knowledge about the ancient character flowed into his mind. The Lin character symbolized stability of body and mind, remaining unshaken even in dire situations, and provided a 1 enhancement to physical strength. He also gained access to several talismans, such as the Calm Talisman, Immobilization Talisman, Golden Body Talisman, and Strength Talisman. However, the more profound divine ability, Descent of the Heavenly God, required further comprehension to unlock. Golden light coursed through his body, and Lu Chen felt his vitality surge and his physique strengthen. The knowledge of over a dozen talismanic spells surged into his mind, as if he had been born with them. Unlike traditional Taoist talismans, which required a tedious crafting process, his mastery of the rune's essence allowed him to draw talismans in the air with a simple activation of his spiritual power, forming them instantly. This was worth every point of experience. Lu Chen thought joyously. Not only had he gained over a dozen instant-use spells, but he also glimpsed a vast potential for growth. If he could fully master the 9-syllable mantra, he would undoubtedly reach an unimaginable level of power. Unfortunately, His experience points were far too limited. Slaying a Foundation Establishment realm demon only yielded 1,000 points, which was far from sufficient. As Lu Chen was reflecting on this, the door to his room suddenly swung open. Under the moonlight, a graceful figure leaned against the doorframe. Her sheer, flowing garment revealed a jade-like arm, and her serpentine, alluring silhouette was complemented by a pair of captivating, enchanting eyes that seemed to tug at one's very soul. Immortal Master, you're still awake? Lu Chen fixed his gaze on the alluring woman at the doorway, a faint glimmer of approval flashing through his eyes. Her figure was undeniably striking, hard to ignore. However, this thought flickered in his mind for only a moment. As a man, he didn't shy away from appreciating beauty, but he was far from the type to lose himself at the sight of a pretty face. He recognized this woman. It seemed she was Wang Lao's granddaughter, Wang Rong. They had met once before. Back then, she was young, graceful, and demure, her demeanor pure and unadorned. She was nothing like the flamboyant and provocative figure standing before him now. Such a drastic change was undoubtedly suspicious. Though his mind was alert, his expression remained calm and composed. He spoke in a measured tone. "Ah, so it's Miss Wang. It's quite late. What brings you here?" Wang Rong smiled faintly, her steps light as she gracefully made her way into the room. In a soft voice, she said, "Immortal Master, your extraordinary feats today saved the people of Linjiang from calamity. I am in awe of your prowess. This humble girl wishes to offer her modest company to brighten your long night." As she spoke, her slender waist swayed slightly, and with a subtle motion, her sash loosened, revealing a glimpse of flawless, porcelain-like skin. "Is that so?" Lu Chen responded coolly, his gentle smile unchanging. "If the lady insists, who am I to refuse such kindness?" With that, he reached out and grabbed Wang Rong's hand, pulling her toward him without hesitation. The abruptness of his action caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. She seemed flustered, softly murmuring, "Immortal Master, there's no need to rush. A moment of springtime passion is worth 1,000 gold coins. Of course, we should make the most of it," Lu Chen said with a smile. However, his hand suddenly tightened, yanking her firmly into his grasp. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Lu Chen's body, causing Wang Rong to cry out in pain. Her wrist felt as though it were being scorched by fire, and her entire body trembled violently. At that moment, her shadow began to distort unnaturally, as if it were detaching from her physical form. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. With a swift motion, he pressed the shadow firmly against the ground. "Come out," he commanded sharply, his voice like thunder. His gaze was piercing, and without hesitation, he stomped hard on the ground, pinning the shadow in place. A ripping sound, like fabric tearing, echoed through the room. Wang Rong's body collapsed by the bedside, her eyes vacant as she immediately lost consciousness, crumpling limply to the floor. Beneath her, the shadow morphed into a massive black spider, its grotesque limbs writhing as it struggled to flee. Lu Chen sneered coldly. With a swift movement, his figure blurred, and sword energy erupted in a dazzling arc. "Flash!" he commanded, his voice low and resolute. The sword energy, sharp as a streak of lightning, descended with a forceful strike. With a deafening crash, the floor splintered apart. The black shadow was engulfed as though consumed by flames. Its form twisted violently, emitting a shrill, otherworldly screech as it oozed a blood-like liquid. The substance quickly turned to black smoke, which darted toward the doorway in an attempt to escape. Trying to run? Lu Chen's eyes glinted with icy determination. In a flash, his figure shot forward like lightning, and with another precise strike, his sword light shattered the black smoke, obliterating it completely. Ding! A notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for eliminating the shadow-binding goo. Experience 100. Experience? Lu Chen's interest was piqued, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It seemed this was an unexpected windfall. However, just as he was about to relax, an overwhelming stench of decay assaulted his senses, causing him to frown deeply. He pushed open the door and froze in place. The once bright dining hall of the inn had transformed into a sinister and eerie scene. The atmosphere was heavy with an oppressive gloom. The townsfolk who had gathered for the celebratory banquet now stood motionless, their eyes blank and lifeless. Their movements were stiff and unnatural, like puppets on strings. Letting out strange cries, they shuffled together, forming a mass that began ascending the stairs toward the corridor. Beneath each of their feet, their shadows had changed shape, morphing into grotesque spider-like creatures that dragged their bodies forward, controlling them like marionettes. This is a possession and control technique. Lu Chen thought grimly, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. To manipulate so many people at once, the caster must possess extraordinary power. His expression hardened, his face as cold as ice. It was clear that the mastermind behind this had a devious plan, first using beauty to distract and unsettle his focus, then deploying a sinister spell to manipulate the townsfolk into attacking him. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his grip tightening around his sword. He braced himself for the bloody battle that was about to unfold. These people are different from the blood corpses. They are merely being temporarily controlled and are still alive. If I were to kill them, it would be an act of unnecessary slaughter, staining the righteousness in my heart and weakening my sword spirit. Yet, if I hold back, fearing to harm the innocent, dealing with so many puppets would be equally troublesome. They're coming for me. Lu Chen realized, his brows furrowing deeply. He had always conducted himself discreetly, avoiding grudges with others. Who could be targeting him now? The traces of the goo insects sent a chill through his heart. Could it be the Blood Soul sect? Even as these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Chen's movements did not falter for a moment. With steps as swift as the wind, he swung his wrist, unleashing a surge of golden energy that erupted like a tidal wave, sending several attacking fishermen flying dozens of feet away. His fingertips glimmered with golden light, tracing intricate strokes in the air like the tip of a calligraphy brush. The immobility rune flashed in the air before solidifying into a tangible talisman. Freeze. With a few precise gestures, the fishermen's bodies stiffened in place as though frozen by an invisible force, immobilized by the binding talisman. However, the shadowy spider-like creatures beneath them continued writhing and struggling frantically, their 8 legs squirming in a desperate attempt to break free. Lu Chen let out a cold chuckle, unwilling to give them the chance. With a swift motion, he unleashed a surge of righteous sword energy, blazing like fire, majestic and unyielding, eradicating the malevolent creatures in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exterminating shadow-binding goo insects. Experience 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exterminating shadow-binding goo insects. Experience 100. The system notifications echoed in his ears. While controlling the innocent villagers, Lu Chen continued to wield his sword with precision, eliminating the goo insects beneath them with seamless, fluid movements. In no time, he had amassed a significant amount of experience points. Such a windfall was not something he would let go to waste. In the shadows, Yang Qi watched Lu Chen's relentless extermination of the goo insects, his gaze darkening with malice. The puppet bodies under his control were completely ineffective against Lu Chen. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he prepared to act. Blood-red light coalesced in Yang Qi's palm, transforming into roaring crimson flames. His entire hand seemed to become a searing iron brand, radiating an ominous aura. His figure flickered like a ghost, blending into the crowd as he stealthily approached Lu Chen, launching a sudden attack. Blood Fiend Palm. The blood-red energy surged forth like a venomous serpent, striking toward Lu Chen's back with ferocity. This strike, imbued with the venom of blood fiends, was a devastating blow. If it landed, it would leave Lu Chen severely injured, if not dead. So you finally couldn't hold back? I've been waiting for you, Lu Chen murmured, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as though he had anticipated this. Golden light erupted from his body, activating the golden body talisman. His entire figure became shrouded in radiant energy, as if clad in golden armor. The blood fiend palm struck his back with a deafening sound like a tolling ancient bell, failing to harm him in the slightest. Instead, the force of the talisman rebounded, causing Yang Qi's arm to go numb. His body wavered, and his expression shifted. At the same time, Lu Chen swiftly turned, his voice resonating like rolling thunder, shaking the very soul. Sword lights shot forth from his sleeves, dazzling and blinding, as his flying sword launched a counterattack. Clang! 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 A series of metallic clashes rang out. Under the onslaught of the sword light, Yang Qi was forced to retreat, his protective energy shattered, revealing his true face. Yang Qi, so it's you, Lu Chen exclaimed, a cold smile appearing on his face. Senior brother Yang, it really is you. You've been following me since I left the mountain, waiting until now to strike. I must admit, you're quite patient. How did you discover me? Yang Qi steadied himself, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. You used the excuse of selling rations to approach me, leaving a trace of your energy on me, didn't you? Lu Chen sneered. I'm always cautious, so I took note of your aura. I didn't expect it would actually lure you out. Lu Chen's gaze turned sharp as a blade, locking onto Yang Qi. If my guess is correct, you, like Lu Cheng, have pledged allegiance to the Blood Soul sect, haven't you? As he spoke, Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent that he made no effort to conceal. As a disciple of Shu Shan, you've betrayed us to join the demonic sect, practicing forbidden arts, manipulating innocent villagers, draining their life force and vitality, and even attempting to sabotage my cultivation. For these crimes alone, you deserve to die. Before the last word left his lips, the flying sword behind Lu Chen streaked forward like a bolt of lightning, roaring with thunderous energy as it charged directly at Yang Qi. If you can act, don't waste time talking. Lu Chen always adhered to this principle. The moment Yang Qi appeared, Lu Chen instantly identified him. His gaze turned icy, and without hesitation, he flipped his wrist. His flying sword was unsheathed, its cold gleam flashing as it slashed directly toward Yang Qi. Since Yang Qi had pledged allegiance to the Blood Soul sect, He was now an irreconcilable enemy. This was an opportunity for experience points delivered on a silver platter. There was no need for courtesy. One sword to split the three realms. Lu Chen shouted, his sword techniques shifting rapidly. The single beam of sword light split into three dazzling streaks, weaving like silver dragons. They attacked from different angles, completely enveloping Yang Qi's position and sealing off all escape routes. Even if you've mastered the Howren sword Qi, you're merely at the early foundation establishment stage. How can you compete with me? Yang Qi sneered as he faced the incoming sword light, a flicker of anger in his eyes. As a distinguished inner disciple of Shu Mountain who had reached the peak of the late foundation establishment stage, he didn't fear a mere novice. Since his identity had been exposed, there was no need to hold back. He unleashed his full power. Clang. A crisp metallic clang echoed through the tavern. A dark, ominous sword shot out from Yang Qi's sleeve, as swift as a venomous dragon. It intercepted and neutralized Lu Chen's three beams of sword light with precision. This was no ordinary weapon. It was an eerie, demonic sword, over a meter long, entirely black, and shaped like a human spine, with vertebrae-like segments linked together. It resembled both a sword and a whip, with edges sharp as blades. Each swing of the sword emitted a surge of blood-red energy and wailing ghostly cries, as though countless vengeful spirits were bound within it. The sword aura it released was bone-chilling, capable of freezing one's blood. What a vicious demonic sword. It's crafted from the spine of a living person, infused with their soul. No wonder it exudes such malevolence. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. He quickly assessed that while Yang Qi's swordsmanship was mediocre, barely on par with a fully mastered flying sword technique, his spiritual power was infused with the Blood Soul sect's secret arts, capable of corroding opposing energies. Coupled with the demonic sword's malevolent nature, it was a sinister weapon indeed. The sword's aura alone could paralyze and weaken its opponents, making resistance difficult. By comparison, Lu Chen's flying sword was a standard-issue, low-quality weapon. After just a few clashes, small cracks had already appeared on its blade, threatening to snap it in two. My sword is garbage. I am always at a disadvantage because of my weapon. I need to find a way to get a top-tier flying sword, Lu Chen thought, but his actions didn't falter. Howren sword Qi surged out from within him like a roaring river, infusing his flying sword. Surrounded by pure energy and radiant golden light, the sword moved with the force of a storm, its strikes designed to counteract the demonic aura and malevolence. Boom! The two sword energies collided violently in midair, sending shockwaves rippling in all directions. Sword sparks flew as the entire tavern shook violently, nearly splitting in two. As the sword light shattered, Yang Qi was flung backward like a kite with a broken string. His luxurious robes were shredded by the sword Qi, and his arms were scorched black, as if burned by flames. The flesh was charred and mangled, revealing raw, bloodied tissue. Damn it! That Howren sword Qi is too overbearing. Yang Qi seethed with anger. He had assumed his superior cultivation level would make defeating Lu Chen a certainty. But to his shock, Lu Chen's spiritual power was not only on par with his own, but even more robust and profound. Combined with the overwhelming counterforce of the Howren sword Qi, Yang Qi had suffered a humiliating defeat in their first exchange. I can't believe you've just reached foundation establishment and already possess such immense spiritual power. You're a true foundation cultivator. Yang Qi's eyes flashed with a mix of astonishment and envy. Gritting his teeth, he said, Lu Chen, I must admit, you're a prodigy. If given time, you might grow into an extraordinary figure. But alas, you shouldn't have meddled in the Blood Soul sect's affairs. Today, you will meet your end here. As he spoke, a ruthless glint appeared in Yang Qi's eyes. His right hand subtly formed a peculiar hand seal. Facing death, and you still dare to spout nonsense. Let me see how you plan to bring about my demise. Lu Chen retorted disdainfully, raising his flying sword once more. The blade's tip pointed directly at Yang Qi's chest. As they clashed, yet another torrent of sword energy streaked across the sky, cutting through the heavens. Master, lend me your strength. Yang Qi roared in desperation. In an instant, the shadow behind him eerily rose, morphing into a colossal demonic figure with outstretched wings that blotted out the sun. Darkness engulfed the entire tavern in the blink of an eye. As the blood demon avatar materialized, the surrounding townsfolk collapsed like wheat under a scythe. Their bodies withered and decayed at an alarming rate as their life essence was siphoned away, flowing into Yang Qi. A crimson glow surged skyward, and Yang Qi's aura skyrocketed, his power multiplying several times over. Veins bulged on his skin like coiled serpents, transforming him into a terrifying, otherworldly presence. With a single sword strike, he effortlessly obliterated Lu Chen's sword energy. To force me to call upon my master, you should count yourself lucky. Yang Qi sneered. Master. Lu Chen's brows furrowed. Is this guy some kind of protagonist archetype with a hidden mentor in tow? Witnessing Yang Qi's sudden surge in power, Lu Chen acknowledged his earlier underestimation. Yet, he quickly composed himself. Though Yang Qi's strength had drastically increased, it was clearly borrowed from the stolen life essence of others and had not transcended the foundation establishment stage. It was still within Lu Chen's capabilities to handle. You wretch. Sacrificing innocent lives for your selfish gain, aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Lu Chen bellowed. Divine retribution? What nonsense. Yang Qi sneered maliciously. They're just a bunch of insignificant mortals. Once I kill you, I'll report to Shu Shan that you, overcome by lust, assaulted a village girl. When exposed, you flew into a rage and slaughtered everyone in Linjiang town. If there's any retribution, it'll be pinned on you. Before his words fully settled, Yang Qi unfurled his demonic wings, unleashing a whirlwind of sword light. Each strike carried the cries of vengeful spirits and a blood-soaked aura, not only corrupting spiritual power, but also shaking the heart and mind. Righteous energy, shield my body. Let no evil invade. Let no force prevail. Lu Chen chanted, summoning a protective field of pure energy. A radiant glow enveloped him, deflecting the blood-soaked attacks and malevolent spirits. Without hesitation, he activated the Lin character incantation. Golden light erupted, branding itself onto his flying sword. With a thunderous roar, his righteous sword energy transformed into a golden arc over 10 meters long. Yang Qi's blackbone demon sword shattered on impact, and his demonic wings were torn to shreds. He was sent hurtling backward, collapsing like a deflated balloon. Impossible. How could you destroy my blood demon avatar? Yang Qi screamed in terror. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen soared forward, his sword descending like a celestial river. The sword's brilliance annihilated everything in its path, reducing all to dust. Yet, the system did not confirm a kill. At the last moment, Yang Qi's body exploded into a mist of blood, transforming into a swarm of blood bats that fled the tavern. Damn it. These blood soul sect bastards are useless in a fight, but their escape tactics are second to none, Lu Chen muttered, shaking his head. Forming a hand seal, he conjured a faint golden talisman in his palm. A glowing red mark on the talisman indicated Yang Qi's movement toward the southwest. During their clash, Lu Chen had discreetly placed a tracking seal on him. Within 1,000 miles, Yang Qi had nowhere to hide. Lu Chen smirked. He was ready to cast a long line and reel in an even bigger catch. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully triggering the mission, the remnants of the demonic sect. Lu Chen glanced at the system panel's task notification, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. The task was straightforward. Track down the escaped Yang Qi, locate the meeting point of the Blood Soul sect remnants, and eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Completing it promised generous rewards and might even unlock a second phase mission. Earlier, with that fatal sword strike, Lu Chen had intentionally held back some of his strength. He hadn't taken Yang Qi's life outright, deliberately leaving him a chance to escape. This was all part of his meticulous plan. Allowing Yang Qi to flee alive would lead him to uncover even bigger fish. After all, the system's rewards were far more enticing than simply killing Yang Qi outright. However, the eerie shadow trailing behind Yang Qi made Lu Chen cautious. He decided to let the severely injured Yang Qi flee a while longer while he used the time to strengthen himself. Opening the system panel, he saw the over 1,000 experience points he'd just earned from slaying the shadow-binding goo worm. It was the perfect opportunity to put them to use. Ding. Consuming 1,000 experience points. Congratulations. Your cultivation level has advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, in the dense forest of the western mountains near Linjiang town, a streak of blood-red light tore across the sky. Amidst the fluttering of bats, Yang Qi's figure emerged. At this moment, his composure was long gone. His clothes were in tatters, his body drenched in blood, and he staggered with every step, his breath so faint that it seemed he could collapse at any moment. The power of Lu Chen's sword strike had been overwhelming, nearly piercing through his dantian and inflicting severe damage on his internal organs. Without prompt treatment, he likely wouldn't survive the night. Master, save me. Yang Qi called out weakly. The shadow behind him wavered, transforming into a hazy human figure. In a raspy voice altered by magical means, the shadow reprimanded him. Useless fool. You couldn't even handle a mere foundation establishment early-stage cultivator. All my efforts on you were wasted. I'm sorry, master. Yang Qi murmured apologetically. Enough. There's no point in saying that now. My identity is too sensitive to act recklessly. If I'm exposed, it could jeopardize the sect's grand plans. Despite the harsh tone, the shadow clearly hadn't given up on Yang Qi. Then what should I do? Yang Qi asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. Head to the meeting point and seek help from the Iron Crown Taoist. This Lu Chen is far too unpredictable. We cannot let him return to Mount Shu alive. Yang Qi swallowed a pill to stabilize his injuries and continued stumbling deeper into the forest. About half an incense stick later, he stopped in front of a dilapidated Taoist temple. Knocking in a pattern of 3 long and 2 short raps, he waited as a cautious face appeared through the crack in the door. Yang Qi, How dare you come here? If the Mount Shu people discover this. Enough nonsense. I need to see the Iron-Crowned Taoist immediately. Meanwhile, back at the Linjiang Tavern, Lu Chen was immersed in the surging power within him. The breakthrough had brought him more than the usual boost while most Foundation establishment cultivators only gained about 30 more power when advancing from early to mid-stage. His strength had more than doubled. A solid foundation in cultivation often comes with extraordinary benefits, typically enhancing one's power by over 50%. However, for someone like Lu Chen, who has achieved a heavenly Tao foundation, the results are even more astonishing. His spiritual power doubles directly. Such enhancements are far beyond what ordinary individuals can comprehend. With every breakthrough, the gains multiply exponentially, becoming more terrifying as one ascends. Lu Chen silently calculated his current strength. With my current spiritual power, combined with various techniques, defeating 3 to 5 Foundation establishment cultivators would be effortless. Even against a core formation expert, I could hold my ground and at least retreat unscathed. This was, after all, within the territory of Mount Shu. The Blood Soul sect wouldn't dare to send too many powerful cultivators recklessly, as it would inevitably alert the higher-ups of Mount Shu. As long as no core formation experts appeared, Lu Chen was confident he could single-handedly wipe out Yang Qi and his group. The glow on the talisman in his palm ceased flickering, signaling that the time to close the net had arrived. Rising to his feet, Lu Chen noticed that the unconscious townsfolk in the tavern were beginning to wake. Upon seeing the scattered corpses across the floor, their faces turned pale with fear. The elderly village head, Old Wang, had fainted from exhaustion earlier and, ironically, avoided the disaster. Immortal Master, what on earth happened? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Lu Chen's expression was solemn. Evil cultivators have caused chaos. Today's incident happened because of me, and you were innocently dragged into it. But rest assured, I will eliminate this villain and avenge your losses. As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. After all, Yang Qi had come for him, and these innocent people had suffered because of it. Focus on treating the injured and counting the dead. Once I've dealt with the evil cultivator, I will return to perform rites for the departed. With that, Lu Chen channeled his spiritual power, summoned his flying sword, and soared into the sky. Half an incense stick of time later, crossing forests and rivers, Lu Chen arrived at the edge of the Mount Shu region, where a desolate mountain stood. On the slope was an old, dilapidated Taoist temple. The red mark of spiritual energy, tracking Yang Qi, had stopped here. While Mount Shu reigned supreme in the region, there were still many small temples and monasteries scattered among the populace. However, their incense offerings were sparse, as people tended to seek Mount Shu's aid for matters involving demons or evil spirits. These small temples were mostly frequented by those praying for love or fortune. Lu Chen shook his head and sighed inwardly. The remnants of the Blood Soul sect were indeed clever, using the Taoist temple as a cover to avoid provoking a conflict with Mount Shu's orthodoxy. Sticking to his usual approach, he decided to scout the situation first. He conjured a straw figure in his palm, infused it with a tracking sigil, and activated it. A flash of golden light revealed the interior. Besides the heavily injured Yang Qi, there were 5 Qi refinement disciples and 2 Foundation establishment Taoists. Their strength isn't overwhelming. This should be manageable. Taking advantage of the pre-dawn darkness, Lu Chen infiltrated the temple. He slipped through the front courtyard and middle hall, reaching the rear courtyard where he prepared to strike. Suddenly, the sharp sound of swords unsheathing echoed, and flames illuminated the area. 5 temple disciples armed with enchanted swords and copper bells surrounded him in the corridor. At the same time, the door swung open, and Yang Qi emerged with 2 Taoists, their faces twisted with murderous intent. Lu Chen, I didn't expect you to actually dare to chase me down. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your tricks? Amidst the flickering firelight, Yang Qi strode out from the darkness, his expression cold as frost, his voice deep and chilling. Before his words fully settled, he abruptly raised a hand, forming a seal with his fingers. A sigil on his shoulders suddenly flashed, and then silently dissipated. With his own cultivation level, it was naturally impossible for him to detect such a concealed tracking technique. The one who noticed it must have been the master behind him. Instead of erasing the sigil immediately, that person had turned the situation to their advantage, using the illusion to lure Lu Chen step by step into an ambush, a carefully laid trap designed to kill. Tricked him, I? Lu Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the shattered sigil. Yang Qi was even more cunning than he had anticipated, and the person behind him was even more unfathomable. Yet, Lu Chen's expression remained calm, showing no sign of panic. Even though he had fallen into a trap, the trap was, after all, man-made. The outcome would still depend on strength. He had absolute confidence in his cultivation. As for these people before him, it was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. You knew I was tracking you, and still dared to lure me here. Aren't you afraid I'll send word back to my sect, and have the experts of Mount Shu come to wipe you all out? You won't have time. Yang Qi responded instinctively, his tone laced with certainty. The moment you try to alert Mount Shu, my side will catch wind of it. By then, we'll have long fled beyond Mount Shu's jurisdiction. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized his slip. His expression darkened, and his eyes flashed coldly as he gritted his teeth. Attack now? Kill him. The moment the order was given, 5 young Taoists immediately began forming seals, their feet glowing with sigils as they swiftly activated a formation. The sound of copper bells echoed, and from the dark corners emerged 5 towering blood corpses. Their bodies were wrapped in talisman-covered bandages, their movements swift and eerily agile. Each blood corpse was massive, clad in iron armor, with muscles as solid as forged steel. As they charged, their movements produced deep, metallic thuds. These were fully refined iron corpses. These 5 iron corpses each possessed strength comparable to that of a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Lu Chen, you pride yourself on your profound power, but in the end, you're just a mere foundation establishment cultivator, Yang Qi sneered, his tone dripping with malice. These 5 iron corpses were prepared especially for you. With a cold snort, the 5 iron corpses charged forward simultaneously. The courtyard was instantly filled with a foul wind, and waves of murderous energy surged. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy impacts followed as the 5 iron corpses collided with Lu Chen, only to rebound as if they had struck an unyielding golden mountain. Lu Chen stood motionless, encased in radiant golden light, his protective energy solid and unwavering, resembling the indomitable golden body of a Buddha. Just these beasts, and you think they can kill me? His eyes were filled with disdain. With a cold chuckle, his body suddenly trembled. Boom! A wave of golden light burst outward, tangible and forceful. The surge of energy sent the 5 iron corpses flying backward. In midair, their arm bones shattered, and their bandages tore apart. The iron corpses, impervious to blades and possessing strength comparable to foundation establishment cultivators, had their arms broken by a single strike. Since you've delivered yourselves to me, they'll gladly accept the experience points. With those words, Lu Chen stepped forward. His body, like an imposing golden mountain, pressed forward with overwhelming force. His blood energy surged, merging with his internal power. Under the enhancement of the golden body sigil and divine power sigil, his aura transformed into a raging storm. Boom! He swung his fists, smashing into one of the iron corpses. The massive body was instantly shattered into pieces, with fragments of bone and the remnants of its formation exploding outward. Then, with a heavy stomp, another iron corpse was crushed into the ground. A loud crack followed as its head burst open, spilling dark red corpse fluid across the ground like a smashed, overripe watermelon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying an iron corpse. Experience 500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying an iron corpse. Obtained Iron Shirt Technique. Experience 500. Although the iron corpses had combat power close to foundation establishment cultivators, they were not living beings, so the experience gained was slightly reduced. Still, obtaining a new skill from one of them was an unexpected bonus. Lu Chen had no time to check the system notifications. His killing intent remained undiminished. After destroying 2 iron corpses, his figure moved again. Sword light, sharp as lightning, shot out. Flash. 1 iron corpse, unable to react in time, was impaled through the chest by the sword light and pinned to the ground. Blood mixed with corpse energy splattered into the air, making the battlefield even more gruesome and savage. How is this possible? His power seems to have grown stronger again. This can't be. Or was he holding back all along? In the distance, Yang Qi's expression changed drastically, his heart filled with shock. He immediately roared in anger. What are you all standing around for? Attack together. We can't let him leave here alive. Kill him. In the hallway, 5 Taoist priests, seeing Lu Chen's overwhelming aura, all darkened their expressions. They simultaneously swung their enchanted swords, and the formation beneath their feet began to glow, as if they were ready to launch a combined attack. 5 streams of sword energy quickly transformed into the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, forming an arc that closed in on Lu Chen. So, it's the 5 elements sword technique. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he sneered inwardly. This sword technique, while not overly complex, integrates the power of the 5 elements into its strikes, leveraging the principles of elemental interaction for formidable power. However, these 5 Taoists had clearly only scratched the surface of it. Even with their coordinated execution, the technique's power was significantly diminished. Each of them could only wield 1 sword, and with their cultivation limited to the Qi refinement stage, even combined, they posed little threat to him. Courting death, Lu Chen let out a cold shout. His sword gleamed as its energy surged like a rainbow, tearing through the 5 streams of sword energy with overwhelming force. With a deafening explosion, the Taoist sword energy shattered instantly, blood spraying everywhere. The 5 men collapsed simultaneously, their throats slit by a single strike, their deaths gruesome. Another 500 experience points. Lu Chen muttered as his long sword spun in his hand, blood dripping to the ground. He stood like a god of slaughter, cold and merciless. Suddenly, his figure moved with thunderous speed, charging straight toward Yang Qi. Just as his sword was about to strike, a deep voice rang out. Young one, restrain your arrogance. An old Taoist and a young disciple finally stepped in. The elder waved his wide sleeves, and a heavy, ancient flying sword materialized, exuding an aura of immense stability. The younger man's flying sword, by contrast, was sharp and icy, radiating a chilling, bone-piercing cold. The two swords moved in unison, seemingly coordinated to perfection, embodying the balance of yin and yang as they surged toward Lu Chen with their combined power. The yin-yang parent-child swords. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat as the incoming threat put him on high alert. The elder's Puryong great sword descended like a massive hammer cleaving a mountain, engulfed in blazing flames. In a flash, it blasted the ground where Lu Chen had stood into a massive crater, flames roaring upward and creating a sea of fire. Forced to act quickly, Lu Chen suppressed his vital energy, shielding his body. His feet erupted with power as he leapt skyward, attempting to escape the fiery encirclement. But just then, the sharp child sword came hurtling toward him at an astonishing speed from a cunning angle, like a bolt of lightning aiming directly for his brow. The blade carried a chilling, sinister aura, designed to pierce through protective barriers. It felt like the touch of death itself, instantly breaching Lu Chen's defensive energy shield. A sharp pain radiated from his brow. If the sword struck, his head would undoubtedly be frozen solid in an instant, his life hanging by a thread. Yet, even in this critical moment, Lu Chen's mind remained calm and composed. At the brink of death, the jade-green lotus within Lu Chen's dantian flew out, hovering above his head like a divine seal. The lotus emitted a cool, serene radiance, instantly suppressing the surrounding flames and extinguishing the blazing inferno. The oppressive heat dissipated entirely. Simultaneously, a gentle glow spiraled outward, enveloping the icy child's sword. Under the lotus's luminous aura, the sword began to dissolve rapidly, as if corroded metal melting away into nothingness. These two, master and apprentice, do have some skill, Lu Chen murmured to himself, his eyes flashing with a trace of killing intent. But if they think they can kill me, they're still far from it. The weak water, vast and boundless, can sink everything, even a feather, while duckweed disappears into its depths. Anything that falls into the weak water is purified and reduced to nothingness, thus earning it another name, Huanshuan, the Yellow Springs. It has the power to erase memories of the past and future, cleansing the soul. The emerald green lotus, thriving within the weak water, possesses a dual nature. It embodies the energy of life, while also being able to obliterate and refine everything. Under the radiant glow of the green lotus, the extreme yin sword quickly melted and corroded, significantly weakening the power of the two Taoist sword techniques. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he realized that the yin-yang parent-child swords were intrinsically connected, responding to each other. If the child sword was destroyed, the parent sword would falter, presenting the perfect moment to strike. Die for me! Lu Chen roared fiercely as the green lotus above him bloomed instantly. Its 8 petals whirled and spun, transforming into 8 sharp, emerald sword lights. They twisted and danced like a deadly waltz, slashing toward their targets. With a sharp swish, the sword light swept past the younger Taoist, whose cultivation was slightly weaker. He didn't even have time to react before his head was severed cleanly. Focused on controlling the child sword for an ambush, he had been entirely on the offensive and left himself defenseless. Once the child sword was melted away, he was left in disarray, instantly slain by Lu Chen's decisive strike. The older iron-crowned Taoist found himself in equally dire straits. As the emerald sword lights spiraled and struck, his massive sword was cleanly sliced apart, and one of his arms was reduced to a mist of blood under the blade's glow. His expression changed drastically. Witnessing Lu Chen's overwhelming power, fear crept into his heart. Enduring the excruciating pain of his severed arm, he abandoned Yang Qi without hesitation, twisting his body into a wisp of yellow smoke in an attempt to escape underground. Earth escape? You think I'll let you get away with my hard-earned experience? Lu Chen sneered coldly, stomping the ground with force. A surge of sword energy shot like an arrow into the soil. The ground trembled and churned as rocks shattered and scattered. A sharp burst of sword energy erupted from the earth, accompanied by a spray of blood. The iron-crowned Taoist screamed in agony as he was forced back to the surface, a gaping, horrifying wound in his chest where the sword energy had pierced through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the iron-crowned Taoist. Gained experience 1,000. Excellent. Another 1,000 experience points. Lu Chen remarked with satisfaction, turning around. The green lotus lights swirled around him, while the sword in his hand hummed and vibrated. Its body radiated a brilliant, awe-inspiring aura, as though a celestial swordsman had descended into the mortal world, making it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze. He shifted his attention to Yang Qi in the distance, his tone calm, yet chilling. The reinforcements you summoned have been completely wiped out. Now it's your turn. As he spoke, his wrist flicked, and a slash of sword energy cut through the air. At that moment, the aura around Yang Qi transformed abruptly. He slowly raised his head, his eyes as dark as ink. His robes billowed violently under an invisible force. With one palm, he managed to block what seemed to be an inevitable strike from Lu Chen. Kid, I really underestimated you earlier, Yang Qi said, his voice now eerie and otherworldly, like that of a malevolent spirit rising from the depths of the underworld. It sent chills down the spine. I didn't expect someone so young to possess such extraordinary power. Forcing me to personally take action, consider yourself fortunate. You're not Yang Qi. Lu Chen's pupils contracted as he sensed the chilling aura. It was clear that Yang Qi had been hiding a trump card. The shadow lurking behind him had finally revealed itself, seemingly using some form of possession technique to temporarily take control of Yang Qi's body. So, Yang Qi was nothing more than a pawn in your hands. With such abilities, I imagine you must hold a significant position within the Blood Soul sect, Lu Chen remarked. Huh, even at death's door, you remain so composed, trying to pry information out of me? Kid, you've still got a lot to learn. The figure controlling Yang Qi sneered, clearly experienced and cunning. Without giving Lu Chen any chance to continue speaking, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful strike. With a sweep of his sleeve, a torrent of pitch-black energy surged out of Yang Qi's body, pouring forth like an inky tide. The dark power rolled in wave after relentless wave toward Lu Chen, each surge more ferocious than the last. The oppressive force distorted the air, twisting it and producing a sharp, ear-piercing howl. The sword light surrounding Lu Chen flickered unsteadily under the impact of the black tide. His heart sank. This mysterious figure, using only a fragment of his soul, could control Yang Qi's body to unleash such terrifying attacks. His cultivation was truly unfathomable. Even more alarming, the dark energy was nearly tangible, teetering on the edge of solidification, a hallmark of the crystallization realm. And now, with Yang Qi's body as the vessel, this energy had almost fully liquefied, just a step away from that breakthrough. Before Lu Chen could regain his composure, Yang Qi launched another attack, clawing through the air. The black energy condensed instantly into a massive demonic hand, gripping Lu Chen and his protective barrier in its crushing grasp. Cracks echoed incessantly as golden light and defensive energy shattered one after another, and even the radiant sword aura of the azure lotus began to dissolve under the overwhelming force. Struggling in vain, Yang Qi sneered coldly, spitting out a blood-red sword. The blade shot forward like a bolt of lightning, piercing through layer upon layer of protective shields and aiming straight for Lu Chen's forehead. In this critical moment, Lu Chen's expression remained calm. He swiftly unleashed 12 golden talismans he had prepared back at the inn in Linjiang town and simultaneously activated the Lin character's protective rune, layering them in front of him. Though at a disadvantage, he showed no panic, instead waiting for the right opportunity. He knew well that the enemy was merely possessing Yang Qi's body, which had its limits and could not endure indefinitely. Sure enough, after the relentless assaults, Yang Qi's condition began to deteriorate rapidly. Blood seeped from his nose and mouth, while the shadow inside him, sensing time slipping away, grew increasingly frantic. The black tide surged forward with unbridled aggression, the demonic hand and blood sword striking in unison in a desperate bid to end the battle quickly. Getting desperate, are we? Lu Chen thought with a faint trace of satisfaction. This is exactly what I was waiting for, your misstep. He took a deep breath, reabsorbing the Lin rune into his body, his mind entering a state of clarity and calm. Activating his unparalleled sword heart talent, he ascended into a profound state of being. The moment his sword met his hand, an immense and boundless sword intent erupted from within him. The Milky Way hangs high, cascading from the heavens, like a great river descending from above. The sword light tore through the air, cascading like a celestial river. With a resounding crack, the demonic hand shattered into pieces, and the black tide was cleaved apart by a single slash. The vast sword aura swept across the sky like a falling galaxy, unstoppable and awe-inspiring. The great river's sword intent. Impossible. Yang Qi trembled violently, staring in disbelief at the majestic sword light. You've actually managed to grasp the great river sword intent directly from the hanging river sword technique. The great river sword intent. This is impossible. There's no way a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you could wield such power. Yang Qi's eyes widened in shock and deep fear. His body froze, as if completely immobilized by the celestial river-like sword light. At this moment, it felt as though the entire world was being suffocated by the overwhelming sword aura. He couldn't even comprehend how a cultivator at the mid-foundation establishment stage could possibly possess such terrifying power. Before his eyes, the sword light descended like a massive celestial river, pouring down mercilessly. It was as if the entire heavens and earth were being devoured by it. Yang Qi knew that even if he unleashed his full strength, he would be powerless to counter this strike. This was one of the 7 supreme techniques of Mount Shu, the Great River Sword, intentin unparalleled force. Though derived from the Hanging River Sword technique, it contained profound and unfathomable essence far beyond ordinary sword techniques. Unless one possessed extraordinary swordsmanship talent, it could only be cultivated after breaking through to the nascent soul stage and reshaping the sword core through secret arts. Yet to Yang Qi's utter disbelief, the mid-foundation establishment cultivator before him had somehow mastered the Great River Sword intent. It was beyond comprehension. He even began to doubt his own perception. Could it be that Lu Chen was truly a prodigy of the sword? A genius among geniuses? What Yang Qi could not know was that after Lu Chen achieved the heaven-defying foundation establishment, he had undergone a reversal of fate, gaining the blessing of a supreme sword heart. This blessing surpassed any conventional talent, granting him unparalleled insight and aptitude in swordsmanship. On the day Lu Chen perfected the Hanging River Sword technique, he had sensed its limitless potential but had been unable to break through. It wasn't until he slew the river demon in Linjiang town and comprehended the art of water manipulation that he unlocked the hidden sword intent. Under the pressure from Yang Qi, this sword intent broke through, coalescing into the Great River Sword intent. In that instant, the sword intent erupted, resembling a suspended celestial river, vast and boundless. Its sword aura carried a destructive force capable of obliterating everything in its path. Under the radiance of the sword light, Yang Qi's body weakened rapidly, as fragile as paper, and was completely annihilated. Even his soul was powerless against the overwhelming sword intent. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the surroundings as the power of the celestial river swept through, and the sword aura surged. The entire Taoist temple trembled violently under the pressure of the sword intent. Walls cracked, and the ground collapsed. Yang Qi's figure was engulfed by the sword aura in an instant, reduced to ashes and vanishing without a trace. Even the remnant of his soul was torn apart entirely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Yang Qi. Experience points 1000. The system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying a remnant soul of a mysterious strongman. Experience points 10,000. The system's voice seemed sharper, carrying a hint of undisguised excitement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the Demon Sect Remnant mission with rating. Reward, Yellow Springs diagram. Lu Chen froze in place, stunned. He hadn't expected that by eliminating the remnant soul within Yang Qi, he would receive such generous rewards. This was an unprecedented windfall. Especially the 10,000 experience points. It was nearly the total of all his previous battles combined. The srating reward for the mission was equally astonishing. The Yellow Springs diagram turned out to be a lost artifact. This scroll, interwoven with the waters of the Yellow Springs, contained a sealed tributary of the Yellow Springs. It held the terrifying power of 3,000 weak waters, capable of dissolving souls, corroding bodies, and purifying memories of force beyond compare. Lu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement and anticipation. With a single thought, the Yellow Springs diagram emerged from his storage ring. The scroll floated in the air, spinning like a living entity. Torrents of water surged within, accompanied by the roaring sound of the Yellow Springs currents. The flowing water in the painting formed a dragon-like pattern, mysterious and awe-inspiring, exuding an oppressive aura that was impossible to resist. Just a single drop of Yellow Springs water was enough to dissolve everything: flesh, soul, and even a golden core could not escape its fate. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen felt an unprecedented sense of power and an overwhelming anticipation for what lay ahead. The power contained within the Yellow Springs diagram surged like a mighty river, and Lu Chen could feel its overwhelming force capable of destroying everything in its path. His expression was filled with excitement as he thought to himself that with this treasure, he had nothing to fear even when facing experts at the Golden Core or nascent soul stage. By simply deploying this diagram, even immortals would be forced to retreat. What delighted him even more was that the waters of the Yellow Springs could continuously temper his physical body and soul, purify his magical energy, and aid him in breaking through to the next level sooner. The strength reward from the system task truly came as a pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, he channeled his magical energy, wrapping the Yellow Springs diagram around himself and concealing it beneath his robes. This way, he could summon the waters of the Yellow Springs at will while also using the diagram as a protective treasure, achieving 2 goals at once. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Chen. The foundational azure lotus, gifted by the sect master, originally grew in the weak water. If he nurtured it within the Yellow Springs diagram, it might undergo an extraordinary transformation. With this thought in mind, he immediately activated the azure lotus in his dantian and moved it into the Yellow Springs diagram. Once it entered the water, the lotus took root and sprouted, exuding an unprecedented vitality. After confirming that there were no remaining remnants of the Blood Soul sect in the Taoist temple, Lu Chen opened his personal interface and gazed at the more than 15,000 experience points he had accumulated. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He promptly spent 3,000 experience points to advance to the late foundation establishment stage, causing his magical energy to surge within him, with faint signs of it beginning to liquefy. Next, he invested 7,000 experience points to enhance his Howren Sword Chi, pushing it to the peak of the 3rd level in one go. At this point, the righteous energy within his chest had perfectly fused with his magical energy, imbuing all his spells with an innate righteous aura and an inexhaustible source of power. Although the remaining experience points were insufficient to fully complete the righteous word sigil, they were enough to max out the iron cloth technique of the Iron Corpse. Spending 1,000 experience points, he perfected this skill, which now granted his entire body the resilience of iron armor, significantly boosting both his defense and strength. Having completed these upgrades, Lu Chen felt the surge of his newfound power and decided to save the remaining experience points for use after forming his core. With this in mind, he made his way toward the Iron Crown Taoist's corpse and retrieved the storage pouch. After wiping away its spiritual imprint, he opened it to find not only spirit stones, but also a set of formation diagrams and a mysterious black booklet. The minor 5 elements sword array harnesses the power of the 5 elements to form a sword formation, evolving into 5 elemental sword energies with tremendous power. Lu Chen lowered his gaze to examine the array diagram in his hand. This was precisely the technique previously employed by the 5 young Taoists working together. As he gently flipped through the yellowed pages, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is, Lu Chen murmured to himself. Those young Taoists were too weak, and each controlled a single sword individually, which made its power seem rather unimpressive. He carefully studied the intricate lines of the array depicted in the diagram, silently evaluating it in his mind. If this formation were set up in advance, it could indeed serve as a powerful trump card. Its might not to be underestimated. Without further thought, he flipped his wrist and tucked the diagram into his sleeve, planning to set it up around his cave dwelling later as a precautionary measure. Next, he picked up a small black booklet, his brow furrowing instinctively. The booklet was peculiar. It wasn't a manual of techniques or a collection of cultivation insights. Instead, it was filled with densely packed names of women. Lu Chen's fingers lightly brushed over the pages, noticing that some names were marked with bright red crosses. A roster from the Blood Soul sect? He speculated at first, but he soon realized it wasn't that simple. In addition to the names, the booklet also detailed each person's birth date and time. As Lu Chen scanned through the information, he quickly identified a shocking pattern. All of them were born in years, months, and hours associated with Yin energy. What is the Blood Soul sect searching for? Lu Chen's frown deepened. In year, in month, in hour, what could this signify? He stood up, pondering the sect's intentions. This long-dormant demonic sect had now dared to infiltrate the Shushan region, clearly with a purpose. Their objective was likely tied to the individuals listed in this booklet. If I can uncover the clues, it might trigger the next phase of the demonic sect's plans, Lu Chen mused. But there's no point in guessing here. He'll report this to the sect master once I return to Shushan and decide on the next steps. As he contemplated, Lu Chen's gaze inadvertently shifted to the spot where Yang Qi had perished. Due to the overwhelming power of the Great River Sword intent, Yang Qi's body had been completely obliterated, leaving only a pile of ashes. However, within the ashes, a faint glimmer caught Lu Chen's attention. He strode over and retrieved a jade pendant from the remnants. The pendant's design was strikingly similar to the twin fish pendant he had seen in Lu Chen's possession earlier. Its sturdy material had allowed it to survive the devastating force of the sword intent. Twin fish pendant. Lu Chen softly read the inscription on the jade. Formed alongside the twin fish pendant, it can absorb spiritual energy and sense the location of its counterpart. When combined, they become a complete twin fish pendant. So it's a pair. Lu Chen suddenly understood. No wonder Yang Qi was able to determine that I was the one who killed Lu Chen. He carefully sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations within the pendant and discovered that its effects surpassed those of the twin fish pendant, possessing the ability to automatically absorb spiritual energy. When the two were merged, their power would undoubtedly be even greater. Without hesitation, Lu Chen decided to fuse them. Channeling his spiritual power, a white light emanated from his palm. The two jade pieces seemed to have a will of their own, drawn to each other, gradually transforming into the shapes of blue and red koi fish, entwining together until they became one. Twin fish pendant, Lu Chen murmured, feeling the gentle spiritual energy radiating from the artifact. A rare treasure. When worn, it automatically absorbs surrounding spiritual energy, enhances cultivation, and conceals spiritual power. It also comes with an ability, illusion technique. He pressed the artifact to his forehead, sensing the skill contained within, Illusion technique, a method to obscure one's appearance and alter facial features to a certain extent. An excellent find. A trace of delight flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he hung the twin fish pendant at his waist. Wearing this allows for continuous spiritual energy absorption, enhancing cultivation over time. Though the increase is small, it's constant and uninterrupted. With this, even while sleeping, I'm essentially cultivating. Auto-cultivation, 247? Lu Chen chuckled softly. Not bad, not bad. And the additional illusion technique is a very practical little spell. Satisfied with his gains, Lu Chen decided not to linger any longer. With a flick of his sleeve, a surge of mystical energy ignited a blaze, reducing the Taoist temple to ashes. Standing atop a high vantage point, Lu Chen watched as the fierce flames roared into the sky. A flash of green light appeared beneath his feet as he ascended into the air, riding his sword. First, he returned to Linjiang town to perform rites for the innocent lives lost. Only after completing this did he turn toward Mount Shu, heading straight for the Grand Hall of the Sword Immortals. You brat, it's only been a few days, and you've already reached the late foundation establishment stage? Master Qingxiu, whose eyes had been half closed in repose, raised his eyelids ever so slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze as he sensed the faint, liquid-like flow of spiritual energy emanating from Lu Chen. Lu Chen was not surprised by the sect leader's keen perception. Although the twin fish pendant could obscure his spiritual aura, it was powerless against someone like Master Qingxiu, who had achieved the unity of heaven and man. Moreover, Lu Chen had no intention of hiding his cultivation. Even if he used the netherworld diagram, which could completely conceal his aura, he would choose to forego it. After all, his cultivation followed the righteous path, and there was no need to veil his uprightness. I owe it all to your guidance, Master, Lu Chen said, bowing respectfully. The jade green lotus you bestowed upon me was immensely beneficial. After establishing my foundation, I attempted to cultivate the Howren sword chi, and to my surprise, it resonated perfectly with me, allowing my progress to accelerate rapidly. His words were a mix of truth and half-truths. Master Qingxiu scrutinized him intently and observed that Lu Chen was indeed surrounded by an aura of righteous energy. He nodded approvingly. Howren sword chi was a profound technique, traditionally understood only by the great sages of Confucianism. Even as the leader of Mount Shu, Qingxiu himself had never fully grasped it. The incomplete Howren sword chi manual stored in the library was something he had won from a Confucian sage long ago, yet no disciple had ever successfully cultivated it. Unexpectedly, not only had Lu Chen mastered it, but he also seemed to have reached a remarkably advanced level. Howren sword chi is extraordinary. The fact that you mastered it speaks volumes about your exceptional talent, Master Qingxiu said with a solemn tone. But remember, Howren righteousness stems from the purity of one's heart. As long as your heart remains untainted, your righteousness will endure. However, if your thoughts are clouded, your cultivation will collapse in an instant, and you will fall into the demonic path. Lu Chen nodded silently. With the system's support, as long as he refrained from committing heinous acts and maintained a clear conscience, such concerns were not an issue. Yet, he appreciated his master's well-meaning advice and chose not to elaborate further. He then proceeded to report the matter regarding Yang Qi in detail. To remotely manipulate someone with just a fragment of their soul, and to have knowledge of Mount Shu's inner workings, whoever is behind Yang Qi must be formidable, Master Qingxiu said, his eyes narrowing sharply. Since the incident in Lucheng, he had already suspected that the Blood Soul sect might be reviving and infiltrating Mount Shu. The clues Lu Chen uncovered only confirmed his fears. The situation was far more dire than anticipated. Someone within Mount Shu's upper ranks was undoubtedly colluding with the Blood Soul sect in secret. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lu Chen wisely chose not to say more. The mysterious figure's cultivation level was far beyond what he could contend with at the moment. However, the black ledger he had recovered might hold crucial clues. Handing it over to the sect leader might not only aid in uncovering the truth, but perhaps even trigger a new mission. A woman born in a Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour? A destiny of extreme Yin. Upon seeing the roster handed over by Lu Chen, Qingxiu Jinren furrowed his brows, his expression shifting drastically. His gaze flickered, as if he had connected the dots to some dreadful secret, but he quickly regained his usual composure. He placed the roster gently on the table, his voice calm, yet authoritative. This matter is of great importance. I must send someone to investigate thoroughly and verify it before reaching any conclusions. After speaking, he raised his eyes to scrutinize Lu Chen, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Once again, you've accomplished a great feat. Tell me, what reward do you desire? This time, Lu Chen did not shy away or act modest. A sly smile appeared on his lips as he spoke directly. Master, your wisdom knows no bounds. In my recent battles against the enemies, I often found myself disadvantaged due to my weapon. So, could I be granted a better flying sword? In Shushan, the sect was built upon the way of the sword. Flying swords were not only weapons, but also symbols of a cultivator's status and strength. Beyond cultivation techniques, the flying sword was the true core of a practitioner's power. It was said that the sword tomb of Shushan housed thousands of flying swords, each a rare and extraordinary artifact. Among them were legendary swords of unparalleled power, some even carrying the legacies of sword immortals. Qingxu nodded slightly. You are nearing the crystallization stage in your cultivation, and your skills are exceptional even among the inner sect disciples. Indeed, it is time for you to have a sword of your own. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and continued. Coincidentally, the annual sword bestowal ceremony of Shushan is just a few days away. During the ceremony, the sword tomb will be open to all inner sect disciples. If you are fortunate, you may find a sword that resonates with you. The sword bestowal ceremony? Lu Chen pondered silently. He had long heard of it. Swords within the sword tomb were said to possess their own spiritual essence. Only by subduing the sword and earning its recognition could one truly claim it. The more powerful the sword, the harder it was to master. I possess the innate gift of the supreme sword heart. If I enter the sword tomb, I should gain something worthwhile. Lu Chen calculated in his mind, though outwardly he deliberately showed a hint of bitterness. Master, the sword tomb is open to everyone, and acquiring a sword depends on one's abilities. You can't use this as a reward to brush me off, can you? Oomph, you cheeky little rascal. Qingxu chuckled softly. Weren't you the one willing to forego rewards to save others before? And now your true colors are showing. That's different. Lu Chen quickly defended himself. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Of course, I was willing. But this time, I barely escaped with my life. Enough. Qingxu shook his head, cutting off Lu Chen's complaints. He raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. A surge of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, forming an ancient, yellowed book. Handing the book to Lu Chen, his tone grew solemn. Your heart is upright, detesting evil and cherishing all beings. It is for this reason that you have been able to cultivate the Howren sword chi. However, the version of Howren sword chi in the library is but a fragment. At most, it can take you to the 3rd level, beyond which it becomes impossible to progress. Pointing to the ancient book, he continued. This book is the cultivation journal left behind by the Confucian sword saint. It details the process of creating the Howren sword chi and includes his insights. Take this and study it well. Align your heart and mind, and you may uncover the path to further cultivate the Howren sword chi, or even forge a path of your own. The cultivation journal of the Confucian sword saint, and his insights into creating the Howren sword chi. Lu Chen's heart trembled. The value of this treasure surpassed even a complete manual of the Howren sword chi. Teaching a man to fish was indeed better than giving him a fish. With this journal, he could decipher the subsequent stages of cultivation. At higher levels, he could even draw on the experiences and wisdom within to create his own swordsmanship. Thank you, master. Lu Chen respectfully received the ancient book, carefully flipping through its pages, his eyes shining with the light of eager determination. The characters on the book's pages were sharp and intense, like an overwhelming sword aura. Just a glance made his eyes sting. Lu Chen instinctively squinted and took half a step back. There is sword aura left on this, Qingxu said, his voice solemn and low. Ordinary people cannot look at it. Even you must wait until you reach the crystallization stage before attempting to read it. Otherwise, the sword aura could harm you at best, damaging your eyes. At worst, shattering your sword heart. After speaking, Qingxu waved his hand, signaling Lu Chen to step back. A trace of worry flickered in his eyes, clearly indicating the gravity of the matters at hand. Finding the rat hiding within Shushan and investigating the mysterious black ledger. Thank you for the warning, master. I shall take my leave now, Lu Chen said respectfully, bowing before turning to leave the sword immortal hall. He descended the stone steps, heading toward the secluded cave dwelling where he lived on the mountain's rear side. As the mountain breeze brushed against his face, Lu Chen pondered while walking. It's been a few days. I wonder how Luli has been progressing in her training? Pushing open the courtyard gate, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. The once barren spiritual field in front of the house had been meticulously cultivated, now filled with an array of exotic flowers and plants. The arrangement was orderly, with vibrant colors, many of which even the well-traveled Lu Chen couldn't recognize. Must be Luli's work, Lu Chen thought with a nod. That girl sure knows how to make herself at home. Entering the courtyard, he noticed the interior was spotless as well. Clearly, Luli had begun to acclimate to life here, which was a promising sign. Yet, as he glanced around, Lu Chen didn't see any sign of Luli. His brows furrowed, and he immediately activated his spiritual power, sending his divine sense out, like rippling water. Soon, he locked onto Luli's presence. Good, nothing's happened. Lu Chen sighed in relief, but his expression quickly tensed again. But why is that girl at the cold pool? The cold pool housed a mysterious and unfathomable creature. If it discovered Luli's identity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Without hesitation, Lu Chen leaped into the air, swiftly making his way to the cold pool in a few bounds. When he arrived, he saw Luli perched on a moss-covered boulder, holding a gourd in her hand and tossing it into the pool. The gourd hit the water with a soft splash, creating ripples and bubbling sounds. Suddenly, an unseen force drew the gourd underwater, disappearing into the depths. Lu Chen, you're back? Luli turned her head upon hearing footsteps behind her. Seeing Lu Chen, her face lit up with a delighted smile as she stood up. Yes, I just returned, Lu Chen replied with a nod, though his expression was far from pleased. Didn't I warn you not to come here? This place is dangerous. He chose his words carefully, wary of alerting the ancient and terrifying creature that resided in the pool. Dangerous? Not at all. Luli looked around innocently, her face full of naive curiosity. Lu Chen didn't bother explaining further and asked directly, what were you doing just now? Oh, I made a new friend a few days ago. He lives in the cold pool, Luli said, pointing to the tranquil water. It's been chilly these past few days, so I brought him some warm wine to help him stay cozy. A friend who lives in the cold pool? Lu Chen was taken aback. So not only do you know there's someone in the lake, but you've also befriended him? And even brought him wine? Looks like I was worrying for nothing. Shaking his head in exasperation, Lu Chen glanced at the still surface of the pool. Since Luli was unharmed, it seemed the mysterious being in the pool wasn't unreasonable. If they could coexist peacefully, there was no need for him to interfere. Perhaps this was even a fateful opportunity for Luli, one that might benefit him in the future. With this thought, Lu Chen felt more at ease. Turning away, he said, the wine's been delivered. Let's head back now. Have you been adjusting well to living here? In the quiet of the night, Lu Chen asked as he absent-mindedly pushed the greens around in his bowl with his chopsticks. Luli thought for a moment and then broke into a satisfied smile. It's great. It's so peaceful here, and no one bothers me. I can do whatever I want, and I even have you, brother Lu Chen, to keep me company. Her voice softened as she added, it's just what? He asked. It's just that my mother only ever taught me how to stir-fry greens. Eating it every day is getting a bit boring. Brother Lu Chen, could you teach me how to cook something else? Looking at the hopeful gleam in the young girl's eyes, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. She was at an age where she needed proper nourishment, and just eating greens wouldn't suffice. Unfortunately, his own cooking skills were far from impressive. I do know some simple recipes for home-cooked dishes. I'll write out a recipe list for you later, and you can learn at your own pace. Okay, Luli agreed cheerfully, immediately standing up to clear the table. After settling the little girl for the evening, Lu Chen stepped into the courtyard and carefully selected 5 suitable tree branches. He whittled them into wooden sword shapes and brought them back to the quiet cultivation chamber in his study. Inside the chamber, Lu Chen channeled his spiritual energy. The 5-element sword formation manual materialized as a luminous screen, and the 5 wooden swords floated midair, glowing with the colors of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The radiance transformed into runes that fused into the wooden swords before vanishing completely. Go! With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen sent the 5 wooden swords flying to the walls of the chamber, forming a self-activating 5-elements sword formation capable of unleashing deadly strikes. Once the formation was complete, Lu Chen seated himself cross-legged at the center of the spirit-gathering array. The twin fish pendant at his waist sensed the dense spiritual energy in the air, emitting a faint glow as it absorbed and converted the energy. Lu Chen paid it no mind and instead activated the yellow springs diagram. A faint yellow stream of water, like a serpent, weaved through the air before entering his body. As the yellow springs water coursed through him, it refined his body and spiritual energy like waves washing over sand. His previously ethereal spiritual energy began to condense into liquid form, flowing steadily through his meridians. Even after just one refinement, his spiritual energy had become significantly purer, bringing him closer to crystallization. The sword bestowal ceremony was fast approaching. Within the sword tomb, not only would he face the malevolent energy born of sword spirits, but there would also be fierce competition among disciples for the most powerful flying swords. Securing the best sword required not only exceptional talent, but also overwhelming strength. For this reason, in the days that followed, Lu Chen spent most of his time in secluded cultivation within the chamber, only occasionally sharing meals and light-hearted conversations with Luli. Though the process was time-consuming, the assistance of the Yellow Springs diagram greatly enhanced his efficiency. 7 days later, Lu Chen had condensed all his magical power into crystalline form. A dense white mist swirled around him, and upon closer inspection, it became clear that the mist was actually composed of countless sparkling, translucent crystals of pure magical energy, surging like a torrential river. The quality of this power far surpassed what he had achieved during the Foundation establishment stage. With a single thought, the crystalline energy transformed in an instant, taking the shape of sharp swords, or condensing into thunderous flames. Its forms were ever-changing, bending effortlessly to his will. When paired with corresponding spells and techniques, its potential power would be unimaginable. Crystallization stage. Lu Chen clenched his fists, a flicker of joy flashing in his eyes. To reach the crystallization stage in just 4 months, this strength places me among the top 10 in the Shu Mountain intersect. At the upcoming sword bestowal ceremony, I will surely make a name for myself. The hierarchy among Shu Mountain disciples was rigid. Outer sect disciples, who were at the lowest rank and practiced chi refinement, were responsible for menial tasks within the sect. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, they could ascend to the inner sect, becoming the core force of Shu Mountain. Inner sect disciples could choose to either apprentice under elders or cultivate independently, with their only obligation being to complete demon-slaying missions in exchange for access to most of the sect's resources. For the majority of disciples, this was the highest level they would ever reach. Only those who displayed extraordinary talent and outshone their peers before the age of 30 could hope to become true disciples. True disciples not only enjoyed full access to all sect resources, but also held equal status with the elders. They even had the opportunity to compete for the title of Sword Heir, the successor to the Shu Mountain sect leader. Currently, there were only 8 true disciples in Shu Mountain, most of whom had already achieved the Golden Core stage. They spent long periods traveling the world and would only return to the sect during the Sword Heir selection. The annual sword bestowal ceremony was not only a chance to assess the progress of disciples from the 7 peaks, but also an opportunity to discover new true disciples. Unfortunately, in the past decade, no new true disciples had emerged, leaving a void in talent. With demons and monsters rising everywhere and the remnants of the Blood Soul sect reappearing, great turmoil is surely on the horizon. The time left for me is running out, Lu Chen thought gravely. I must seize this chance at the sword bestowal ceremony. If I can become a true disciple, I will have the freedom to travel the world and truly refine myself. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the cultivation journal of a Confucian sword sage floated before him. Having broken through to the crystallization stage, he finally possessed the strength to withstand the sword energy and intent contained within the text. It was the perfect opportunity to delve into the next stage of cultivating the righteous sword aura. A sword is the sharp edge of heaven and earth. Unyielding and steadfast, a Confucian is guided by the wisdom of saints and sages, with a heart embracing the world. As Lu Chen read each word carefully, the strokes of the text seemed to come alive, transforming into radiant sword energy that danced through the air like shimmering beams of light. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and in the next moment, he found himself plunged into an illusory world woven entirely from sword energy. What incredible power! The writing on this manuscript carries such a profound sword intent that it can influence the mind and draw me into an illusionary realm. When Lu Chen opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange world woven entirely from pure sword energy. There was no distinction between heaven and earth around him, only an endless expanse of shimmering sword light flowing through the air. Each strand of sword light exuded a pure and righteous aura, ethereal and otherworldly, enough to overwhelm the mind of an ordinary person. No wonder the sect master had said that only those who had reached the crystal realm could safely study this manuscript. But to Lu Chen, these sword lights felt remarkably familiar. The righteous sword energy he cultivated resonated with them, allowing him to navigate this ocean of sword light with ease, without the slightest discomfort. Suddenly, the sword light in the distance surged and coalesced into a magnificent golden palace. From within came the melodious sound of silk and bamboo instruments, accompanied by the graceful dance of several women with celestial beauty. It was the embodiment of the ancient saying, "Within books lie golden mansions, within books lie beauties as fair as jade." Lu Chen gazed at the vision, a faint smile playing on his lips. To an ordinary scholar, such a sight might be utterly enchanting, but to him, it was no more than an ephemeral illusion. With a casual wave of his arm, his righteous energy surged forth, and the illusion dispersed like smoke in an instant. Amidst the sea of sword light, the figure of a middle-aged scholar appeared. He was dressed in a simple white robe, his long hair cascading like a waterfall. His refined features radiated a serene elegance as he sat with a scripture in hand, resembling a sage descended upon the mortal realm. To see through your inner desires and witness my true form, your temperament, is commendable, the scholar remarked, lifting his gaze. You are not of the Confucian school, yet you've mastered righteous sword energy. Quite extraordinary. Lu Chen studied the figure before him, realizing it was a projection formed from sword energy. Quickly understanding the nature of this apparition, he listened as the scholar continued. This is but a projection of my sword energy and will. Many years ago, Qingshu and I debated in swordsmanship. I conceded by half a move and thus gifted him this manuscript. Since you've entered this place, I presume you are a disciple of Mount Shu. The realization dawned on Lu Chen. This man was none other than the legendary Confucian sword saint. To have dueled with the sect master of Mount Shu, a dedicated swordsman, and lost by only half a movement was a testament to this man's unparalleled strength. Lu Chen, disciple of Mount Shu, greets the esteemed sword saint. Lu Chen said respectfully, bowing with the courtesy of a junior, his demeanor neither arrogant nor servile. Sword Saint? That's merely an exaggerated title bestowed by others. In terms of swordsmanship, your sect master surpasses me. My name is Chen. You may address me as Mr. Chen, the man replied with a gentle smile. Thus, I have spent my life fleeting through this world, Mr. Chen said with a faint sigh. To followers of Confucianism, the way of the sword is considered a misguided path. As such, the art of Haoran sword qi has no true successor. Since Qingshu has entrusted you with his handwritten notes, it seems he intends to cultivate your potential. I see a promising nature in you, indeed a rare talent. Why not help you fulfill it? Before his words fully settled, Mr. Chen raised his hand and waved it gracefully. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. Thunder roared and dragon cries echoed through the sky. A cascade of endless sword light, like a reversed galaxy, surrounded them, only to be drawn into his palm. In the next moment, he thrust his hand forward. Boom! A turbulent sea of sword energy surged and transformed into a dazzling, massive palm imprint, blotting out the sky as it descended upon Lu Chen with overwhelming force. Lu Chen's heart trembled. A sword saint, whose power rivaled that of the headmaster of Mount Shu, had suddenly made his move. The mere pressure of the sword intent was enough to shatter the soul of an ordinary person. Yet, he quickly realized there was no killing intent within the palm. It was merely a projection formed by a strand of sword intent. Understanding this, Lu Chen steadied himself, using his Haoran sword qi to shield his entire body. The immense palm crashed down with a muffled sound, driving him straight into the sea of sword light below. The sea, formed of condensed sword energy, suffocated him as it dragged him deeper. In the engulfing darkness, countless demonic creatures opened their eyes, closing in from every direction. Haoran sword qi governs all, vanquishing evil and chaos. Mr. Chen's voice echoed from the heavens above. Yet the wickedness within the human heart cannot be so easily severed. It is like this sea of swords, calm on the surface, but roiling with hidden undercurrents. If you wish to advance further in the path of Haoran sword qi, you must confront the darkness within your own heart. Subdue the restless monkey of your mind, and only then will the true path of righteousness reveal itself. As his words faded, Mr. Chen's form gradually dissipated, his final laugh lingering faintly in the boundless sky. Within the sea of swords, Lu Chen steadied himself, finally discerning the true forms of the demonic creatures. Greed manifested as a towering, grotesque beast of flesh. Slaughter took the shape of a blood-red fiend. Lust transformed into a seductive and alluring demoness. These were the desires and troubles born of the human heart, the myriad afflictions of the mortal world. Though I, too, possess emotions and desires, as long as I remain true to my heart, I will not lose myself, Lu Chen realized. To love life, to despise evil, to seek immortality, these are all natural human pursuits. As long as I stay true to my original intentions, what harm is there in following them? In that moment, Lu Chen's mind became crystal clear, and his unparalleled sword heart grew purer than ever. The surrounding demons dissolved into streams of sword light, merging seamlessly into the sword qi around him. A system notification followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving enlightenment. Unparalleled sword heart compatibility 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the advanced cultivation method of Haoran sword qi. You can now progress to the 6th and highest level through experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the advanced cultivation method of the Haoran sword qi. You can now level it up to the 6th layer with experience points. Hearing the system notification, Lu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. He gently ran his fingertips over the sword manual in his hand, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. What was once a fragmented manual that only allowed cultivation up to the 3rd layer of Haoran sword qi had now revealed its complete advanced techniques. But the 6th layer is the limit? Lu Chen frowned slightly. If that renowned swordsman surnamed Chen could truly rival the sect leader, Qingshu Jinren, with just the 6th layer of Haoran sword qi, it seemed almost inconceivable. After all, Qingshu Zinren's Shushan swordsmanship was a peerless technique capable of opening the celestial gates and harnessing the power of the stars. How could the 6th layer of Haoran sword qi alone possibly match such mastery? Perhaps one must rely on their own enlightenment to break through beyond the 6th layer. Lu Chen mused to himself before opening the system interface to check. Advancing to the 4th layer required 10,000 experience points, and the cost would likely increase further for subsequent levels. However, the unexpected improvement in his sword heart compatibility was a pleasant surprise, something that would surely prove useful in the upcoming sword bestowal ceremony. As Lu Chen exited the world within the book, the text on the journal in his hand had already vanished. That swordsman surnamed Chen, I should make some inquiries during my future travels, he murmured, standing up and pushing the door open. Under the large tree in the courtyard, Luli was leaning her head to one side, seemingly asleep. Yet, An endless stream of spiritual energy was flowing through the tree roots and into her body. This method of cultivating by borrowing the power of plants was something Lu Chen had never encountered before, and its speed far surpassed that of the Tai Ching induction technique. Was this a result of wisdom from a past life, or was it taught by that mysterious individual? He shook his head. As long as it wasn't some heretical path, there was no need for concern. While lost in thought, a melodious bell suddenly echoed from the front mountain. In an instant, countless sword lights soared into the sky from the various peaks of Shushan, converging toward the sword tomb in the rear mountain like radiant rainbows piercing the heavens. The sword bestowal ceremony had begun. Without hesitation, Lu Chen leaped onto his flying sword and joined the stream of sword lights. In the distance, atop the towering cliffs of the mountain, auspicious clouds swirled, and dazzling sword auras illuminated the sky. Thousands of Shushan disciples had already gathered there. This annual grand event drew nearly everyone in the sect, save for a few true disciples who were traveling abroad. In front of the sword tomb, the air buzzed with excitement as a crowd of inner disciples from Shushan gathered, eagerly awaiting the annual sword bestowal ceremony. Under the sunlight, their faces were alight with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. Only a portion of the inner disciples are qualified to enter the sword tomb, explained a disciple dressed in a green robe to his companion. The rest are just here to observe and enjoy the spectacle. Finally, it's time for the sword bestowal ceremony. A young disciple clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. This year, he'll find a way to earn the recognition of a flying sword. A senior brother standing nearby patted him on the shoulder, his tone confident. You've made great progress this year, subduing many demons. I'm certain you'll achieve your goal. Have you set your sights on a specific sword? Someone asked curiously. With our current strength, we wouldn't dare aim too high. Well, just try for one of the 72 earthly fiends, the senior brother replied modestly, though an ambitious glint shone in his eyes. The Xianshui sword would suit me perfectly, the young disciple said dreamily, as if he could already see the faint blue glow of the sword in his mind. The senior brother raised an eyebrow. You're after the Xianshui sword too? Well, that's unfortunate. Looks like we'll have to compete for it. They exchanged smiles, though both were filled with unyielding determination. Standing on the edge of the crowd, Lu Chen quietly listened to the conversations around him. He had some understanding of the situation within the sword tomb. The tomb housed the renowned swords forged by Shushan's predecessors, each one steeped in history and power. Beyond the swords themselves, many contained inherited mystical abilities, making them highly coveted. Of course, there were also exceptionally gifted individuals who attempted to forge their own life-bound swords, nurturing them with their very essence. These swords offered greater potential for growth, but the path was far from easy. It required immense resources and a significant investment of time. Many spent a lifetime without successfully creating a truly top-tier sword. Lu Chen had considered forging his own life-bound sword. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the scabbard at his waist. But for now, the timing and materials weren't right, so he wasn't in a rush. It would be wiser to first acquire a top-tier sword from the sword tomb as a temporary measure. Once his strength was sufficient, he could then forge the sword most suited to him. The swords within the tomb were roughly divided into 6 tiers based on the strength of their original owners and the swords themselves. The immortal sword, the 3 divine swords, the 7 supreme swords, the 36 heavenly stars, the 72 earthly fiends, and the 10,000+ demon-slaying swords. The lowest tier, and by far the most numerous, were the demon-slaying swords. Numbering over 10,000, these swords had belonged to Shushan disciples who had fallen in battle. Their quality was only slightly better than the standard flying swords distributed by the sect, with an occasional exceptional sword among them. Only the weaker inner disciples were forced to choose from this tier. The 72 earthly fiends were significantly more powerful. Most had belonged to outstanding inner disciples of past generations who had tragically fallen. Each sword carried a unique aura, drawing the attention of many disciples. Above them were the 36 heavenly stars, which were even more formidable. These swords had been wielded by the elders of Shushan, their blades radiating extraordinary brilliance. Not only were they immensely powerful, but they often came with inherited mystical abilities. These swords were the ultimate goal for the sect's most talented inner disciples. However, fewer than half of these swords remained unclaimed. For most disciples, the heavenly star swords represented the pinnacle of their ambitions. Lu Chen glanced at a group of distinguished inner disciples in the distance. Their evident aspirations made it clear they were targeting swords of this caliber. Above the heavenly stars were the 7 supreme swords, which had far more extraordinary origins. These were the swords of Shushan's true disciples who had met untimely ends. Becoming a true disciple of Shushan was no small feat, as only the most exceptional talents were chosen. Such individuals rarely fell unexpectedly, as they often achieved remarkable success. Even if they didn't ascend to the position of sect master or sword master, they typically became the heads of one of the 7 peaks, with bright futures ahead. As such, The swords they left behind possessed unimaginable potential. Acquiring one of these swords not only granted access to the supreme teachings of one of the peaks, but also elevated the wielder's status dramatically. These 7 swords had practically become the standard for advancing to the rank of true disciple. Unfortunately, all 7 supreme swords had already been claimed. Each was now wielded by one of the 7 true disciples, who used them to progress rapidly in their cultivation. Above the 7 supremes were the 3 divine swords and the ultimate immortal sword. The immortal sword of Shushan was the legendary demon-suppressing sword, said to be a celestial weapon bestowed by the heavens. It possessed unimaginable power and could only be wielded by the sect master or the current sword master. Whenever it was drawn, demons fell, and the very heavens and earth trembled. Aside from the immortal sword, the most powerful were the 3 divine swords, Taya, Chunyang, and Tianqing. These swords were known as the personal weapons of the sword gods. In Shushan's 1,000-year history, only 3 sword gods had emerged, their legends still celebrated by disciples to this day. The Tianqing sword, the lifebound weapon of the sect master Qingshu Jinren, was currently suspended in the sword tomb, suppressing its malevolent energy. It couldn't be claimed by anyone. Its starlight radiance illuminated a corner of the tomb, even in broad daylight. The Chunyang sword had been claimed 8 years ago by Gu Changsheng, then an inner disciple. His acquisition of the sword catapulted him to prominence, earning him the favor of the head of Kaiyang Peak, who accepted him as a true disciple. He was now considered the most promising among the 8 true disciples. It was said the sword glowed a fiery red, like a blazing sun, brimming with endless pure yang energy. Of the 3 divine swords, only the Taya sword, known as the Sword of Slaughter, remained in the tomb. However, its location was unknown, and taming it was even more elusive. Rumor had it that the sword was bloodthirsty and had claimed the lives of countless cultivators who had attempted to wield it. Lu Chen's gaze deepened as he silently contemplated. It seems that if I want to become a true disciple, I'll have to find a way to claim the Taya divine sword. The divine sword Taya is the most enigmatic among the 3 legendary swords. Its existence is shrouded in mystery. No one knows its origin, nor has anyone ever seen it with their own eyes. Yet, all disciples of Mount Shu firmly believe that this legendary sword lies hidden within the sword tomb. Inside the sword tomb, a dense, oppressive aura of malevolence swirls, as if tangible. This is the fierce energy emanating from Taya, born of countless acts of slaughter, perpetually engulfing this forbidden ground. From time to time, a piercing sword cry echoes, as if Taya itself mourns its confinement away from the light of day. It waits silently for a destined wielder, though it is not a prize anyone can covet. To even catch a glimpse of it requires extraordinary fortune, and to master it demands unparalleled determination. Lu Chen stood outside the sword tomb, his gaze profound. Over the years, countless disciples of Mount Shu had sought Taya in their pursuit of the final true disciple seat, yet none had succeeded. Most had not even been deemed worthy of laying eyes on it. The divine sword Taya, the mightiest flying sword within the sword tomb, is indeed a match for my supreme sword heart, Lu Chen mused to himself. To become a true disciple, I must find a way to subdue it. From what he knew, only the founder of Mount Shu and the current sect leader, Qingshu Jinren, had ever reached the Sword Saint realm. As for Tai's original master, that Sword Saint's identity remained yet another unsolved mystery. Perhaps uncovering some related information could aid in taming Tai. Just then, atop the cliff where the sword tomb resided, 7 dazzling beams of sword light suddenly descended. The beams formed the shape of the Big Dipper, transforming into towering pillars of light that radiated a divine brilliance, shaking all who witnessed them. Within these columns of sword energy, 7 figures emerged, 6 men and 1 woman, all of them nascent soul realm masters with profound cultivation. These were the 7 peak elders, second only to the sect leader in power and far surpassing ordinary elders in status. Greetings to the 7 peak elders. The disciples bowed deeply in respect. Lu Chen followed suit, all the while discreetly observing the 7 figures. Though he had never met the peak elders before, he recalled the mysterious figure behind Yang Kai, someone capable of manipulating others with a mere sliver of their soul, unleashing power near the core formation realm. Such a feat would require at least nascent soul-level cultivation. Could that mysterious figure be one of these 7? One of the peak elders announced the rules concisely. The sword bestowal ceremony is a grand event for Mount Shu. Once the sword tomb is opened, inner disciples of the Foundation establishment realm and above may enter to seek their destined flying sword. However, remember this: within the sword tomb, the malevolent energy gives rise to dangerous illusionary beasts. If you are overwhelmed, you may activate your Identity Jade token to escape immediately. Each person may claim only 1 sword. Greed will bring ruin. A spiritual sword is without a master. Strength reigns supreme, and competition among fellow disciples is permitted. A sword belongs only to the strong. As the elders' words faded, the 7 simultaneously unleashed their sword energy, combining their power to break the seal of the sword tomb. The dense white mist that had obscured the view dissipated instantly, revealing a massive peak rising from the abyss. The mountain stood like an upright sword piercing the heavens, its steep cliffs jagged and treacherous. Amid the swirling mist and malevolent energy, countless flying swords could be seen embedded in the rocky surface. The sword tomb is open. Claim your swords. Out of my way. The Xian Shui sword is mine. Let's see who has the skill to take it. As the sword mountain emerged, the disciples of Shu Shan transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky on their swords, rushing toward the mountain like shooting stars. Lu Chen followed calmly behind, stepping on the void, his gaze remaining cautiously fixed on the leader of the Seven Peaks. After observing for a while and noticing nothing unusual, Lu Chen finally felt slightly relieved. The leaders of the Seven Peaks are mostly senior brothers who trained alongside the sect master. Their character and background should be beyond suspicion. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. The matter of the traitor is something the sect master will handle. Entering the sword tomb, a thick, mist-like aura of malevolence surged all around. Sword lights occasionally flashed through the air as other disciples searched for suitable flying swords. However, Lu Chen remained unhurried, as his target was the divine sword Tai. Acting rashly would be pointless. Looking up, he noticed the malevolent energy grew denser with altitude, clearly indicating that higher quality swords were hidden at the mountain's peak. Just as he prepared to ascend on his sword, a vine suddenly shot out from the mist ahead, lunging at his ankle like a venomous snake. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened as he stomped down fiercely. Sword energy erupted like a breached river, severing the vine. With a wave of his sleeve, his magical power transformed into a gust of wind, dispersing the mist and revealing a vine demon. The creature had mutated into a monster by absorbing the malevolent energy of the flying swords, its body exuding a sinister aura as it lashed out with its tendrils. Courting death, Lu Chen pointed in midair, and a torrent of sword energy exploded, piercing and shattering the vine demon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the vine demon. Experience 200. 200 experience points for just one monster. Lu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. The sword tomb was teeming with these monsters, formed from condensed malevolent energy, an ideal place for leveling up. Even if he didn't find the divine sword Taya, this trip would still be worthwhile. He immediately adjusted his strategy, putting away his flying sword and choosing to climb the mountain on foot. The other disciples were focused on finding swords and paid no attention to these monsters, giving him the perfect opportunity to earn more experience. Meanwhile, outside the sword tomb, the leader of the Seven Peaks sat cross-legged in midair, gazing down at the mountain through an ice mirror. This year's disciples are stronger than previous years. 11 of the 36 Tiangang swords remain. Let's see who has the fortune to claim them. Yaoguang, I heard your new disciple has also entered the sword tomb. Which Tiangang sword has she set her sights on? The other leaders turned their attention to the only woman among them. Yaoguang smiled wryly and shook her head. That girl may be talented, but she's far too proud and ambitious. I'm afraid she'll leave empty-handed this time. A disciple personally trained by you should be far stronger than the average. How could she leave empty-handed unless she's... Yes, that girl is aiming for the divine sword Taya. Ning Shuang, that girl, is she really aiming for the divine sword Taya? At these words, the expressions of the Seven Peak Masters turned grave, and they fell into silence. They knew all too well the origins of the Taya sword. Once, its master had wielded it to sweep across the land, standing unyielding even in the face of the heavens. Later, the divine sword was abandoned in the sword tomb, where it emitted a mournful wail every day. In terms of power, Taya surpassed even Chunyang and Tianqing. The sword's fierce aura and indomitable spirit were unmatched in the world. Since that legendary figure, no one had been able to make Taya bow to their will. Xiaoning Shuang came from an extraordinary background and possessed exceptional talent. Among the inner disciples of Shu Shan, she was undoubtedly one of the finest. With her strength, obtaining any of the Tiangang 36 swords would be an easy feat, and even the 7 absolute swords were not beyond her reach. But to subdue Taya, it's too difficult. Young people having ambition isn't a bad thing, one of the peak masters said softly. If she can create a miracle like Gu Chongxing did back then, Shu Shan will have another top-tier prodigy. While Chunyang may be the ancestral sword, it doesn't match Taya's ferocity. Let her try. Even if she fails, it will serve as a lesson, and she can try again next year. As they spoke, the sword tomb was already ablaze with radiant sword light. The disciples were displaying their skills, competing to claim a sword. In the mirrored projection, a woman dressed in white, her long hair flowing and her demeanor ethereal, ascended the steps. She paid no attention to the flying swords around her. Not even the renowned Tiangang 36 swords could make her pause. Her goal was singular, the mountaintop, where Taya was most likely to appear. While everyone was focused on this genius young woman, the head of Yuhing Peak was suddenly drawn to another scene. In the forest of the Sword Tomb, a young man was cutting through the dense miasma with sword energy like blazing torches, carving out a clear path amidst the suffocating aura. His sword energy was pure as water, and with each strike, he felled a demon beast. Wherever he passed, the mist dissipated, and the sinister energy retreated. In a short time, he had cleared the area below the mountainside. Impressive cultivation, with a solid foundation, one peak master commented. So young and already at the crystallization stage, another mused. He's quite remarkable among the inner disciples. But this boy, he seems unfamiliar. Indeed, I don't recall seeing him before. A peak master frowned in thought. I usually remember the promising disciples in the inner sect, unless he's newly admitted. A new disciple reaching crystallization so quickly? Even rarer is the aura of his spiritual energy, righteous and pure, almost like the path of Confucianism. Could it be that he mastered the Howren sword chi from the library? That technique has never been successfully cultivated before. Lu Chen, it's him. Someone recognized the youth. The sect leader once mentioned him. He made great contributions during the incident with the remnants of the Blood Soul sect, and was rewarded with the Jade Green Lotus. No wonder his foundation is so solid. The peak masters nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by Lu Chen's displayed strength. Yet, a question lingered in all their minds. With his abilities, securing a Tiangong-level flying sword should be a sure thing. So why? But it seemed he had no such intention, not even sparing a glance at those flying swords. With a long sword in hand, he strode through the sword tomb, striking down any demonic creatures he encountered without hesitation. His movements were crisp and efficient, exuding an air of chilling decisiveness. In the distance, several senior leaders silently observed the scene. They exchanged meaningful glances while everyone else was frantically vying for the flying swords. This young man was focused solely on slaying demons? Interesting. Lu Chen, of course, was unaware that he had already caught the attention of these powerful figures. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy of his accomplishments. Ding! A series of system notifications echoed. Defeated Stone Golem Demon, gained 300 XP. Defeated Sword Shadow Demon, gained 500 XP. Defeated Fiend Spirit, gained Heavenly Eye Technique, 500 XP. In a short period, Lu Chen had already slain dozens of demonic creatures, amassing over 5,000 experience points. To his surprise and delight, he had also obtained a practical minor spell, the Heavenly Eye Technique. The Heavenly Eye Technique, derived from the Taoist 10 divine powers heavenly vision, might not match the true power of the divine ability, but it allowed the user to temporarily open their spiritual eyes. This enabled them to see the true forms of demons and spirits, as well as dispel various illusions. Not bad. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was just from clearing out the lower mountain's demons. If I venture deeper into the Sword Tomb, where the fiendish aura is heavier, there might be even greater rewards. Just as he was about to press forward, a sudden sword cry resonated from the mountaintop. The sound carried an overwhelming sense of sorrow, desolation, and defiance, as though it were an ancient lament or the furious roar of the underworld. It echoed deeply, shaking the soul. The entire Sword Tomb trembled violently. Endless fiendish energy surged like a tidal wave, engulfing everything in its path. All the demonic creatures shuddered in fear within this aura, letting out mournful wails. It's Taie. The divine sword is weeping. Quick, to the mountaintop. Whoever claims Taie will rise above all others. Countless disciples of Mount Shu turned pale at the sound. They immediately summoned their flying swords, transforming into streaks of sword light that shot toward the peak. But just then, an overwhelming surge of fiendish energy erupted like an invisible demonic sword slashing through the air. The disciples rushing upward let out cries of agony, falling like raindrops. Fortunately, the protective barrier surrounding the area caught them, preventing more severe casualties. This is terrifying. Is this the power of a divine sword? We're not even worthy of laying eyes on it. Just a wisp of its fiendish aura knocked us all down. How could we ever dare to covet such a weapon? The sharpness of the divine sword, how could mere mortals dare to covet it? None of them are worthy to witness the true form of the Taie sword. Outside the Sword Tomb, the head of the Seven Peaks stood atop a high point, his gaze fixed on the mountain peak where a towering, menacing sword light surged into the sky. The sword light coiled like a dragon, roaring and spiraling, shaking heaven and earth. He couldn't help but shake his head, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. Every year, when the Sword Tomb opens, the Taie sword cries out, yearning for someone to free it from its long burial. The Seven Peaks leader murmured. But year after year, no one has ever managed to break through the terrifying aura and reach the summit. They can't even lay eyes on Taie, let alone claim it as their own. As the years passed, the pent-up resentment and malevolent energy within the Taie, a sword grew increasingly ferocious. The power it unleashed now was more terrifying than ever, with sword energy surging in all directions and malevolence rolling like thunder, as if it sought to tear the heavens apart. It has been buried in dust for far too long, the leader sighed. This loneliness and desolation, with no outlet, have transformed into an even more fearsome and violent sword light. Before his words had fully faded, the leader's eyes suddenly lifted. Below, several figures had burst into the air from the crowd, their bodies radiating dazzling sword light as they streaked through the sky like meteors. More challengers, unwilling to concede, making another attempt to reach the summit. These individuals were the top prodigies of the inner sect of Mount Shu, each possessing the cultivation level of the crystal realm, ranking among the top 10 of the inner sect. Two of them even had solid foundation establishment roots, their auras steady as mountains. Yet, in the face of the overwhelming malevolent energy emitted by the Tai sword, they were still no match. The clash of swords reverberated as the dreadful power roared, and the terrifying sword energy swept through like a raging storm. The figures were flung back like fallen leaves in the wind, retreating in disarray. Their faces were pale, blood spilling from their mouths, and even standing upright seemed an enormous effort. It's too strong, someone exclaimed in shock. This malevolent energy kills all in its path, ignoring magical defenses and striking directly at the soul. No matter how high one's cultivation, without extraordinary mental fortitude, it's impossible to withstand. Wait, someone hasn't retreated. Look, it's Xiaoningshuang. She's resisting the malevolent energy. A burst of astonished cries rose from the crowd. Amid the rolling waves of malevolence, a graceful figure soared upward, defying the heavens. Her white dress fluttered in the wind like butterfly wings. A chilling frost emanated from her body, forming delicate ice flowers around her, which coalesced into a shimmering, crystalline armor that stubbornly resisted the onslaught of the sword's malevolent energy. It's senior sister Xiaoningshuang. Incredible. She's actually holding her ground against the malevolent energy. The divine sword Tai can only be claimed by the most exceptional prodigy. Xiaoningshuang is undoubtedly the strongest among our inner sect now and the one with the greatest hope of earning test recognition. Within the sword tomb, the disciples' discussions buzzed with admiration and anticipation. Lu Chen, too, was drawn by the commotion on the mountain. Looking up at the striking figure in the sky, he nodded slightly. This Xiaoningshuang does have some skill, he thought to himself. It was said that she was a disciple of the Yaoguang Peak leader, with extraordinary talent and a foundation establishment formed from 10th sandy-year-old profound ice, granting her boundless potential. Now, she had reached the peak of the crystal realm, just a step away from the golden core realm, standing unrivaled in the inner sect. She indeed had a chance at claiming the divine sword Tai. However, the malevolent energy released by this divine sword pierces straight to the soul. Mere cultivation and magical power won't be enough to withstand it. Lu Chen mused, shaking his head. He wasn't in a hurry. If the Tai sword were so easily claimed, it wouldn't have remained buried in the sword tomb for so many years. Unhurriedly, he continued ascending the steps. Unfortunately, with the malevolent energy within the sword tomb drawn entirely toward the Tai sword, there were no demonic creatures left to obstruct his path, leaving him with no opportunities to gain more experience. Boom. Moments later, a thunderous explosion echoed from the mountaintop. Within the storm of malevolent energy, Xiaoningshuang's figure was sent hurtling backward. Her face was ghostly pale, and the icy magical power surrounding her had been shattered by the malevolent energy, leaving cracks in its wake. She staggered back repeatedly, struggling to steady herself. She failed. Although Xiaoningshua possessed remarkable cultivation and a strong will, capable of barely resisting the ominous aura, she ultimately fell short of success. What a pity, she still couldn't lay eyes on the divine sword Tai. One disciple sighed regretfully, his eyes filled with disappointment. That sword is far too proud. If we can't even withstand the aura it emits, how could we possibly hope to tame it? Another murmured, his gaze settling on Xiaoningshuang, who was descending from the mountaintop. Her face was pale, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her lips. Even senior sister Xia failed. It seems no one will earn its favor this year either. The other disciples let out sighs of resignation as they watched Xiaoningshuang retreat. Her failure struck a heavy blow to their hopes. If even the acknowledged genius of Mount Shu couldn't withstand the aura's assault, they dared not harbor any thoughts of trying themselves. Just then, from the swirling storm of ominous energy atop the mountain, a series of piercing, high-pitched sword cries suddenly resonated across the heavens. The sound was sharp and reverberated through the clouds, ringing in everyone's ears. It seemed to be both a summons and a taunt call for a worthy master and a mockery of Mount Shu's inability to produce one. Let's go. The Tai sword is beyond our reach. We'd better search for other swords more suited to us, the disciples murmured, shaking their heads in defeat as they prepared to leave on their flying swords. But at that very moment, a young man appeared, walking toward the mountaintop with a steady, upright posture. His steps were calm and unwavering. Huh? There's actually someone else daring enough to try? One disciple exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Does he think he's more talented than senior sister Xiaoningshuang? Another sneered. People always think they're special, so it's only natural he wants to give it a shot, an older disciple remarked. Judging by his refined mana, he's likely a master in the crystallization realm, probably ranking in the top 10 among the inner disciples. Strange, I don't recall seeing him before. I've seen him before. I think his name is Lu Chen, a new disciple who joined not long ago. So, how long do you think he can last in the storm of ominous energy? The disciples debated, but their expressions revealed their doubt in Lu Chen's chances. Meanwhile, high above the sword tomb, the seven peak elders hovered in the air, observing the unfolding events. Xia Shuang has talent, but her resolve isn't firm enough. She was driven back by the illusions and inner demons triggered by the ominous aura. Such a shame. An elderly, white-haired elder remarked with a shake of his head. And this Lu Chen who would have thought he'd also attempt to claim the divine sword. Another elder said, narrowing his eyes. What do you all think? How far can he go? With his righteous sword aura, he has a natural resistance to the ominous energy. The first trial likely won't stop him. As they spoke, Lu Chen had already reached the edge of the mountaintop under everyone's watchful gaze. The churning ominous energy surged toward him like a black thunderstorm, stretching from earth to sky, a terrifying sight. The dark currents were streaked with blood-red lightning, crackling with an unsettling intensity. Yet Lu Chen remained calm and unflinching, his expression betraying no emotion. Without hesitation, he casually discarded the flying sword in his hand. The ordinary blade arced through the air before landing on a distant rock with a crisp clang. In the face of the divine sword, such ordinary weapons were meaningless. To withstand the ominous aura, one had to rely on sheer willpower and mental fortitude. External tools and magic were of little use. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Chen took a step forward. At first, his movements were slow, as though burdened by immense pressure. Each step seemed to require great effort. But with every step he took, a radiant light emanated from his body, growing brighter and more intense, like a flickering candle in the darkness that gradually became a blazing sun. His pace quickened, and his entire demeanor seemed to lighten. The righteous sword aura around him coiled and surged, forming golden halos. With each step he took, lotus flowers bloomed beneath his feet, their golden petals glowing undiminished amidst the ominous energy. Sword aura shielded him, and lotuses bloomed with every step. At this moment, Lu Chen appeared like a sage walking through the darkness, impervious to all evil. The ferocious ominous energy seemed to shrink away in fear, retreating as if it dared not obstruct his path. In the blink of an eye, he had already forced the aura back dozens of yards. The overwhelming surge of murderous energy dissipated on its own. The disciples present were stunned by this unbelievable sight, their expressions changing drastically. Each of them had personally experienced the terrifying power of this deadly aura. The turbulent, oppressive current could even corrode spiritual energy, often strong enough to send them flying with just one encounter. Even Xia Shuang, at the peak of the crystallization stage, could barely hold on for a moment before being forced to retreat. Yet here was Lu Chen, moving freely within the storm of murderous energy, even driving it away as if it dared not approach him. What was going on? The Howren Sword Chi. He had mastered the Howren Sword Chi. Hovering midair, Xia Shuang's eyes gleamed with astonishment. She had always been proud and confident, believing she could soar to new heights this time and claim the divine sword. However, she had not anticipated being trapped at the very first trial by the murderous energy, unable to advance even an inch. That Lu Chen could cultivate the Howren Sword Chi to such a profound level indeed gave him the ability to suppress the deadly aura. But even with the Howren Sword Chi, it was impossible to completely resist its invasive power. In truth, Xia Shuang had not been directly defeated by the murderous energy. With her icy powers, she could freeze the aura and barely protect herself. What truly forced her to retreat was a far more terrifying force. Sure enough, as she pondered this, Lu Chen's movements within the storm of deadly energy noticeably slowed. Waves of sword wind stirred, and in the darkness, the murderous aura coalesced into a shadowy figure. It suddenly leaped into the air, flashing with sword light as it lunged straight at him. A demon? Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He had assumed it to be the same kind of demon he had encountered before. Quickly raising his hand, he pointed toward the sky. The Xuanhe sword chi erupted instantly, slicing through the air and shooting toward the shadow. However, the sword chi passed straight through it, utterly ineffective. Immediately, the shadow's sword light shot forward, aiming directly at Lu Chen's face. A sharp, chilling pain surged toward him, as though a force was tearing at his very soul. Reacting swiftly, Lu Chen activated his max-level iron body technique to protect his vital points. Yet the force was still overwhelming. Fortunately, the Howren sword chi followed close behind, transforming into a radiant beam of light that, with a crisp clang, blocked the impact of the sword light. In the next instant, Lu Chen's body trembled. The Howren sword chi surged around him, its golden radiance blazing like the sun, instantly obliterating the shadow's sword light without a trace. Ding! The system notification sounded, and Lu Chen paused briefly in surprise. Congratulations, host. You have slain a sword wraith and obtained Gale Swordsmanship Fragment. The Gale Swordsmanship Fragment was the unique sword technique of the Northwest Gale Sword School. Although incomplete and untrainable, it could still be studied to expand his understanding and insights into swordsmanship. Hearing this notification, Lu Chen finally understood. This was no demon, it was a wraith, summoned by the murderous energy. These wraiths were the spirits of swordsmen who had fallen to the Taya sword. Their resentment had condensed into shadowy forms that specifically attacked the mind, rendering most spells ineffective against them. Without his Howren sword chi, he might have suffered a significant loss this time. As he allowed himself a brief moment of relief, the murderous energy ahead surged once more. Countless beams of sword light followed in rapid succession at a glance. There were hundreds, if not thousands. Each beam of light represented a wraith born of resentment from those who had perished under the Taya sword. They carried a terrifying momentum, all charging madly toward Lu Chen. Humph! A rabble of defeated souls dares to act arrogant before me? Lu Chen snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade, showing no trace of fear. Though slaying these wraiths wouldn't grant him experience, it would yield fragments of their sword techniques. While these fragments couldn't be directly cultivated, they could serve as valuable resources to help him comprehend his own swordsmanship in the future. Lu Chen held nothing back. The Howren sword chi surged explosively, and with a flick of his fingers, sword chi shot out like a storm. Beneath his feet, the Qinglian sword light spun and blossomed with his movements. The lotus flowers danced, transforming into a field of green light. Infused with the aura of the yellow springs, the light swept across the wraiths, purging and dissolving them one by one. Ding! Once again, the system notification rang out. Congratulations to the host for slaying the lost soul beneath the sword, obtaining Aurora Sword Technique Fragment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the lost soul beneath the sword, obtaining Flying Thunder Sword Art Fragment. The system notifications echoed one after another. Lu Chen wielded his sword with both hands, the blade's light weaving a silvery web like threads, each strike precisely extinguishing a wisp of lingering soul. Yet, the sword shadows of the malevolent spirits kept surging forth endlessly, as if without end. Lu Chen's brows furrowed deeply. He had already slain countless remnants of souls, yet he hadn't advanced even a single step forward. At this rate, he would inevitably exhaust his strength. How many people did this Taya sword slaughter back then? No wonder it's called the Slayer of Swords. A sudden realization struck him. So this is why Xia Ningxuang was likely forced to retreat earlier, overwhelmed by these endless vengeful spirits. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he recognized that continuing to fight like this was futile. Not only was it a waste of time, but it could also trap him in an unending cycle of slaughter, ultimately damaging his spirit. He needed to locate the exact position of the Taya sword quickly if he had any hope of subduing it. These malevolent spirits are nothing more than mental illusions, like ephemeral flowers or reflections in water. My heavenly, I should be able to pierce through them. With this thought, Lu Chen immediately channeled his power, pressing his two fingers together and tracing a line across his brow. A golden light surged into his eyes as the heavenly eye ability activated. A beam of golden light swept across the surroundings, dispersing the malevolent energy wherever it passed. Piercing through countless phantom spirits, he finally spotted the legendary divine sword within a fissure at the mountaintop. Suspended in midair, the Taya sword was encircled by a multitude of flying swords, reigning like an emperor among its subjects. Its blade emanated an aura so sharp it sent shivers down his spine, its terrifying edge palpable even from afar. Having located his target, Lu Chen didn't hesitate. He summoned his full power, the lotus petals hovering in his palm rapidly converging into a radiant green lotus sword. As the sword intent surged, he swung the blade upward with a sudden motion, carving a galaxy-like trail of light through the sky. Grand River Sword Intent. With a thunderous roar, the galaxy of sword light cascaded downward, sweeping across the area like a tidal wave. The malevolent spirits disintegrated instantly under its overwhelming force, clearing a path straight to the summit. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen transformed into a streak of sword light and shot toward the mountaintop. Down below, the disciples stared in utter disbelief. So powerful. Is this really the strength someone at the crystallization realm can unleash? Xia Ningxuang was even more stunned. As one of the 7 supreme techniques of Mount Shu, wasn't the Grand River Sword Intent supposed to be unlearnable until the nascent soul realm? How could Lu Chen have mastered it? Outside the sword tomb, the heads of the 7 peaks also exchanged astonished looks. Though this was merely a nascent form of the Grand River Sword Intent, with less than 1/1000th of its full power, the fact that someone at the crystallization realm could comprehend it from the hanging river sword art was unprecedented. Senior brother Tianji, even you couldn't achieve this back in the day, could you? Aside from the ancestor who created this sword art, No one in Mount Shu's history has ever grasped the Grand River sword intent before reaching the nascent soul realm. This young man truly possesses unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. Ever since that person sealed their sword and withdrew from the world, he's the first in a century to break through 2 trials and confront the Tai divine sword directly. Perhaps there's a sliver of hope after all. Lu Chen, wielding the mighty De sword intent, cleaved through the malevolent aura and obliterated vengeful spirits, leaving the entire Shushan sect in awe. Wherever his sword light passed, terrified souls scattered, and the sinister energy dissolved. This scene moved every disciple of Shushan present. They witnessed Lu Chen first display his boundless sword energy and then unleash the De sword intent, showcasing a swordsmanship talent far beyond ordinary. With this astonishing strike alone, Lu Chen emerged as the brightest star in this year's sword ceremony. For so many years, no one has been able to truly ascend to the peak of the sword mound and confront the divine sword Taya directly. Do you think he could be the next Gu Changsheng? That's unlikely. Gu Changsheng was born with a pure yang body, perfectly attuned to the divine sword. Taya is different. It carries an overwhelming malevolent force that mere talent alone cannot suppress. The murmurs of discussion grew louder, but Lu Chen paid them no mind. Armed with the De sword intent, he carved his way through obstacles and finally reached the cliff edge at the very peak of the sword mount. The divine sword Taya hovered not far ahead, emanating a bone-chilling aura. Layers of sword light intertwined to form a radiant fortress, shielding the sword at its center. The closer he got, the sharper the sword light became, and the surging killing intent made it impossible to look directly at it. Divine sword Taya, I have come to bring you back to the light. Lu Chen charged toward Taya, his sword intent surging like a raging dragon, tearing through the protective layers of sword light. At that moment, Taya trembled violently, releasing a thunderous hum. The surrounding sword light erupted in chaos, as if expressing both fury and exhilaration. A terrifying surge of sword energy instantly forced Lu Chen back. His expression shifted slightly as he lost control, his body hurtling backward until he landed precariously at the cliff's edge. Suddenly, the divine sword Taya soared into the sky, blazing with dazzling brilliance. The entire sword mound quaked as malevolent energy surged wildly. Countless flying swords embedded in the cliff and stone forest were drawn out, converging toward the mountaintop like a torrential rain. A dense array of sword light encircled Taya, forming a colossal heavenly sword, as if divine wrath had descended to split the entire sword mound in two. My heavens! Is this the power of the divine sword Taya? Retreat! We'll be caught in the crossfire. Amid the panicked cries, the disciples of Shushan retreated hastily from the sword mound. The overwhelming might of Taya, even fiercer than when the pure yang divine sword had emerged years ago, struck fear into everyone's hearts. Faced with such divine power, who could possibly stand against it? Faced with the overwhelming power unleashed by the divine sword Tai, not only did the disciples pale in shock, but even the 7 peak leaders wore grave expressions. This ancient sword, dormant for years, now radiated an even more terrifying killing intent and ferocity than before. Once awakened, it stirred such an earth-shattering momentum. Master Tianshu's eyes gleamed like lightning, instantly grasping the situation. With Lu Chen's mere crystal formation stage cultivation, he was utterly incapable of withstanding such might. Rising into the air, his voice thundered, Lu Chen, the ferocity of Tai is untamable. It is beyond your current cultivation to control. Reaching this point already proves your talent. Do not risk your life further. Step back, and I will personally commission a flying sword for you as a reward on behalf of Shushan. At these words, the disciples of Shushan were filled with envy. To receive such praise and a promise of a sword from the peak leader himself was an honor that solidified Lu Chen's status as the foremost prodigy among the inner disciples. With this recognition, forming his golden core and ascending to the ranks of true disciples seemed within reach. Faced with the life-threatening challenge of advancing or the promise of effortless glory in retreat, most would have known the obvious choice. Yet Lu Chen shook his head, his gaze unwavering. In his daily life, his caution was not born of cowardice but of prudence. However, at this moment, retreat was not an option. Though Tai was fierce, it was still an inanimate object. Dormant for so many years, could it not yearn to see the light of day again? It wasn't trying to kill him, it was testing him, demanding that he prove himself worthy of its submission. Though his cultivation was far from the level of a sword god, he possessed an unparalleled sword heart. Where his sword heart led, the heavens and earth would yield. To retreat now would not only mean losing the chance to subdue Tai forever, but also leaving a shadow of fear in his sword heart, limiting his future potential. With this realization, Lu Chen's mind grew calm. From the depths of his soul, a faint sword light emerged, weak like the first flicker of a firefly, but gradually growing brighter and hotter until it shone brilliantly. He raised his head, meeting the overwhelming shadow of the sword above without a trace of fear in his eyes. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse a figure, holding Tai A in reverse, defying the heavens, unafraid of gods or Buddhas. I have come this far, and there is no turning back. Before his voice had fully faded, sword energy erupted around Lu Chen, manifesting as blooming lotus flowers. He stomped on the ground with force, shattering the rocks beneath him and sending shockwaves rippling outward. Resonating with his supreme sword heart, his sword energy transformed into a towering pillar of light that surged into the sky. With every step forward, the radiance around him grew more intense, until it shone like a celestial column piercing the heavens. He's insane. Absolutely insane, the disciples exclaimed in shock. To challenge the entire sword tomb alone, this is suicide. But somehow he's so incredible like this. Xia Ningxuang stared blankly at the figure defying the heavens. In terms of talent and cultivation, she considered herself no less than Lu Chen. Yet when faced with Tai's terrifying presence, she had hesitated. Now, she finally understood perhaps only a sword heart unafraid to face anything was truly worthy of the divine sword Tai. Lu Chen, she murmured softly. The Tai divine sword summoned the flying swords from the sword tomb, creating a dazzling canopy of blades that descended with overwhelming force. Faced with such a terrifying spectacle, Lu Chen advanced instead of retreating, his sword heart surging around him, transforming into a blazing pillar of sword energy that shot straight into the sky. He stepped through the air, each stride leaving a lotus bloom in his wake. With every step, the sword light surrounding him grew even more intense. Amid countless clashes, the Tai divine sword in the heavens emitted a resonant hum, as if mocking his audacity. In the next moment, the myriad sword lights coalesced into an enormous sword mountain, crashing down with the might to obliterate all in its path. Boom. The weight of the sword mountain caused Lu Chen to momentarily falter, the sword light around him flickering violently. Such overwhelming power could level a mountain and was far beyond what a cultivator at the crystallization stage could withstand. Yet Lu Chen's expression remained calm. The supreme sword heart within him trembled violently, emitting a hum akin to a divine sword. As the ripples of his sword heart spread, flying swords began to break away from the sword mountain, turning toward him and merging into the radiant sword light surrounding him. The tide began to turn. Behind Lu Chen, more and more swords gathered, forming the image of a nascent sword sovereign challenging Tai's dominance. The two sword forces clashed violently in the air, locked in a stalemate. A sword heart so pure that sheer willpower alone can rival Tai. What kind of prodigy is this? The heads of the seven peaks exchanged glances, their eyes filled with awe. Were it not for the restrictions of their sect's rules, they would have stepped in to assist this unparalleled talent themselves. High above, Lu Chen was also deep in thought, as expected of one of the three divine swords. Even with my utmost effort and the supreme sword heart, I can only resonate with it to a limited degree. He was preparing to unleash the Yellow Springs diagram, his hidden trump card, despite his concern that the waters of the Yellow Springs might damage the flying swords. The situation left him no choice. Just then, a sharp frost-laden sword aura pierced through the air from the base of the mountain, merging with the sword light behind him. Startled, Lu Chen turned his gaze to see a cold, aloof young woman in white standing on the cliff. She was silently forming seals, channeling her sword energy to him. She said nothing, but her resolute eyes conveyed everything he needed to know. Previously, when faced with the overwhelming might of the Tai sword, Xia Ningxuang felt fear and hesitation, causing her sword heart to be clouded. However, witnessing Lu Chen's fearless advance rather than retreat struck a chord within her. In that moment, the dust clouding her sword heart was swept away, and it was as though she had been reborn. At this moment, Xia Ningxuang took decisive action. It was not so much to assist Lu Chen as it was to seize this opportunity to draw upon his courage and confront her own fear of the Tai sword. The other disciples of Xu Shan within the sword tomb were visibly shocked by this scene. Xia Ningxuang, who had originally come for the Tai divine sword, was now aiding Lu Chen in claiming it. To face the terrifying might of Tai, without retreating but advancing instead, Lu Chen is worthy of wielding the divine sword. A true swordsman is fearless. For that resolve alone, I will lend you my strength, someone among the crowd shouted, and a faint sword light shot into the sky. People like us may never be able to subdue Tai in this lifetime. Instead, let us help Xu Shan gain another true disciple, a rising star to uphold the righteous path. To advance without retreat, to remain true to the heart of the sword. This is the model every Xu Shan disciple should aspire to. It is an honor to stand here today and take part in this battle against the divine sword. The divine sword has been shrouded in dust for years. It's time for it to see the light of day once more. Count me in. Senior Brother Lu, we will help you subdue the divine sword and ascend to true disciple status. Humans tread a fragile path, immortals a distant one, yet the ghostly way rejoice. Let us open the door to destiny. One by one, beams of sword light shot into the sky. Though each was faint as a firefly, Together they converged like streams, forming a mighty river. Behind Lu Chen, the sword light grew brighter and brighter, eventually coalescing into a radiant celestial river spanning the heavens. Lu Chen was taken aback. The actions of the Shushan disciples were beyond his expectations. Though his strength alone, with the Huangquan diagram, was sufficient to subdue Tai, his courage in confronting the divine sword had inspired everyone present. Each person carried a sword in their heart, and Lu Chen had cleared away the dust obscuring theirs, rekindling their faith in the way of the sword. Thank you, everyone. Feeling the sword energy gathering around him, Lu Chen's heart warmed. In the past, he had never truly felt a sense of belonging to Shushan, viewing it only as a place to establish himself. But at this moment, the actions of his fellow disciples gave him, for the first time, a genuine sense of camaraderie. Though Shushan had its rivalries, selfishness, and even traitors, most of its disciples still held light in their hearts. Such a Shushan was indeed remarkable. I, Lu Chen, will not fail your trust. Feeling the surging river of sword light behind him, Lu Chen's chest swelled with pride. What of the divine sword? At this moment, with the collective sword intent of countless sword cultivators, he could slay gods, vanquish demons, and part the heavens themselves. With this conviction, Lu Chen lifted his head and stepped forward. With each step, sword light blossomed beneath his feet, rippling outward and dispelling the surrounding malevolent energy. Flying swords trembled and swayed. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps before anyone realized it. He had reached the summit center. As he raised his jade-like hand and pressed it down through the air, the celestial river crashed down with a thunderous roar. The entire sky seemed to shake, and countless flying swords plummeted like falling stars. Flying swords descended like a torrential rain. Standing high in the sky, Lu Chen radiated a dazzling power of his sword heart. His strength was enough to rival the divine sword Tai, but limited by his cultivation and mana, he had been unable to subdue it. Now, with the collective willpower of the Shushan disciples augmenting him, his aura surged dramatically. With a single palm strike, the air trembled, and countless swords were instantly suppressed. Only the divine sword Tai remained suspended in midair, its blade quivering as it continuously unleashed fierce sword beams. Tai, will you not submit? Lu Chen roared, his voice thunderous, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. The sound waves swept through, causing the malevolent sword aura surrounding Tai to dissipate one after another. In a flash, Lu Chen soared to the clouds. Raising his hand, he struck downward, forming a massive handprint of condensed sword light that precisely captured Tai. The divine sword struggled violently, but could not break free from the overwhelming force restraining it. Under the relentless suppression of mana and sword energy, the malevolent aura on Tai's blade gradually faded. At last, drawn by the supreme sword heart, it returned to serenity. With a streak of light, Tai flew into Lu Chen's hand, shrinking to the size of an embroidery needle and swirling in his palm. The blade emitted a gentle hum, as if calling out affectionately, with no trace of its former ferocity. Feeling the sword's newfound sense of closeness, Lu Chen infused it with his mana imprint. In that moment, the divine sword Tai officially recognized its master. Finally, it's done. Lu Chen gazed at the divine sword spinning in his hand and let out a long sigh of relief. Subduing this sword had been an arduous endeavor. Though the process was fraught with challenges, the outcome was deeply gratifying. By wielding the mighty sword Aura, the Grand River sword Intent, and the supreme sword Heart, he not only displayed astonishing strength, but also successfully subdued Tai. His promotion to true disciple was now a certainty. It worked. He actually succeeded. The heads of the 7 peaks marveled one after another. Shushan has gained another true disciple prodigy. And not just any prodigy, but one capable of subduing Tai top-tier talent. His aptitude and character are exceptional, and to unite the will of all Shushan disciples is an unprecedented feat. His future is limitless. The disciples within the sword tomb erupted into earth-shaking cheers. Their joy was not merely for Lu Chen's success, but also for their own pride in being part of this historic moment. They understood that their strength was far from Lu Chen's, but at that critical moment, their collective will added a vital force to his effort. Lu Chen had accomplished what they could only dream of, revealing the true power of their heart-bound swords. Lu Chen, well done. The divine sword returns, and Shushan shall rise again. Still calling him by name? From today, senior brother Lu is a true disciple in all but title. Yes, yes, congratulations, senior brother Lu. Amid the chorus of congratulations, Lu Chen stood in midair and sincerely said, if not for the help of my fellow disciples today, I might not have been able to subdue Tai. Just now, you lent me your swords and delayed claiming your own flying swords. Allow me to return the favor. This sword is for all of you. Seizing the momentum of the sword light river behind him, Lu Chen immediately activated his supreme sword intent. The Tai sword in his hand let out a clear, dragon-like hum. In an instant, The thousands of falling flying swords suddenly halted in midair, their blades trembling and emitting a resonant hum. Then, like a constellation in motion, they descended toward the disciples of Mount Shu below. This scene filled the disciples with astonishment and joy. The flying swords hovered above their heads, each radiating a unique spiritual glow, as though they were selecting the most compatible master. These swords from the Sword Tomb were known for their pride and spiritual sentience, requiring acknowledgement before they could be wielded. Yet now, under Lu Chen's command, they actively chose their destined owners. Unbelievable. The Xian Shui sword chose me. This is the flowing light sword, one of the 72 earthly fiends, and it recognizes me as its master. Amid the exclamations of disbelief, the disciples wore expressions of uncontainable joy. Many had given up hope of claiming a flying sword, only for Lu Chen to use the divine Tai, a sword to command the flock of blades, allowing them to choose their own masters. This act was his way of repaying the disciples for their earlier assistance. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu, for bestowing these swords upon us. Thunderous voices of gratitude echoed through the air as all the disciples bowed deeply toward him. High above, the seven peak elders watched the scene, exchanging glances. This young man had used the flying swords of the Sword Tomb to win the hearts of the disciplines, a tactic so ingenious it left them speechless. However, they made no move to intervene, as the Sword Tomb was guarded by the celestial star sword of the sect leader. If intervention were needed, it could be done with a single thought. That the sect leader allowed this to happen signified his approval of Lu Chen's actions. The flying swords, long gathering dust in the Sword Tomb, were always waiting for their destined owners. Today, Lu Chen has subdued the Tai sword, setting an example for the disciples. Allowing the swords to choose their masters is truly a perfect resolution. With the emergence of all 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends, this generation of disciples may become the strongest Mount Shu has ever seen. If Lu Chen reaches the Golden Core stage one day, the contest for the sword heir position will be quite a spectacle. The elders murmured quietly, their eyes filled with admiration. At that moment, a dazzling sword light shot skyward from the Sword Tomb, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble. Starlight cascaded like a waterfall, drawing the remaining unclaimed flying swords back into their places. Then, the serene voice of sect leader Qingshu Jinren resounded. Today's sword bestowal ceremony has concluded successfully. Lu Chen, having subdued the divine Tai sword, has demonstrated extraordinary talent. From this day forth, he is officially promoted as the 9th true disciple of Mount Shu. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly bowed in respect. Such an honor had only been bestowed upon Gu Changsheng in the past, with no other precedent. Amid the congratulations from the crowd, Lu Chen heard Qingshu Zinren's voice transmitting directly to his mind, instructing him to immediately follow the 7 peak elders to the Sword Immortal Hall. In the Grand Hall of the Sword Immortals, a simple yet ancient-looking flying sword hovered quietly in midair. This sword, named Tai, had a dark crimson hue that exuded a chilling, sharp killing intent, even while motionless. The faint red glow flickering along its blade hinted at its nature as a peerless weapon of slaughter. After 100 years, Tai is still as sharp and imposing as ever. The head of the 7 peaks gazed at the divine sword in front of Lu Chen, his tone filled with emotion. I never thought I'd live to see it re-emerge. It's just a pity that the one who wielded it is already. Lu Chen could sense that this sword carried a storied past, but he stood silently to the side. Since the sect leader had summoned him, it was likely the origins of Tai would soon be revealed. Sitting at the center, the sage-like Qingshu Jinren spoke. Lu Chen, your talent in the way of the sword is truly remarkable. Not only have you mastered the Howren sword Qi, but you've also comprehended the great river sword intent. And now, you've even subdued Tai on extraordinary feat indeed. His tone shifted as Qingshu Jinren grew more serious. The position of a true inheritor of Shushan is one of immense prestige, reserved only for the most exceptional geniuses. While your aptitude and character are commendable, your cultivation level remains insufficient. You must work diligently to advance and strive to form your golden core as soon as possible. Lu Chen understood clearly. Most of the other true inheritors had at least reached the golden core stage. Without conquering Tai, he likely wouldn't even qualify for consideration. Rest assured, Master. I will give it my all. Your talent is exceptional, and your progress has been swift. That much I am not concerned about, Qingshu Jinren said, his gaze shifting to the Tai sword. His expression grew complex. This sword is fierce and unparalleled, known as the deadliest weapon of Shushan. Its destructive power rivals even the demon-suppressing sword. Though you've subdued it today, mastering it in the future may not be so certain. Lu Chen was taken aback. But I've already imprinted my mana upon Tai. Why wouldn't I be able to control it? Qingshu Jinren did not explain. Instead, he turned to the heads of the 7 peaks. My fellow brothers and sisters, please guard the formation here in the Sword Immortal Hall. I must step away for a time. Senior brother, are you taking Lu Chen to see? Yao Jinren frowned, but trailed off. Since Taiye has re-emerged, these matters will come to light sooner or later. Qingshu Jinren interrupted with a wave of his hand, then turned to Lu Chen. Bring Taiye and follow me. As they traveled, questions churned in Lu Chen's mind. Could the original master of the Taiye sword still be alive? If so, wouldn't that mean there was another sword god? But if that were true, why had their sword been left in the sword tomb? Could it be that Shushan harbored another living sword god? Before long, they arrived at the rear mountain, where a familiar cave estate came into view. Without hesitation, Qingshu Jinren dove toward the waterfall ahead. Following closely behind, Lu Chen glanced at the tranquil, mirror-like cold pool below, his lips twitching involuntarily. Could the person the master mentioned be the strange man beneath the cold pool? Lu Chen gripped the Taiye sword tightly, his heart surging with waves of shock. The mysterious figure beneath the cold pool turned out to be none other than the original owner of the Taiye, sorta legendary sword deity. As he pondered this revelation, the Taiye sword suddenly began to tremble, emitting an uneasy hum as though sensing something. The two landed by the edge of the cold pool, where Luli was napping under the shade of a nearby tree. Seeing Qingshu Jinren approach, the young girl scrambled to her feet, hurriedly wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth before bowing respectfully. Greetings, master. Qingshu Jinren smiled kindly. Have you been settling in well here at Shushan? That rascal Lu Chen hasn't been bullying you, has he? No, everything's been great. Brother Lu Chen has been very kind to me, Luli replied, waving her hands earnestly. That's good to hear. Qingshu Jinren pointed toward the cold pool. Now, go play somewhere else for a while. I have something to discuss with your friend here. Luli nodded obediently, cast a glance at Lu Chen, and then walked away. Come with me, Qingshu Jinren said, stepping lightly into the cold pool. His movements were graceful, and though his cloth shoes touched the water, they remained completely dry. Though Lu Chen lacked the sword deity's cultivation, he managed to follow with a water-walking technique, skimming across the surface. When they reached the center of the pool, Qingshu Jinren came to a stop. Senior brother, I've come to see you. That single phrase, senior brother, sent a jolt through Lu Chen's heart. The strange man beneath the cold pool was actually the master's senior fellow disciple? Why would a sword deity of such renown be imprisoned here? The cold pool remained as still as a mirror, offering no response. Qingshu Jinren seemed unfazed and continued. You must already be aware that the Tai, a sword, has resurfaced and chosen a new master. You've met him. His talent and character are commendable, worthy of your trust. As soon as the words left his mouth, a few bubbles rose from the cold pool, and an ancient voice replied, I abandoned the sword a century ago. These matters no longer concern me. But without your approval, the Taiye will always remain tied to you and will never truly accept its new master. Qingshu Jinren said, motioning for Lu Chen to release the Taiye sword. Though confused, Lu Chen trusted the master and immediately let go. The Taiye sword shot into the air, emitting a piercing hum as its light flared. Suddenly, it slashed fiercely toward the cold pool. With a deafening roar, waves surged skyward, and a terrifying sword aura pierced straight to the bottom of the pool. Lu Chen watched in stunned silence, bewildered by the Taiye sword's ferocious hostility toward its original owner. Yet just as abruptly, the sword's light faded, the waves calmed, and the figure beneath the water opened his eyes, locking gazes with the Taiye sword from afar. His sharp gaze softened with a trace of regret, and after a long silence, he spoke. It wasn't that I abandoned you. My sword heart has long since perished. I am but a broken man. You shouldn't share my fate, buried in this abyss. Ripples spread across the cold pool as the Taiye sword trembled with a resonant hum. Standing at the edge of the pool, Lu Chen locked eyes with the figure beneath the water. Without my sword heart, I am nothing but a broken man. The voice from beneath the water echoed faintly through the surface, tinged with desolation. Staying here is merely prolonging the inevitable. It is I who am unworthy of you, Taiye. You deserve a far brighter future. Before the words fully faded, the figure in the water suddenly opened his mouth, releasing a sharp burst of sword energy that pierced through the surface. The waters churned violently, surging into a towering column that shot upward and crashed against the Taiye sword. The sword was flung backward by the force, but Lu Chen reacted swiftly, catching the hilt midair. The blade quivered intensely for a moment before settling into calm. You, boy, have earned test recognition, which speaks to your exceptional qualities, the voice from the water said slowly. Today, I officially pass it on to you. I only hope you stay true to your path and never let it be tarnished. Lu Chen nodded solemnly. Though the figure's identity remained a mystery, the fact that the sect master had brought him here must have profound significance. I understand. With this formal passing, Taiye, it truly belongs to you now. Qingshu Jinren, the sect master, remarked from the side. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned to the figure in the water. Still, back in the day, senior brother, you wielded this sword to strike terror into the hearts of heroes across the land. Lu Chen's current cultivation is still shallow, and this sword will likely bring him no small amount of trouble. Surely, you wouldn't want Taiye to end up back in the sword tomb, would you? Humph. I knew you wouldn't come to see me without an ulterior motive, the figure sneered. Shouldn't such matters be your concern as the sect master of Shushan? Huh. Why trouble two people with one matter? Since Lu Chen is now Taiye's inheritor, he's half your disciple in a way. Shouldn't you offer him some assistance? Even a broken man whose sword heart is shattered can't escape your schemes? Qingshu, in the past 100 years, your cultivation hasn't advanced much, but your shamelessness certainly has. Though the figure's tone was cold, it carried a hint of deep camaraderie with Qingshu. He turned his gaze to Lu Chen. Boy, Taiye is a blade of unmatched sharpness. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to unleash its full power. I have left a trace of sword energy within the blade. While it's far inferior to what it once was, it can save your life. Should you face mortal danger, this sword energy can aid you 3 times. After that, our connection will end. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately grasped the sect master's intentions in bringing him here. A trace of sword energy left by a former sword deity. This was a weapon even more fearsome than the legendary Yellow Springs diagram. He quickly bowed deeply. Thank you, senior. Enough, the figure said indifferently. My last tie to this world ends here. From now on, I am truly a dead man. Leave, and do not disturb me again. With that, he closed his eyes, his presence vanishing entirely, as if he were truly lifeless. Qingshu Jinren watched the scene, hesitating as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately sighed and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, he led Lu Chen away from the cold pool and back to the bamboo lodge in the cave dwelling. Master, who was that? Why have I never heard of him in all my time at Shushan? Lu Chen finally couldn't hold back his curiosity after they returned. Qingshu Jinren, prepared for the question, answered directly. His name is Chen Qingfeng. He was once my senior brother, a man of extraordinary talent, whose cultivation far surpassed mine. This position of sect master should have been his. Stronger than the sect master? Yes. A flicker of reminiscence crossed Qingshu Jinren's eyes, his voice tinged with undisguised respect. At that time, he was still the sword disciple of Shushan. In his 40s, he had already broken through to the celestial realm, wielding the Taiye sword, dominating the world's swordsmanship, invincible in his era. Back then, Shushan had 2 sword gods, and together we completely subdued the likes of Longhu Mountain, Wudong, and the Buddhist sects, establishing Shushan as the leader of the righteous path. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. 2 sword gods of Shushan. His mind conjured an image of Shushan's glorious past, when sword energy swept across the land, its might shaking all directions. 2 young sword gods stood side by side, their sword light commanding the world to bow. But this only deepened his confusion. He furrowed his brows and thought, 2 sword gods, achieving greatness at such a young age. With such harmony between them, if they were united, they would be practically invincible. By all logic, Shushan should have flourished even more. Yet the reality was different. While Shushan remained a prominent sect of the righteous path, its influence was now largely confined to the Sichuan region. Across the land, it was far less prosperous than the Taoist and Buddhist sections. What was even more puzzling was the fate of Chen Qingfeng, who had shattered his sword heart, leaving him disheartened and self-imprisoned with a sealed sword. Shushan's disciples avoided discussing the matter, and the name of this once mighty sword god was rarely mentioned. What exactly happened 100 years ago? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask. Qingshu Jinren shook his head, a trace of reluctance flashing in his eyes. He simply said, old matters of the past are better left unspoken. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will naturally understand. For now, your priority should be to improve your abilities as quickly as possible. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a jade slip, about the size of a palm, flew toward Lu Chen, leaving a faint trail of light in the air. The Taiye sword is unlike other flying swords in the sword grave. Since its original master is still alive, it does not contain any inheritance. But since you've already begun to comprehend the concept of the Great River Sword intent, this skill shall be bestowed upon you as compensation for your promotion to a true disciple. Lu Chen had demonstrated the budding form of the Great River Sword intent during the sword inheritance ceremony, showcasing extraordinary talent. Qingshu Jinren, intending to nurture him, decided to grant him this advanced technique ahead of time. Thank you, Sect Master. Lu Chen respectfully received the jade slip with both hands, his eyes gleaming with joy. With this complete cultivation method, he could perfect the embryonic form of the Great River Sword intent and later directly enhance it with experience points. This was a divine ability that even those in the nascent soul realm could only master. If he fully grasped it, his combat strength would far surpass the limits of his current realm. Though the Taiye sword is powerful and superior to most divine weapons in the world, it is ultimately an external tool. You must not rely too heavily on it. Your own cultivation is the foundation. Qingshu Jinren's gaze was profound as he advised earnestly. Lu Chen, your talent is exceptional. You have the potential to compete for the position of Shushan's next sword disciple. Do not grow complacent. Before leaving, Qingshu Jinren added, regarding the list you brought back last time, I've uncovered some clues. In the coming days, there may be concrete information. When the time comes, you might need to descend the mountain. Be prepared. Lu Chen was not surprised by this. True disciples of Shu Shan often descended the mountain to temper their swordsmanship and refine their spirit. He knew his time would come eventually. As for the list from the Blood Soul sect, it was likely part of the follow-up mission to eliminate remnants of the demonic sect. He couldn't afford to miss it. Understood, sect master. Lu Chen replied respectfully. Good. With that, Qingshu Jinren said no more. His figure flashed, soaring into the sky as he returned to the Sword Immortal Hall. The grand formation within the hall was the foundation of Shu Shan, requiring his constant presence. He could not be away for long. The Tai sword subduing you took quite the effort, but the rewards were well worth it. After Qingshu Jinren left, Lu Chen gazed at the flying sword hovering in his hand, lost in thought. A moment later, he pushed open the door and called for Luli, handing her a large pouch of spirit stones. Go to the market and buy some good wine. Luli blinked in surprise, tilting her head curiously. Since when did you start liking wine, brother Lu Chen? Just go. No need for so many questions. Lu Chen waved her off impatiently. Okay. Luli looked down at the heavy pouch of spirit stones in her hands, then back up at him with a hopeful glint in her eyes. Can I use the leftover coins to buy a candied hawthorn stick? Lu Chen was speechless. Ever since Luli began cultivating, she had become increasingly peculiar. She was either thinking about food or napping under tree roots. He had no idea what kind of cultivation technique she was practicing. These spirit stones are more than enough for you to use for a long time. Buy whatever you like, he said, waving her away. After sending the little girl off, Lu Chen went to the study's meditation room. He opened his system interface, ready to tally his gains and prepare for a significant boost in strength. The sword ceremony of Mount Shu, though fraught with challenges, proved to be highly rewarding. Lu Chen not only successfully obtained the Tai sword, one of the 3 divine swords, and advanced to become a true disciple of Mount Shu, but he also managed to win over a number of hearts. This experience allowed him to accumulate significant experience points, bringing his total to over 11,000 when combined with what he had previously. Although these points were sufficient for him to directly break through to the mid-stage of the crystallization realm, Lu Chen understood that, with his current foundation, the difference in magical power between the early and mid-stages was not particularly pronounced. In fact, the intensity of his magical power already surpassed that of an average peak crystallization realm cultivator. As he prepared to descend the mountain for further training, Lu Chen was acutely aware that, outside the protective vicinity of Mount Shu, dangers would lurk at every turn. Maximizing his combat strength had become a critical matter requiring careful deliberation. With this in mind, Lu Chen opened his palm, and the jade slip containing the essence of the Great River Sword intent floated into the air. As he infused it with magical energy, a golden light flashed, transforming into a small figure wielding a long sword, demonstrating the core techniques of the Great River swordplay. The Milky Way hangs high in the heavens, the waters of the Great River descend from the skies, and the sword aura flows for 30,000 miles. Watching the flickering sword light and feeling the surging sword intent within, Lu Chen experienced a moment of insight. Having already touched upon the threshold of the Great River Sword intent, he now found that with this detailed transmission of the technique, everything fell into place naturally. The system's notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the Great River Sword intent. The technique has been recorded and can now be upgraded using experience points. Upon checking his personal profile, Lu Chen found that the Great River Sword intent had indeed been added to the list of abilities and was now available for leveling up. However, upon seeing that the first level alone required 10,000 experience points, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The cost was far higher than advancing the 4th layer of the vast sword chi. Still, considering that this was one of the 7 supreme techniques of Mount Shu, a top-tier divine ability, the price seemed justified. After all, among 10,000 sword cultivators, less than one might even comprehend sword intent, let alone master it. With this realization, Lu Chen no longer hesitated. He immediately invested 10,000 experience points to elevate the Great River Sword intent to the 1st level. In an instant, his magical energy surged like rivers in flood, and faintly, the sound of mountains roaring and seas crashing could be heard. When he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Every movement now exuded a sharp, formidable aura, and even the swaying of his hair seemed to slice through the air like a sword. At that moment, he resembled a peerless divine sword drawn from its sheath, with his sword intent alone sufficient to instill fear in ordinary people. Not bad. Lu Chen nodded to himself. Now, I can truly say I've mastered the Great River Sword intent. Within the same realm, no matter if it's humans, demons, or ghosts, they will crumble before my sword intent. Even a golden core expert would have to retreat before me. His strength had grown significantly once again. The abundant spiritual energy surged through his meridians, and every movement he made exuded a powerful sword aura. Even without the protection of Mount Shu, he was now capable of standing on his own in the outside world. For the next 7 days, Lu Chen devoted himself entirely to refining the Tai sword. Day and night, he poured spiritual energy into it, carefully sensing every subtle change in the weapon. Finally, on the morning of the 7th day, he felt an unprecedented harmony with Tai's sword moved as his mind commanded, achieving perfect unity between heart and blade. The razor-sharp sword energy of Tai, combined with his great river sword intent, elevated his combat prowess to a new peak. During this time, Luli followed his instructions and purchased a large quantity of fine wine from the marketplace, neatly stacking it in the courtyard. Every day, the young girl would dutifully bring a jug of wine to the cold pool to visit Chen Qingfeng. This gesture was not only because Chen Qingfeng had not refused wine during their last encounter, but also as a token of gratitude for teaching the Tai a sword technique and gifting her protective sword energy. More importantly, Luli seemed to share a unique bond with this senior figure, and maintaining this relationship was beneficial for both. After all, Chen Qingfeng had once been a legendary sword god. Though his sword heart was now shattered, if he ever achieved enlightenment and returned to the world, his strength would undoubtedly surpass its former glory. One day during a meal, Lu Chen noticed something unusual. Luli, I've observed that although you've been eating and sleeping all day, your cultivation has been progressing at an incredible pace. Have you been practicing some special technique? He asked with concern, worried that improper cultivation might harm her. With a piece of meat in her mouth, Luli replied candidly. It's the Great Dream Heart Sutra taught by the senior in the lake. It's really simple, you just cultivate while sleeping. The only downside is waking up really hungry. Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. Chen Qingfeng had long been despondent, to the point where even the sect master rarely approached him. Why, then, did he treat Luli so differently? Could he have recognized her as a reincarnated celestial being? Though the reason was unclear, it seemed that Chen Qingfeng harbored no ill intent for now. That senior is one of Mount Shu's revered predecessors. The technique he taught you should suit you well. However, if you experience any discomfort, you must tell me immediately. If I'm not around, go to the sect master. Understand? I understand. Luli nodded obediently before asking. Lu Chen, are you about to leave the mountain? Yes, I've become an inner disciple, and according to tradition, I must venture out for training. Additionally, the sect master has sent word that the investigation into the Blood Soul sect must continue. At the mention of the Blood Soul sect, the young girl's expression darkened instantly. This was the enemy responsible for the loss of her entire family, a hatred etched deep into her heart. Lu Chen comforted her. Focus on your cultivation for now. I promise you, once you establish your foundation, if any remnants of the Blood Soul sect still remain, you'll have the chance to avenge your family personally. This journey might take some time, but when I return, I'll have everything prepared for your foundation establishment. After giving his instructions, Lu Chen rose and headed toward the Sword Immortal Hall. Lu Chen rode the wind, wielding his sword as he headed to the Sword Immortal Hall. Along the way, disciples of Mount Shu paused in their tracks, bowing respectfully with admiration gleaming in their eyes. Their reverence was well-founded. Lu Chen had recently been promoted to a core disciple, wielding the divine sword Tai, a status that set him apart. What made him even more revered was his generosity during the sword-granting ceremony, where he selflessly gifted swords to others. This act had earned him widespread respect and affection throughout Mount Shu. Now, whenever the disciples of Mount Shu saw him, they would willingly address him as senior brother, their gazes filled with deference. In terms of reputation and popularity, among the 9 core disciples of Mount Shu, perhaps only Gu Changsheng, hailed as the strongest, could rival him. The feeling of being admired by all, it's not bad, Lu Chen thought smugly, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Lost in thought, he soon found himself standing before the Sword Immortal Hall. He raised his gaze and noticed that, aside from the sect leader, Master Qingxiu, there was also a cold and elegant figure present in the hall. It was the female sword cultivator who had been the first to assist him in subduing Tai during the sword-granting ceremony. Xiaoning Shuang, why is she here? Lu Chen frowned slightly, puzzled. As he pondered, Xiaoning Shuang stepped forward of her own accord. She bowed slightly, her cool voice ringing out, "Greetings, senior brother." This caught Lu Chen by surprise. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, her manners were impeccable, far from the rebellious image he had imagined. This unexpected demeanor left a favorable impression on Lu Chen, and he quickly returned the courtesy. No need to be so formal, junior sister. Without your help that day, I wouldn't have subdued Tai so easily. Senior brother, your sword heart is clear, and you deeply understand the essence of swordsmanship. Only someone like you is worthy of wielding Tai, Xiao Ningshuang replied calmly. I merely lent a small hand. Besides, thanks to your generosity in granting swords, I also benefited greatly, receiving the Snowdrift sword, one of the 36 heavenly gang swords. While it's not as extraordinary as Tai, it suits my physique and cultivation techniques perfectly. As she spoke, she raised her slender hand, and a frosty sword aura condensed in her palm, swirling and emanating a bone-chilling cold. It was indeed an exceptional sword. You two are truly outstanding among the disciples of Mount Shu. Seeing you get along so harmoniously brings me great comfort. Master Qingshu remarked with a nod and a smile. He had initially worried that Xia Ningxuang might harbor jealousy over not obtaining Tai, but it seemed he had overthought. Though proud by nature, she was not narrow-minded. The talent and determination Lu Chen had displayed during the sword-granting ceremony had earned her genuine respect, free of resentment. Likewise, Lu Chen had not grown arrogant following his promotion to core disciple. His warmth and sincerity remained unchanged, which greatly pleased Master Qingshu. After offering a few words of praise, Master Qingshu's expression grew serious. He gestured for the two to step forward and began. Regarding the matter of the mysterious individual, my investigation is still ongoing. However, the roster you brought back last time has been thoroughly verified. There's finally progress. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He had been eagerly awaiting this follow-up mission. Taking a step forward, he asked urgently, Sect leader, what do the names on this roster signify? They are all targets sought by the Blood Soul sect, Master Qingshu said gravely. He continued, you may not know, but the Blood Soul sect is an evil cult that worships and sacrifices to the blood demon to gain dark powers. Years ago, I led the charge to annihilate this sect, nearly wiping out all its disciples. However, we never found any trace of this so-called blood demon. The blood demon? Lu Chen's mind raced, his brows furrowing as he seemed to piece together a vital clue. Are you saying that the individuals on this list are connected to the blood demon? Master Qingshu nodded, casting an approving glance at Lu Chen before speaking. The Blood Soul sect has an ancient legend. It is said that if one collects the blood of extreme yin and extreme yang and conducts a ritual during a solar eclipse, they can summon the blood demon from the sea of hell blood, bringing it back to the mortal world. He paused briefly, then continued, do the people of the Blood Soul sect truly believe in such a tale? Lu Chen's heart stirred, as if sensing something. Master Qingshu shook his head slightly, his expression growing somber. Whether the legend is true or not, it is recorded in the ancient texts of Shushan. According to the records, the blood demon was one of the countless blood god progeny born from the primordial evil gods, possessing unmatched, catastrophic power. If it were to reappear in the mortal world, it would undoubtedly bring about apocalyptic chaos. Lu Chen listened intently, his gaze becoming more serious. So, the reason the sect master summoned me today is because of the Blood Soul sect Saintus? Master Qingshu nodded firmly. Your cultivation has reached a considerable level, and it is time for you to descend the mountain and gain experience. This matter is of great importance and must be handled discreetly. It is best if you personally investigate and ensure that the Blood Soul sect does not locate the Saintus. This task is critical and cannot fail. His tone carried a weight of unwavering seriousness. Lu Chen's thoughts became clear, and at that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Mission update. Remnants of the Demon Sect Phase 2 activated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Remnants of the Demon Sect Phase 2. The Saintus of the Demon Sect. Investigate and prevent the Blood Soul sect from obtaining the blood of extreme yin. Successful completion will yield generous rewards. Failure will result in no penalties. Note, regardless of success or failure, Phase 3 of the mission will be triggered, with outcomes varying based on your choices. A chain mission. Lu Chen nodded to himself. If the blood demon truly is one of the legendary blood god progeny, his current strength would be far from sufficient to contend with it. However, dealing with the remnants of the Blood Soul sect seemed manageable. The real challenge lay in locating the Saintus of the demon sect. This was no trivial matter, as it concerned the safety of countless lives. As a true disciple of Shushan, it was a duty he could not shirk. But the Blood Soul sect has so many people searching for the girl with extreme yin, and they've found nothing so far. How can I hope to locate the Saintus? Lu Chen voiced his lingering doubts. Master Qingshu appeared prepared for this question. He spoke slowly. I have already considered this. Using the Great Celestial Star Formation, I have divined the approximate location of the girl with extreme yin is likely in Sufeng City. Coincidentally, Ningxuang has some connections with the city's governor and can help you avoid unnecessary troubles. Additionally, her cultivation in a unique secret art will allow her to accurately sense blood energy. Her strength will also be of great assistance to you in battles. Hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at Xia Ningxuang. Truth be told, he preferred working alone and wasn't fond of teaming up. It wasn't that he doubted Xia Ningxuang's abilities. Rather, he worried she might compete with him for kills, as experience points were crucial. However, on second thought, without her help, he might waste significant time searching for the target, potentially missing the best opportunity. Moreover, with so many remnants of the Blood Soul sect secretly seeking the girl with extreme yin, acting alone could be far too risky. Considering all factors, Xiaoning Shuang indeed seemed like a suitable partner. Her presence would bring more advantages than disadvantages. They'll be counting on you. Junior sister, Lu Chen said with a nod, his tone more relaxed. Xiaoning Shuang maintained her usual calm demeanor, replying softly, rest assured, senior brother. This is a matter of great importance, and I will do everything in my power to assist you. With everything settled, Master Qingshu spoke once more. While divining the celestial phenomena, I discovered that a solar eclipse will occur on the 8th day of the 9th month. You must locate the saintess of the demon sect before then. Time is of the essence. Depart immediately. Before his words had fully settled, Lu Chen and Xia Ningxuang already felt the weight of urgency in the air. Without further delay, the two began making preparations to set off. Sufeng City, located in the northwest of the Central Lands, lies outside the borders of Shu. As such, the journey is not a short one. By carriage or horseback, it would take at least half a month. Even with sword flight, it would require an entire day. Therefore, Lu Chen wasted no time. After making some quick preparations, he set off with Xia Ningxuang, traveling together towards Sufeng. Throughout the journey, Lu Chen flew at a steady pace, gliding through the clouds and occasionally gazing down at the mountains and rivers below. With 3 months remaining before the 8th day of September, there was no urgent need to rush in locating the holy maiden of the demon sect. He calculated in his mind that if they encountered any demons or monsters along the way, it would be a good opportunity to slay them and gain some experience points. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side this time. From the moment they departed from Mount Shu, crossing mountains and rivers, his sword light streaking across the sky, he didn't encounter even the faintest trace of demonic energy. After all, this was still within the boundaries of Mount Shu. Any demons that dared to appear here would have long been listed on the demon subjugation register and eliminated by other disciples. As a result, the Shu region remained peaceful, with tranquil villages and flourishing farmlands. However, once they left Shu's borders, the scenery below transformed dramatically. As Lu Chen's sword light crossed the boundary, the sight beneath them shifted: desolate fields, collapsed houses, ruins, and countless refugees. The land was littered with bones, and chaos reigned. This lawless territory had become a breeding ground for demons and monsters, running rampant across the land. Looking out, there was nothing but swirling demonic winds and billowing black mist, a vivid picture of a world in turmoil. Compared to the serene Shu region, it seemed like an entirely different world. Lu Chen furrowed his brows deeply as he observed the rolling black mist below. Though he had always known that this world was plagued by demons and monsters, he hadn't expected the situation to be this dire. Apart from a few major cities, small villages and towns were in utter ruin, their inhabitants living in misery. In contrast, Mount Shu's territory was practically a paradisia, haven untouched by chaos. Xia Ningxuang, however, remained calm. Her sword light was steady, as though she was already familiar with such sights. She spoke. It is said that the eternal night is approaching, and the black mist will shroud the world. For decades now, black mist has sporadically appeared across the human realm, giving rise to demons and monsters that wreak havoc. The Taoist sects, Buddhist temples, and the imperial court have made repeated efforts to suppress it, but to no avail. Now, they can only protect a few key cities, while other areas are beyond their reach. Black mist. What is it? Lu Chen asked curiously, his gaze fixed on the churning darkness below. I'm not sure, Xia Ningxuang replied, shaking her head. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. It seems to be a form of malevolent energy of unknown origin. It cannot be eradicated, and it has been growing more widespread in recent years. 300 more li ahead lies Sufeng City, she continued. If we hurry, we should be able to reach it before nightfall. Given the current state of the world, camping in the wild is extremely dangerous. She quickened her sword flight, clearly unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Hearing this, Lu Chen shook his head and said, we've been traveling all day, and our spiritual energy has already been significantly depleted. We need to rest as soon as possible. Forcing ourselves to push on could be risky if we encounter any unexpected situations. In truth, he said this out of consideration for Xia Ningxuang. With his solid foundation in the Tao and his current early-stage crystallization, Lu Chen's spiritual energy was abundant. Even after a full day of sword flight, he remained at ease. Xia Ningxuang, on the other hand, had been pushing herself to keep up and was clearly struggling. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and her face was pale from exertion. Her spiritual energy was already running low, and the journey ahead would only grow more difficult. It would be better to find a place to rest for the night. Of course, Lu Chen had his own motives as well. Beyond completing his mission, he hoped to take the opportunity to slay more demons, gain experience, and hasten his advancement to the Golden Core stage. Down in the forest below, it seems there's an abandoned city god temple. How about we rest there for the night? Lu Chen raised his hand, pointing towards the dilapidated structure at the foot of the mountain. Xia Ningxuang followed his gesture, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. The ancient said, Better to sleep on a grave than in an abandoned temple. Senior brother Lu, this place is desolate, and there's a faint sinister aura lingering. Staying here might be dangerous. I'm well aware of that. A slight smile played on Lu Chen's lips. As disciples of Mount Shu, it is our duty to eliminate demons and uphold justice. If we know there's something unusual here, how could we just ignore it? Our abilities may be limited, and we can't save the entire world, but if we encounter evil, slaying a few demons could save a few more lives and give us peace of mind. Though he spoke with conviction, his thoughts told another story. What a perfect chance to gain some experience points. Hearing his words, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Xia Ningxuang's eyes. To her, Lu Chen's figure seemed to grow taller, and she thought to herself, so the gap between us isn't just about courage and perseverance, but also this broad mindset. She bowed respectfully to him. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I understand now. Huh? Understand what? Lu Chen looked a bit embarrassed. I was just saying something casually. He waved his hand dismissively. Let's go check it out first. If there really are demons lurking, we'll take care of them then. With a light tap of their toes, the two descended gracefully in front of the temple. The city god temple before them was an utter ruin overgrown with weeds, layers of dead branches, and leaves scattered all around. The roof was crumbling, and the statue of the city god was broken, with only half of it remaining. The sight was truly lamentable. Lu Chen sighed softly, then raised his hand to cast a spell, clearing away the dust and debris around them, and setting the fallen statue upright. Xia Ningxuang cautiously inspected the surroundings. After confirming there were no signs of demons for the time being, she retrieved a magical artifact that transformed into two embroidered meditation cushions. Junior sister, you've been traveling all day? Meditate and restore your energy first. With me here, nothing will happen. As Lu Chen spoke, he set up a small 5-element sword formation. 5 shimmering sword-shaped runes hovered in the air, forming a protective barrier. Xia Ningxuang nodded in gratitude and sat down on one of the cushions. She cast a protective barrier around herself and closed her eyes to meditate. Seeing her so careful, Lu Chen nodded approvingly. However, he himself did not truly enter a meditative state. Meditation was too dull and slow for him. Why bother when leveling up quickly was so much more satisfying? As night fell, Lu Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the darkening sky, eagerly awaiting the arrival of some demons or spirits to give him a chance to rack up those experience points. The sun dipped below the horizon, and nightfall descended. The desolate mountain forest was shrouded in an eerie silence. Even the faintest chirping of insects and birds had vanished. Only the mournful night wind howled through the withered branches, sounding like the cries of wolves or wailing ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Chen sat upright in the dilapidated Chenghuang temple, eyes closed in meditation. He had planned to wait for the demons to come to him, but half the night had passed, and he hadn't sensed even the slightest trace of demonic energy. Strange, he muttered, frowning in thought. This place is clearly steeped in demonic energy. Could I have misjudged? His gaze swept over the weathered statue behind him. Shaking his head, he murmured, gods are born of incense and devotion, yet this temple has been abandoned for years. The Chenghuang has long departed. Ironically, the lingering incense over the years has made it a favored haunt for demons. Time ticked by, and Lu Chen suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, his mind growing foggy. Just as his consciousness began to blur, a sharp alarm rose in his heart. Something's wrong. With my cultivation, I shouldn't feel fatigued even after days without rest, let alone let my guard down like this. He immediately bit his tongue to jolt himself awake. When he opened his eyes, the scene before him had completely transformed. The crumbling temple had turned into a lavish crimson pavilion, filled with the sounds of melodious music and the scent of incense. Under the moonlight, several stunningly beautiful women danced gracefully, their movements enchanting. Young master, come, dance with us. A seductive voice whispered in his ear. Life is fleeting. A night of pleasure is worth its weight in gold. Lu Chen felt his blood stir, nearly rising to approach the alluring women. But when he turned and didn't see Xia Ningxuang, he snapped awake. No, something's off. The 5 elements sword formation isn't reacting. This must be an illusion. Golden light flashed in his eyes as he activated his celestial vision. In an instant, the beautiful scene unraveled, revealing its true form. What appeared to be heavenly maidens were nothing more than skeletons, and the opulent pavilion was mere illusionary smoke and mirrors. Painted beauties, powdered skeletons, how dare you try to deceive me? Lu Chen roared, his sword intent surging like thunder. In a split second, the illusion shattered, and he broke free from the dream. He found himself once again in the dark and foreboding temple. The light of the 5 elements sword formation encircled him, yet it was unable to shield him from the invasion of the dream realm. He turned to see Xia Ningxuang, her face pale and her chest heaving rapidly, clearly trapped in her own illusion. Dreams and illusions, all born of the heart. Junior sister, wake up now. Lu Chen shouted sharply, then reached out and pressed a finger to her forehead. Xia Ningxuang's delicate body trembled slightly as she suddenly woke up, drenched in cold sweat, as though she had just escaped from a nightmare. She looked anxiously at senior brother Lu and whispered, "Just now, I know." Lu Chen interrupted, gesturing for her to remain calm. "This creature can manipulate the mind through dreams, causing harm. The five elements sword formation is ineffective against it. Don't panic, steady your mind." He glanced around with a composed expression. "Its cultivation level isn't high. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken free so easily." His gaze turned sharp as he swiftly raised his hand, forming seals. Mystical runes appeared, and with a flick of his fingernail, a drop of blood essence flew from his fingertip, unleashing a surge of intense spiritual energy. Boom! A low, muffled explosion echoed as the blood essence ignited like a blazing sun, instantly illuminating the entire dilapidated temple. In the darkness, a twisted black shadow coiled around the wooden beam at the entrance, as thick as a barrel and resembling a giant serpent. Yet, its head was disturbingly human-like. Under the golden light, the shadow let out a sharp, ear-piercing screech, as if overwhelmed by terror. It then transformed into a streak of dark light and fled with incredible speed. "Got you." Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Without hesitation, he moved, his figure turning into a streak of lightning as he gave chase. With a sweep of his sleeve, a surge of sword energy roared like thunder, tearing through the air. The strike landed with a deafening crash, sending debris flying and creating a deep crater where the black serpent had been moments before. However, the serpent-like creature proved to be cunning. It seemed unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation. The moment it realized it was being pursued, it turned and fled once more, narrowly dodging Lu Chen's attack. "Let's see where you can run." Lu Chen sneered coldly, his sword energy surging as he pursued on a beam of sword light. With his current cultivation, his speed was astonishing. No matter how the black serpent twisted and turned, it couldn't shake him off. Before long, Lu Chen locked onto his target. His sword energy gleamed like a rainbow, its icy light slicing downward ruthlessly. The black serpent let out a wretched scream as its body fell like a broken branch. Thick black smoke poured from its form before it finally transformed into a strand of hair. The strand quickly turned white and then burned into ashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the dream soul. Experience 1000. Lu Chen paused briefly, his mind stirring. So this creature is called a dream soul? A thoughtful glimmer flickered in his eyes. The dream soul, he realized, was forged from the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls of the deceased. It lured victims into dreamscapes, clouded their minds, and then trapped them in a deadly state of sleepwalking. "Just a minor pawn, it seems," he remarked with a cold smile, a faint trace of excitement in his expression. The true mastermind must still be hiding in the shadows. Turning around, Lu Chen summoned a straw doll, using it to trace the dream soul's escape trail as he continued his pursuit. Before long, he arrived at a desolate burial ground. From a distance, he felt a chilling wind sweep past, ghostly flames flickering in the darkness, and the air thick with the stench of death. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a white figure darting past. His expression shifted as he abruptly turned. "Playing tricks? You court death." His voice was low and menacing. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a palm strike. The surge of spiritual energy transformed into streaks of sword light, instantly sealing off the surrounding space. The white figure revealed itself as a ghostly girl, who fell to the ground, her form quivering like mist, nearly dissipating entirely. "A mere wandering spirit dares to act insolently before me." Lu Chen's eyes burned with killing intent as he readied himself to strike her down. But just as he was about to act, the ghost suddenly took on the form of a young girl, throwing herself to the ground and trembling as she pleaded. "Immortal master, please spare me. Spare me. I only wanted to warn you of the danger ahead. I mean no harm, and have never hurt anyone. I beg the immortal master to see the truth." The female ghost knelt on the ground, her voice trembling, filled with sorrow and fear. Her pale face was etched with terror. Lu Chen frowned slightly at her words, his hand pausing mid-gesture, though the vigilance in his eyes remained. He did not hastily believe her plea, but immediately channeled his spiritual power, activating his heavenly eye to scrutinize her carefully. Golden light flickered in his eyes, piercing through the barrier between the mortal and spiritual realms, revealing the ghost's true form. She was indeed beautiful, but her soul was so fragile it was nearly transparent, indicating that she had died not long ago. More importantly, there was little to no trace of sinister energy on her, unlike malevolent ghosts who had committed grave misdeeds. Lu Chen came to a conclusion: ghosts who kill and harm others inevitably carry an aura of malice, which cannot be concealed. Just an innocent soul wrongfully killed, Lu Chen assessed inwardly. After confirming that she posed no threat, Lu Chen retracted the oppressive aura of his spiritual power. For a ghost like her, his immense power was overwhelming and could easily cause her to dissipate entirely if sustained. What is your name? How did you die? And why are you lingering here? Speak truthfully. Lu Chen's voice was calm but brooked no argument. Hearing his questions, the ghost dared not hide anything. She quickly raised her head and replied, My name is Cui Yinyan. I was the daughter of a wealthy merchant in Sufeng City. Half a year ago, I went to Han's Han Temple outside the city to pray for blessings, but was abducted by evildoers. To preserve my honor, I took my own life. Her voice grew heavier as she continued. I thought death would bring release, but instead, my soul was captured by a demon and imprisoned here. The demon forced me to lure mortals to this place so it could devour them. Cui Yinyan's eyes flickered with an eerie, ghostly fire. I refused to aid its wicked deeds and instead transformed into a shadowy ghost, wandering the outskirts of the mass grave. Whenever I saw someone approaching, I would stir up ghostly winds to scare them away. For this, I suffered many punishments and lashings from the demon. She gestured to the faint scars on her spectral form. When I saw the immortal master approaching earlier, I thought you were just another mortal who had strayed here, so I appeared to warn you. But I did not expect you to be a powerful cultivator from the immortal sect, with such profound spiritual strength. A single strike from you nearly obliterated me. I see. It seems I wrongly accused you, Lu Chen said, his expression softening slightly as he observed her sincere demeanor and found no inconsistencies in her story. Waving his hand, he used a wisp of spiritual power to help her stand. He then asked, A demon that imprisons souls and commits such evil must be quite formidable. Do you know its origins and current whereabouts? Seeing Lu Chen's change in attitude, Cui Yinyan felt a sense of relief and quickly replied, I only know that the demon calls itself the White Lotus deity. It wields great power and commands thousands of wandering souls. It has taken up residence in the Blackstone Mountains outside Sufeng City, spreading its malevolence. The depths of this mass grave are its lair. Such arrogance. A mere demon dares to proclaim itself a deity. Lu Chen sneered disdainfully, though a glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, a powerful demon entrenched with so many ghostly followers, if I could eliminate them all, it would be quite the reward. Turning back to Cui Yinyan, he said, This is all based on your account, and I cannot take it at face value. Here's what we'll do. You will lead me to the demon's lair. If what you say is true, I will deal with it accordingly. But if you are deceiving me, you know what the consequences will be. I wouldn't dare lie to the immortal master. Cui Yinyan responded with a bitter smile. After a moment's hesitation, she said, I am already dead, just a wandering soul. My fate matters little. But that demon is ferocious and powerful, with so many minions under its command. Even with your great abilities, immortal master, you are but one person. I fear it might cost you your life. I am a disciple of Mount Shu. Our duty is to vanquish evil and uphold justice. Why should I fear for my own life? Lu Chen declared, standing tall with unwavering determination shining in his eyes. You just need to lead the way. With me here, I guarantee you won't lose your soul, Lu Chen said with a calm, yet resolute tone. Cui Yinyan gazed at his composed demeanor, and the tension in her heart eased slightly. Although she was in a foreign land, the revered name of the Shushan sword sect was enough to instill fear across the realm. She had long grown weary of living a life bound by constraints. If this was an opportunity to rid herself of the demons and reclaim her freedom, any risk would be worth taking. All right, I am willing to guide you, immortal master, she agreed through gritted teeth, though a trace of worry soon appeared on her face. But this mass grave is crawling with demonic minions. To sneak in unnoticed. Sneak in? Why bother sneaking in? Lu Chen chuckled softly. Just lead the way. Ordinary wandering souls wouldn't dare approach us. If any reckless ones block our path, they must be under the demon's command. We'll eliminate them all. Before his voice faded, Lu Chen flicked his fingers, and a life-size straw figure rose into the air. This was a new skill he had mastered as his cultivation advanced, created specifically for Cui Yinyan. It would serve as a temporary vessel for her soul, protecting her from being scattered in case of a sudden attack. Cui Yinyan's soul entered the straw figure, and she transformed into a curvaceous young woman, her form now much more tangible compared to her previously frail soul. After thanking Lu Chen, she took a deep breath and turned to lead the way. The mass grave was a desolate and eerie place, littered with bones and decaying corpses, the remains of those who had died violent deaths in the area. Over the years, resentful and dark energies had intertwined, attracting wandering spirits and restless ghosts. Most were weak and powerless, and upon sensing the faint aura of Lu Chen's spiritual power, they hid trembling among the rocks and debris. As they ventured deeper, the oppressive aura of malevolence grew thicker. Suddenly, several ferocious ghosts with green faces and sharp fangs appeared, surrounded by a blood-red glow and emitting a terrifying presence. They whipped up cold winds, sending sand and stones flying, bones swirling through the air, and ghostly flames flickering. Such a sight would be enough to terrify an average sorcerer into retreat. Cui Yinyan, you've got some nerve, one of the malicious ghosts bellowed. The High Lord commanded you to lure mortals here, yet you've refused time and again. And now you dare bring a Taoist priest? Are you planning to betray us? Cui Yanyan's face turned pale as she instinctively took a step back. Lu Chen, however, remained unfazed, casting a calm glance at the ghosts before waving his sleeve and releasing a burst of sword energy. With a thunderous roar, the ghosts were caught off guard and instantly shredded into nothingness by the sword's power. A system notification followed, awarding several hundred experience points for slaying these minor underlings. Keep moving forward. Don't stop. Lu Chen instructed Cui Yanyan as he summoned another wave of righteous sword energy. The radiant sword light pierced through the darkness, cutting a path straight toward the heart of the mass grave. The way of the heavens is vast and unfathomable, the sword's aura boundless. The brilliance of righteousness subdues both gods and demons. The blazing sword light illuminated the night sky like a scorching sun, tearing through the darkness with unstoppable force. Lu Chen followed closely behind Cui Yanyan, moving swiftly forward. The overwhelming sword aura surged behind them, forming an invisible barrier. Any malevolent spirits or vengeful ghosts daring to approach were obliterated without exception, reduced to nothingness. System notifications chimed incessantly, but Lu Chen paid them no mind, focusing solely on the path ahead. Before long, the two pierced through layers of eerie mist and arrived at the deepest part of the mass grave. A massive sinkhole sprawled before them, its depths unfathomable. Inside, piles of bones lay strewn haphazardly, a mix of old and new remains. The stench of decay was overwhelming. Some corpses had long since turned to skeletons, scattered across the ground. Others still had flesh clinging to them, the crimson hue glaringly vivid. Most unsettling of all were the thick, writhing vines slithering amongst the remains like living creatures, greedily absorbing the essence of blood and flesh. They thrived on flesh as their soil and blood as their water, living to devour souls. At the center of the sinkhole stood a towering white lotus, its roots deeply embedded in the blood-soaked remains. Its leaves were lush and green, its petals pure and sacred, arranged in 3 layers of 9 petals each. Yet, upon closer inspection, each petal bore a grotesque, twisted face. At the heart of the lotus sat a figure draped in white robes, hands forming intricate seals, exuding an air of solemnity. From afar, she resembled the compassionate Guanyin. But up close, beneath that facade of sanctity, hid a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs, her mouth split to the ears, grotesque and horrifying. Her long hair cascaded like vines, rooting into the ground and transforming into countless serpent-like tendrils, writhing and dancing in the darkness, emanating an aura of nightmarish dread. Bold little girl, how dare you? The demon perched on the lotus sneered coldly as her gaze fell upon Cui Yanyan and Lu Chen. Before her words had fully landed, a black serpent shot out, emitting a piercing, soul-shaking wail. While the sound had limited effects on humans, it was a deadly assault on spirits, striking directly at their very essence. Cui Yanyan, clearly having suffered from this attack in the past, turned pale and trembled slightly. Fortunately, Lu Chen had granted her a straw doll body to temporarily house her soul, shielding her with its power. The sound wave failed to cause her any real harm. Come back. Lu Chen flicked his fingers, and an invisible force pulled Cui Yanyan behind him. At the same time, a beam of sword light streaked through the air, standing as a barrier before them. Lu Chen stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on the lotus demon. A mocking smirk tugged at his lips. A vile and cruel demon like you. Yet you put on this facade of divine compassion. Do you truly think calling yourself a deity will bring you enlightenment? And who are you, little Taoist? The white lotus demon's eyes glinted dangerously as her mouth slowly opened, revealing a tongue bristling with barbs. She licked her lips greedily. You look tender and fresh. With your cultivated body, you must taste far better than those ordinary mortals. How about letting me devour you? When I ascend to immortality, you'll share in the glory. Lu Chen chuckled at her words, though his eyes remained devoid of humor. What a joke. You think eating me will make you immortal? If you're so eager to ascend, why don't I send you to the heavens right now? As his words fell, Lu Chen's expression turned icy, his killing intent surging like a tidal wave. The righteous sword aura condensed in his palm, and with a sweep of his arm, it erupted into a storm of sword energy. The razor-sharp streaks gathered into a torrential river, surging forward with unstoppable force. When he struck, it was with devastating power. A deafening explosion shattered the air as the river of sword light surged, blasting the pit into chaos. Flesh and bones were sent flying as the white lotus trembled violently under the assault. Its leaves shattered and scattered, forcing the demon to abandon the damaged lotus and descend hurriedly into the air. Despicable Taoist. You're going too far, she screeched, her voice a mixture of rage and fear. Clearly aware of Lu Chen's extraordinary powers, the demon dared not underestimate him. Dark energy surged from its body, roiling like a tide. In an instant, black clouds gathered overhead, A chilling wind howled through the area, and countless spectral figures emerged. These ghostly apparitions had twisted, menacing faces, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Their long hair thrashed wildly like venomous snakes, converging from all directions to entrap Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen remained indifferent, his gaze cold and detached. Without even sparing a glance, he opened his mouth and exhaled. Sword energy, sharp as frost, swept out mercilessly. In a flash, the writhing, snake-like strands of hair were severed cleanly, falling to the ground. Moving with agility and precision, Lu Chen struck with a palm that glowed with resplendent golden light. His immense power erupted like a volcano, and glowing runes of the Lin incantation flickered in the air, igniting layers of flame. The fire engulfed the demon, its body sizzling and crackling as it was reduced to ashes. Ark, you despicable Taoist. You've destroyed my foundation. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. The demon roared in fury, its shrill voice filled with hatred. Suddenly, two additional arms burst forth from its shoulders, plunging swiftly into the ground. With a deafening rumble, the earth split apart, dirt and debris flying into the air. A massive bone spike shot skyward. Following it, a second and third spike erupted like arrows, tearing through the ground and piercing the heavens. A putrid, toxic mist spread rapidly, and the demon's gaping maw opened wide. Its barbed, whip-like tongue extended with terrifying speed, lashing toward Lu Chen like an iron whip. Beast! Even at death's door, you dare act so arrogantly. Lu Chen's expression turned icy, his eyes blazing with fury. The White Lotus demon was indeed powerful, its abilities rivaling those of a cultivator in the crystalline stage, and its methods were vicious and ruthless. Yet, to Lu Chen, such threats were insignificant. His entire body radiated golden light as his immense power surged, his physical form as unyielding as iron, pressing down like a mighty mountain. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled violently as the demon's bone spikes were crushed to pieces. Lu Chen then swept his sleeve, unleashing a storm of power that dispersed the poisonous mist in an instant. His palm glowed with golden light, and with a swift motion, he seized the demon's elongated tongue, yanking it forcefully. Ark! The White Lotus demon let out a piercing wail as its body was dragged out of the ground. The lotus-like roots beneath it, resembling twisted vines, were torn from its remains, spraying blood in all directions. Die! Lu Chen's eyes burned with murderous intent. The Tai's sword, which had been ready to strike, shot out from his sleeve like a dazzling streak of light. It pierced through the demon's mouth and drove straight into the back of its head. The sword's brilliance scattered blood and bone fragments through the air. This single strike completely obliterated the White Lotus demon's brain, extinguishing its power and spirit. With a wet splatter, the demon's body dissolved into rotting flesh and blood, rapidly disintegrating into the ground. The ominous aura that had shrouded the area dissipated entirely, fading into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the White Lotus ghoul. You have obtained a White Lotus seed and gained 5,000 experience points. Well, look at that 5,000 experience points. As expected of a major demon, this was definitely an elite boss. Lu Chen thought with delight. The White Lotus seed was an unformed treasure of heaven and earth, nurtured in the burial grounds of ghouls and shaped by their spiritual energy. Once planted and matured, it could produce a sacred white lotus, an exceptionally rare and precious resource. Though it was merely a seed for now and far from maturity, it was still a valuable acquisition for Lu Chen. After contemplating for a moment, he casually tossed the White Lotus seed into the Huangquan diagram. Since it bore some similarity to the Bai Yuqing Lian, perhaps placing it in the Huangquan could accelerate its growth. With the seed stored away, Lu Chen turned to face the mass grave. Corpses littered the ground, and wandering spirits roamed aimlessly. These ghosts had been held captive and controlled by the White Lotus demon. Now that the demon was dead, they were free, but they had missed their chance for reincarnation and remained trapped in the mortal realm as wandering souls, some of whom might turn to malevolence. Leaving them here will only cause trouble in the future, Lu Chen muttered under his breath. Rising into the air, he crossed his legs and hovered, beginning to channel his power while reciting Taoist scriptures for the departed. With a gentle motion, he beckoned Shui Yin to approach. Let's perform a ritual to send them off, helping them move on. It will be an act of merit. The cold moonlight poured down like water as Lu Chen sat cross-legged, suspended in the night sky. His eyes were half closed as he softly chanted the scripture of transcendence. With each word, waves of divine power radiated from his body, cascading down like sweet dew upon the mortal world. Specks of golden light fell into the desolate burial ground below. Instantly, countless wandering spirits and restless ghosts began to glow faintly. In the underworld, a gateway to reincarnation slowly opened, guiding these lost souls toward the river of forgetfulness in the nine hells. Merciful immortal master, grant me freedom, transcendence, and rebirth. Thank you. immortal master. Your deeds are boundless, immortal master. Please accept my humble bow. Thank you for your salvation, immortal master. May your blessings be eternal. Hundreds of souls knelt in unison, bowing their heads with tears streaming down their faces. These were the souls of those who had perished violently in chaotic times. Without Lu Chen's intervention to destroy the demons enslaving them, they would have faced eternal torment consumed by the demons or reduced to nothingness. Lu Chen gazed at the spirits with a gentle expression. Life and death in the mortal realm follow their destined course. Though you have endured great suffering, you have held on to your true selves and resisted falling into evil under the demon's influence. In the underworld, the Yama Kings will judge your deeds. In your next life, you will be rewarded with blessings. Go now. With a light wave of his sleeve, he sent the spirits on their way toward reincarnation. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have transcended lost souls and earned 5 merit points. Lu Chen contemplated silently. Earning only 5 merit points for guiding so many souls seemed pitifully small. However, he reminded himself that merit points could enhance one's fortune and even shield against calamities in critical moments. Such a valuable resource being difficult to obtain made sense. He couldn't help but imagine if he could find a way to amass merit points quickly, perhaps treasures would fall into his lap wherever he went. As the light of transcendence gradually faded and the surrounding souls were mostly sent off, Lu Chen descended to the ground. There, he noticed Cui Yin, still bound to her straw doll form, standing in place. I just performed the ritual to guide souls and open the path to reincarnation. Why haven't you entered the cycle? Lu Chen asked with a frown. Cui Yin wore a sorrowful expression and shook her head. I don't know. When you cast your spell of transcendence, I tried to enter the portal, but an unseen force restrained me, keeping me from moving on. It seems something is wrong with my physical body. Her face grew even more despondent as she spoke. Lu Chen's brow furrowed deeply. Under normal circumstances, even those who die unjustly should be able to reincarnate. Such an anomaly could only mean a curse or a severe disturbance to the physical body, leaving the soul unsettled and unwelcome in the underworld. Cui Yin was just an ordinary woman. What could make her circumstances so exceptional as to warrant such extreme measures? Do you know where your body is now? Lu Chen asked directly. I know that. It's still in Han Temple. Cui Yin nodded in response. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This was the second time Cui Yin had mentioned Han Temple. Earlier, he had been fully focused on subduing the demon and hadn't given it much thought. But now, upon reflection, the key to the problem seemed to lie within Han Temple. This Han Templedo, you know the details? Tell me everything you know without leaving anything out. Facing this powerful immortal master, Cui Yin felt both awe and trust. She immediately recounted everything she knew. It turned out that Han Temple was a recently built monastery in Sufeng City. At first, it had few worshippers, but later, due to the monks frequently subduing malicious demons, its reputation grew, and it became a thriving place of worship. Until half a year ago, Cui Yin's voice trembled slightly. Young girls in the city began disappearing one after another. Out of fear, I went to Han Temple to pray for protection. But as soon as I stepped through the temple gate, I was overcome by a drugged incense. When I woke up, I was imprisoned in a dungeon. In the end, I had no choice but to take my own life. After hearing this, Lu Chen began to piece things together. The timing of Han Temple's rise, coupled with the missing girls, seemed strongly connected to the Blood Soul sect. Yet, with limited clues at hand, he refrained from jumping to conclusions. In that case, you shall accompany me. Once we reach Sufeng City, I will personally visit Han Temple to investigate. If we can locate your remains, you may finally find peace. Hearing this, Cui Yin's eyes filled with tears. She immediately knelt down and bowed deeply. Yin, a mere shadow of existence, is deeply indebted to the immortal master's great kindness. In the next life, I vow to serve you as a beast of burden. That's unnecessary, Lu Chen said with a faint smile, gesturing for her to stand. Eliminating demons and upholding justice is the duty of every disciple of Mount Shu. Just as he was about to deal with the exposed corpses nearby, a faint rustling sound came from the pile of bodies. A dirt-covered hand slowly emerged, causing Cui Yin to cry out in fear and retreat. A ghost. Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sister, you are a ghost yourself. Isn't your fear a bit unreasonable? Besides, I've already performed rites to release the spirits here. If there were any lingering souls, they would have moved on by now. This corpse, however, is unusual. What manner of demon dares to play tricks in my presence? Show yourself, Lu Chen shouted, sending out a wave of sword energy. With a thunderous crash, dirt scattered everywhere. Ow! Stop! Spare me, my friend. A young man in scholar's robes, with an unremarkable appearance, staggered out from the debris. Lu Chen used his celestial sight to examine him and saw a completely different soul residing within the body. It was in the process of merging, which explained the man's stiff movements and unsteady stance. Is this a case of possession? Reanimation through corpse borrowing? Lu Chen's expression shifted subtly, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto the corpse before him that had suddenly come to life. Behind him, his sword aura quietly gathered, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Soul possession. This was undoubtedly one of the most sinister and treacherous techniques in the dark arts. Could this be the work of the Blood Soul sect's remnants? Lu Chen's vigilance heightened even further. The man seemed to sense Lu Chen's murderous intent and hastily raised his hands in a gesture of appeasement. Wait, fellow cultivator. Hear me out. I am neither a ghost nor an evil practitioner. Daring to perform soul possession in front of me and still trying to justify yourself. Lu Chen sneered coldly, his long sword already unsheathed. Striking first, before the man could fully control the body, was clearly the wisest course of action. The sword aura tore through the air. The man's face changed, and he quickly formed a hand seal. A golden light instantly enveloped his body. Though it couldn't completely withstand the forceful strike, it managed to deflect it enough for him to be blasted back several dozen feet, barely managing to stay on his feet. Taoist golden light? A genuine orthodox technique. Lu Chen halted his attack, frowning slightly. The golden light mantra was a secret art of Taoism, one that could only be learned from orthodox sects like Longhu Mountain, Wudong Mountain, or Maoshan. Even the Taoist-rooted Shushan sect had no access to it, let alone practitioners of dark arts. If you truly know orthodox Taoist techniques, why resort to such vile methods to seize another's body? Lu Chen questioned sternly. The man steadied his breath, showing no sign of resentment despite the earlier attack. Instead, he explained earnestly, I am Lu Yang, a scholar from Yinqing. I was fortunate enough to be enlightened by Master Jade of Wudong Mountain, who bestowed upon me the opportunity to receive teachings in my dreams. I once traversed the void in spirit, but unfortunately, I encountered obstacles on my return and was delayed. My family, believing me to be dead, cremated my body. Left with no other choice, I came to this burial ground seeking a way to survive. He paused briefly before continuing. This place was once infested with demons. Without a physical body, my powers were weak, and I was on the brink of despair. It was only thanks to your efforts in vanquishing the demons, cleansing the land, and releasing the lingering souls that I was given the chance to be reborn. Teachings and dreams, traversing the void? Isn't that exactly what happened to Lu Zhu in the past? Lu Chen silently pondered the truth of the man's words when suddenly, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering the fortuitous encounter quest soul possession. Lu Yang carries great destiny. Killing him may allow you to claim his fortune, but it could also lead to unknown consequences. Befriending him, however, could grant you a share of his fortune and bring potential blessings in the future. A child of destiny? Did I just run into the real protagonist here? Lu Chen froze in place. Then what does that make me? Looking at the young scholar before him, covered in dirt, Lu Chen frowned slightly. The person in front of him was named Lu Yang, the chosen one blessed by the heavens and earth. If not for his own transmigration, this young man would undoubtedly have become the protagonist of this world. Lu Chen pondered silently. If he were to kill him and seize his destiny, there might be a chance to absorb some of that fortune. But on second thought, this person had already received teachings in a dream from a true master of Wudong. Killing him would be tantamount to becoming an enemy of the entire Wudong sect. More importantly, taking an innocent life for the sake of destiny was a path close to demonic practices, a notion that went against his own principles. So, you are a fellow Taoist from Wudong Mountain, Lu Chen said, setting aside his thoughts and cupping his hands in greeting. Yu Zhenren is a revered figure in the Taoist world. To have received his teachings in a dream, fellow Taoist, you must possess extraordinary talent. He then briefly introduced himself as a true disciple of Mount Shu. Hearing this, Lu Yang's eyes flashed with astonishment. The name of the sword immortals of Mount Shu was known far and wide. This young true disciple of Mount Shu before him, who could so effortlessly vanquish the White Lotus demon, was indeed extraordinary. Senior brother Lu, your Taoist skills are profound, and your swordsmanship unparalleled, Lu Yang said with a deep bow. Had it not been for your intervention today, I fear I wouldn't have lived to see another sunrise. Such a life-saving grace deserves my deepest gratitude. He seemed unbothered by Lu Chen's earlier sword strike. The Taoist sects of the world are one family. There's no need for such formalities, junior brother Lu, Lu Chen said, raising a hand to gesture modestly. Though the technique of soul transference is a dark art, your lifespan has not yet been exhausted, so you should be unharmed. However, your soul has only just entered this new body, and it is likely still weak. May I ask where you intend to go next? After some thought, Lu Yang replied, having entered the celestial path, I should sever ties with mundane attachments. Since my family already believes me to be dead, I might as well ascend Wudong Mountain and return to the sect. The journey to Wudong is long, Lu Chen said, turning to look at him. Your cultivation is still shallow, and with only a trace of Taoist golden light to protect you, it will be difficult to ensure your safety. In these troubled times, demons and monsters run rampant, and the road ahead is fraught with danger. As he spoke, Lu Chen flicked his fingers, summoning a blade of grass. Using the grass puppet technique, he wove it into the shape of a bird. Infuse it with spirit, take form rise, he commanded, his voice clear and resonant as his power surged, imbued with righteous energy. The grass bird immediately took to the air, its wings beating as it transformed into a snow-white celestial crane, lifelike and majestic. This crane, empowered by my magic, will safely carry you back to Wudong. Lu Yang gazed at the celestial crane circling in the sky, his eyes lighting up with delight. This is a remarkable object. Though it is a one-time tool, it will help him return to Wudong swiftly and avoid any risks of encountering demons along the way. Lu Yang clasped his hands in gratitude, his expression sincere as he said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. I will forever remember your kindness today. If there is ever a chance in the future, I promise to repay this debt." Lu Chen's lips curved into a faint smile as he waved his hand dismissively. It was a mere gesture of convenience. "I only hope that one day, when you achieve the true path, you can bring a bit more clarity and peace to this world. It's getting late, Brother Lu. You should set off as soon as possible." "Understood, Senior Brother Lu. Until we meet again." With that, Lu Yang leaped gracefully onto the back of the white crane. In an instant, he soared into the sky, speeding toward Wudong Mountain. Standing to the side, Cui Yinyan asked softly, "Immortal Master, where are we going next?" Lu Chen turned to glance at her and replied, "I have another junior sister waiting in the city god temple. We'll meet up with her first, then head to Sufing City, where we'll also address the matter of your corporeal body." After speaking, he formed a hand seal, conjured a gust of wind, and carried Cui Yinyan back along their original path. Inside the city god temple, the atmosphere was still and quiet, with the five elements sword array faintly glowing with spiritual light. Lu Chen quickly deactivated the array to avoid harming Cui Yinyan, then led her into the temple. Xia Ningxuang immediately stood to greet him. "Senior brother, you're finally back. Did you manage to catch that demon?" Her gaze swept over Cui Yinyan, and her brow furrowed. "A ghost? Senior brother, is she the one causing trouble?" "It has nothing to do with her," Lu Chen replied succinctly, then recounted the events that had transpired. "I never expected such a vicious demon to be lurking in this area," Xia Ningxuang remarked, her tone tinged with astonishment. But she quickly shifted the conversation, lowering her voice. "Senior brother, I just used a secret technique to divine the location of the blood of extreme in its near Hans Han Temple." Lu Chen's expression turned serious. "Are you saying that Hans Han Temple might be a stronghold of the Blood Soul sect, and they've already found the daughter of extreme? Dawn is approaching," Xia Ningxuang said. "Let's head to Sufing City first. The governor there is an old acquaintance of my father's. We can inquire about the situation through him before making further plans." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Before they departed, he turned to Cui Yinyan and reminded her, "The city is bustling with life. Even though you are tethered to the straw effigy, you remain a spirit. Stay close to me once we enter the city and do not wander off." Cui Yinyan replied respectfully, "Rest assured, immortal master. I will follow your instructions." The northwest was harsh and cold. Although it lacked the picturesque charm of the Shu region, Sufing, as the largest city in the northwest, appeared prosperous and bustling due to its abundant mineral resources. Riding their swords on the wind, Lu Chen, Xia Ningxuang, and Cui Yinyan arrived at the city by noon the following day. To Lu Chen's surprise, Sufing's governor, Zhang Lin, personally came to the city gate with his attendants to welcome them. After all, this was not the Shu region, and while the disciples of Mount Shu were renowned, it was unusual for a local governor to extend such courtesy. Clearly, Zhang Lin's gesture was directed at Xia Ningxuang. This young woman must have an extraordinary background. As Lu Chen pondered this, Governor Zhang Lin approached quickly. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a slightly plump figure. Dressed in richly embroidered robes, his demeanor was warm and approachable, resembling that of a wealthy merchant rather than a regional governor. Were it not for his official attire, one might never associate him with such a position. Zhang Lin respectfully bowed deeply, even kneeling in greeting. Student Zhang Lin pays his respects to Miss. Xia Ningxuang was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and gestured for him to rise. "Uncle Zhang, you're too formal. Though you were once a student under my father, you've long since established yourself and now govern this region. I'm just a young woman. How could I possibly accept such a grand gesture from you?" Zhang Lin laughed heartily and cupped his hands in respect. "Once a teacher, always a father. Without the guidance of my teacher in those days, how could I have achieved what I have today? Besides, Miss, you are now a disciple of Mount Shu, practically a celestial being. I am but an ordinary man. How could I not show my reverence?" His words were filled with genuine gratitude and respect, making it clear he held Xia Ningxuang in high esteem. However, Lu Chen felt a vague sense of unease. Zhang Lin's excessive flattery seemed somewhat forced and insincere, making his intentions difficult to discern. Moreover, there was a peculiar aura about him, not the kind cultivated through martial arts, but something more elusive and enigmatic. Lu Chen chose not to confront this directly, maintaining a calm and indifferent expression as he stood by. At this moment, Xia Ningxuang spoke. This is my senior brother, Lu Chen, a true disciple of Mount Shu. We've come to Sufing on an important matter and may need to trouble you, Uncle Zhang. She smiled gently as she looked at Zhang Lin. A true disciple of Mount Shu? Zhang Lin was momentarily startled before scrutinizing Lu Chen. After a brief pause, he broke into a smile and cupped his hands. Young Master Lu, to achieve such a status at your age is truly remarkable. Rest assured, since Miss Xia has spoken, I will do everything in my power to assist you. Just give the word. After saying this, his gaze flickered briefly toward Cui Yinyin, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. You must all be weary from your journey. This is hardly the place for a proper discussion. I've already prepared a banquet at my residence to welcome you. We can discuss the details afterward. He warmly ushered the group forward. Taking the opportunity, Lu Chen leaned in and murmured to Xia Ningxuang. This man may not be entirely trustworthy. When the time comes, inquire about Han Temple and gauge his response before making any decisions. Xia Ningxuang nodded slightly. Though she was acquainted with Zhang Lin, years had passed since their last meeting, and she could not rely solely on past impressions to judge his character. A certain level of vigilance and caution was always warranted. Before long, the three arrived at the governor's residence. As Cui Yinyin was a spirit and did not require food, she excused herself, claiming to feel unwell, and requested to rest. Zhang Lin arranged for her to stay in a guest room, while Lu Chen and Xia Ningxuang joined him for the banquet. After a few rounds of drinks, Lu Chen finally spoke. To be candid, our descent from Mount Shu and arrival in Sufing is to track down a demon. Based on the clues, it seems that the demon might currently be hiding near Han Temple within Sufeng City. Lu Chen asked Prefect Zhang about the situation at Han Temple. Zhang Lin put down his wine cup, his expression turning serious. In the past 2 years, Han Temple has become incredibly prominent in Sufeng City. The common folk say their prayers are always answered, remarkably effective, and the temple enjoys an extraordinary amount of incense offerings. How could a Buddhist temple be involved with demons? Lu Chen shook his head and said, Han Temple is merely a folk shrine, not part of the Orthodox Buddhist sect. Of course, we can't confirm anything yet, so I wanted to seek more information from you, Prefect. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Lin replied. To be honest, Han Temple doesn't seem particularly special. There aren't many monks there, and they usually keep a low profile. However, whenever demons cause trouble in the city, the locals climb the mountain to seek their help. As long as they pay a price, the monks will step in to subdue the demons. Exorcising demons for a price? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Zhang Lin chuckled lightly. Even monks need to make a living. The incense offerings are all voluntary from the people, and the authorities have no reason to intervene. He then shared a few scattered details about Han Temple. Though his words were vague, they revealed several suspicious points. After listening, Lu Chen grew increasingly convinced that there was something wrong with Han Temple. However, Zhang Lin's attitude was intriguing, as if he were deliberately steering them toward the temple. It was unclear what his intentions were. But since Xia Ningxuang had confirmed the presence of the aura of pure Yin blood there, they would have to investigate, even if it meant venturing into danger. As for Zhang Lin, they would remain wary of him for the time being. Would like to visit Han Temple. Could you help make arrangements? That's simple, Zhang Lin said with a smile. Recently, young women in the city have been disappearing one after another. To calm the public, Han Temple is holding a grand water and land ritual tomorrow. The temple gates will be open, and many townsfolk will attend to witness the ceremony. Lu Chen nodded and turned to Xia Ningxuang. Then we'll head to Han Temple tomorrow. After discussing the matter, the two excused themselves, claiming fatigue, and returned to their rooms. Once they left, the kind expression on Zhang Lin's face vanished completely. From a painting on the wall, a hawk suddenly flew out and spoke. I've confirmed it's indeed the soul of the sacred maiden. Pure Yin and utterly untainted. But she's inhabiting a straw doll protected by a spell, so I dare not approach her. Good, as long as it's confirmed. Zhang Lin exhaled in relief. It took great effort to find the sacred maiden of pure Yin before, only for her to take her own life, scattering her soul. Fortunately, her body was sealed in time. Now, as long as we recover her soul, we can still proceed with the sacred son's great plan. Why not act tonight? The hawk suggested. Zhang Lin shook his head. No, I can't risk exposing my identity. Besides, those two are extremely cautious, especially Lu Chen, who is a direct disciple of Mount Shu. He is quite formidable. If we act now and fail, it will only alert them. Go to Han Temple and deliver the orders. Set the trap tomorrow and capture them all in one fell swoop to reclaim the sacred maiden's soul. In the guest room of the secluded manor, Lu Chen formed a seal with his hands, and under the glow of his magical power, a palm-sized straw doll began to recite the conversation between Zhang Lin and the falcon. This straw puppet was a spy he had discreetly placed in a hidden corner of the guest hall as a precaution. With his current cultivation level, unless the other party's strength was vastly superior to his, such a small spying technique would remain undetectable. Zhang Lin is indeed no good, Lu Chen muttered coldly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Zhang Lin prided himself on being cunning, yet he had no idea that his every move was under Lu Chen's watchful gaze. Through the straw doll's recounting, Lu Chen had fully grasped Zhang Lin's secret. Zhang Lin was highly likely a member of the Blood Soul sect, who had learned of their mission in advance through an informant. What surprised Lu Chen even more was Cui Yinyan's true identity. She turned out to be the holy maiden of the demon sect, whom the Blood Soul sect had been desperately searching for. Because Xia Ningxuang's secret technique could only detect the aura of the pure Yin bloodline, but not the soul, they had been unable to recognize her. When Lu Chen had saved Cui Yinyan on a whim, he never expected it to hit the mark so perfectly. The Blood Soul sect's actions were progressing faster than anticipated. If not for Cui Yinyan's unyielding resistance, she might already have fallen into the hands of the demon sect, and the mission would have ended in failure. Fortunately, the Blood Soul sect required a complete sacrifice for their rituals. Now that Cui Yinyan was under his protection, they held an unassailable advantage. However, to truly complete the mission, they needed to retrieve her physical body. At this thought, Lu Chen let out a cold laugh. Zhang Lin thinks he can set a trap and lure me in tomorrow? How naive. He then formed another seal, sending a transmission to summon Xia Ningxuang and Cui Yinyan to his room. Before long, the two women arrived quietly. Senior brother Lu, calling us so late, have you discovered something? Xia Ningxuang asked curiously. Lu Chen revealed everything he had uncovered. Zhang Lin's earlier words were all meant to mislead us. He is indeed a member of the Blood Soul sect. The revelation caused both women's expressions to shift dramatically. Xia Ningxuang found it hard to believe that Zhang Lin would ally with the demon sect, while Cui Yinyan looked utterly bewildered. The holy maiden of the demon sect? I'm just an ordinary person, how could I possibly be their target? Lu Chen explained succinctly. The pure Yin bloodline only manifests in girls born in a Yin year, Yin month, and Yin Huron, extraordinarily rare occurrence. The Blood Soul sect needs this bloodline as a sacrificial offering to their dark god. Your act of taking your own life inadvertently allowed your soul to escape, sparing you from their clutches. Otherwise, if they had captured and sacrificed you, both your body and soul would have been consumed by the dark god, leaving you utterly annihilated. Seeing Cui Yanyan's pale and frightened face, Lu Chen reassured her. There's no need to panic. Our mission is precisely to prevent this. With me here, the demon sect will not succeed. Recalling the divine abilities Lu Chen had displayed earlier, Cui Yanyan felt somewhat reassured and nodded repeatedly. Thank you, immortal master, for your protection. Xia Ningxuang gazed at Lu Chen and asked softly. Now that we've confirmed Miss Cui is the sacrificial offering that the Blood Soul sect has been seeking, her soul has already detached, making her an incomplete offering. What should we do next? Should we take Miss Cui back to Mount Shu right away? Lu Chen frowned slightly and shook his head slowly. Taking Cui Yanyan's soul back to Mount Shu would indeed be the safest option. Once her soul is separated from her body, her physical form would wither, her blood of extreme Yin would coagulate, and the Blood Soul sect's sacrificial ritual would surely fail. However, he quickly realized the risks involved. Since the enemy already knows Cui Yanyan's identity, they will undoubtedly heighten their defenses. There will likely be pursuers along the way, and the traitor lurking among them might sabotage their efforts, introducing even more variables. What weighed even more heavily on Lu Chen's mind was a selfish concern. If he only brought back Cui Yanyan's soul, he couldn't be sure whether the mission would be considered completup until now. The system hadn't provided any confirmation. To ensure success, it would be best to retrieve her body as well. This way, not only could he guarantee the mission's completion, but he could also secure a higher evaluation and greater rewards. The distance to Mount Shu is too great. Heading straight back would be fraught with risks, Lu Chen said solemnly. Moreover, Miss Yu's body remains sealed and cannot be released. That's another issue we need to resolve. Additionally, Zhang Lin, as a regional governor, has secretly aligned himself with the demonic sect and colluded with Han's Han Temple to wreak havoc on the region. If we don't eliminate them, who knows how many more innocent people will suffer. Hearing this, Xia Ningxuang nodded slightly. She knew her senior brother Lu's hatred for evil and his disdain for the wicked. Someone like Zhang Lin, who was adept at hiding his true nature and manipulating others, posed a threat even greater than the White Lotus deity. Senior brother, your righteousness is admirable. He'll follow your lead. What's our next step? This girl is surprisingly easy to persuade. Lu Chen thought smugly to himself before continuing. Zhang Lin has already contacted his allies at Han's Han Temple, instructing them to prepare in advance and ambush us tomorrow. We'll strike first. Tonight, we'll head straight to Han's Han Temple and catch them off guard. That makes sense, Xiaoning Shuang agreed. Tomorrow's water and land ceremony will attract a large crowd of civilians, and engaging in a fight then would risk harming the innocent. Tonight is indeed the best opportunity. Lu Chen glanced around and said in a hushed tone, "This is Zhang Lin's residence, so it's likely being watched. We'll need a clever distraction to slip away unnoticed." With that, he brought out 3 straw figures he had prepared earlier, infused them with the aura of the 2 women, and cast an illusion spell over them. In moments, the straw figures transformed to resemble the 2 women, each returning to their respective rooms and sitting by the windows. Though the illusion spell wasn't particularly advanced and could be easily seen through by experts, Zhang Lin wouldn't personally investigate for fear of alerting them, leaving the deception sufficient to fool his underlings. Once everything was set, Lu Chen instructed Cui Yanyan's soul to attach itself to his sword case. He then gently touched the twin fish pendant at his waist, enveloping himself and Xiaoning Shuang in a glowing light that concealed their presence. "Let's go." With a flash, the 2 transformed into streaks of sword light, slipping away under the cover of night. They followed the path of the departing hawk, heading straight for Han Temple. The night breeze was cool, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Beneath the cold, silvery moonlight, the towering Han Temple stood solemnly in the northern part of Sufing City. Its golden glazed tiles shimmered faintly, while the crimson high walls exuded an air of majesty. The 3 golden characters, Han Temple, on the gate tower were particularly striking. This magnificent temple stood in stark contrast to the surrounding dilapidated, low houses. Its vast grounds and splendid architecture were in no way inferior to the renowned Jinshan Temple, Shenan Temple, or Lang Temple. The monks of this Han Temple, I don't know about their abilities to vanquish demons, but when it comes to raking in wealth, they're leagues ahead of us in Shushan. Lu Chen remarked with a cold sneer, his tone dripping with mockery. The temple's immense financial resources clearly pointed to years of exploiting the common people. Cui Yanyan's spirit floated forward, pointing to a perilous cliff. "Immortal Master, if you ascend from the bottom of this ravine, you can directly enter Han Temple. I was once imprisoned in the dungeon above, where many innocent women are still being held. Please rescue them as well." To ordinary people, the sheer cliffs and the seemingly bottomless chasm would have been impassable. But for Lu Chen and his companions, it was hardly a challenge. "Then we'll go up from here and scout the situation first," Lu Chen said, and before his words had fully landed, he transformed into a beam of sword light, diving into the fissure in the valley. As soon as he entered the narrow, dim crevice, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses. With a flip of his palm, Lu Chen conjured a flame with his magic, illuminating a horrifying sight. Piles of white bones stacked high, their broken remains bearing bite marks, as though some creature had devoured their flesh. Xian Ningxuang's face turned pale. How can there be so many corpses and bones outside Han Temple? Lu Chen's expression darkened. The ominous energy emanating from the bones was identical to that of the blood corpses he had slain before. It was now clear that Han Temple was yet another layer of the Blood Soul sect in Sufing City. Outwardly, the temple appeared to be a peaceful Buddhist sanctuary, but in secret, it raised blood corpses to wreak havoc. Occasionally, they would release the blood corpses to cause chaos, only to have the monks subdue them, deceiving the people and amassing wealth in the process. Unbelievable. These filthy monks chanting Umitba on the surface, but so cruel and vile in the shadows. Xia Ningxuang exclaimed, her disdain for the Buddhist sect evident. Even though she knew these were fake monks from the Blood Soul sect, she couldn't resist condemning the entire Buddhist order. This Han Temple is likely more dangerous than it seems. Be alert, danger could strike at any moment, Lu Chen warned. With that, he ascended into the air. Under the flickering firelight, the cliffs revealed a horrifying sight. Hundreds of massive blood cocoons hung densely, suspended upside down, an ominous and chilling spectacle. In the valley, numerous grotesque blood corpses lay silently dormant inside their blood cocoons. Although these blood corpses were relatively small in size, each had a pair of bone wings, eerily resembling bats. Lu Chen felt a chill in his heart, silently thinking that if these blood corpses were unleashed, it would surely bring devastation to all living beings. He initially intended to act immediately and eliminate the blood corpses to gain experience, but to avoid alerting the enemy, he decided to suppress his impulse for now. Swiftly, he unleashed 5 sword energies, forming a small 5-element sword formation to seal the valley, preventing the blood corpses from escaping. He resolved to deal with this place after eradicating the remnants of the Blood Soul sect in Han Temple. "Immortal Master, the dungeon is just ahead," one of the 3 companions said as they leaped onto the cliff and soon entered Han Temple. On the surface, the temple appeared no different from a typical Buddhist monastery, but they quickly discovered a sinister and secluded courtyard. The atmosphere in the courtyard was dense with malevolent energy, and a dozen martial monks patrolled back and forth. From within, the anguished screams and cries of women could be heard. "These beasts, Lu Chen's expression turned icy. Just hearing those sounds, he could imagine the horrors within. From everything they had seen and heard along the way, he was now certain that Han Temple was a stronghold of a demonic sect, and these so-called monks were nothing more than disciples of the demonic sect in disguise. In that case, I won't hold back. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened as his inner spiritual power surged. With a wave of his sleeve, a fierce gale swept across the area. Blades of grass flew into the air, transforming into sword light that rained down like a storm. Thud, 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 blood splattered everywhere. The martial monks, only at the chi refinement level, were no match for Lu Chen's overwhelming sword energy. They were instantly pierced through and fell to the ground, without even having the chance to cry out. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the evil monks of Han Temple. Experience 100. Lu Chen paid little attention to the meager experience points and instead turned to Xia Ningxuang, saying, since we've already made our move, Han Temple will surely be on alert. Junior sister, please rescue the women in the dungeon while I take Cui Yinyan to find her corpse. Understood. Leave this to me. Once I've saved the civilians, I'll come to assist you. Senior brother, please be careful. I will. Lu Chen no longer restrained his spiritual power. With Cui Yinyan by his side, he soared into the air, speeding toward the Mahavira Hall, where Cui Yinyan's body was sealed. Having made his move, Lu Chen no longer concealed his presence. Riding on a streak of silvery sword light, he surged straight toward the Grand Hall of Great Hero, the blade's brilliance carving a striking path through the night. This overt display was intentional, meant to draw the guard's attention, easing Xia Ningxuang's burden in rescuing captives, while also providing an opportunity to cut down some foes and gain experience. In the darkness, patrolling warrior monks reacted to the commotion, swiftly converging on his position. Lu Chen's lips curved slightly as he lightly tapped his foot, unleashing an eruption of sword energy around him, his magic surging like a tidal wave. Amid the ensuing chaos, cries of agony echoed, and crimson blood gleamed eerily under the moonlight. It wasn't long before Lu Chen reached the front of the Grand Hall of Great Hero. Guarding the entrance were 8 burly warrior monks, their faces fierce, their gleaming sabers radiating a chilling light, and a palpable murderous intent emanating from their forms. Audacious thief! How dare you trespass in Han Temple? Take him down, one of them roared. At once, the 8 monks attacked in unison, their sabers slashing through the air, stirring up violent gusts. Each of them was a formidable practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage. Courting death. Lu Chen snorted coldly, his expression icy. His magic surged, and the silvery glow of his armor trembled, as if a mountain bore down upon them. The oppressive force of his overwhelming vitality and vast magical power caused the ground to quake. The saber lights from the 8 monks were instantly extinguished. Blood spurted from their mouths as they fell to their knees. Lu Chen had subdued these Foundation establishment monks with sheer magical pressure alone, rendering them immobile without even resorting to any spells or techniques. With just the likes of you, you think you can stop me? Die. Lu Chen swept his fingers, unleashing a burst of sword energy. In a flash of cold light, the necks of all 8 monks were slit, blood spraying as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A system notification chimed promptly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the evil monks of Han Temple. Experience points 500. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Since breaking through to the crystallization stage, the experience gained from killing Foundation establishment enemies had decreased from 1,000 points to 500, much like farming straw dummies in the early days, diminishing returns as his level increased. Still, the 4,000 experience points served as an appetizer. The real prize lay with the boss. Immortal Master, be careful. I sense a powerful force suppressing the area near the corpses. There must be a formidable expert inside the hall. Cui Yinyan warned urgently. No matter, Lu Chen replied calmly. I've already used the Heavenly Eye technique to survey the area. There are no Golden Core level cultivators here. And as for anyone below Golden Core, they are of no concern to me. This was no idle boast. Although Lu Chen was still in the early crystallization stage, his immense magical reserves, refined techniques, an arsenal of treasures including the Yellow Springs diagram, and the Tai sword made him invincible among those of the same rank. Even against a Golden Core expert, he was confident he could hold his own. Unless he encountered a nascent soul-level monster, there was no need for excessive caution. Bang! The main doors of the Buddha Hall were blasted open by a surge of magical energy. Lu Chen sent a streak of sword light hurtling inside, probing for any hidden dangers. The sword light sliced through the air, disappearing into the darkness. A sharp screech echoed suddenly, and amidst the flickering flashes of light, a hawk spread its wings and soared into the sky. So, it's you, beast, Lu Chen sneered coldly. This was none other than the creature depicted in Zhang Lin's painting, a mere trick meant for reconnaissance and communication. He had deliberately let the hawk go earlier to use it as a guide to enter Han Temple and gather intelligence along the way. Now, with no further need for it. He reversed his grip on the sword and struck it down mid-flight. Without pausing, Lu Chen strode into the grand hall. Inside, a golden statue of the thousand-armed Guanyin stood tall and imposing, seated on a lotus pedestal with countless hands and eyes, its face radiating a benevolent smile. In front of the statue, between the candlesticks, lay a crimson coffin adorned with glittering golden scriptures, layered like seals of confinement. Ah! A pained cry suddenly came from Cui Yinyan within the sword box. As they neared the coffin, she seemed to be burned by an invisible flame. The binding power emanating from it was unbearable for her. I assume this coffin seals your bloodline and physical body, Lu Chen remarked, nodding. He then infused a surge of magical energy, causing the Tai sword to resonate with sharp sword energy, isolating the oppressive force of the seal. Thank you, immortal master. Cui Yinyan's pain subsided immediately. Do not reveal yourself. These demonic monks may know some Buddhist techniques, and this place is protected by a Buddhist or you won't be able to endure it, Lu Chen said as he raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as swords, fixed on the golden statue. Even with a golden body, you can't conceal the demonic aura emanating from you. Hiding in the shadows, why not reveal yourself? Before his words had fully settled, a streak of sword light shot through the air, slashing directly at the face of the statue. The thousand-armed Guanyin raised a hand effortlessly to block the strike, then slowly opened its eyes and spoke, its voice resounding like a great bell. Having seen the Bodhisattva, why do you not bow? The solemn and commanding voice could easily convince an ordinary person that a true Bodhisattva had manifested, but Lu Chen merely sneered. A demon in disguise, daring to call itself a Bodhisattva? You expect me to bow? I fear you're unworthy of such reverence. He advanced step by step, his magical energy surging forth like a flood, shaking the massive statue until it trembled, dust cascading down in clouds. Audacious! An angry roar came from within the statue. Ignorant mortal, trespassing upon my sacred ground, disturbing the peace of the Buddhist realm, and showing disrespect to the Bodhisattva's sins are unforgivable. You shall be cast into a Vichy hell. Golden light burst forth, and the statue's 1,000 hands moved in unison, their palms radiating divine light while forming seals. With a thunderous crash, the ground split open, revealing a massive palm imprint. Lu Chen was inwardly startled by the power of this Buddhist demon-subduing handprint, yet he remained unshaken. With the blessing of the true word of Lin, golden talismans surrounded him, and his iron shirt technique reverberated, rendering him as immovable as an iron tower. You've played the role of a bodhisattva for so long that you've convinced yourself you are one? Pretending to be divine, I want to see what you really are. A surge of righteous sword energy erupted from him, slicing through the air and severing the glowing golden hand at the wrist. Boom! As Lu Chen's sword struck down, the Buddha's hand was severed, and debris tumbled to the ground. Golden blood splattered, sizzling harshly upon contact with the floor, as if corrosive acid had been spilled, releasing a pungent, nauseating stench. Vile thief! How dare you defile my bodhisattva golden form? You deserve 1,000 deaths. The thousand-armed Guanyin roared, her voice echoing through the grand hall. The compassion once held in her Buddha's eyes was now replaced by a chilling, venomous killing intent. Initially, according to Zhang Lin's plan, I was willing to let you live until tomorrow. But since you're so eager to die, I shall grant your wish. Before her words had fully faded, a thunderous rumble erupted from behind. Countless golden arms unfurled like petals in bloom, each radiating golden light. The handprints they formed carried the force to split mountains and shatter the earth, hurling forward in unison by the hundreds and thousands. The entire hall shook violently, and the ground beneath Lu Chen's feet cracked and collapsed in an instant, sending debris flying before disintegrating into dust. Bang! 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 The relentless, powerful strikes shattered 3 of Lu Chen's golden talisman seals, and the enchanted iron armor on his body dented and broke apart. He felt as though he had been struck by several mountains in succession, leaving him gasping for breath. This demon's cultivation isn't particularly strong, yet somehow it managed to craft this bizarre bodhisattva golden form. Its thousand-armed, thousand-eyed technique amplifies its power exponentially, as if being attacked by 1,000 practitioners simultaneously using a demon-subduing palm technique. Without the protection of my iron cloth and golden talismans, I would have already been gravely injured. Lu Chen thought, alarmed. The strength of this thousand-armed Guanyin rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Bai Lian Changshan. No wonder she alone commanded Hanshan Temple. She must be one of the Blood Soul sect's top experts. Thousand-armed Guanyin, bodhisattva golden form, is this all you've got? Pathetic. Lu Chen sneered coldly. With a burst of energy, his robes fluttered, and his muscles and bones emitted thunderous cracks. His majestic sword aura radiated like a blazing sunrise, shielding him from the oncoming handprints. The Lin character mantra symbols circled around him, transforming into divine inscriptions that infused him with power. Boom! With a single punch from Lu Chen, The Buddha's hand shattered instantly, and golden blood rained down. The force of his strike rippled out like a shockwave, piercing through the mountains and eliciting agonized screams from the thousand-armed Guanyin. Cracks, like those on a ceramic surface, began to spread across the massive Buddha statue. "Show me your true form already," Lu Chen bellowed, releasing a torrent of sword energy from his sleeve that shot forward like a green serpent, piercing directly through the Buddha's golden form. With a deafening explosion, the statue crumbled, and a massive black centipede emerged from within. The creature was pitch black, its carapace hard as steel, and its countless legs sharp as blades. Wherever it passed, the ground and walls were gouged with deep trenches. "Curse you, Taoist. I spent a century forging this bodhisattva golden form with human blood, and you've destroyed it. I'll have your life." The centipede demon roared, its blood-red eyes blazing with murderous intent. It leapt into the air like a ferocious dragon, its razor-sharp mandibles slicing through the air in a deadly arc. "Be careful, immortal master." Hiding inside the sword case, Cui Yinyan turned pale as she watched the demon reveal its true form, a menacing, monstrous centipede exuding overwhelming demonic energy. She couldn't help but let out a frightened warning. However, Lu Chen remained calm, his gaze steady as he observed the massive centipede twisting in the air. A faint smirk of disdain even appeared at the corner of his lips. "So, it's a centipede demon. A mere 100-legged insect dares to dream of becoming a Buddha?" Lu Chen said coldly. "For your selfish desires, you've deceived the masses and harmed innocent people. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, I will end you." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword case on his back began to tremble violently, emitting a resonating hum. In the next instant, a brilliant silver light shot forth, slicing through the air like a dragon emerging from the abyss. The chilling aura filled the grand hall, and a murderous intent pierced to the bone. Seeing the demon's true form, Lu Chen wasted no time. Seizing the opportunity, he decisively summoned the divine sword Tai. With a sharp slash, blood sprayed into the air. The silver sword light streaked past, severing the centipede demon's massive pincers, which fell to the ground with a metallic clang. The demon let out a piercing scream, twisting its body in a panic. It narrowly avoided a fatal blow to its head, but half of its body was too slow to evade. The sword light swept across, shattering its hard carapace, and dozens of its blade-like legs were severed and scattered. "What kind of sword is this that can pierce my true form's carapace?" the centipede demon thought in terror. Its carapace was incredibly tough, impervious to fire, water, or ordinary blades. Furthermore, it had practiced the Buddhist golden body technique, making its physical form even more resilient, capable of withstanding most magical swords. Yet Lu Chen's flying sword was so sharp that even its aura alone could slice through the carapace. The sheer power was horrifying. If it were struck directly, there would be no chance of survival. "Consider yourself lucky to die under the Tai divine sword," Lu Chen sneered. With a flick of his wrist, the sword light flashed like lightning. He gave the demon no time to recover, delivering another strike that cut the centipede demon's body cleanly in two. Blood gushed out, pooling across the floor. Ordinarily, such a devastating injury would have killed any demon instantly. But as the saying goes, a centipede dies but never stiffens. The centipede demon's vitality was astonishing. Even after being cleaved in two, it refused to die. Lifting its head, it let out an ear-piercing screech, sending shockwaves in all directions. Soon, blood-red light erupted from the cliff behind the temple, accompanied by distant howls in response. A swarm of creatures with skeletal wings, resembling bats, emerged from the abyss in droves. These were the dreaded flying blood corpses, roused from their slumber. Knowing it was no match for Lu Chen, the centipede demon used a secret technique to summon the flying blood corpses it had been nurturing in the mountains, hoping to use them to stall Lu Chen and buy time to escape. What it didn't know was that Lu Chen had anticipated this. He had already set up a 5-element sword formation on the cliff, intending to use it after dealing with the temple's affairs. Now that the blood corpses had been awakened, the formation was perfectly timed. Struggling in vain, Lu Chen scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Do you really think these wretched creatures can stop me? All of you perish." As he spoke, he extended his hand, fingers closing in a grasping motion. Instantly, his magic activated the sword formation. On the distant cliff, 5 beams of sword energy shot skyward. The golden, wooden, water, fire, and earth elemental swords intertwined, forming a devastating storm of sword energy. The newly awakened blood corpses were shredded by the formation before they could even leave the valley, their remains raining down in a gory shower. In mere moments, over 100 flying blood corpses were obliterated. System notifications echoed continuously in Lu Chen's mind as he gained a massive surge of experience points. While the individual blood corpses were not particularly strong, their sheer numbers had contributed over 10,000 experience points in total. He couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, even casting a slightly softer gaze toward the centipede demon. Do you have any more offspring or minions to summon? Go ahead. I'll wait. The centipede demon was utterly stunned. Its eyes widened in disbelief as countless sword lights filled the sky, shredding flesh and bone that rained down like a storm. The hundreds of flying blood corpses it had painstakingly cultivated were annihilated before they even had a chance to make an appearance. This human, what kind of monster was he? Especially the look on Lu Chen's face at this moment, one of eager anticipation for more enemies to appear, made the centipede demon's scalp tingle with dread. Even if I had countless descendants, I couldn't possibly send them all to their deaths like this. The centipede demon wailed internally. Fear. For the first time in its life, it experienced this bone-deep, paralyzing emotion, the same terror it had once inflicted on the prey it devoured and tortured. It was afraid. Years ago, it had been nothing more than an ordinary centipede in Hanshan Temple. After secretly consuming the golden relic left behind by the temple's abbot upon his passing, it gained sentience. A century of arduous cultivation had finally brought it to its current power, and it refused to let it all end in oblivion. Dragging its broken body, the centipede demon immediately prostrated itself on the ground, imitating a human as it kowtowed repeatedly in desperation. Mercy, great immortal. Forgive me for my ignorance in failing to recognize your greatness. All of T-Sit was Zhang Lin who ordered me to act. I am a slave to the Blood Soul sect, with no freedom of my own. I had no choice but to obey. I am willing to repent, to abandon evil and embrace good. I only beg the immortal to spare my life. The centipede demon was cunning, knowing it was no match for Lu Chen. It instantly surrendered and pleaded for mercy, shifting all the blame onto Zhang Lin and putting on a display of sincere remorse, hoping to evoke pity and escape death. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was unmoved. The Buddha may preach that laying down the butcher's knife leads to instant enlightenment, but I am no disciple of the Buddhist sect and do not subscribe to such beliefs, Lu Chen said coldly. I believe only in justice and retribution. If I do not kill you today, how could I face the countless innocent souls who perished at your hands? Before the last word left his lips, a flash of sword light struck like lightning, piercing through the centipede demon's head. With a deafening explosion, the sword energy erupted, obliterating the demon's body entirely. Even its soul and essence were eradicated by that single strike. Ding! A system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for slaying the 1,000-hand centipede. You have obtained a relic, experience 8,000 inch. 8,000 experience points, not bad, Lu Chen remarked with a glint in his eyes. Reaching out, he caught a small, golden, solid object the size of a fingertip in his palm. The item was irregularly shaped, glowing with a golden radiance, and faint Buddhist inscriptions could be discerned on its surface. It was the legendary relic. According to legend, Buddhist monks who devoted themselves to their practices could condense relics within their bodies, akin to the golden cores cultivated by Taoist practitioners. However, Buddhist relics were more focused on physical fortitude, which was why many Buddhist masters possessed indestructible golden bodies. Even after their passing, their bodies could remain incorrupt for years. This differed from the Taoist golden core, which enhanced internal energy, making each path uniquely specialized. This particular relic must have originally belonged to a monk from Hanshan Temple, formed through years of diligent cultivation. After the monk's passing, it was consumed by the centipede demon, granting it sentience and the ability to cultivate as a demon, along with some Buddhist abilities. Unfortunately, its nature was corrupt, its demonic instincts untamed. Manipulated and controlled by the Blood Soul sect, it strayed down a dark path and became a scourge upon the land. Lu Chen examined the relic in his hand thoughtfully. It contained a wealth of Buddhist abilities. If he could refine it, he might be able to learn some of these techniques, particularly those enhancing physical strength. Abilities like the golden body of the Buddha or the demon-subduing palm were incredibly powerful. If mastered and subsequently enhanced through the system, they could significantly elevate his own strength. Lu Chen put away the relic, deciding to refine and comprehend it slowly after returning. While pondering, he stepped forward to the vermilion coffin and raised his hand. With a burst of power, he shattered the seal atop the coffin. The coffin opened with a loud sound, and crimson blood immediately flooded out. Surprisingly, the blood did not emit a foul stench, but rather a strange, alluring fragrance. Within the blood lay the corpse of a woman, her skin as smooth as jade, her face breathtakingly beautiful, so lifelike that she appeared merely asleep. The Blood Soul sect used a secret ritual, soaking the corpse in the blood of the living to preserve the vitality of her own blood. Lu Chen thought to himself, understanding the situation. This is my body. Cui Yinyan's soul drifted out from behind Lu Chen, staring at her own corpse in the coffin. A trace of sorrow flashed in her eyes. Seeing one's own body, anyone would feel a surge of complex emotions, struggling to accept it. Immortal Master, my body is still intact. Is there any chance for me to return to life? Cui Yinyan couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with hope. She had once witnessed Lu Yang's soul return to life by occupying another body. and such a possibility now stirred her own longing. After all, who would willingly remain a wandering, restless spirit if there was a chance to live again? Lu Chen shook his head slowly at her words. I know what you're thinking. Although your lifespan hasn't reached its natural end, you died an unnatural death, which is a fate determined by the heavens. With my current cultivation, I cannot truly bring someone back to life. Lu Yang was a cultivator with great fortune, and his soul left his body without perishing, allowing him to use secret methods to inhabit another body. Moreover, your corpse has been refined by the Blood Soul sect, tainted with malevolent and sinister energy. It cannot be preserved. Hearing this, Cui Yinyan's expression darkened, but she quickly composed herself and forced a smile. It was greedy of me to even think of such a thing. Being rescued by the immortal master and freed from my suffering is already a great blessing. I dare not harbor further desires for life. Noticing her low spirits, Lu Chen felt a twinge of sympathy and offered comfort. You were kind-hearted in life, but met an untimely death. The underworld's judges will weigh your deeds fairly, and you should have blessings in your next life. There is no need to dwell on sorrow. With that, he turned his attention to the corpse in the coffin. Channeling his power, he unleashed blazing flames. The blood in the coffin boiled like hot oil, igniting and consuming the coffin and the body within until all was reduced to ashes. Cui Yinyan gazed at the flickering flames, her expression unusually calm. It seemed she had come to accept the reality of her death, and a hint of relief even flickered in her eyes. Lu Chen wasn't sure how to console her. Perhaps the best course was to help her pass on to the afterlife as quickly as possible. Yet, to Lu Chen's surprise, even after burning Cui Yinyan's corpse, the system did not signal the completion of his mission. By all logic, destroying the body should have eradicated the Yin blood. But when he attempted to guide Cui Yinyan's spirit to the afterlife, a surge of Yin energy suddenly erupted, blocking the opening of the portal to the otherworld. I understand now, Lu Chen thought, the realization dawning on him. The key to the Blood Soul sect's ritual lies in her soul. The physical bloodline is just a superficial aspect. As long as her soul remains, even without her body, the Blood Soul sect can use techniques of soul grafting and possession to create the Yin blood and complete their offering. It turned out that everything revolved around Cui Yinyan's soul. Only by ensuring her complete safety and liberation could the mission be fulfilled. As he pondered, a flash of icy sword light suddenly streaked into the hall from outside. Looking up, he recognized Xiaoning Shuang. She had freed all the girls from the dungeon and, upon hearing the commotion in the hall, rushed over to assist, worried about Lu Chen's safety. However, she arrived just a moment too late. Lu Chen had already slain the thousand-handed centipede. Senior brother Lu, are you alright? Xiaoning Shuang asked anxiously. Don't worry, I'm fine. The demons here have been eliminated, and the Yin blood has been destroyed for now. How about your side? Lu Chen replied. Xiaoning Shuang's expression turned grim. The people have been rescued, but we have no way to get them out. What do you mean? Lu Chen asked, his brows furrowing. We're surrounded, Xiaoning Shuang said, pointing toward the mountain gate. Lu Chen followed her gaze and saw the area brightly illuminated by torchlight. 1,000 well-armored soldiers had encircled the entire place. Leading them was none other than Zhang Lin, the governor of Suofeng City. I almost forgot about this guy. Lu Chen muttered to himself. Outside Hanshan Temple, the atmosphere was tense. Swords and spears glinted in the moonlight, and the soldiers' polished armor exuded a chilling aura of death and determination. Governor Zhang Lin of Sufeng sat high on his horse, his face as cold and stern as iron. Through his magical connection, he had already sensed the death of the centipede demon. Useless creature, he muttered to himself. He had planned to rely on the demon to help him capture the 2 disciples of Shushan the next day. Yet, it had been slain sooner than expected. Gripping the reins tightly, Zhang Lin weighed his options. He had meticulously orchestrated this plan, deliberately leaking information to lure Lu Chen into acting on the following day. With the centipede demon and the traps set by the monks in the temple, combined with his own forces, success had seemed inevitable. But Lu Chen had seen through his scheme, launching a surprise attack on Hanshan Temple in the dead of night, catching him off guard. Fortunately, his connection with the hawk demon had alerted him the moment it perished, allowing him to quickly mobilize his troops. Zhang Lin's eyes gleamed coldly. This Lu Chen is craftier than I anticipated. But it's not too late. As long as I kill him and retrieve the Holy Maiden's soul, everything can still be salvaged. Turning to his deputy, Zhang Lin issued a grim order. There are imposters posing as Shushan swordsmen who have infiltrated Hanshan Temple and slaughtered the monks. All those on the mountain are enemies. Leave no survivors, kill them all. Yes, sir, the deputy replied. At his command, over 100 archers unleashed a volley of flaming arrows. The sky lit up like a meteor shower as the arrows rained down on the temple. In an instant, the rooftops and courtyards were engulfed in roaring flames, with thick smoke billowing into the night. The women who had just escaped captivity scattered in panic, but several were unable to evade the deadly rain of arrows, falling lifeless to the ground. Stop! Xia Ningxuang shouted angrily. There are still many innocent civilians here who were abducted. What do you think you're doing? She leaped into the air, her voice firm. I am a disciple of Shu Shan, sent here to exterminate demons. You. Before she could finish her sentence, another wave of arrows hurtled toward her. Xia Ningxuang had no choice but to brandish her sword, using her spiritual power to deflect the specially crafted, enchantment-breaking arrows. Forced to retreat, she landed back on the ground, her expression grim. The governor's orders are clear, shouted a soldier. Everyone inside is a demonic impostor masquerading as Shu Shan disciples. No exceptions, kill them all. Attack. Hundreds of elite soldiers, armed with long spears, charged toward the temple gates like an unstoppable tide of steel. These troops, the finest defenders of Sufing City, were not only highly skilled but also equipped with weapons and armor specifically forged to combat demons and other supernatural threats. Originally intended for defending against the Black Mist's invasions, this formidable force had now been repurposed by Zhang Lin for his own ends. Watching the oncoming army, Cui Yanyan turned to the Shu Shan disciples, her voice filled with worry. Masters, what should we do now? Xia Ningxuang surveyed her surroundings with a grave expression. With her and Lu Chen's level of cultivation, breaking through the encirclement would not be difficult. However, the recently rescued women would stand no chance of escaping. Zhang Lin, determined to keep his secrets, would undoubtedly pursue them to the bitter end. As she prepared to step forward and attempt once more to reason with the misled guards, Lu Chen stopped her with a firm hand. It's useless, Lu Chen said, shaking his head. Zhang Lin has already framed us for the massacre at Hanshan Temple. The accusation is now a foregone conclusion, and no amount of explanation will change that. Then what should we do? She asked. What else can we do? We fight our way out. A calm smile played on Lu Chen's lips. These soldiers alone are not enough to stop me. His composed demeanor had a reassuring effect on those around him, and the tension in the air eased slightly. I know how capable you are, senior brother, Xia Ningxuang sighed. But these soldiers are innocent. They don't know the truth and are merely being used as pawns. If there are too many casualties, who will defend Su Feng City in the future? Ultimately, it's the common people who will suffer. Don't worry. Am I the kind of person who takes lives needlessly? A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. As for these guards, they'll spare their lives. But Zhang Lin's head will be mine. Clearly, Zhang Lin had calculated that they would hesitate to harm the city guards excessively and had mobilized them to exploit this reluctance. More importantly, if this key figure of the Blood Soul sect was not dealt with, he would remain a dangerous threat. Junior sister, protect Miss Cui and the others. Leave the rest to me. Before his words had even fully registered, Lu Chen had transformed into a streak of sword light, charging directly toward the steel flood at the mountain gate. Out of my way! His thunderous shout, infused with spiritual power, reverberated through the air, leaving the soldiers disoriented and deafened. In the brief moment of their distraction, a blazing sword light descended like a meteor. With a deafening crash, the soldiers in the front ranks coughed up blood and were sent flying. With each of Lu Chen's steps, sword light blossomed like a lotus, and his righteous aura formed an invisible barrier, forcing the crowd aside. Boom, boom, boom. Each footfall echoed like the beat of a war drum. His overwhelming sword intent enveloped the mountain gate, and the soldiers felt as if a crushing weight pressed on their chests. Faces pale, they watched in terror as this unstoppable figure carved a path through them. The surging sword light cascaded like a celestial river, unstoppable and awe-inspiring. In mere moments, Lu Chen had cut through the ranks and reached the foot of the mountain. Zhang Lin, seated on horseback, watched in shock as the scene unfolded. His expression twisted, and he shouted urgently, "What are you all standing around for? Shoot! Fire the arrows now!" Lu Chen stood alone, wielding his sword as waves of sword intent erupted from him, exuding a pressure that could overwhelm an entire army. He moved through the battlefield as though no one could stand in his way. A ferocious aura surged from his body, and his sharp sword intent swept forward like a tidal wave. Countless sword lights intertwined in the air, converging into a roaring river that charged directly toward the enemy ranks. Even standing dozens of meters away, Zhang Lin could feel the oppressive force rushing toward him, causing him to involuntarily gasp in shock. This young man, so young, and only at the crystal formation stage, yet he wields such formidable power. Zhang Lin was utterly shaken. As someone who had once studied under Xia Ningxuang's father, Zhang Lin immediately recognized the righteous sword aura emanating from Lu Chen. That faint yet imposing sword intent made his heart tremble with unease, and for a moment, he felt a pang of panic. Hastily, he turned around and shouted to the crossbowmen behind him, "Fire, all arrows! Stop him in his tracks!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh arrows rained down like a torrential downpour. The crossbowmen, positioned at a distance and less affected by the sword intent, quickly obeyed the order. They drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows in unison. These were no ordinary arrows, they were specially crafted silver bolts inscribed with spell-breaking runes, designed by the military to combat demons and cultivators alike, with devastating effectiveness. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows pierced through the air, tearing into the protective energy surrounding Lu Chen. But in an instant, the surging sword light engulfed the arrow rain, shredding and dissolving it as if it had never existed. Raising his hand, Lu Chen struck out with a palm into the air. Streams of sword energy shot forth like a storm of starlight, scattering the crossbowman's formation. Soldiers cried out as they fell to the ground, their bodies battered and bloodied, though none suffered fatal wounds. This restraint was deliberate on Lu Chen's part. He merely incapacitated the soldiers temporarily, leaving them unable to fight, but sparing their lives. In his eyes, there was a clear distinction between decisive action and senseless slaughter. These soldiers were ignorant of the truth and had been manipulated by Zhang Lin, so they did not deserve death. Moreover, the defense of Sufeng City and the protection of its people would still rely on them in the future. Thus, Lu Chen chose to show mercy. But when it came to Zhang Lin, Lu Chen had no such compunction. Seizing the moment as the military formation scattered, Lu Chen enveloped himself in sword light and shot toward Zhang Lin like a bolt of lightning. A terrifying sword intent descended from above, enveloping the entire area. The warhorse beneath Zhang Lin buckled under the pressure and collapsed with a heavy thud. You, as the governor of this region, have betrayed your responsibilities, allied with the demon sect, colluded with Han's Han Temple, and caused harm and death for profit. Now, you even seek to silence the truth and frame me for your crimes. Such treachery cannot be tolerated. Before his words had fully landed, a sharp sword light followed closely. The Tai sword resonated with a humming vibration, its righteous sword energy cascading like a celestial river as it came crashing down. Lu Chen struck without hesitation. He unleashed the divine Tai sword with unrestrained killing intent. Knowing that Zhang Lin was a key figure in the Blood Soul sect's operations in the Sufeng region, likely at least a hall master, Lu Chen was aware of his formidable strength. To prevent any chance of retaliation, he aimed to eliminate him with a single blow. The sword strike was ferocious beyond measure. With a thunderous roar, the impact of the sword shattered the ground, and a colossal sword light nearly severed the cliffside. The resulting shockwave sent nearby soldiers flying, coughing up blood. Amidst the chaos, debris and rocks scattered in all directions. Suddenly, a burst of blood-red light expanded and exploded, forming into a massive blood sphere that hovered and spun in the air, precisely blocking the sharp edge of the incoming sword aura. The blood sphere then bounced away, skillfully evading the fatal strike of the Tai sword. So it won't be that easy after all, Lu Chen thought to himself with a tinge of regret, looking up at the blood-red glow in the air. Zhang Lin's form had completely transformed. His already corpulent body now resembled an enormous ball of flesh, entirely enveloped in a blood-red glow, with the dense blood aura almost solidifying. This was the hallmark of someone at the peak of the crystallization realm, just a step away from the golden core stage. This guy's been hiding his strength. He's actually a master at the peak of the crystallization realm. Lu Chen's eyes flashed coldly, though a trace of excitement stirred within him. If I take him down, the experience points should be substantial. A boss at half-step golden core level this should easily be worth tens of thousands. Zhang Lin, now forced to reveal his true form, radiated a menacing aura as blood-red lights spread in all directions. The soldiers on the ground, having never seen their governor in such a terrifying state, retreated in fear. Near the mountain gate in the distance, Xia Ningxuang frowned deeply. Zhang Lin had indeed allied himself with the Blood Soul sect. She regretted her earlier sentimentality. If not for Lu Chen's caution, they might have already fallen victim to his treachery. Lu Chen, I didn't expect you to have such abilities, forcing me to act personally. The true teachings of Mount Shu are indeed worthy of their reputation. Zhang Lin hovered in the air, surrounded by blood light that coalesced into a crimson sun. I had no intention of becoming an enemy of Mount Shu. If you hand over the saintess's soul, I might spare your lives for the sake of the Xia family. But if you insist on your doomed path destroying my foundation and ruining the blood god's offering, then none of you will leave here alive today. Before his words had fully landed, Zhang Lin launched his attack. His body trembled as his flesh writhed, and his power erupted like cannon fire, slamming downwards. The ground shattered instantly, sending debris flying and leaving a massive crater. Is that all you've got? And you think you can kill me? A cold laugh suddenly echoed from above. Zhang Lin looked up abruptly, only to see a streak of sword light as quick as lightning piercing into his back. However, his body was now brimming with blood energy, and the sword blade stopped after only penetrating 3 inches. Although it didn't reach any vital points, the righteous sword aura invading his body caused him excruciating pain. Courting death, Zhang Lin roared, his flesh writhing as it pushed the Tai sword out. He clamped down on the blade with both hands, and his gaping blood-red mouth opened wide, ready to swallow Lu Chen whole. At the critical moment, Lu Chen activated a golden body protection talisman, enveloping himself in a metallic glow as sword energy radiated outward like the spines of a sea urchin. Just as Zhang Lin was about to devour him, he felt a sharp pain in his mouth as blood gushed out. The Tai sword trembled with a resonant hum before slashing with a flash of brilliant light. In an instant, it severed both of Zhang Lin's arms, followed by another swift strike that cut off his legs. Now, with all his limbs gone, Zhang Lin's bloated body truly resembled a massive sphere of blood and flesh. Lu Chen showed no mercy. The Tai divine sword slashed through the air, leaving a chilling glint in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the sword light severed Zhang Lin's limbs. Blood spurted everywhere, and his severed limbs flew apart. Zhang Lin's body, like a deflated balloon, jerked upward, narrowly avoiding the follow-up fatal strike. A bizarre scene unfolded. Zhang Lin's mangled body began to writhe. His flesh and blood churned and coalesced, and in an instant, he regrew his limbs. However, he now appeared significantly thinner, as if he had forcibly reshaped his own flesh and blood into new arms and legs. Is this guy made of rubber? Lu Chen stared in shock. What he didn't know was that Zhang Lin had cultivated the sinister Blood Soul sect's secret technique, the Flesh Rebirth Curse. This malevolent magic allowed practitioners to consume flesh and blood to accumulate power, either for explosive bursts of strength or regeneration after severe injuries. The most horrifying aspect was that as long as their soul remained intact, they could slowly regenerate even if reduced to a bloody pulp. This was not a true divine power of the flesh, but a wicked sorcery that came at the cost of human lives. Even within the demonic Blood Soul sect, few dared to practice such a dark art. I'll chop you into pieces and see how you recover then. Lu Chen snorted coldly. The Tai sword unleashed its power again, its sword aura streaking like a rainbow, aiming straight for Zhang Lin's vital points. With a sickening sound, the sword pierced through Zhang Lin's chest. Blood gushed like a fountain, and his life force quickly waned. His body shriveled, collapsing like a deflated balloon. You damned brat. You're pushing me too far. Zhang Lin was both enraged and terrified. He hadn't expected Lu Chen not only to wield the righteous sword aura, but also to possess the incredibly sharp Tai sword. If this continued, even his regenerative abilities wouldn't save him from being completely annihilated. Fine. You brought this on yourself. Zhang Lin roared in fury, charging forward instead of retreating. Ignoring the sword aura piercing through him, he spat out a lump of putrid flesh. The foul mass transformed instantly into a venomous serpent, coiling around Lu Chen and aggressively corroding his protective energy, forcing him to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Lin leapt into the crowd below. His arms suddenly extended, transforming into fleshy tendrils that ensnared the surrounding soldiers. In an instant, they were crushed into a gory pulp. He then opened his massive maw and devoured the mangled remains. Suddenly, Zhang Lin's body radiated a surge of blood-red light. His previously withered frame swelled rapidly, not only restoring itself, but continuing to expand in size and power. The governor has gone mad as eating people. A demon, he's a demon. Run. No, don't eat me. Help. Terrified screams erupted from all directions as chaos engulfed the scene. The soldiers witnessed a horrifying scene. The governor they revered, Zhang Lin, had transformed into a grotesque and terrifying monster of flesh and blood, devouring live humans whole. In the distance, Xiaoning Shuang and the others turned pale with fright. Such a public display of brutal cannibalism had completely crossed the boundaries of humanity. As Zhang Lin continued to consume, his body swelled rapidly, and the aura around him grew increasingly violent. Sensing that he was on the verge of breaking through to a new level of power, Xiaoning Shuang made a swift decision to intervene. Senior brother Lu, I'll help you, she called out. She summoned her snowfall sword, and immediately, a flurry of snowflakes filled the air. While the snowflakes appeared delicate and beautiful, they transformed into sharp blades upon contact, leaving streaks of blood on Zhang Lin's body. However, these injuries were insignificant to him. For every person he consumed, his lost flesh would regenerate instantly, becoming even stronger. Young lady, your ice soul physique, nurtured by millennia-old profound ice, would be the ultimate nourishment. Out of respect for our teacher, let me devour you. Zhang Lin sneered, his grotesque smile sending chills down spines. With a wave of his massive arm, he sent the snowfall sword trembling uncontrollably. By now, his cultivation had nearly reached the golden core stage, and his power had multiplied several times over. A single strike forced Xiaoning Shuang to retreat repeatedly. As his bloodied, monstrous hand descended like a crushing millstone, Xiaoning Shuang felt a cold dread in her heart. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed, Lu Chen arrived in the nick of time. Radiating golden light, he stood before her like an unyielding mountain. Senior brother Lu, step back. They'll handle him. Lu Chen unleashed a surge of righteous sword energy, launching a powerful punch that pierced through the grotesque flesh. He leapt forward, his sword, Taya, aimed directly at Zhang Lin. You beast. To commit such heinous atrocities, you're worse than any demon. Today, they'll tear you to pieces. The sword light descended like a heavenly pillar, shattering Zhang Lin's head with a thunderous explosion. The sharp sword intent infiltrated his flesh, relentlessly tearing it apart. Zhang Lin let out a terrified roar. No, I don't want to die. But his flesh and soul were completely obliterated under the relentless assault of the sword's energy. The massive, grotesque form collapsed with a deafening crash, disintegrating into foul-smelling blood that splattered in all directions. Wherever the toxic blood touched, plants, rocks, and earth corroded instantly. Frowning at the sight, Lu Chen quickly summoned the Yellow Springs diagram. A stream of Yellow Springs water spiraled through the air like a coiling dragon, cleansing the toxic blood completely. A system notification echoed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Zhang Lin, acquiring the flesh regeneration technique, and gaining 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the demon sect's branch, rescuing the demon sect's saintess, and completing the second stage mission perfectly. Rewards obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating the demon sect's branch, rescuing the demon sect's holy maiden, and perfectly completing the second stage of the mission. You have achieved an S rating and have been rewarded with the Samadhi True Fire. The system's notification echoed clearly and pleasantly in Lu Chen's ears. His tense shoulders finally relaxed as he let out a long breath. This mission had been far more challenging than anticipated, with danger lurking at every step from the very beginning. Finally done, Lu Chen murmured to himself as he gazed at the battlefield before him. Reflecting on the entire ordeal, he recalled how the Blood Soul sect had acted first, leading to Cui Yinyan's physical body being sealed and destroyed, almost causing the mission to fail. Even more perilous was Zhang Lin's meticulously crafted trap. Had Lu Chen not remained vigilant, he would have fallen prey to the scheme. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Defeating Zhang Lin not only brought him substantial experience points, but also marked the successful completion of the mission. Samadhi True Fire? A gleam of excitement flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. This was none other than the legendary Taoist divine fire, born from the combination of spirit, energy, and essence, possessing boundless power capable of incinerating anything. In Journey to the West, even Sun Wukong had a hard time dealing with the red boy, who wielded this fire. A faint smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. Of course, the Samadhi True Fire was not exclusive to the red boy, but rather a profound Taoist technique. Its ignition depended on one's cultivation level, and its potency was directly tied to individual strength. While mastering this fire might not make one a match for immortals, within the mortal realm, it was undoubtedly a devastating weapon. More importantly, the Samadhi True Fire could not only be unleashed externally to defeat enemies, but also used internally to refine the spirit, energy, and essence. When paired with the Yellow Springs water, the harmony of water and fire could continually purify one's spiritual power and physical body. This would be immensely beneficial for his upcoming formation of the Golden Core. Not bad, not bad. The system rewards never disappoint. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, already planning to find a safe place to fully absorb his gains once the current matters were settled. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Lu Chen turned to face the surviving soldiers of the Plow Wind Division below. Hovering in midair, his voice boomed like thunder. Zhang Lin, the governor of Plow Wind, colluded with the demon sect, conspired with demons, and exploited the name of Han's Han Temple to amass wealth and commit murder, wreaking havoc on the people. He has now been executed by me. Considering that you were deceived and bear no direct fault, I will not pursue this matter further. Leave at once. The soldiers, who had just witnessed the horrifying scene of Zhang Lin transforming into a demon and devouring his own comrades, were now pale-faced and trembling. They understood clearly that without Lu Chen's intervention, they would have either been consumed by Zhang Lin or perished from the toxic blood. Regaining their composure, the soldiers' eyes filled with respect. One by one, they laid down their weapons and saluted Lu Chen in the air. We were foolish, manipulated by a traitor, and nearly made a grave mistake. The immortal master has not only spared us, but also saved our lives. Your great kindness and virtue will never be forgotten. The Sword Immortal of Shushan truly lives up to his name. Thank you, Sword Immortal, they said in unison, bowing deeply in gratitude. Lu Chen did not correct their mistaken use of the title Sword Immortal. In Shushan, only those who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship and ascended to immortality were truly worthy of that title, which was why the Sword Immortal Hall bore the name. However, among mortals, Sword Immortal was more of an honorary term of respect, unrelated to actual strength. This overwhelming reverence from the crowd filled Lu Chen with a sense of satisfaction. After this battle, Shushan's reputation in the northwest would undoubtedly soar, making all his efforts worthwhile. At that moment, Xia Ningxuang approached from the distance, leading the rescued women. Witnessing Lu Chen single-handedly subdue an entire army, a wave of admiration rose in her heart. Senior Brother Lu, someone spoke up. The women imprisoned in the temple have all been rescued. We can assign them to escort the others back home. However, regarding the water and land Dharma assembly originally scheduled for tomorrow, many townsfolk have already traveled overnight to attend. But now, with Hanzhan Temple in ruins and possibly still harboring lingering demonic energy, how should we proceed? Hearing this, Lu Chen turned his gaze toward the foot of the mountain. The first light of dawn illuminated the horizon, and the flickering flames at the base of the mountain were clearly visible. These were the lanterns lit by the townsfolk who had arrived early to participate in the Hanzhan Temple blessing ceremony. From afar, they had seen the flashes of light and the fierce battle atop the mountain, their faces etched with unease and fear. To these ordinary people, the events on the mountain were a mystery, and their journey to Hanzhan Temple was merely to seek peace of mind. Witnessing such chaos, it was only natural for them to feel apprehensive. This could be an opportunity to win their trust, Lu Chen thought to himself, an idea sparking in his mind. He then spoke decisively. They came here seeking solace. If that's what they desire, I shall grant it to them. With those words, Lu Chen's figure rose gracefully into the air, his body radiating power like a blazing fire. A lotus of blue light manifested beneath his feet, lifting him skyward, making him appear as if a deity had descended upon the world. The righteous aura emanating from his body surged, transforming into resplendent sword light that pierced through the darkness, illuminating the entire night sky. In an instant, the entirety of Sufeng City was bathed in the radiant light of the azure lotus sword. Countless townsfolk looked up in awe, unable to comprehend the sight, but deeply moved by its divine presence. A thunderous boom suddenly erupted as the mountain quaked violently. Scattered rocks, drawn by an immense force, rose into the air and coalesced into a colossal stone sword. With a deafening crash, the sword embedded itself into the mountain, precisely at the original site of Hanzhan Temple. Hovering above, Lu Chen formed intricate hand seals, casting a series of mystical imprints. Among them was the exclusive distress signal of Mount Shu, which he sealed within the sword monument. This ensured that any local townsfolk, through prayer and offerings, could activate the signal to directly summon aid from Mount Shu's demon-slaying hall. Hanzhan Temple, though cloaked in the guise of Buddhism, was in truth a den of demons. But now, they have been vanquished by my hand. Lu Chen's voice boomed like thunder, resonating in all directions. You need not fear. Your prayers to gods and Buddhas are but a pursuit of peace. Today, I established this sword monument here. If ever demons wreak havoc on the land, anyone may come here to pray for aid. No matter how far, Mount Shu disciples will come, swords in hand, to protect this land and restore its purity. Hearing these words, the townsfolk, who had been filled with fear and anxiety, now broke into smiles of relief and joy. The reputation of Mount Shu's sword immortals was legendary, renowned for slaying demons, upholding justice, and aiding the common people. Unlike the Buddhist and Taoist sects, Mount Shu's philosophy was purer. They demanded no offerings, no incense, and no faith in their doctrines. They existed solely to vanquish evil, protect lives, and refine their swordsmanship. Wherever demons caused harm, Mount Shu disciples would arrive, swords drawn. In recent years, however, Mount Shu had operated discreetly, with most of its disciples remaining within the Shu region. Apart from a few senior disciples occasionally venturing out for training, others rarely left the mountain. For the common folk, seeking assistance from Mount Shu was nearly impossible. By erecting this sword monument, Lu Chen effectively declared that this place would henceforth fall under Mount Shu's protection. From now on, should any demons arise to terrorize the people, anyone could come to this site to request aid, and Mount Shu disciples would respond without fail. That's wonderful. With the sword immortals of Mount Shu watching over us, we can finally live in peace. The townsfolk at the foot of the mountain cheered in unison, their voices ringing out in joyous celebration. I've been to Shu, an enthusiastic traveler exclaimed. The land there is peaceful, the people live in harmony, and you rarely hear of demons causing trouble. All thanks to the sword immortals of Mount Shu. Indeed, the disciples of Mount Shu slay demons and protect the people without asking for a single coin. Unlike those monks at Hanzhan Temple, who won't lift a finger unless they're paid handsomely even if someone dies at their doorstep, another chimed in. The crowd erupted in cheers. Long live Mount Shu. Thank you, sword immortals, for your protection, they shouted, kneeling and bowing, their gazes following the faint glimmer of a sword light streaking across the sky. At that moment, a system notification rang in Lu Chen's ears. Ding! Due to the host's establishment of the sword monument, offering protection to the region, Mount Shu's prestige has increased by 1. Another notification followed. Ding! The sword monument provides immense merit. From now on, whenever a call for aid originates from this location and a Mount Shu disciple completes a demon-slaying task, the host will receive a share of merit as a reward. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He had erected the sword monument on a whim, intending to reassure the local populace. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. As a direct disciple of Mount Shu, his fortunes were closely tied to the sect's reputation. Increasing Mount Shu's prestige would benefit him greatly as well. What excited him even more was the realization that once the sword monument was established, no matter how many years passed, as long as someone sought aid here and the task was taken up by Mount Shu, he would earn a portion of the merit. Though the reward might be small each time, over time, it could accumulate into a mighty river. If only I could set up sword monuments in every city across the land. Lu Chen thought to himself, but then shook his head. While the idea was appealing, there were two major obstacles. First, in the world of righteousness, Taoist and Buddhist sects held sway, each with their own traditions. He couldn't simply establish monuments within their territories. Second, Mount Shu's current strength was far from its peak. Its disciples were limited in number and ability, making it difficult to protect the entire human realm. Unless Mount Shu's overall power experienced a significant surge, where he himself ascended to the sword immortal realmeable to wield his sword freely and traverse the world at will, this grand ambition of establishing sword monuments everywhere would remain nothing more than a castle in the air. Lu Chen erected the Shushan sword monument at the ruins of Han's Han Temple, and news of this quickly spread far and wide. The people around Sufeng City soon learned that Shushan had an extraordinary true disciple who single-handedly slew demons, protected the region, and earned widespread praise. Especially among the women he had saved, gratitude overflowed as they returned home, many even setting up longevity tablets for Lu Chen and Xia Ningxuang, offering incense daily in their honor. Meanwhile, Xia Ningxuang used her family's connections to report the incident promptly to the imperial court. Zhang Lin's death caused no stir. The court swiftly appointed a new governor to replace him, a candidate recommended by the Xia family. For now, these unrelated matters did not concern Lu Chen. After resolving the events at Han's Han Temple, Lu Chen returned to Sufeng City with Xia Ningxuang and the others, continuing their stay at the governor's residence. This mission had been highly rewarding. Not only had he gained a wealth of experience, but he also saw an opportunity to advance his cultivation. He was well aware that Zhang Lin, having served as governor for over a decade, must have amassed considerable wealth from the people. There was a good chance his residence concealed some treasures, and Lu Chen had no intention of letting them go to waste. Moreover, with Luli on the verge of establishing her foundation, he needed to prepare ample materials for her. A reincarnated celestial being deserved a proper foundation built with the finest resources, not ordinary foundation pills, which would be unworthy of her status. As these thoughts ran through his mind, he stepped into Zhang Lin's study. Activating his spiritual eye, he immediately picked up traces of spiritual energy, which led him to a hidden chamber. Pushing the door open, he found the room filled with a dazzling array of treasure spirit stones, elixirs, gold, silver, antiques, and paintings, all piled high. While Sufeng City was one of the wealthiest cities in the northwest, many of its people still lived in poverty. It was clear that Zhang Lin had hoarded these riches for himself. Lu Chen shook his head. Gold and silver held little value to a cultivator like him, but wealth was never entirely useless. Collecting it for now wouldn't hurt. If nothing else, it could be used to aid disaster victims, earning him some merit. It was certainly better than leaving it here for the next governor to exploit. He carefully examined the elixirs and medicinal pills, most of which were meant for nurturing one's foundation and vitality. They were of little use to him, but could serve as snacks for Luli. As for the spellbooks, while most of them seemed harmless, they carried hints of sinister or forbidden techniques, likely unsuitable for mainstream cultivation. Though he could enhance his abilities directly using experience points without relying on such methods, practicing these techniques might lead others to brand him as a heretic or even target him for elimination. Unless it was an extraordinary demonic art, the risks far outweighed the benefits. Finally, he came across a few magical artifacts, none of which seemed particularly remarkable. If they were truly valuable, Zhang Lin would have carried them on his person. Even during their previous battle, Zhang Lin hadn't used any impressive artifacts, suggesting he wasn't especially wealthy. After some thought, Lu Chen decided to collect everything for now without being overly selective. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed something at the bottom of a chest. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a compartment sealed with magical energy. If not for his careful observation, he might have missed this hidden item entirely. Could it be that a true treasure lay concealed here? With a swift motion, he unleashed a streak of sword energy, breaking the seal. Inside lay a pitch-black token, neither gold nor iron. Its surface was engraved with ancient markings, distinctly different from ordinary runes. When infused with spiritual energy, it emitted only a faint glow, revealing no apparent magical properties. Lu Chen examined it carefully. It resembled a key to some kind of array or restriction. Its aura was pure and ancient, clearly not something from the Blood Soul sect. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Ancient Abode seal. Using this item grants access to the corresponding Ancient Abode relics. The system's notification chimed in just in time. Lu Chen froze, his brows furrowing. So this thing is a key to an ancient abode? but I don't even know where the abode is. What good is a key without knowing the door? He suddenly understood. No wonder Zhang Lin had it buried away at the bottom of his chest. If he knew the location of the abode, he would have gone treasure hunting already and wouldn't have left it here. He recalled hearing tales about the northwestern desert, which was once an ancient battlefield and rumored to contain numerous relics of ancient abodes. The abode this key corresponded to was likely among them. However, the vast desert was fraught with dangers, and without clues, it was impossible to pinpoint its location. Shaking his head with a sigh, Lu Chen placed the token into his storage pouch. This thing feels pretty useless for now. They'll just let it gather dust. I had hoped to scavenge some precious treasures from Zhang Lin, but it seems I'm out of luck. They'll have to find another way to gather suitable foundation building materials for Luli after I strengthen myself. Lost in thought, he opened the system interface. Name, Lu Chen. Realm, crystallization stage, early phase. Techniques, Tai Ching sensory manual max level, flying sword technique max level, straw man technique max level, hanging river sword technique max level, Howren sword chi third layer, great river sword intent first level, illusion technique max level, water manipulation technique. Artifacts, netherworld diagram, Tai sword. Secret techniques, 9 words incantation, Lin, rune, unseal. Experience points, 31,200. Over 30,000 experience points. This trip was definitely worth it. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming. With so much experience, it's time to level up my cultivation. Cultivation is the foundation of everything. If I can form my golden core sooner, my abilities will become far more powerful. Ding. 5,000 experience points consumed. Your cultivation has advanced to the mid-phase of the crystallization stage. Ding. 10,000 experience points consumed. Your cultivation has advanced to the late-phase peak of the crystallization stage. The system notifications echoed one after another as Lu Chen's spiritual energy surged within him. The originally river-like flow of energy in his dantian expanded into a vast ocean, roaring with the sound of crashing waves. It continuously compressed and refined, showing faint signs of condensing into a solid state. The crystallization stage was essentially a transitional phase. A cultivator needed to refine the intangible spiritual energy of the foundation establishment stage into a tangible form by liquefying it, and eventually condensing it into crystal. Once this process was perfected, they could use various secret techniques to forge a golden core within. This was akin to alchemy, using the body as the furnace, blood as the fuel, and spiritual energy as the raw material. What immense spiritual energy! Lu Chen marveled at the transformation within him. After the breakthroughs, his spiritual energy strength had increased significantly, far surpassing the limits of ordinary crystallization stage cultivators. In fact, it even rivaled that of some golden core cultivators with mediocre talent. Of course, this was merely the quantity of energy. Upon breaking through to the golden core stage, the quality of spiritual energy would undergo a fundamental transformation, far beyond what he could achieve now. As the saying goes, swallow a golden core, and your destiny is no longer bound by the heavens. Achieving the golden core stage marked a true departure from the mortal realm, with amplified magical abilities, significantly extended lifespan, and the possibility of living for several centuries. Next, I need to focus on forging my golden core. As he pondered, Lu Chen extended his hand. With a thought, a golden flame erupted in his palm, radiating intense heat and sweeping outward. It was none other than the system reward he had just received, the Samadhi True Fire. The Samadhi True Fire, originating from the essence of the 3 primordial origins, is a flame that spares nothing from its incineration. This most powerful fire in existence danced in Lu Chen's palm, exuding an awe-inspiring might. It burned fiercer and purer than heavenly flames, rendering any other fire-based powers insignificant in comparison. When used to enhance fire techniques, its potency was amplified exponentially. Lu Chen gazed at the flickering Samadhi True Fire in his hand, contemplating its myriad uses. This flame not only demonstrated overwhelming power in battle, but could also burn through magical energy, scorch the soul, and temper the blood, all of which greatly benefited the cultivation of a golden core. The secret golden core methods of Mount Shu were divided into 2 main systems, the fire method and the water method. The fire method, the most commonly chosen by Mount Shu disciples, involved tempering one's blood and magical energy with inner fire, akin to forging a sword in a blazing furnace. Though dangerous, it yielded rapid results. The resulting golden core, known as the natal sword pellet, possessed remarkable destructive power. The water method, on the other hand, was more prevalent in orthodox Taoist sections. It required the practitioner to manipulate liquefied magical energy within their energy sea, continuously refining it over years or even decades. While time-consuming, the resulting golden core was far purer and more robust. Initially, Lu Chen had planned to pursue the water method, as he possessed the Yellow Springs diagram, which allowed him to refine his magical energy using the waters of the Yellow Springs. This not only promised to make the golden core formation process more efficient, but also ensured an exceptionally pure magical energy, far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, it offered the potential to further enhance the quality of the golden core in the future. However, with the acquisition of the Samadhi True Fire, his choice became far more complex. Lu Chen opened his hands, revealing the Samadhi True Fire blazing in his left hand and the coiling Yellow Springs dragon in his right. Both treasures could significantly boost the success rate and quality of forming a golden core. For any cultivator, obtaining even one of these would be enough to ascend to greatness. Yet here he was, troubled by the dilemma of choosing between them. He briefly considered harnessing both forces simultaneously to achieve a dual cultivation of water and fire, achieving harmony between yin and yang. But he quickly dismissed the idea golden core formation was inherently perilous, and the domineering nature of both the Yellow Springs water and the Samadhi True Fire made their fusion within the body a near impossible feat without a specialized secret technique. Attempting such a reckless endeavor could very well lead to his body exploding from within. Forget it, Lu Chen thought to himself. It still needs time to be nurtured. There's no need to rush the matter of the golden core just yet. With that, he withdrew the Yellow Springs water and, flipping his palm, produced a radiant golden relic golden core left behind by a high monk of the Han temple. Unlike the Taoist path of cultivation, Buddhist practice emphasizes a progression from the external to the internal. Lu Chen gazed at the relic in his hand, his mind awash with thoughts. In the early stages, Buddhist cultivators focus on refining their physical bodies and vital energy, aiming to forge an external golden core. With their strengthened bodies, they can cross the sea of suffering. Only after converting vital energy into spiritual power and reaching higher realms do they delve into the profound mental and spiritual teachings of Buddhism. This relic, in essence, is a golden core. Lu Chen moved his palm slightly, sensing the vast Buddhist power contained within. If he could refine it, not only would his physical body be greatly enhanced, but he would also gain numerous Buddhist abilities. Just like the thousand-hand centipede, originally an ordinary creature, it transformed into a monstrous being capable of wreaking havoc after obtaining a relic. However, the centipede's limited potential and lack of a Buddhist foundation left it unable to fully harness the relic's power, achieving only a fraction of its potential. Although I can't condense an internal golden core for now, if I can refine this relic and use the system to enhance my Buddhist abilities. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. Perhaps I can first cultivate an external golden core. With dual golden cores, one internal and one external, my physical and spiritual power would skyrocket. Overcoming any obstacle would be effortless. At this thought, a subtle smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. Mount Shu had always been an inclusive sect, unlike the more conservative Taoist sections. As long as it wasn't demonic or heretical, any path could be studied. This was evident from the wide array of techniques preserved in its library, including the likes of the vast sword chi. Mount Shu boasted many powerful cultivators who practiced a combination of Buddhist, Taoist, and even Confucian teachings. Without hesitation, Lu Chen pressed his palms together in a Buddhist gesture and placed the relic into the Samadhi True Fire to begin refining it. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, at the border of Chuan and Miao, within a sinister ancient tomb, a sea of blood churned violently like boiling magma. A handsome young man sat immersed in the blood, his long hair flowing, his eyes closed in quiet concentration. Flames flickered around him as he absorbed the sinister energy from the blood. "Have they brought the person?" the young man asked, opening his eyes, his voice cold and detached. Several disciples, clad in blood-red robes, knelt trembling on the shore, none daring to respond. Finally, an elderly man with a ghostly mask spoke up, reporting to the young master, "The Feng City branch has been annihilated. Zhang Lin is dead, the saintess's body destroyed, and her soul has fallen into the hands of a Mount Shu disciple." Mount Shu again. The young man shook his head, his expression indifferent. The sea of blood surged suddenly, swallowing the kneeling disciples on the shore and reducing them to nothing but blood. "Useless. What good are you besides your blood essence?" As the blood river calmed, the young man continued. "Zhang Lin cultivated the blood-flesh demon embryo and was no weakling. Few below the golden core level could match him. He also had the centipede demon aiding him. The one who killed him must be a Mount Shu true disciple." Indeed. But it wasn't one of the 8 senior true disciples. It was the newly promoted 9th true disciple, Lu Chen. Lu Chen. The young man's pupils contracted slightly. "I've heard my master mention that name." The Mount Shu spy met his end at his hands. "This Lu Chen truly lingers like a ghost that refuses to disperse," the young man sneered, a flash of killing intent flickering in his eyes. At that moment, an elderly man with a ghostly mask stepped forward from the riverbank. His brows were furrowed, and with a hint of worry in his voice, he spoke softly. "Young master, the saintess's physical body has been destroyed, and without the pure Yin blood, the ritual cannot proceed." I'm afraid we won't be able to unseal it as planned during the celestial event of the solar eclipse. If the master blames us for this, no need to say more. The young man interrupted dismissively with a wave of his hand, his gaze unwavering. He turned and cast his eyes over the group before him. These individuals were the core elites of the Blood Soul sect, each loyal to him without question. Seeing no reason to hide the truth any longer, he spoke plainly. Given the current situation, there's no harm in revealing this to you. The Purine blood is of no real significance. It's merely a trait of the artifact spirit's reincarnation. What I truly need is her soul. The moment his words fell, the crowd was momentarily stunned, but realization quickly dawned upon them. Of course, the ancient texts of the Blood Soul sect had long recorded such matters. 1,000 years ago, the blood demon descended upon the mortal realm, its power unmatched, sweeping across the heavens. However, during that time, gods, sages, and divine beings still existed in the world. One such sage personally intervened, suppressing the blood demon within the abyss and sealing it with the sacred soul artifact. To this day, the blood demon remains trapped. It was during that era that the Blood Soul sect was founded, inheriting the will of the blood demon and dedicating itself to finding a way to release it, with the ultimate goal of opening the Azure domain. Yet, the power of the sacred soul artifact far exceeded mortal comprehension. Even though the sage who had sealed the blood demon had long since passed, the lingering power of the artifact remained profound and untouchable by ordinary beings. Despite countless attempts, the Blood Soul sect had failed to break the seal until the intervention of the sword deity of Mount Shu, Qingshu Zhenren, who ultimately destroyed the artifact entirely. Unexpectedly, a millennium later, the sacred soul artifact underwent a mysterious transformation. It gave birth to twin artifact spirits, embodying pure yin and pure yang, each with self-awareness. The pure yang spirit, unable to endure the constraints of the sealed domain and corrupted over time by the blood demon's malevolence, gradually succumbed to darkness. Eventually, she discovered a fissure in the seal, used the method of reincarnation, and assumed human form. After years of wandering, with the aid of a mysterious benefactor, the pure yang spirit awakened her latent wisdom, recognized this benefactor as her master, and rallied the remnants of the Blood Soul sect, rising as its current young master. Speaking of which, the young man sneered disdainfully. She and I were born of the same origin, so one could call her my sister. But she's stubborn, content to remain in that wretched place, and even dares to try to stop me. Humph. Fortunately, her latent wisdom has yet to fully awaken. If I can find her and devour her soul, I will gain the power to control the sacred soul artifact. At that point, releasing the blood demon will be a mere flick of the hand. The coldness and confidence in his tone were unmistakable. He himself was the pure yang spirit, awakened early under his master's guidance, and possessed unparalleled power. The so-called sacrificial ritual was merely a pretense to consume the pure yin spirit, thereby obtaining even greater strength and ultimately achieving the goal of releasing the blood demon. As for the Blood Soul sect and the blood demon's fate, they were of no concern to him. To him, the Blood Soul sect was merely a pawn, and the blood demon, just a tool. A glint of icy determination flashed in his eyes. Without the constraints of her physical body, the pure yin spirit is now even easier to locate. They likely haven't left Sufing, yet we still have a chance. The Blood Soul sect's young master slowly rose into the air, his body surrounded by a surging crimson glow, as if draped in a cloak of demonic energy. His eyes were icy cold, and his voice was as piercing as a winter chill. Find a way and bring her back to me. Yes. The group immediately bowed respectfully and replied in unison. We will issue orders at once, sending the disciples closest to Su Feng from the Lin Yun city branch to intercept her. Idiots. The young master slammed his hand down on the table, causing it to resonate with a low hum. Haven't you learned anything from Zhang Lin's failure? A true disciple of Shu Shan is no trivial matter. Even if her cultivation level is low, she must not be underestimated. Sending only the Lin Yun city branch is nothing but a death sentence. His expression grew colder, and the crimson glow in his eyes intensified. This time, there can be no mistakes. If the artifact's spirit reaches Shu Shan, even the master will find it difficult to act. Hearing this, the ghost-faced elder immediately nodded and added, the young master is indeed farsighted. Very well, I will personally handle this matter. This elder was one of the 4 soul reapers of the Blood Soul sect, a formidable figure who had long reached the golden core stage. With him taking action, along with the disciples of a branch stronghold, dealing with a lone Shu Shan disciple should have been an easy task. The others nodded in agreement, their faces showing confidence as if success was already assured. However, the young master of the Blood Soul sect remained deep in thought, his brows furrowed as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. He still felt it was not enough. Raising his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades, he declared, one golden core cultivator might suffice to retrieve the saintess, but she is not my only concern. That Lu Chen, he is not simple. Leaving him in Shushan may lead to unforeseen complications. I must eliminate him for the master. He turned toward two black-robed figures silently standing in the corner. Tan, Hen, you will join the mission. Meanwhile, in the governor's mansion of Sufeng City, Lu Chen sat cross-legged in the center of a secret chamber, having fully refined the Buddha bone relic. As flickering firelight illuminated the room, countless golden particles scattered into the air like fireflies, adhering to his skin and forming a glowing layer of golden dust. He took a deep breath, and as he inhaled and exhaled, the golden light quickly merged into his body, as if fused into his very flesh and blood. Feeling the transformation within himself, Lu Chen noticed his body had become incredibly resilient, like steel and iron. A surge of immense strength coursed through him with every movement. He clapped his hands together, the impact ringing out like the clash of metal, shaking loose dust from the chamber walls. Incredible. So this is the Arhat golden body of the Buddhist sect, Lu Chen murmured with satisfaction. With a thought, a sharp sword aura emanated from his fingertips, slicing across his palm. Yet it left only a faint white mark on his skin, without even a drop of blood. Blades can't harm me, nor can fire or water touch me. At this moment, his body had been tempered to an extraordinary degree. Though not yet at the level of an external golden core cultivator, it was not far off. Ordinary flying swords and spells would have little effect on him. In addition, refining the Buddha bone relic had granted Lu Chen two Buddhist divine abilities. The Great Strength Demon-Suppressing Technique, a Buddhist art of immense power. When cultivated, it greatly enhances physical strength, enabling the body to subdue demons and crush any foe. The Vajra Lion's Roar, a technique of the Vajra path, using sound waves imbued with spiritual energy to stun and intimidate enemies, disrupting their minds. Both were potent combat techniques. The Great Strength Demon-Suppressing Technique, which Lu Chen had experienced firsthand, paired exceptionally well with his powerful body, unleashing overwhelming force in close combat. Against cultivators with frail physiques, it could prevent them from even casting spells or techniques before being crushed. The Lion's Roar, famous for its sonic assault, was similarly devastating. Shushan had a comparable technique involving sword resonance, both designed to target the mind and wreak havoc on weaker-willed foes or spectral beings. Without hesitation, Lu Chen used his experience points to upgrade both techniques to the entry level, spending a total of 5,000 points. For now, he decided not to upgrade them further, as his resources were limited and his priority remained advancing his cultivation and swordsmanship. Other techniques would have to wait. Glancing at his remaining 10,000 experience points, he realized it was just enough to raise his Howren sword chi to the next level. Without further thought, he made the decision Howren sword chi was the foundation of his power and deserved priority. Ding! 10,000 experience points consumed. Congratulations, host. Howren sword chi has advanced to the 4th level. As the system notification sounded, a surge of pure and mighty sword energy erupted from Lu Chen's body, sweeping through the chamber like a fierce gale, radiating an aura of righteousness. The runes inscribed on the walls glimmered faintly, struggling to contain the overwhelming energy. Inside the sword case, Cui Yinyan trembled under the sudden pressure, curling up in a corner as her heart raced with awe. The immortal master is terrifying. In such a short time, his power seems to have grown again. Just the aura he exudes is enough to make me shiver in fear, unable to approach. After a night of rest, Lu Chen had almost fully absorbed the gains from his recent endeavors. Sitting cross-legged in the quiet chamber of the governor's mansion, his brow slightly furrowed, he toyed with the jade slip containing the flesh regeneration technique that had dropped from Zhang Lin. After much deliberation, Lu Chen ultimately decided against cultivating this technique. The jade slip emanated a faint, unsettling red glow in his palm. It's too cruel and malicious, he murmured to himself. It requires consuming flesh to regenerate. Even if I were to enhance its level using experience points, this fundamental flaw cannot be changed. He stood up and stretched, feeling the power of the Buddhist relic within him circulate through his body, causing his skin to faintly glow with a golden hue. Now that I've refined the Buddhist relic, my physical body is incredibly strong. If I cultivate Buddhist techniques further, in time, I can forge an external golden core, Lu Chen pondered. Under normal circumstances, I won't suffer severe injuries, so this flesh regeneration technique is essentially unnecessary. He placed the jade slip into his storage pouch. Once my cultivation reaches a certain level, my body can be tempered to the point of true immortality, regenerating from even a single drop of blood, a far superior outcome compared to this technique. Shaking his head, Lu Chen added, still, this technique is rare. I'll keep it for now. It might come in handy someday. Calming his breath, Lu Chen raised his hand and made a sweeping motion. The sword box trembled, emitting a crisp metallic sound. From within, Cui Yinyan's soul emerged, spiraling through the room before settling in front of him, forming a semi-transparent humanoid figure. Now that the matters in Sufeng City are nearly resolved, It's time for me to leave, Lu Chen said, his gaze steady as he addressed Cui Yinyan's soul. His tone was calm. I had intended to help you transcend and move on, but the extreme energy within your soul is highly peculiar. I don't yet understand its nature. So for now, I'll take you back to Shushan. What do you think? Although his task was complete, Cui Yinyan's unique soul made it impossible to simply send her off to reincarnation. Her presence might influence the next phase of his mission, and Lu Chen couldn't leave it to chance. Otherwise, the Blood Soul sect might continue to pursue her. Bringing her to Shushan was undoubtedly the best option. Lu Chen had mentioned this plan to Cui Yinyan before, and she had no objections. However, as the time to leave approached, she appeared somewhat reluctant. Her soul hovered hesitantly in the air for a while before she finally spoke. My life was saved by you, immortal master, so of course, I will follow your instructions. But once I leave, I may never return. I wish to visit my home one last time. Cui Yinyan had been the daughter of a wealthy merchant in Sufeng City, and her family was still alive. Her desire to see them one last time was a natural human sentiment. Lu Chen understood her feelings, but still advised. You have already passed on. The living and the dead are worlds apart. Why go through the trouble and stir up unnecessary sorrow? Cui Yinyan's soul trembled slightly, as if sighing. My parents raised me for 18 years, and I have failed to repay their kindness. That already fills me with guilt. How can I bear to let them endure the pain of losing a daughter? Her voice carried a note of pleading. So I humbly ask, immortal master, to grant me a grass body, so I may return home to bid farewell to my parents. I will tell them I am leaving for Shushan to cultivate, which is better than leaving them to grieve my death. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. This woman had a commendable sense of filial piety and a touch of cleverness. He was not a rigid person. Since it would cost him nothing, he decided to grant her request. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen traced a talisman in the air. Golden light shimmered at his fingertips, and in an instant, a grass body materialized. Its form gradually shifted until it took on Cui Yinyan's exact appearance from when she was alive. With a light touch, her soul merged into the grass body. In the blink of an eye, she looked no different from her living self. Ordinary eyes would detect nothing amiss. Out of respect for your filial piety, I will help you this once, Lu Chen said sternly. But remember, the living and the dead are separate. Do not forget this. I understand. Thank you, immortal master. Cui Yinyan bowed deeply, gratitude glimmering in her eyes. Then let us go. With that, Lu Chen raised his hand, unleashing a surge of energy to guide his sword light. Together with Cui Yinyan, he left the governor's mansion and headed toward a residence in the city. Naturally, he wouldn't allow Cui Yinyan to act alone. After all, she was a ghost. Without him by her side to look after her, if she encountered any cultivators in the city, they might kill her on the spot or capture her, which would be troublesome. The Cui family was quite renowned in Sufeng City. Not only were they wealthy with numerous businesses, but they were also loved by the townsfolk for their generosity and kindness. At this moment, Lu Chen stood at the gate of the Cui residence, where a steady stream of people holding white flowers came to pay their respects. Low murmurs could be heard among the crowd. Master Cui was a kind man, and Miss Cui was gentle and virtuous. Who could have expected such a tragic fate? It's all because of the demons from Hanshan Temple. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the sword immortal from Mount Shu, our daughters might never have returned. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and turned to Cui Yinyan beside him. It seems your family has quite a reputation here. Surely, you will be blessed in your next life. You flatter us, immortal. What we've done is nothing compared to your deeds. Cui Yinyan replied softly. We should head in quickly. All right, but don't reveal yourself just yet to avoid causing alarm. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen cast a spell to conceal Cui Yinyan and stepped through the gate. Inside the main hall, the Cui couple sat silently before their daughter's memorial tablet, tears streaming down their faces. When they suddenly noticed Lu Chen's arrival, they were startled at first but soon recognized him. They hurriedly asked, Have you found our daughter's remains? Seeing the grief on their faces, Lu Chen gently shook his head and then waved his sleeve, revealing Cui Yinyan. Father, mother. Cui Yinyan called out, her eyes red with emotion. The sight left the couple utterly stunned. Master Cui instinctively stepped back, while Madame Cui, overwhelmed, rushed forward. Her trembling hand reached out to touch her daughter's, and upon feeling the tangible presence, tears fell uncontrollably. It's our Yinyan. Husband, Yinyan is still here. Lu Chen silently turned to gaze out the window. Parents? Family? As someone who had grown up as an orphan, whether on Earth or in this current life, such emotions were foreign to him. Yet, he didn't feel sorrow. Being alone granted him freedom, allowing him to fully dedicate himself to the pursuit of the sword and immortality. Due to limited time, Cui Yinyan briefly recounted her reunion and then stated her intentions. Father, mother, I've decided to follow the immortal to Mount Shu to cultivate. I came to bid you farewell. Although reluctant, the Cui couple did not try to stop her. In these troubled times, Being accepted into an immortal sect is a true blessing. Focus on your cultivation. If one day you can, like the immortal, protect the world from evil, it will be the greatest honor for our family. Chui Yinyan knelt and bowed 3 times deeply before rising to leave, afraid that lingering any longer would make it harder to part. Just as Lu Chen was about to depart, Madame Chui called out to him. Immortal, please wait. She glanced at her daughter in the courtyard, her eyes red but smiling. I know Yinyan has already passed, but I still want to thank you for bringing her back one last time. Hearing Madame Cui's words, Lu Chen was genuinely taken aback. His illusion technique, combined with the straw puppet, was almost flawless, so seamless that even weaker cultivators might not discern the trick. How could Madame Chui, an ordinary mortal, possibly see through such an immortal's method? Sensing Lu Chen's doubt, Madame Chui gave a faint, bitter smile, her eyes tinged with sorrow. No one knows their child better than a mother. She is, after all, a part of me. How could I not tell? Her hands, they were too cold. Lu Chen remained silent, his silence a tacit confirmation. Contrary to his expectations, Madame Chui did not fall into uncontrollable grief. In truth, the couple had already come to terms with their daughter's death after enduring days of anguish. Now, seeing Chui Yanyan's form return and being able to speak with her felt like an extraordinary blessing. They didn't dare to hope for anything more. Yanyan had a bitter fate, Madame Chui said softly, her tone carrying a hint of acceptance. So young, yet she faced such misfortune. But she was also fortunate to encounter a celestial master. That, too, is a kind of destiny. As her parents, all we wish is for her to find peace. Beyond that, we ask for nothing more. Master Chui, standing nearby, let out a deep sigh and looked earnestly at Lu Chen. Please, Master Immortal, ensure that Yin Yin is properly settled and finds a place to belong. My wife and I will forever be indebted to your kindness. With that, Master Chui moved to kneel and bow. Lu Chen quickly waved his hand, and an invisible force gently lifted the couple back to their feet. Rest assured, Lu Chen promised. Once everything is resolved, I will make proper arrangements for her. Thank you, Master Immortal. Madame Chui finally exhaled in relief. She then retrieved a delicate sandalwood box from her sleeve, holding it out respectfully with both hands. This belonged to Yin Yin when she was alive. We entrust it to you now. Lu Chen paused, momentarily puzzled. If this item had belonged to Chui Yin Yin, why wouldn't they give it directly to her? Why hand it to him instead? With curiosity, he accepted the box and carefully opened it. Inside lay a silver bracelet, engraved with intricate, ancient patterns. A small bell hung beneath it. Lu Chen picked up the bracelet and gently shook it. The bell emitted a crisp, melodious sound, yet the Chui couple recoiled as if startled, retreating several steps with fear written all over their faces. What is this? Lu Chen asked, frowning. He immediately sensed that the silver bell was no ordinary object. It had the qualities of a magical artifact, and its sound seemed to possess a strange power that could disturb the mind. The Chui couple exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, explained, to be honest, Master Immortal, this bell has a mysterious origin. When Yin Yin was born, it was already on her wrist, as if it had been with her since birth. But this object is ominous. Whenever the bell rings, it causes those nearby to lose control of their minds, sometimes even driving them mad. This happened several times in our household in the past. To avoid further trouble, we removed it, sealed it away, and never dared to let her wear it again. What? Born with it on her wrist? Lu Chen's expression remained calm, but his mind churned with shock. Could this be a companion artifact? Could it be that Chui Yin was no ordinary girl, but someone with a significant origin? Thinking back, an average person wouldn't possess such a pure Yin bloodline, nor would they attract the attention of the Blood Soul sect, who regarded her as their saintess. It seemed there were still mysteries surrounding Chui Yin. Perhaps this silver bell held the key to why she couldn't reincarnate, and the Blood Soul sect's interest in her might not have been solely for their blood demon ritual. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Chen's gaze lingered on the silver bell, his thoughts growing increasingly complex. Lu Chen carefully placed the silver bell bracelet back into the wooden box, his movements carrying a sense of solemnity. This item seems to be a companion treasure. I will hand it over to her, he said. Without waiting for any polite exchanges, he rose and left decisively. In the courtyard, Chui Yin had been waiting for a long time. Her eyes were red, evidence of a recent bout of weeping, but she had regained her composure. Seeing Lu Chen approach, she immediately bowed deeply. Thank you, Immortal Master, for fulfilling my wish. My heart is at peace now, and I am ready to follow your instructions. Lu Chen gave a slight nod, but didn't immediately ask about the bell. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air, taking Chui Yin with him as they headed toward the city gate. Xian Ningxuang was already waiting there. Upon spotting Lu Chen, she stepped forward and saluted. Senior brother, everything has been arranged. The sect has instructed us to escort Miss Chui back to Shushan for further decisions. In that case, let's set out. The two activated their powers, riding their flying swords toward Shushan. The journey was uneventful for half a day, But by noon, the blazing sun was high in the sky, and the intense heat marked the peak of yang energy. Cui Yinyan, being in a ghostly form, struggled to endure it. Even hiding in the sword box offered little relief. The scorching sunlight at such high altitudes was lethally harmful to spirits. Senior brother, there's a grove ahead. Why don't we take a break there? Xia Ningxuang suggested, pointing to a shaded forest along the main road. Lu Chen glanced downward and nodded in agreement. The two descended into the shade of the trees. Xia Ningxuang retrieved a frost gourd she carried and took a sip before handing it to Lu Chen. It's hot today, senior brother. Have some water. Lu Chen paused briefly. As a cultivator at the crystallization stage, while not yet at the golden core level where one completely transcends mortal needs, he was already capable of fasting and resisting extreme temperatures. However, after their shared experiences during this journey, the bond of trust between them had grown strong. Without further hesitation, he accepted the gourd and took a small sip. The water from this enchanted vessel was cool and refreshing, imbued with frost energy that instantly invigorated him. Thank you, junior sister, he said with a smile as he handed the gourd back. Xia Ningxuang took the gourd, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Turning away, she said, my spiritual energy isn't as robust as yours, senior brother. I'll meditate for a while to recover before we continue. Of course, don't worry, I'll stand guard for you. Without any hesitation, the young woman sat down nearby and closed her eyes to meditate, forgoing the protective arrays she would usually set up. It was clear she had come to fully trust Lu Chen. And why wouldn't she? Along their journey, Lu Chen had not only helped countless others, but had also saved her life in moments of danger. This bond forged through life and death trials was a trust she could rely on. Lu Chen glanced at her serene profile and couldn't deny that his junior sister was stunningly beautiful, a rare beauty even by the standards of his past life. Though he couldn't help but feel a flicker of emotion, he reminded himself that in this world of survival of the fittest, strength was paramount. Despite his growing accomplishments, the path of immortality was long and arduous. Until he achieved greater power, matters of the heart would have to wait. That said, if fate were to bring them together, he wouldn't resist. It was best to let things unfold naturally. Clearing his mind of distractions, Lu Chen turned away and retrieved the wooden box containing the silver bell. He then summoned Cui Yinyan from the sword box. Immortal Master, what are your orders? Cui Yinyan's soft voice drifted over. Her spirit, bound to a straw doll puppet, was hiding in the shade of the dense trees. Lu Chen waved his hand, casting a spell to block the blinding sunlight. He motioned for Cui Yinyan to approach, then retrieved a silver bell bracelet from a wooden box and held it out to her. This silver bell, does it seem familiar to you? Cui Yinyan stared at the bell, her brows knitting together. It felt both familiar and distant, stirring faint, elusive memories deep within her. Curiosity piqued, she reached out to touch the bell. Ding-ling-ling. The crisp sound of the bell rang out abruptly. Cui Yinyan trembled, her face paling. The silver bracelet seemed to come alive, coiling itself around her wrist. Immortal Master, this. Cui Yinyan stammered in panic, seeking his guidance. Lu Chen, calm and composed, raised a hand to reassure her. Do not fear. This is your life-bound artifact, connected to your very soul. When you were young, your parents sealed it away because you were unable to control it. Now that you are free from the constraints of a physical body, it will resonate with you more naturally. Allow me to help you refine it. Before he finished speaking, a streak of sword energy shot skyward like a pillar of light, enveloping Cui Yinyan. Under the pressure of the sword energy, the silver bell instinctively activated its protective nature, merging with her soul. A soft, hazy light began to rise as Cui Yinyan's expression grew serene. She closed her eyes, floating in midair as if peacefully asleep. Lu Chen pondered silently. The origins of this silver bell were unknown, its powers unclear. But as a life-bound artifact, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps Cui Yinyan was the reincarnation of a powerful being, and fusing with the bell might awaken her past life memories. As the white light faded, the crisp sound of the bell rang out once more. Cui Yinyan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze now clear and tranquil. A gentle yet piercing cold energy emanated from her, freezing the surrounding air into delicate ice crystals. Even Lu Chen's sword energy was not entirely immune. Senior brother, what's going on? Xia Ningxuang, who had been meditating nearby, was startled. She reached for her sword instinctively. Cui Yinyan merely raised her wrist slightly, causing the silver bell to chime. Its sound was like an enchanting melody, forcing Xia Ningxuang to recoil in alarm. She quickly covered her ears and summoned her spiritual energy to shield herself. Lu Chen, however, remained unaffected, standing firm with the support of his profound sword aura and unyielding sword intent. Stay calm, junior sister. This is her life-bound artifact, Lu Chen said, gesturing for Xia Ningxuang to stand down. His eyes deepened as he gazed at Cui Yinyan, still shrouded in the lingering sword light. It seems that Miss Cui is no ordinary soul. Uncertain about what changes might arise from her awakened past life memories, Lu Chen maintained the protective sword light around her. He carefully observed Cui Yinyan's expression. Seeing her calm demeanor without any signs of hostility, he felt slightly relieved. Cui Yinyan emerged from her brief confusion. She first lowered her gaze to the faintly glowing silver bell bracelet on her wrist, then looked up at Xia Ningxuang with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I just finished refining the soul-capturing bell and haven't fully mastered it yet. What happened earlier was unintentional. It was the bell's instinct. I hope Sister Ningxuang won't hold it against me. Hearing her speak with clarity and seeing her composed manner, as if she hadn't forgotten anything that had transpired, Lu Chen finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Xia Ningxuang, ever gracious and magnanimous, relaxed after confirming everything was fine. Tilting her chin slightly, she said, "It's fine. That silver bell of yours may be powerful, but it can't hurt me." Her tone carried a hint of pride. Lu Chen noticed this and couldn't help but chuckle to himself, though he chose not to comment. Instead, his intense gaze shifted back to Cui Yinyan. Sensing his intent, she spoke calmly. "I know what the immortal master wants to ask. To be honest, it was only after refining the soul-capturing bell that I awakened some memories. I never intended to deceive anyone." As she spoke, she spread her hands, her eyes flashing with a strange light, and directly projected her soul's memories outward. The images flashed by like lightning. The sealing of the blood demon, the sacred artifact of demon suppression, twin artifact spirits, reincarnation. This unreserved display of her soul's memories demonstrated her complete trust in Lu Chen. Lu Chen took in the scenes clearly and finally understood Cui Yinyan's origins. She was no ordinary person but the reincarnation of the artifact spirit of the sacred artifact of demon suppression. The so-called Yinyang bloodline was merely one of her characteristics. What the Blood Soul sect truly sought was to use her to control the sacred artifact and thereby release the blood demon. Who would have thought that even the artifact spirit of a demon-suppressing relic could be tainted by malevolent energy and fall into corruption? It's truly ironic. If not for your steadfast heart, you might have been assimilated long ago, Lu Chen remarked with a sigh. Cui Yinyan said nothing further. Instead, she knelt down abruptly. "Immortal Master, I owe you my life. Without your help, I wouldn't have even awakened my past life memories and would have been devoured by the Yang spirit. Your noble character inspires me. I, Yinyan, am willing to recognize you as my master and follow you for all eternity." This unexpected declaration caught Lu Chen off guard, but also lit up his eyes. With the artifact spirit's assistance, he might truly be able to control the sacred artifact of demon suppression. He extended a hand, channeling a surge of spiritual energy to lift Cui Yinyan to her feet. As the spirit of the sacred artifact, you embody the purest Yin energy of heaven and earth. Yet, you have managed to stay true to your nature, resisting the descent into corruption like your kin. This speaks volumes about your virtuous heart. Since you are willing to follow me, I shall emulate the sages of old and continue the mission of suppressing demons and protecting life. From now on, you shall accompany me. The artifact spirit has recognized its master, pledging eternal loyalty. Lu Chen raised his right hand slightly, a sharp sword light flickering at his fingertips. With a focused thrust, a drop of his vital blood shot through the air, landing precisely on Cui Yinyan's forehead. Instantly, it transformed into a mysterious golden mark. This process of recognition resembled refining a magical artifact, but the bond with an artifact spirit was far more intricate. It required the spirit's genuine acceptance. Attempting to force submission would only backfire. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but recall his own Tai sword. That divine blade already possessed an artifact spirit, which was why the headmaster had taken him to meet Chen Qingfeng and formally pass on the inheritance. However, the spirit of the Tai sword seemed to have suffered severe damage. It could neither form a complete consciousness nor manifest its shape. As the blood's glow faded and the golden light disappeared, Lu Chen immediately sensed a subtle spiritual connection form between himself and Cui Yanyan's recognition ritual was a success. To his surprise, the entire process was exceptionally smooth. Normally, a sacred artifact like this, once belonging to a mighty sage, would retain a spiritual imprint that resisted new bonds. Yet, there was no resistance at all. This could only mean that the predecessor had completely fallen, with even their spiritual imprint vanishing into the void. Reflecting on the sage who had suppressed the blood god's son for 1,000 years, only to ultimately succumb to the fate of mortality, Lu Chen felt a pang of melancholy. The heavens may collapse, the earth may crumble, even the sun and moon will decay. Humanity, standing between heaven and earth, is so insignificant. Could the ultimate pursuit of ascension and true freedom ever truly be achieved? What am I even thinking? Lu Chen chuckled to himself. I'm a man with a system. All I need to do is play my cards right, level up diligently, and breaking through the shackles of heaven and earth will be within reach. With that thought, he felt a sense of relief. Just then, the system's notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving artifact spirit recognition. A side quest, Taiji Seal, has been triggered. Eliminate the corrupted Yang artifact spirit, reclaim its spiritual power, and unite Yin and Yang to obtain the Taiji Seal artifact. So this sacred artifact is called the Taiji Seal? Lu Chen mused. It sounds like a treasure from the Taoist tradition. If given the chance, I must find a way to acquire it. At that moment, Xia Ningxuang stepped forward and sincerely said, Congratulations, senior brother, on forming a bond with the sacred artifact spirit. This is a rare and extraordinary opportunity. And congratulations to Miss Chui for finding a worthy master. My senior brother's talent, character, and demeanor are unparalleled and will not disappoint you. By now, Xia Ningxuang had completely submitted to Lu Chen's abilities. If she had harbored any sense of rivalry back at the Sword Tomb, after this journey through the Wind Plains, she now admired him wholeheartedly. Seeing Lu Chen successfully tame the artifact spirit, there was no trace of jealousy in his heart. If it were him, even knowing Cui Yinyan's true identity in advance, he might not have been able to win her over completely. This process required a combination of temperament, strategy, and strength none could be lacking. Perhaps only someone like Lu Chen was truly worthy of earning the artifact spirit's recognition. The sacred artifact of demon suppression still seals the blood demon. Even though I've gained the artifact spirit's approval, that doesn't mean I've fully mastered it. After all, the Blood Soul sect still has another accompanying artifact spirit. Lu Chen shook his head and looked up at the sky. The sun was no longer as scorching as before, and its softened rays made it the perfect time to set out. This matter involves the blood demon seal. I should report it to the sect master. It's getting late. Let's return to Mount Shu first. Lu Chen gestured for Cui Yinyan to return to the sword case, and was preparing to leave. At that moment, a frantic cry for help suddenly came from deep within the forest. Help! Someone, please save me. The voice was trembling and childlike. It was clearly a child. Lu Chen quickly turned his head toward the sound, and saw a ragged little girl running desperately through the woods. Not far behind her, a fierce wind howled as trees shook violently. A massive wolf demon roared and charged after her. Although the wolf demon wasn't particularly powerful and couldn't fully transform into a human shape, it was incredibly fast, like a streak of lightning. In mere moments, it closed the distance by dozens of feet and was about to catch the little girl. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, his vigilance rising. Though this area was near the main road with trading caravans passing through, it was desolate for miles around, with no houses or settlements. How could a little girl suddenly appear here? Even more suspicious, with the wolf demon's speed, an ordinary child would have been caught and torn apart long ago. How did she manage to escape and call for help? Moreover, her escape route was direct and purposeful, heading straight toward him, not at all like someone running blindly in fear. Something's off, Lu Chen thought, his eyes narrowing. Before he could act, Xia Ningxuang had already lost her patience. A mere wolf demon dares to wreak havoc in broad daylight. Senior brother, there's no need for you to step in. I'll handle this. Before she finished speaking, she had already activated her spiritual power. Her frost snow sword unsheathed with a gleam of icy light, shooting straight into the fray. Lu Chen wanted to caution her, but it was too late. This girl seems to have picked up my sense of justice, but she's too rash and not cautious enough, he muttered with a wry smile, and shook his head. With Xia Ningxuang's cultivation level and personality, she might have noticed something unusual under normal circumstances. But in her urgency to save someone and her eagerness to impress Lu Chen, she acted recklessly. Lu Chen didn't stop her immediately, was suspicious, but not certain it was a trap. If it truly was a case of demonic harm, standing by and doing nothing would be unjustifiable. Fine, let her test the waters first. If it's really a demon harming people, saving a life is a virtue. If it's a trap, I can still intervene in time. Lu Chen lowered his arm, his fingers beneath his robe sleeve quietly gathering sword energy, ready to unleash a decisive strike at any moment. In the clearing, the wolf demon roared and lunged at the little girl, its massive jaws wide open, sharp fangs glinting like blades. Just then, a frosty sword light streaked through the air, swift as lightning. With a chilling howl of agony, blood splattered everywhere as the wolf demon's head was pierced by the sword light and pinned to the ground. With such little skill, you dare to harm others? Xia Ningxuang shook her head coldly before descending gracefully to the ground. She approached the frightened child, her voice softening. Little one, are you all right? I'm scared. The little girl appeared deeply shaken, crouching on the ground, trembling all over. Xia Ningxuang, moved by pity, stepped forward to pick her up. In that instant, everything changed. The little girl's eyes suddenly turned vicious. She sprang up, her mouth transforming to reveal sharp fangs, and lunged straight for Xia Ningxuang's delicate neck. A sudden mutation erupted. Xia Ningxuang could hardly believe her eyes as the ragged, tearful little girl before her suddenly revealed a ferocious face, opening a gaping mouth filled with sharp teeth and lunging at her. Instinctively, Xia channeled her magic, and in an instant, a ring of frost-laden sword energy rippled around her. With a thunderous crash, the girl collided with the barrier of sword light. The sharp frost instantly froze half of her body, and the sword energy pierced through her, causing blood to splatter. But eerily, her body suddenly cracked like brittle paper, and a torrent of foul-smelling, blood-red worms gushed out from the fissures, swarming towards Xia Ningxuang in a dense mass. From a distance, Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Blood flesh worms, he exclaimed, immediately recognizing this as the sinister sorcery of the Blood Soul sect. These venomous creatures parasitize living hosts, silently multiplying inside them until they devour the host's flesh and organs, leaving behind only an empty human skin. Once they burst out in battle, ordinary magic is nearly powerless to eradicate them, leaving the afflicted to watch helplessly as they are eaten alive. No wonder even the heavenly eye technique couldn't see through it. These worms hide beneath human skin, their aura blending seamlessly with human blood. Lu Chen muttered, his brows furrowed. Yet he remained motionless. With Xia Ningxuang's abilities, dealing with such minor threats should be more than manageable. What concerned him more was the Blood Soul sect's true killing move. Stay within the Tai sword casket and do not emerge unless summoned. Lu Chen whispered to Cui Yanyan, while secretly channeling his vast sword energy to probe the ground, searching for hidden enemies. In the forest, Xia Ningxuang was now enveloped in frost, as if she wore a crystalline ice armor. With each swing of her jade-like arms, snowflakes transformed into sharp swords, freezing and shattering the blood worms that lunged at her. Despicable scum, even using children as pawns, she shouted angrily. Suddenly, a pair of radiant, crystalline ice phoenix wings erupted from her back. Ice phoenix soars. At her clear cry, countless frost blades shot through the air, eliciting a chorus of anguished screams. Dozens of dark figures tumbled from the treetops. Unbeknownst to her, Blood Soul sect assassins had been lying in wait, planning to strike once the bloodworms had weakened her. But not only did Xia Ningxuang repel the ambush, she launched a preemptive attack. Behind her, the cry of the ice phoenix resonated, and a blizzard of sword energy blanketed the surroundings, shattering the enemy's schemes entirely. The icy sword light flickered, catching the disciples of the Blood Soul sect off guard. Their screams echoed one after another. Lu Chen glanced at the fallen figures, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. These were all potential experience points. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. These were merely cannon fodder, sent to probe the way. Their cultivation levels were too low to yield much value. The real targets were still ahead, and he needed to remain patient. Suddenly, a gust of foul wind swept through. A thick, bloody mist rapidly spread, engulfing the entire forest. Though the mist was nauseatingly pungent, its toxicity was minimal. However, it significantly impaired visibility. More disciples of the Blood Soul sect took advantage of the cover, darting swiftly among the trees. Huosha pale, bone-white chains suddenly shot through the air, piercing a tree trunk and aiming straight for Xia Ningxuang's vital point. Her expression turned serious as she reversed her grip on her sword to block it. With a crisp clang, sparks flew. To her surprise, the bone chain was exceptionally durable and remained unbroken. Immediately after, more bone chains erupted from the ground, snaking toward her like venomous serpents. Xia Ningxuang channeled her spiritual energy to lift herself into the air, but countless more chains came at her from all directions, weaving a deadly net that left her with no escape. At that critical moment, a blood-red blade light descended from above, accompanied by a piercing cacophony of wailing ghosts. With a sharp crack, Xia Ningxuang's ice armor, fortified by her spiritual energy, shattered instantly. Even before the blade reached her, its sharp aura caused her skin to sting. The attacker's strength rivaled that of Zhang Lin, whom they had faced earlier. This sudden ambush left her with no means to defend herself. In the nick of time, a cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He had already locked onto the attacker's aura. Stomping the ground forcefully, his spiritual energy rippled outward, shaking the earth. The prelate sword aura burst from the ground like blooming lotus flowers. Each blade of sword aura, sharp as petals, instantly tore through dozens of Blood Soul sect disciples. The bone chains entangling Xia Ningxuang shattered into fragments, allowing her to retreat swiftly. Lu Chen raised his fingers like a sword, and with a flick of his sleeve, the sword energy he had been gathering surged forth like a breaking dam. With a thunderous boom, the ferocious blade light was obliterated in an instant. The remaining sword energy swept through the area, severing the throats of all Blood Soul sect disciples in its path. A figure stumbled out of the bloody mist, desperately swinging his blade to deflect the residual sword energy. Though he managed to mitigate the impact, he staggered backward, his right hand trembling as he gripped his weapon. Blood seeped from a split in his palm. It was then that Lu Chen got a clear look at his opponent, a gaunt, middle-aged man with a face scarred by blades. He wore blood-red robes and wielded a crimson ghost-head blade inlaid with a silver skull ring. Judging by his aura, his cultivation was on par with Zhang Lin's, reaching the late crystallization realm. He was likely one of the Blood Soul sect's hall masters or branch leaders. Lu Chen smirked in disappointment. So, the Blood Soul sect sent you and a bunch of nobodies to kill me? Brother, did you offend someone higher up? He had waited this long, hoping to catch a big fish, only to be met with such mediocrity. The true legacy of Mount Shu lives up to its reputation. In the blood-soaked forest, the scar-faced bladesman steadied himself, his expression grim as he stared ahead. Initially, when he was ordered to lead the entire Linyun stronghold to ambush 2 disciples of Mount Shu, he had scoffed, thinking it was an overreaction. However, upon learning that even Zhang Lin had fallen at the hands of these 2, his attitude quickly shifted. He meticulously laid a trap, intending to lure Lu Chen into it, but the young man proved to be extraordinarily cautious. Even when his comrade was surrounded, he remained composed, only striking back when the scar-faced man revealed himself. The power of a single sword strike had already left the scar-faced bladesman reeling. Now, hearing Lu Chen's words, his anger flared even hotter. What does he mean I've offended the wrong people? Is he saying I came here to die? Rage churned within him. I am the master of Linyun under the Blood Soul sect. How can I let my dignity be trampled? Gripping his blade tightly, he ignored the pain of his wounds, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. You brat, don't get cocky. To oppose the Blood Soul sect is to court death. Not even Mount Shu can protect you. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Saintess soul willingly, and I might grant you a quick end. Otherwise, they'll show you the might of Linyun. Enough. In my eyes, the dead don't deserve a name. Lu Chen sharply cut him off. He knew full well that the Blood Soul sect would have more tricks up their sleeve and had no intention of wasting time on a minor figure. Before his words had even faded, Lu Chen surged forward like a thunderclap. His body radiated golden light, his blood and energy boiling within him, transforming into a luminous aura that surrounded him like a celestial guardian descending to earth. The terrifying force of his vitality burned like fire, evaporating the blood mist around them. With a powerful movement, he unleashed a devastating Vajra palm, relying solely on the strength of his physical body. The strike descended with the weight of a mountain, unstoppable and overwhelming. The scar-faced bladesman felt the energy around him freeze. The ground beneath his feet cracked apart, and even breathing became a struggle. Attempting to retreat, he found all paths sealed by the immense force of the palm, leaving him no choice but to grit his teeth and raise his blade to block. With an earth-shattering boom, the scar-faced man's arms trembled violently, his blood surging chaotically, and his face turned deathly pale. Isn't this guy a sword cultivator? How could he possess such monstrous physical strength? There was no time for further thought. The scar-faced man immediately activated his blade, and the silvering skull emitted a chilling, ghostly wail. Countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts surged forth, aiming to disrupt Lu Chen's focus. Dark, vile creatures, trying to shake my mind? Begone! Lu Chen roared, channeling his spiritual power into a thunderous lion's roar. The sound waves exploded like a tempest, instantly shattering the spectral apparitions. The silvering skull disintegrated with a resounding crack, and even the scar-faced man was struck dumb, his body frozen in place. Die! Lu Chen roared furiously, his figure shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. His body erupted with an overwhelming physical force as he charged directly at the scar-faced man. The impact was like a golden mountain crashing down. The scar-faced man's bones shattered instantly, blood spraying everywhere. Before the man could even react, Lu Chen delivered a sharp, devastating palm strike overhead, smashing his head into fragments. The headless body swayed for a moment before collapsing with a heavy thud. A system notification sounded immediately. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing Gue Tuesday, experience points 10,000. So his name was Gue too. Lu Chen mused to himself. This Buddhist martial technique is really effective for close combat. Every punch landing with raw force is truly exhilarating. But it's a bit too violent. Swordsmanship still suits me better. Raising his gaze toward the shadowy forest ahead, Lu Chen spoke coldly. Hiding for so long, your patience is impressive. All your men are dead, and you still won't show yourself. In truth, Lu Chen had sensed a formidable presence lurking in the shadows even before he struck. The opponent's strength was extraordinary, their aura deliberately concealed, making it difficult for even him to pinpoint their exact location. He had intentionally left an opening while taking down the scar-faced man, hoping to lure the hidden enemy into action. Yet, this person's patience was remarkable, clearly using their subordinates to test his capabilities. If you want make a move, they'll take my leave first, Lu Chen said, turning as if to walk away, deliberately exposing his back to the hidden foe. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a terrifying aura descended upon the area. A shockwave surged through the surroundings, snapping nearby trees like twigs. Senior brother, watch out. Xian Ningxuang's urgent warning echoed from afar. Prepared for this, Lu Chen swiftly turned and threw a punch to meet the attack. Boom. The collision of two immense forces erupted like a mountain collapsing. Lu Chen staggered back 3 steps before steadying himself, while the massive figure across from him came to a halt after crashing through several trees. Focusing his eyes, Lu Chen saw a towering wolf-like creature, 3 zhang tall, covered in coarse fur. Its blood-red eyes glowed with a murderous light, and foul-smelling saliva dripped from its sharp fangs. Though it resembled a wolf demon in appearance, its menacing aura far surpassed that of ordinary monsters. With every breath it exhaled, golden light flickered faintly. It was clearly a golden core stage powerhouse. You little brat, I really underestimated you, the giant wolf sneered. A disciple of Mount Shu practicing a Buddhist golden body technique? No wonder Gue 2 and the others couldn't handle you. An external golden core cultivator with an indestructible physique devouring, you would surely be a rare delicacy. The Blood Soul sect is full of lunatics, Lu Chen thought to himself, while carefully observing his opponent. This creature was undoubtedly a high-ranking member of the Blood Soul sect, and it marked his first direct encounter with a golden core expert. Yet, rather than fear, a flicker of excitement sparked within him. With his heavenly Dao foundation, Howren sword chi, and a repertoire of techniques including the Huangquan diagram and the Taya sword, Lu Chen, though only at the late crystal formation stage, possessed the confidence to challenge a golden core cultivator. Eat me? I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. Lu Chen's sword intent surged as he declared. Let's see how strong your golden core really is. With that, he unleashed a sword strike as vast and unstoppable as a river cascading from the heavens. With a swift and decisive move, Lu Chen struck, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Gripping the divine Taya sword tightly, he channeled his inner energy, unleashing the full force of the great river sword intent. The blade aimed directly at the giant wolf's throat. Against this formidable golden core expert of the demonic sect, conventional methods were futile. Only by striking first could he seize control of the battle. Boom. Majestic sword energy erupted from the blade, cascading like a galaxy pouring down from the heavens. The sword light carved a brilliant arc through the air, dazzling and radiant, like a dragon surging out of the sea, overturning the heavens and earth. The fierce sword energy transformed into flashes of lightning and thunder, tearing through the sky. Wherever it passed, mountains, rocks, and plants were instantly obliterated into fine dust. Facing a golden core and still daring to attack, the giant wolf cultivator let out a deep, mocking laugh. As a golden core stage expert, his magical power was leagues beyond that of a crystallization stage cultivator. In the cultivation world, it was often said, below the golden core, all are mere ants. Even though Lu Chen's strike seemed formidable, the wolf remained confident in his ability to counter it effortlessly. Foolish arrogance. The giant wolf raised his arm, spreading his fingers wide like a massive millstone, and grabbed at the air. Boundless magical power gathered in his palm, condensing into a solid golden sand hand, aiming to seize the river of sword energy. Boom. The anticipated scene of the sword light being shattered never came to pass. The sword light trembled, the heavenly river quaked, and the majestic sword energy surged forth. The unleashed sword intent shattered the magical golden hand into dust in an instant. Majestic sword energy and sword intent? Impossible. The giant wolf's pupils contracted, his face filled with shock. He was not skilled in sword techniques and failed to sense the impact of sword intent at first glance. He had assumed it was merely an ordinary sword strike. To his astonishment, the young Lu Chen had already comprehended sword intent, a force that could not be countered by mere magical power. The wolf quickly retracted his arm, summoning a whirlwind underfoot to retreat. Trying to escape now? Too late. Lu Chen sneered. Seizing the momentum from the sword intent's impact, the Taya sword hummed and vibrated, its light surging like a pillar as it slashed directly at the wolf's head. Clang. Sparks flew. The wolf was protected by a golden sand shield of magical energy, impenetrable and indestructible. Even the divine Taya sword couldn't sever his head, leaving only a deep, bone-revealing gash on his forehead. Blood trickled down from the gruesome wound. Arg, you damned brat. An ant like you dares to wound me. The giant wolf, injured by the Taya sword, roared in fury. His massive jaws opened, and thunderous light surged from his throat, erupting into a blinding plasma bolt. Boom. Lu Chen's figure flickered, narrowly dodging the attack. The spot where he had stood was instantly engulfed by lightning, leaving the ground scorched and smoking. Meanwhile, the sword light in his hand coalesced once more, and surging sword energy poured forth like a relentless tide, completely engulfing the wolf's form. Yet, the anticipated system notification of a successful kill never came. Lu Chen's expression shifted, his brows furrowing deeply. That strike had nearly exhausted all his strength. Channeling the great river sword intent through the majestic sword energy, combined with the unparalleled sharpness of the Taya sword. Even the indestructible golden body of a Buddhist master should have been destroyed. How could the wolf emerge unscathed? As he wrestled with disbelief, A beam of golden light suddenly shot skyward. Within the golden radiance, the giant wolf howled furiously, spitting out a thumb-sized golden core. The core hovered and danced in the air, housing a ferocious beast within, roaring and emanating a terrifying, vicious glow. In an instant, all the surrounding sword energy was absorbed into the golden core. Not only was the giant wolf unharmed, but his aura grew even more menacing. His fur stood on end like sharp blades, glinting coldly, as though infused with the essence of Lu Chen's sword energy. What the hell? He absorbed my sword energy and turned it into his own power. Lu Chen's pupils contracted in shock as he stared at the unbelievable scene before him. Lu Chen froze for a moment, a flicker of undisguisable shock flashing through his eyes. He quickly maneuvered the Taya sword back into his hand, a trace of wariness rising in his heart as he instinctively took a step back. What kind of terrifying technique had this giant wolf cultivated? The golden core it had refined was so bizarre that it could absorb all his attacks, something completely unheard of. Yeah, boy, I didn't expect that despite your limited cultivation, you've mastered such a sharp swordsmanship technique and even comprehended sword intent. If I hadn't cultivated this Taotai golden core, you might have actually put me at a disadvantage. The giant wolf's gaze burned intensely, a trace of smugness flickering in its eyes, its voice laced with disdain. The difference between the golden core stage and the crystal formation stage is like heaven and earth. You're no match for me. If you know what's good for you, hand over the saint's soul, and I might grant you a whole corpse. Taotai golden core? Lu Chen frowned slightly, his eyes flashing with sudden realization. So that's it, he thought to himself. This creature must have cultivated some sort of unique technique that mimicked the characteristics of the mythical Taotai. The so-called Taotai golden core couldn't possibly be a real Taotai, but the devouring power it possessed was indeed extraordinary. It could absorb an enemy's attacks and turn them into its own strengthened ability that defied all reason. But even the Taotai had its limits. No matter how greedy it was, there had to come a point where it reached full capacity. If that limit was exceeded, even the Taotai would burst apart. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Taotai, huh? Let's see just how much you can devour. As he spoke, the power within Lu Chen surged violently, rippling like a storm as an intense sword light shot forth like an arrow piercing the heavens, slashing toward the giant wolf once more. This time, the wolf made no effort to dodge, instead activating the Taotai golden core with a roar, swallowing the sword light whole. As it devoured the energy, its body swelled even further, its fur gleaming with a metallic sheen under the light. The sword aura coiled around it, making the wolf appear like a celestial beast surveying the earth with an imposing presence. Ha ha ha, fool. I told you can't harm me. The giant wolf laughed triumphantly, raising a massive paw to strike at Lu Chen. The sheer force behind its paw distorted the air, and the surging sword energy flattened the forest below in an instant, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Lu Chen felt himself forced upward by the oppressive sword energy, finding himself at a disadvantage. At this moment, the terrifying power of a golden core stage cultivator was fully revealed, their strange techniques far beyond what an ordinary practitioner could contend with. In the distance, Xia Ningxuang watched the battle anxiously, her heart filled with worry. She was so distressed that she nearly intervened, but the wolf's peculiar abilities made her hesitate. Recklessly stepping in might not aid Lu Chen and could even become a burden to him. Just as she was caught in this dilemma, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed across the skies. Lu Chen stood suspended in midair, his body now radiating a faint amber glow. Raising his sword, he swung it downward with immense force. A sword aura, twisting like a raging dragon, shot forth, aiming directly for the golden core atop the giant wolf's head. Still not giving up? The wolf sneered disdainfully, completely unaware of the difference in this attack. Based on its understanding of Lu Chen, it assumed his sword techniques were nothing more than ordinary abilities, failing to anticipate the hidden threat within this particular strike. Confident in its Taotai golden core, it believed swallowing this sword aura would be effortless. Trying to overload my Taotai golden core? Dream on. The wolf scoffed internally, activating its core to intercept the amber sword aura, swallowing it whole. However, things didn't go as it had expected. Instead of the usual feedback of absorbed energy, what followed was an intense wave of pain, as if something was corroding its golden core from within. The wolf's movements came to an abrupt halt, its massive frame stiffening, and its face twisting in agony. Cracks began to appear on the golden core atop its head, the once brilliant light dimming rapidly. It seemed as though the core was being consumed by some corrosive force, and the cracks spread quickly. In mere moments, it was on the verge of shattering. Pain, pain, pain. The heart-wrenching howl of the giant wolf shattered the silence of the sky. The seemingly ordinary dark yellow sword energy concealed a deadly danger, which now revealed itself. Within the sword energy devoured by the gluttonous golden core lay a trace of the yellow spring's water. instantly causing the golden core atop its head to rot and decay. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the core, as if tainted with an unremovable filth, and the wolf's vitality rapidly withered. The giant wolf tried to swallow the golden core back into its body, but the terrifying corrosive force made it hesitate. Desperately, it summoned its remaining power to suppress the decay, but to little avail. If this continued, the golden core would inevitably shatter, and its cultivation would be reduced to nothing. How does the taste of my Yellow Springs water suit you? Lu Chen laughed heartily as he watched his opponent in disarray. His previous consecutive strikes were intended to lull the wolf into complacency. When the time was right, he unleashed the Yellow Springs water hidden within the sword's glow. Given his current level of cultivation, Lu Chen could only control an extremely limited amount of Yellow Springs water, just a single trace. Normally, this small quantity would be ineffective in combat, as the water was not a divine technique, and an alert enemy could easily avoid it. However, the gluttonous giant wolf, due to its unique technique of devouring sword energy with its golden core, had unwittingly given Lu Chen the perfect opportunity. Strike while you're weak, and take your life. Seizing the moment as the wolf's power faltered, Lu Chen propelled himself forward, his steps conjuring a lotus bloom of sword energy beneath him. The Tai sword streaked through the air like lightning, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, slashing ferociously at his opponent. With a resounding crash, the sword energy shattered the protective power around the giant wolf. The sharp blade tore through fur and flesh, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet at the critical moment, a burst of blood-red light erupted from the wolf's body, and it retreated swiftly. Lu Chen was about to give chase when a sudden sense of danger sent chills down his spine. Without hesitation, he instinctively leaped upward. "Senior brother, watch out." Xiao Ningxuang's alarmed cry rang out. Almost simultaneously, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air, and a piercing arrow streaked past Lu Chen's face, narrowly missing him. The arrow radiated a menacing aura of hatred, locking onto its target like a relentless predator. It immediately turned in midair, aiming once more at Lu Chen. The black arrow moved with blinding speed, and no matter how Lu Chen dodged, it closed in relentlessly. Just as it seemed inevitable, a shimmering sword light of ice and snow descended a rescue from Xiaoning Shuang. She unfolded her icy wings and conjured a massive crystalline shield of frost. However, the black arrow's power was overwhelming. With a deafening boom, it shattered the sturdy ice shield into fragments. Xia Ningxuang let out a muffled groan, her body swaying from the impact. "Step aside. This is a killing blow from a golden core master, you can't withstand it." Lu Chen shouted urgently. Thanks to the time Xia Ningxuang had bought him, he quickly activated his technique. His skin began to glow with a golden and silver sheen. With his Arhut golden body reinforced by the iron cloth technique, he braced himself to take the lethal arrow Hedon. The rune of the Lin incantation manifested around Lu Chen, swiftly forming 9 layers of golden protective talismans. He dared not be careless and immediately channeled his mana into the Huangquan diagram, creating a second defensive barrier. Boom! The shockwave roared, deafening and violent. Lu Chen leapt forward in a flash, pulling Xia Ningxuang behind him. In the instant his mana radiance surged, the black arrow, brimming with a deadly aura, was already upon him. Crack! The sound of shattering, like fragile porcelain breaking, echoed repeatedly. The outermost 9 protective talismans shattered one after another. His iron armor tore apart inch by inch, and even the seemingly indestructible surface of the Arhut golden body began to show web-like cracks. Black demonic energy crept along the arrowhead, carrying a chilling hatred that struck directly at his soul, fiercely corroding Lu Chen's vitality and blood. Just as the Arhut golden body was on the verge of collapse, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded. The Huangquan diagram trembled and buzzed, transforming into ripples of dark yellow light. A flood dragon spiraled out, its massive maw wide open as it swallowed the black arrow whole. The arrow dissolved into the waters of Huangquan, vanishing completely. Having narrowly escaped death, Lu Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, but his expression was more serious than ever. For the first time in his cultivation journey, he had felt the genuine threat of death. If that arrow had struck him, he would have been doomed without a doubt. The thought sent shivers through his heart. He had once believed he could face life and death without fear, but now he realized he was not immune to terror. Even with his unparalleled sword heart, he was not yet the sword god who could challenge the heavens with a blade. Yet this fear did not devolve into panic. Instead, it ignited a towering fury. Me die? How could I die? I will live until the end of time. Anyone who dares to threaten my life deserves death. Lu Chen raised his gaze toward the distant cliff. An elderly figure with a hunched posture and a ghostly mask stood atop the precipice, wielding a black bow of hatred, still in the posture of firing the arrow. Another golden core cultivator. The Blood Soul sect had truly gone all out this time. The leader of a single stronghold, and its disciples were nothing more than cannon fodder. They had directly sent out 2 golden core experts. Their intent to kill him was unmistakable. One golden core cultivator, possessing the devouring power of the Tao Tai, acted as a frontal distraction, while the other lay in ambush for a fatal strike. Their coordination was flawless. If not for the precious treasures Lu Chen carried, including the protective Huangquan diagram, he would have suffered a devastating loss today. The Blood Soul Sect's young master not only wants to reclaim the sacred Yin Soul artifact, but also seeks my life. Lu Chen's eyes blazed with killing intent. If that's the case, then I'll have to kill all of you. Before his words fully settled, he pushed Xia Ningxuang to safety and unleashed his full power. The noble sword chi within his chest surged like a tidal wave, flooding into his sword. The divine blade hummed with excitement, transforming into dazzling brilliance as it slashed toward the figure on the cliff. Boom! The sword energy shot forth like a rainbow, slamming into the cliff. The ground quaked and the mountains trembled as dust surged skyward, while shards of rock scattered like a torrential rain. Lu Chen's strike was imbued with his full strength, the overwhelming sword energy resembling a raging torrent that cleaved the entire cliff in two. Such an awe-inspiring display sent shockwaves through the entire forest. Standing nearby, Xia Ningxuang's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never seen her senior brother unleash such a ferocious killing intent, and she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. The ghost-faced elder had anticipated the attack and used his shape-shifting technique to teleport to a distant treetop. The large bough in his hand writhed and transformed into a cane. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a streak of black light that enveloped the massive wolf below, temporarily slowing the decay of its core. While it couldn't completely counteract the erosion of the Yellow Springs water, it was enough to preserve a portion of the wolf's combat strength. I warned you to be cautious. That boy is as cunning as a fox. Your imitation gluttonous core is crude at best. Forcing it down will only lead to backlash, the ghost-faced elder said coldly. The giant wolf merely let out a disdainful snort, its blood-red eyes fixed on Lu Chen. And yet you failed as well. Your so-called arrow of hatred, a guaranteed kill? What a joke. Now is not the time for petty arguments. The ghost-faced elder interjected with a shake of his head. Turning to Lu Chen, he added, young man, with your talent, you must be a key disciple of Shu Shan. I have no desire to make an enemy of your sect. Hand over the saintess's soul and that protective artifact, and I'll let you leave unharmed. You want me to hand over Cui Yinyin and the Yellow Springs diagram? Lu Chen sneered. This isn't about whether you'll let me go, it's about how none of you are leaving here alive. Before his words had fully landed, Lu Chen's sword erupted with radiant light once more. The ghost-faced elder's expression turned to fury as his cane transformed back into a large bow. The bowstring hummed with a hateful roar as he fired a barrage of bone-white arrows, scattering the sword energy. His figure blurred into a series of afterimages as he ascended into the air, barking orders. Hold him off. Let me fire one more arrow, and he'll be beyond saving. The giant wolf lunged forward, its entire body radiating a crimson glow, like a moving mountain of flesh. Though it had lost the power of the gluttonous core, its immense vitality was still formidable. Lu Chen knew he couldn't afford to give his enemies any opportunity. Without the gluttonous core, you're nothing but a weakling to me, he declared. Holding his sword in his right hand, he conjured a golden flame in his left palm. With 2 fingers, he traced the flame along the blade. In an instant, the sword was engulfed in Samadhi true fire, radiating waves of searing heat. This divine fire, born of pure essence, spirit, and energy, was devastatingly potent. Ordinary flying swords would melt upon contact. The Tai divine sword was no ordinary weapon. It was the personal sword of the sword god, crafted from unparalleled materials. Infused with Lu Chen's immense power and the continuous ignition of true flames, the divine sword not only remained undamaged, but harnessed the fire's energy to unleash even greater destructive force. Die! Lu Chen roared fiercely as the divine sword tore through the air. Waves of fire surged forward, resembling a dragon leaping out of the sea. The giant wolf felt an intense pressure in its chest as radiant golden light and roaring flames surged toward it like a volcanic eruption, freezing its massive form in place. In the next moment, a sharp, searing pain struck. Lowering its head abruptly, the wolf saw a streak of sword energy, gleaming like lightning, slicing through the flames and severing one of its arms. The once impenetrable demonic body now yielded as effortlessly as butter beneath a hot blade, cut apart by the flame-imbued sword energy. But it didn't stop there. The scorching flames quickly spread from the wound, burning half of the wolf's body to blackened ash in an instant. It howled in agony, foul-smelling blood spurting from its mouth as its massive claws flailed wildly, attempting to extinguish the unrelenting flames. Yet the fire only grew fiercer, igniting even its right hand, which turned into a blazing inferno. The giant wolf let out a final, ear-splitting scream as it staggered and collapsed after just a few chaotic steps. Its entire body, flesh and bone, was consumed by the fire, reduced to ashes. Its golden core shattered and fell to the ground, only to be engulfed by the flames as well, leaving behind nothing but a small pile of ash. Even its soul was not spared, dissipating into nothingness with a silent, anguished cry. With a single strike, Lu Chen had slain the Soul Reaper of the Blood Soul sect. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing Soul Reaper Tan. Experience gained, 30,000. 30,000 experience points. Lu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Defeating this formidable golden core cultivator had yielded such a bountiful reward, filling him with satisfaction. 2 golden core cultivators would mean a total of 60,000 experience points. Just the thought of it was thrilling, almost explosive. However, the only disappointment was that this opponent hadn't dropped any valuable items. If only he had obtained the cultivation method for the Taotai golden core, it would have been perfect. At that moment, Lu Chen turned sharply, his gaze locking onto the ghost-faced elder hovering in midair. His eyes were cold as frost. The ghost-faced elder had initially hoped the giant wolf could stall Lu Chen, buying him enough time to unleash his deadly arrow of hatred. But to his shock, the wolf had been slain in a single move, completely derailing his plans. That fiery sword energite was akin to the legendary Samadhi True Flame. How could an ordinary cultivator possibly wield such power? Fear gripped the ghost-faced elder as he watched Lu Chen approach, sword in hand. A wave of panic surged through him, and he immediately resolved to flee. Fight! What a joke! If you'd witnessed the power of that sword strike firsthand, you'd never consider such a foolish idea. No, I must escape. This young man is terrifying, and I can't possibly contend with him alone. If I take another strike imbued with that Samadhi True Flame, my life will truly be forfeit. With sharp reflexes, the ghost-faced elder waved his sleeve, summoning 3 peculiar-looking dolls. As his magic surged, the dolls expanded rapidly in the wind, transforming into 3 towering Vajra warriors. As they charged toward Lu Chen, the elder also fired a flurry of black, needle-like arrows, their trajectories sealing off Lu Chen's path forward. Young man, I don't have time to waste on you. Farewell, the ghost-faced elder said coldly before his figure began to blur, dissipating like a wisp of smoke as he fled swiftly toward the northwest. The elderly man with the ghostly mask was truly cunning and treacherous. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, he immediately turned and fled, his movements ghostly and nimble as he weaved effortlessly through the forest. His skills in escaping were undeniably masterful, to the point that even Lu Chen couldn't help but silently acknowledge him as the foremost escape artist of the age. However, how could Lu Chen let such a prime opportunity slip away? Especially when that black arrow had nearly injured him moments ago. If he didn't eliminate this man, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Come and go as you please. Do you really think I, Lu Chen, am so easily bullied? Lu Chen let out a cold snort, stomping his foot forcefully. In an instant, golden light burst forth, and the power of demon subduing erupted like the trampling of dragons and elephants, crushing the incoming black arrow light into dust. Without hesitation, Lu Chen's figure shot forward like lightning, colliding head-on. The 3 Vajra warriors didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying by a strike. Immediately after, the Samadhi True Fire spread, reducing the puppets to ashes in the blink of an eye. You can't escape. After destroying the 3 puppets, Lu Chen swept his sleeve, and his sword energy stirred up a violent gale. With a light tap of his toe, his entire body transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. He turned to Xiaoning Shuang and asked, "Junior sister, are you hurt?" "Nothing serious," she replied. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt slightly relieved and said, "The Blood Soul sect's target is the sacred artifact spirit. They shouldn't pursue you further. Return to Shushan and report to the sect. He'll deal with that evil cultivator and return. Senior brother, don't chase a desperate enemy. I must. That old scoundrel is too cunning. That arrow just now nearly injured us. I can't let him leave alive." With that, Lu Chen transformed into a streak of sword light, disappearing hundreds of feet away in an instant. Xia Ningxuang watched his retreating figure, her heart trembling slightly. Was senior brother so furious because that evil cultivator almost hurt her? At this thought, her cheeks flushed, and a hint of sweetness bloomed in her heart. "Senior brother, please return safely." At this moment, Lu Chen was unaware of his junior sister's thoughts. His pursuit of the ghost-masked elder was driven not only by the need for revenge after nearly being ambushed, but also by the valuable experience points at stake. As he tracked his opponent, Lu Chen noticed that the man had fled into the desert. Before him stretched an expanse of endless yellow sand, barren and lifeless. This was one of the ancient battlefield ruins, where it was said that during the Qin Emperor's conquest of the 6 states, he had engaged the Chu army in a decisive battle here. Both sides had deployed a large number of Qi refiners, and the clash was so cataclysmic that it left the land desolate for miles. Countless souls had perished and been buried here, their lingering resentment giving rise to various demonic creatures and beasts. This place had long become a forbidden zone for humans, with only a few cultivators occasionally venturing into the area in search of treasures. The desert's terrain was complex and disorienting, and it was clear that the ghost-masked elder was attempting to use it to shake off his pursuer and find a chance to escape. The old man is indeed cunning. In the vast desert, without a method of tracking, it would be nearly impossible to pinpoint his exact location. One might even lose their way and stumble into danger. Lu Chen frowned slightly, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. But soon, he came up with a plan. Without hesitation, he quickly summoned the system interface and focused his attention on the Heaven's Eye technique. This ability originated from the divine power of the Heavenly Eye and was far from an ordinary spell. As its level increased, so did its potency. At its peak, it could even evolve into the true Heavenly Eye, capable of perceiving the entirety of the cosmos. Previously, due to limited experience, Lu Chen had prioritized enhancing his cultivation and combat power, neglecting the upgrade of Heaven's Eye. However, given the current circumstances, upgrading Heaven's Eye was imperative to precisely track the ghost-faced elder's magical aura. 5,000 experience points, it's not much for me. Besides, I'll earn it back once I catch him. With that thought, Lu Chen confirmed the upgrade without hesitation. 5,000 experience points were deducted, and the level of Heaven's Eye was instantly increased. Channeling his mana, his eyes flashed with golden light, and he suddenly saw a faint gray stream of light extending from his view that was the trail of the ghost-faced elder's magical aura. Got you. Lu Chen's heart stirred, and he swiftly leapt onto his sword, flying in the direction of the gray light. Cutting through the endless sea of sand, he soared like a storm, swift and unstoppable. Soon, atop a sand dune, he spotted the figure of the ghost-faced elder. As expected, the old man was indeed crafty. He had circled the area several times in an attempt to lead Lu Chen into the nests of nearby demons. However, the ghost-faced elder had not anticipated that, after upgrading Heaven's Eye, Lu Chen could accurately lock onto his last location, saving significant time and heading straight for the target. I told you, you can't escape. With a cold laugh, Lu Chen shot downward like an arrow released from a bow. True flames leapt from his Teia's sword, roaring as he slashed toward the ghost-faced elder. The sword energy streaked like a rainbow, and in an instant, the sand dune exploded. Terrifying flames swept across the area, charring the surrounding sand into a scorched, glass-like surface. The ghost-faced elder was shocked, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to catch up so quickly. He hurriedly swung his cane, which instantly transformed into a curved longbow, firing a barrage of arrows. Black arrows tore through the air, writhing like venomous snakes, their momentum fierce. But Lu Chen remained unfazed. The true flames danced wildly, surging like a dragon, swallowing the arrows whole. Amid the deafening explosions, the ghost-faced elder's wrist was severed, and he lost his weapon. He staggered backward, but before he could land, half his body was engulfed in true flames. The searing fire consumed him, causing unbearable pain. Despite being a golden core cultivator, most of his strength relied on his bow. In this close-quarters confrontation, he was utterly outmatched. At this moment, he was completely on the defensive, teetering on the brink of defeat against Lu Chen's sword in flames. Young man, show some mercy. Don't push things too far. Panic and fear flickered in the ghost-faced elder's eyes as he desperately channeled his mana to resist the flames while retreating with all his might. Lu Chen sneered coldly. Did you think about mercy when you tried to kill me? His tone was icy and resolute as his sword struck again. The true flames surged, making the air around them unbearably hot and stifling. The ghost-faced elder found himself cornered, despair washing over him. Just then, a glint of madness appeared in his eyes. If I can't live, then let's die together. Before his words faded, his magical energy suddenly erupted, and his frail body began to swell. Golden light burst forth like blades, piercing through his flesh and shooting in all directions. Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly realized was about to self-detonate his golden core. A golden light burst forth, and the black aura of hatred exploded violently, instantly engulfing the figure of the ghost-faced elder. Terrifying waves of magical energy surged outward like a tidal wave, sweeping across the barren desert. The yellow sand churned, erupting into countless waves, and the ground beneath trembled violently, collapsing into a deep crater. Lu Chen felt an immense force rushing towards him, as if a massive mountain had slammed into his face. He quickly activated his protective magic, and the Huangquan diagram shielded his entire body like a barrier. It carried him backward at high speed, flying hundreds of feet before he managed to stabilize himself. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion echoed across the desolate wasteland. The violent surge of magical energy swept through the area, causing nearby demons and beasts to scatter in fear. The self-detonation of a golden core cultivator was indeed terrifying. Even those of the same level would find it difficult to avoid its devastating power. Fortunately, Lu Chen had the Huangquan diagram protecting him, sparing him from the destructive force of the explosion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the Soul Reaper hatred. You have obtained the Bow of Hatred and gained 15,000 experience points. Hearing the system notification, Lu Chen froze for a moment. What the? A deduction in experience points? The Golden Core's self-detonation actually reduced the experience gained? He was immediately annoyed. Wasn't this like the boss stealing his kill? What a loss. If he had known about this mechanic earlier, he would have personally decapitated that ghost-faced elder himself. But now, he had let his guard down. Still, there was a small consolation. The ghost-faced elder's bow had been left behind, serving as a consolation prize. Though the bow appeared simple in design, it was a highly lethal magical artifact capable of changing its form at will. When infused with magical energy, its arrows could travel great distances and automatically lock onto targets using the aura of hatred. Most importantly, the bow could charge up its attacks, making it incredibly effective for long-range sniping, even more convenient than a flying sword. Lu Chen recalled how he had narrowly avoided a charged arrow from this bow earlier, which could have ended his life. If used properly, this bow could even snipe Golden Core cultivators. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a slight sense of relief. He stowed the bow away, imprinting it with his magical energy to begin refining it. The bow softened instantly, transforming into a black belt that coiled around his waist. It was both practical and inconspicuous. Just as he was beginning to relax, a voice suddenly came from the sword case. Master, there seems to be something beneath the sand dune. Lu Chen's heart stirred at these words, and he quickly looked up. The spot where the ghost-faced elder had exploded now revealed a deep crater. The surrounding yellow sand had been carbonized by the intense heat, solidifying into crystal-like formations. The once shifting sands had stopped flowing, exposing a fragment of a broken wall beneath. The wall was piled with white bones, faintly revealing a dark passageway leading into the unknown. What is this? A trace of doubt flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he raised an eyebrow. He had heard rumors of ancient ruins and hidden abodes buried in the desert, said to contain the treasures of ancient cultivators. If this was truly the case, he might have stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter. However, a sense of caution also arose in his heart. What if it was a trap? He knew he had to remain vigilant and not act recklessly. If it truly was an ancient ruin, it could be a great opportunity, but he couldn't ignore the potential dangers within. Better probe ahead first, Lu Chen muttered to himself. With a wave of his sleeve, a straw puppet emerged and flew forward. I am willing to investigate on behalf of Master. Cui Yinyan's voice came as she emerged from the sword case, volunteering herself. Lu Chen looked at her and nodded. Since Cui Yinyan was willing to take action, he felt a bit more reassured. He decided to wait patiently for her report. She had already pledged her loyalty to Lu Chen, dedicating herself entirely to serving him. Previously, due to her unrecovered strength, she couldn't participate in battles and even required Lu Chen's protection, which left her feeling deeply guilty. Now, with the chance to contribute in some small way, she was eager to prove herself, hoping to assist Lu Chen in any way she could. However, Lu Chen shook his head and said, these ancient ruins are extremely perilous, often filled with traps targeting the soul. Your strength hasn't fully returned yet, and taking such risks would be unwise. Your willingness to support me is already more than enough, and I am truly grateful. Once you've recovered, there will naturally be opportunities to help me. For now, I cannot let you take such risks. After all, you are the spirit of a sacred artifact and the key to mastering the Taiji seal. How could I allow you to endanger yourself so easily? Before Cui Yinyan could respond, Lu Chen lightly waved his hand, and she was drawn back into the sword case. Lu Chen then clasped his hands together, forming a seal. A drop of his essence blood fell onto the straw figure's forehead, instantly connecting his mind to it. Through his divine sense, he controlled its movements. With a swift leap, he entered the entrance of the cavern. Contrary to his expectations of darkness, the passage below was surprisingly bright. Descending a few steps, he found himself in a uniquely designed underground chamber. The area was surrounded by piles of white bones, arranged in circular formations that resembled a small fortress made of skeletal remains. Occasionally, wandering spirits floated by, and the air was thick with a malevolent energy. A mist-like aura shrouded the surroundings, exuding an eerie atmosphere. In the distance, a tattered banner swayed faintly in the wind, bearing an ancient Chu character written in archaic Chu script, its rune-like appearance adding to the strangeness. Lu Chen paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. The symbol on the banner looked familiar. It was identical to the mark on the seal he had obtained from the governor's secret vault. Could this ancient seal be the key to unlocking the treasures hidden within this ruin? His thoughts raced as he quickly retrieved the seal from his storage pouch. Holding it up to the banner, he confirmed they were an exact match. This seal, which had seemed of little value to him before, had unexpectedly become a crucial find during his pursuit of the ghost-faced elder. He couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude for his good fortune, silently marveling. What incredible luck! It's as if fate itself is aiding me. The underground chamber appeared to be a relic of the ancient Western Chu kingdom, likely housing countless treasures. With the seal in his possession, Lu Chen resolved to delve deeper and uncover the secrets of this ruin. He swiftly activated his rune techniques, surrounding himself in a protective golden aura, and summoned his righteous sword energy as additional defense. Fully prepared, he leapt into the depths of the underground chamber. Guided by the straw figure, his progress was remarkably smooth, too smooth. In fact, he encountered no traps, no creatures, nothing at all. This unusual ease put him on edge. Ancient ruins were notorious for their dangers. How could this one be so unguarded? His suspicion grew, and his expression turned serious as his vigilance heightened. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the bone-filled chamber. Before him stood rows of skeletal soldiers, clad in tattered armor and wielding long halberds. They were arranged in formation, resembling a solemn and imposing army of the dead. Though their flesh had long since decayed into dust, their skeletal remains still stood upright, as if preserving their final dignity. Each skeleton seemed to guard this place with unwavering resolve, and the surrounding air was heavy with a sense of foreboding. The wind howled faintly, carrying echoes of clashing steel and the distant cries of battle from ages past. These halberd-wielding soldiers of Western Shu had once been renowned across the land. Now, they were reduced to mere bones, buried in this desolate place. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh, feeling a pang of melancholy at the sight. Just then, the skeletal soldiers seemed to sense his presence. Their heads turned abruptly, and within their hollow eye sockets, ghostly blue flames began to flicker to life. Boom! The massive halberd struck down heavily, scattering dust and debris into the air. Lu Chen's figure swayed slightly as he effortlessly dodged the clumsy attack. The skeletal halberd warrior before him, though possessing immense strength, moved sluggishly and posed no real threat. With a swift counter, Lu Chen unleashed a powerful, subduing demon palm, his strike roaring like thunder as it shattered the skeletal soldier into fragments. The eerie green flames flickering in its eye sockets were extinguished in an instant. A system notification promptly chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the skeletal halberd warrior. Experience 100. Only 100 experience points. Lu Chen shook his head in mild disappointment. These skeletal halberd warriors were barely comparable to the early stage of Foundation establishment, if not weaker. With his current cultivation level, eliminating such low-level targets yielded minimal gains, especially considering the experience decay mechanism. His true purpose on this journey was to uncover the ancient treasures hidden within the ruins. Raising his hand, he unleashed a surge of grand sword energy, sweeping across like a pillar of light. In an instant, several skeletal soldiers blocking the entrance were obliterated, clearing a path for him. As Lu Chen ventured deeper into the ruins, the surroundings made it evident that this place had once been a military stronghold. Though it had been buried underground for countless years, the internal structure was still discernible: layered watchtowers and arrow turrets, interwoven defensive corridors lined with chevaux de frise, and skeletal soldiers patrolling methodically. It resembled a ghostly fortress, perpetually restless. Even in death, these Western Shu halberd warriors adhered to the deep-seated obsessions within their souls, mechanically guarding this desolate place. By observing the skeletal soldiers' patrol patterns, Lu Chen identified a clear trend. The closer one got to the direction where banners fluttered midair, the denser the ghostly troops became. That location was highly likely to house the treasure trove of these ruins. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air. The twinfish pendant at his waist emitted a faint glow, concealing his overwhelming blood energy. This not only helped him avoid drawing the attention of nearby ghost soldiers, but also minimized the risk of alerting other lurking dangers within the ruins. Before long, a dilapidated tower came into view. Its doors were tightly shut, and atop it, banners flapped in the wind. Faint glimmers of golden light emanated from within the tower, exuding an aura of precious treasure. This, without a doubt, was the core of the ruins' the ancient cave estate. However, Lu Chen did not act rashly. Sitting cross-legged outside the tower's entrance was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. Clad in a simple hemp robe, his long hair draped over his shoulders. His form seemed faintly ethereal, yet his face was smooth and unblemished, starkly contrasting with the grim surroundings. Instead, he exuded an air of celestial grace. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, activating his heavenly eye technique to scrutinize the old man. Yet, even with this ability, he could not discern the stranger's depth. The elder was neither a mere lingering spirit nor an ordinary projection of divine consciousness. Instead, he radiated an unsettling aura, evoking the same sense of caution Lu Chen felt when confronting a sect leader or a mysterious entity lurking in the depths of a lake. The strength of this old man, even if not equal to that of the Sword Saint, is likely not far behind. At the very least, he must possess cultivation above the nascent soul stage, Lu Chen thought to himself as he stood amidst the ruins. He had originally assumed that finding the hidden cave dwelling and using the key would allow him to easily open the door and claim the treasures inside. However, The scene before him made him realize that things were far more complicated. This place was like a deep, unfathomable pool, impossible to see through. Just as he was preparing to retreat quietly, the elderly man meditating outside the tower suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp and piercing, landing directly on where Lu Chen was hiding. Young friend, since you were able to obtain the talisman seal, you must be destined to be here. Now that you've arrived, why hesitate to move forward? The sudden question sent a jolt through Lu Chen's heart. He had been careful all along, and with the help of the twin fish pendant to conceal his aura, he believed he shouldn't have been discovered. After a brief moment of thought, he realized that it was likely the talisman seal in his hand that had betrayed his presence. Since hiding was now pointless, Lu Chen adjusted his attire, forced a faint smile, and walked out from the ruins. Junior Yangqi of Shushan, I happened upon this cave dwelling's talisman seal and have intruded upon your seclusion. I beg your pardon, he said, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. His tone was cautious, revealing his Shushan affiliation while leaving room for retreat. The old man nodded with a smile and gestured to the talisman seal in Lu Chen's hand. This item was left behind for one destined to inherit it. The fact that you obtained it and found your way here is a sign of fate. May I ask your name, senior, and what this place is? Lu Chen probed, seeking more information. The old man began to explain slowly. My surname is Xiang. I was once a great general of Western Chu. After the fall of my nation, my soul lingered here, and I built this cave dwelling from my bones, awaiting someone destined to inherit my legacy. The military seal in your hand can be placed at the tower's entrance to unlock it. Doubts swirled in Lu Chen's mind. While the explanation seemed flawless, the overly straightforward method of inheritance only heightened his wariness. He noticed that although the old man could move about, he never strayed far from the tower, as if bound by some restriction. At that moment, a warning came from Cui Yinyan within the sword case. Master, there's something strange about this tower. I can feel the oppressive force of sealing restrictions. Do not approach. Heeding the warning, Lu Chen immediately cupped his hands in a farewell gesture. Senior, I greatly appreciate your kindness, but this junior's aptitude is mediocre. I haven't even fully mastered the foundational techniques of Shushan. I dare not covet your profound teachings. I will pass this talisman seal on to someone more suited to inherit your legacy. Farewell. Before the old man could respond, Lu Chen activated his movement technique, disappearing like a streak of lightning as he swiftly fled the scene. Realizing that the old man might be problematic, Lu Chen's heart was already set on retreat. Before his words had fully left his mouth, he leapt into the air, his sword flashing as he swiftly broke through the void and darted toward the outskirts of the ancient ruins. His movements were fluid and seamless, without the slightest hesitation. By the time his voice faded, his figure had already flown dozens of meters away. The old man's expression darkened instantly upon seeing this. His previously calm demeanor vanished, replaced by a face full of fury. He understood all too well that the intricate plan he had carefully devised to deceive Lu Chen had backfired. Contrary to his expectations, this young man had remained exceptionally clear-headed in the face of the treasure and legacy before him, completely shattering the trap that had been set. The old man hadn't even gotten the chance to make his move. Get back here! The white-haired elder roared furiously, his figure rising swiftly as he attempted to pursue Lu Chen. However, just as he stepped 3 meters beyond the tower, golden runes suddenly flared beneath his feet. Electric chains surged up in an instant, forcing him back into the confines of the tower. Seeing this, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. His suspicion had been correct. The old man was not a mere remnant soul, but the spirit form of a nascent soul-level powerhouse trapped within the tower. The elder was unable to leave this sealed place and could only use the guise of treasure and legacy as bait to lure cultivators. If Lu Chen had fallen for his lies, he would likely already be dead. Damn, good thing I was cautious. If that old monster had caught me, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Lu Chen thought to himself, secretly relieved. He speculated that the runic seals of this cave dwelling were likely spread intentionally by the old man to attract cultivators who could help break his confinement. Fortunately, Lu Chen had seen through the scheme in time and left himself a way out. As long as he didn't take the bait, this old monster shouldn't pose a threat to him. Even though there were still many skeletal soldiers in the cave, Lu Chen was unbothered. With his current strength, he could escape at any moment. For now, he chose not to rush to leave. Instead, he gradually came to a stop, a faint glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. This old monster was clearly no ordinary remnant soul, but the spirit form of a nascent soul-level powerhouse, likely a fearsome figure in life. If Lu Chen could completely destroy him, wouldn't that yield immense rewards? However, as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Chen hesitated. Despite wielding the Tai divine sword, the yellow spring diagram, and the Samadhi true fire, his formidable combat strength was not to be underestimated. Yet this old monster was still a nascent soul-level existence, with a spirit form strong enough to pose a significant threat. If Lu Chen approached recklessly and was counterattacked, The consequences could be disastrous. Should I take him down or play it safe? Lu Chen weighed the pros and cons in his heart, feeling conflicted and unable to decide for the moment. In front of the tower, the white-haired elder noticed Lu Chen had stopped, and a sharp glint flickered in his eyes before he burst into laughter. You, boy, are truly a ruthless one. Not only did you see through my plan, but you even have the audacity to think about killing me? Brave and cunning, you're no ordinary person. What's your name again? Yangqi, was it? Hearing this, Lu Chen tensed up but showed no sign of panic. He remained unfazed by the elder addressing him by name, instead letting out a cold chuckle and thinking to himself, it's better if he doesn't remember. The old man's words weren't entirely wrong. His plan had indeed failed. While the tower seal could trap the monster, it was unlikely Lu Chen could break it either. Trying to kill you from afar is almost impossible. In other words, as long as I don't deliver myself right to your doorstep, neither of us can do anything to the other at the moment, am I right? Lu Chen stood in the center of the tower, arms crossed, his eyes warily fixed on the old man before him. The old man nodded slowly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a steady voice. You could say that, but I wasn't entirely lying earlier. I truly am a general of Chu, and my name is Xiang Ao. Xiang Ao. Lu Chen's eyebrows rose, surprise flashing across his face. In his memory, when the Qin king swept across the 6 kingdoms, the other 5 nations fell like dry leaves in a storm, except for Western Chu, which resisted for a full 8 years. Xiang Ao was a central figure in that resistance. General of Longcheng, Xiang Ao born with extraordinary strength, skilled in both strategy and combat, and praised as someone who could govern Chu for 3 years and claim dominion over the world. This meant that under his leadership, Chu, in just 3 years, had the potential to contend for supremacy. He was a truly remarkable statesman and general. Historical records stated that he perished in Chu's final battle, and the first emperor, out of respect for his valor, even commissioned a biography in his honor. Who would have thought that the spirit of this legendary general was sealed within the ancient tower beneath this desert? So, you're the renowned general of Longcheng. Lu Chen cupped his hands from afar as a gesture of respect. Then his gaze turned cold as he asked, for someone of your stature, how did you end up in such a state, stooping to plotting against a junior like me? A hero? Hardly. Just a defeated general. A trace of bitterness appeared on Xiang Ao's face before it was replaced by anger. In the final battle, I lost myself to bloodlust and madness. Zheng feared I would disrupt the foundation of his empire, so he ordered the scholars of the 100 schools to construct this tower and seal me within it for 300 years. That's why I had no choice but to devise a plan, using the seal to lure someone here. I hoped to escape this place through a soul-swapping technique and seek revenge against that old tyrant Zheng for the blood feud of my nation. Hearing this, Lu Chen was slightly moved. The hatred of a lost nation, coupled with 3 centuries of imprisonment, could somewhat understand the man's feelings. Still, a trace of pity flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he shook his head and said, unfortunately, I can't let you take over my body. Besides, even if you were to escape now, you wouldn't be able to exact your revenge. Why not? Xiang Ao frowned deeply. The first emperor passed away over 100 years ago, Lu Chen replied flatly. Zheng is dead. Xiang Ao was momentarily stunned, then shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. That old tyrant sought immortality, practicing the teachings of the 100 schools, and reaching an unprecedented level of cultivation. How could he die in just a few hundred years? How would I know? Do I look like someone privy to the secrets of great figures like him? Lu Chen rolled his eyes and shrugged. I'm just a minor disciple. Matters of such magnitude are far beyond me. After exchanging a few words, Lu Chen realized he couldn't find a good opportunity to act, so he decided not to waste any more time. Dusting off his clothes, he stood up and said directly, all right then. I came here hoping to gain some benefits from an ancient dwelling, but instead, I stumbled upon an old monster like you. Talk about bad luck. Since you can't leave, and I can't kill you, your grudge against the Qin dynasty is none of my business. Let's just call it quits and pretend this meeting never happened. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Xiang Ao called out urgently, his voice tinged with desperation. You're a talented young man. Would you really leave empty-handed? Why not strike a deal with me? A deal? Lu Chen paused mid-step, raising an eyebrow. This old monster was cunning and treacherous. Making a deal with him was far too risky. He was about to refuse outright. But Xiang Ao, as if reading his mind, added, don't be so quick to say no. You already know I'm sealed here and can't harm you as long as you keep your distance. And someone as clever as you wouldn't be easily fooled by ordinary tricks, right? Why not hear me out first before deciding? Hearing this, Lu Chen hesitated. The old man had a point. Master, this Xiang Ao is devious and dangerous. Please don't fall for his tricks. Cui Yinyan's worried voice echoed in his mind. Lu Chen gave a slight nod in response. You're not wrong. He turned back to Xiang Ao, his gaze cautious yet tinged with curiosity. All right then, speak your piece. I'll listen casually, but whether or not I agree is another matter. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't leave immediately, Xiang Ao felt a sense of relief. He had been suppressed for far too long, and his powers were growing weaker by the day. He feared he wouldn't last another 300 years. Right now, Lu Chen was his only lifeline. Even if he couldn't possess the boy outright, he had to find a way to extract some chance of survival from him. Xiang Ao narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with temptation. You came to this place seeking fortune and treasures, didn't you? For cultivators, the ultimate pursuits are wealth, companions, methods, and territory. Judging by your talent and strength at such a young age, and your background in Shushan, you must have received great favor from your sect. Ordinary resources, I assume, are not something you lack. As he spoke, Xiang Ao's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, fixed on Lu Chen's every move. However, the young man remained extremely vigilant. Instead of approaching, he took 2 steps back, staying well outside Xiang Ao's reach. Xiang Ao's lips twitched slightly in frustration, but he continued to lure him. Judging by your profound foundation, I'd say you're nearing the stage of condensing your golden core, aren't you? Have you already decided on your method for core formation? The Shushan Sword Orb Core Formation method is renowned as unparalleled in the world. What's there to consider? Lu Chen replied deliberately, though his eyes gleamed with caution. Hearing this, Xiang Ao shook his head and let out a derisive laugh. The Shushan Sword Orb Core Formation method is indeed unique. Condensing a sword orb golden core within your body, akin to a life-bound sword embryo, is undoubtedly ideal for sword cultivators. But that's merely a method for the ordinary. You, a prodigy among men, surely deserve something far more extraordinary. Lu Chen thought to himself, this old fox is cunning, but he sure knows how to flatter. For a brief moment, he felt a bit smug, but he quickly snapped out of it. Raising his hand, he interrupted, your flattery is quite enjoyable, but I'm not giving you any chance to possess me. Just get to the point. What a sly little fox, Xiang Ao cursed inwardly, though he maintained a serious expression. I can teach you a peerless core formation method, one that stands unmatched and will make you invincible in the golden core stage. A peerless core formation method? Invincible in the golden core stage. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking, this old guy sure talks big. Still, with the system in hand, even the most basic core formation method would make me unbeatable in my realm. Yet, since he speaks with such confidence, I might as well hear him out. What's this core formation method? Let's hear it. Seeing Lu Chen's interest, a hint of pride appeared on Xiang Ao's face. In my prime, I single-handedly fought against half of the 12 giants of violent Qin. They called me the Dragon City General, all thanks to my unique technique, the 3 sacred true arts. It involves cultivating essence, energy, and spirit simultaneously to develop 3 layers of golden cores within the body. Though I never fully perfected the technique to achieve the 3 sacred level, I did manage to create the secret method for developing dual golden cores of Qi and blood. 3 sacred true arts? Dual golden cores of Qi and blood. Lu Chen scoffed inwardly. Qi-based core formation and blood-based core formation? Isn't that just the Taoist inner golden core combined with the Buddhist external golden core? I can already do that myself. Noticing Lu Chen's indifferent expression, Xiang Ao grew slightly irritated and snapped. Boy, don't think dual golden cores are so simple. Sure, Taoist disciples can cultivate Buddhist body refinement techniques, and Buddhists can practice Taoist mental arts. Inner and outer cultivation is common enough. But have you ever heard of anyone truly achieving dual golden cores? Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. Come to think of it, he really hadn't heard of anyone successfully cultivating dual golden cores. He couldn't help but ask, is there some hidden difficulty in this? Forming a golden core is akin to a complete transformation. Xiang Ao's eyes shone brightly as he drew 2 circles in the air with his fingers and explained to Lu Chen, think of the human body as a vessel. It can only sustain the growth and transformation brought by 1 golden core. If someone tries to cultivate 2 golden cores simultaneously, it will inevitably lead to conflict, imbalance of energy, disharmony between yin and yang, and ultimately, the body will explode. Lu Chen frowned in thought. Though he couldn't fully grasp the deeper implications, he understood the key point. Without some kind of special secret technique, it was impossible to cultivate 2 golden cores at the same time. He touched his chest, where the refined Buddha bone relic was hidden. While the relic had strengthened his body to a level close to the indestructible physique of an arhat, it was not a true transformation. Once his body formed a golden core, it would be nearly impossible to enhance it further. Xiang Ao continued. The integration of Buddhist and Taoist practices, or the combination of Confucian divine methods, are all just general concepts. On the path of cultivation, there must always be a primary focus and a secondary one. No one has ever achieved simultaneous and balanced advancement in all aspects. Most cultivators get stuck at the golden core stage and are forced to make difficult choices. A trace of pride flickered in his eyes. I spent a full 60 years at the crystal formation stage, venturing into the Eastern Sea to trace the footsteps of ancient Qi refiners. Through my research into the simultaneous cultivation of life and essence, I created my unique Three Saints true art. His words carried undeniable merit. The ability to invent an original cultivation method and divine skill was no small feat, though the Three Saints true art was not yet perfected to achieve simultaneous cultivation of essence, chi, and spirit. Even creating an inner and outer dual golden core at the golden core stage was an extraordinary accomplishment. At the same realm, while others possessed only one golden core, his two complementary golden cores provided a combat power that far exceeded the norm. It was no wonder that back then, he had single-handedly resisted the mighty Qin Empire for several years, even making the formidable Zulong wary of him. Had he not fallen midway, and if he had succeeded in developing the subsequent Purple Mansion Heavenly Palace to achieve the simultaneous cultivation of essence, chi, and spirit, his achievements would have been nothing short of astonishing. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt a stir in his heart. As a cultivator seeking the pinnacle of swordsmanship and immortality, he naturally sought perfection at every step. If he could truly refine dual golden cores and leverage the unique capabilities of his system, the advantage would be immense. The system allowed him to achieve synchronized internal and external progressive. He had enough experience points. Even cultivating 3 golden cores wouldn't be out of the question. Yet, 2 concerns lingered in his mind. First, Xiang Ao was cunning and treacherous. Could he trust that the cultivation method wouldn't be tampered with? Second, a deeper worry. How would he break through to the nascent soul stage after forming dual golden cores? The golden core and nascent soul were intricately connected, as the nascent soul's spiritual embryo was born from the golden core. Taoist practices focused on the internal golden core, while Buddhist practices emphasized the Buddha bone and Dharma body. Without a specialized secret technique, he might forever remain stuck at the golden core stage. After a long period of contemplation, Lu Chen finally spoke. I admit, what you're offering is very tempting. But I need to know, what do you want in exchange for teaching me your unique golden core technique? After all, no deal comes without a cost. Let me make one thing clear. I will never give you the opportunity to possess my body. This kid, always worrying about body possession. Have I ever tried to possess you? Xiang Ao thought to himself, feeling exasperated. The boy in front of him was overly cautious. However, upon hearing Lu Chen's question, he immediately sensed an opportunity. After all, a deal requires mutual benefit, and he understood this principle all too well. Xiang Ao nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of sincerity. Relax, kid. You're too sharp for me to possess you. As long as you agree to deliver that talisman, bring back a suitable body, and help me escape this place, I will teach you the method of twin golden cores. So, he wants me to trick someone into coming here, so he can possess them? Lu Chen thought, glancing down at the talisman in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. To be honest, the condition wasn't difficult. In fact, it was fairly simple. But he couldn't harm an innocent life for his own gain. That would make him no different from an evil cultivator, tarnishing his righteous sword aura and clouding his heart. Of course, if the person in question was a wicked individual, then it wouldn't be a big deal. You've certainly planned this well, Lu Chen said, looking directly at Xiang Ao with sharp, calculating eyes. But how can I be sure you'll keep your word? What if I bring someone here, and after you escape, you kill me instead? If we're making a deal, you need to show some sincerity first. Hand over the twin core method so I can verify it, and then we'll talk. Lu Chen calculated in his mind. There's no way he would trust empty promises. He needed to secure the benefits first. If the method could be confirmed through his system, then he'd consider it. Who knows? He might even get something extra out of it. Are you really just a teenager? Xiang Ao shook his head helplessly, though a trace of admiration flickered in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand decisively. The tower behind him opened slightly, and an ancient, glowing jade slip floated out. Wrapped in his magic, the jade slip barely broke through the barrier before losing momentum and falling straight to the ground. My power can't extend too far beyond the barrier. You'll have to retrieve it yourself, Xiang Ao said, his tone carrying a subtle hint of expectation. This old fox is still trying to set me up. That distance is very deliberate, Lu Chen thought with a cold smirk. But I'm not falling for it. Without hesitation, Lu Chen activated his magic to control a straw doll puppet, sending it out to quickly grab the jade slip before retreating at full speed. Watching this unfold, Xiang Ao frowned slightly, surprise flashing in his eyes. What happened next left him utterly dumbfounded. Lu Chen didn't immediately touch the jade slip. Instead, he enveloped it in his magic. Then, from his palm, a dark yellow liquid emerged, cleansing the jade slip thoroughly, inside and out, without damaging the information stored within. All traces of magical imprints were meticulously removed. This kid is even more cautious than I am, Xiang Ao thought, astonished. And to think he can wield the water of the yellow springs, a nemesis of the soul. Looks like I really shouldn't mess with him. Once Lu Chen confirmed the jade slip was clean, he finally took it into his hand and infused it with his magic. As expected, a section of a secret technique for condensing golden cores appeared before his eyes. He immediately activated his system to scan it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the secret technique, Three Saints True Art, Twin Golden Core Chapter. However, the technique is incomplete and lacks its core elements, making it ineligible for full integration. Ding. The system has detected an incomplete secret technique. You may use the system's deduction feature to partially restore it. Would you like to spend 10,000 experience points to complete the Twin Golden Core chapter? Damn it. This old monster Xiang Ao is as cunning as they come. Lu Chen cursed inwardly. Seeing the incomplete technique, he finally understood Xiang Ao's true intentions. The content provided is as follows. Unexpectedly, the technique was incomplete, intentionally omitting core parts, rendering it unusable for cultivation. However, what the other party didn't anticipate was that Lu Chen had a system. This secret method for condensing a golden core was unlike ordinary techniques. It seemed capable of being directly deduced and perfected. Although it required consuming 10,000 experience points, which was a bit costly, compared to the value of a dual golden core method, this price was acceptable. Lu Chen didn't rush to deduce it immediately. He calculated in his mind whether he could first obtain the complete dual core technique from the other party. If he could get it for free, he would. If not, he would resort to deducing it himself. While pondering this, Lu Chen maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Pretending to carefully read through the jade slip's contents, he then displayed a look of obvious disappointment. It seems you lack sincerity. This technique is far from complete, Lu Chen said, shaking his head with a cold tone. Forget it. I'm not interested. You talk about how great you are, but in the end, you were still suppressed by the first emperor. There's no need for me to get involved in the karma of a defeated general's secret technique. With that, he deliberately tossed the jade slip aside and turned as though he was about to leave. Xiang Ao was stunned, a trace of panic flashing across his eyes. This kid wasn't following the usual script at all. They were negotiating fine just moments ago. How did it suddenly fall apart? This wouldn't do. Wait. Xiang Ao quickly called out, his voice tinged with urgency. I only showed you the general content of the technique to verify its authenticity. Of course, I wouldn't hand over the complete method right away. How about let's form an alliance first? Once the alliance is established, I'll pass on the true secret technique to you, and then you can help free me. Isn't that fair? Xiang Ao's current predicament left him with few choices. To escape, he needed someone's help. This was precisely why Lu Chen felt confident in pressuring him. Forming an alliance wasn't a casual verbal agreement either. It required both parties to write down their names and birth dates, binding the pact with magic, and burning the agreement so that it would be witnessed by the heavens. Anyone who broke the pact would face a backlash from fate. Forming an alliance is fine, Lu Chen said, a faint smile appearing on his lips. But I've changed my mind. A dual-core technique alone isn't enough. He pointed toward the tower behind Xiang Ao, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. There must still be plenty of treasures left inside, right? Since you're trapped here and can't use them anyway, how about this? I'll take the treasures inside, along with the complete dual-core technique, and then we can form the alliance. Of course, you can refuse if you'd like. By now, Lu Chen had already obtained the framework of the dual-core technique for free. Even if the deal fell through, he could deduce the rest himself later, at the cost of just 10,000 experience points. This gave him the confidence to make bold demands. Xiang Ao, on the other hand, had far fewer options. He could either agree to Lu Chen's terms or remain trapped here indefinitely. If Lu Chen decided to destroy the seal and set up several layers of concealment formations outside, it might take centuries before anyone found this place again. Xiang Ao wasn't foolish. After weighing the pros and cons, though inwardly furious, he gritted his teeth and said, "You really have a big appetite, kid. Fine, take it all." With that, he waved his hand, and the tower's doors opened once more. A golden treasure chest flew out, gleaming brightly. It was the same chest he had previously used to lure Lu Chen. This was no illusion. It was the real deal, as anything fake wouldn't escape Lu Chen's discerning eyes. "Everything's here, but we must form the alliance first," Xiang Ao said as he channeled his magic into his palm, creating a silver scroll. He then extended a finger, using it as a pen to inscribe the terms of their agreement, along with his name and birth date. With a flick of his sleeve, the scroll floated over to Lu Chen. "Old fox," Lu Chen muttered inwardly, cursing him silently. He reached out, expressionless, and signed his name on the scroll, Yang Qi. The pact was sealed. As the flames rose, the agreement dissipated into a wisp of blue smoke. Both Lu Chen and Xiang Ao let out a breath of relief, a trace of subtle delight flickering in their eyes. "I keep my word," Xiang Ao said in a deep voice, waving his hand as his magic condensed into a beam of golden light. It lifted a treasure chest, passing through the sealed barrier and delivering it to Lu Chen. "Now that the pact is formed, all of this belongs to you. The complete twin spirit technique is included here. Verify it yourself, so you don't accuse me of deceiving you later." Lu Chen remained cautious and refrained from touching the chest immediately. Forming a seal with his hands, he cast a cleansing light over the chest, purging it thoroughly. Only after confirming it was harmless did he carefully open it. A radiant glow emerged from within, revealing an array of treasures neatly arranged. A few ancient-looking artifacts radiating a timeless aura, several bottles of crystal-clear elixirs, and even a heavenly material imbued with a strange, otherworldly light. A flicker of surprise and delight crossed Lu Chen's face. Had struck gold. Without hesitation, he swiftly stored all the treasures into his storage pouch. Then, he picked up a jade slip lying at the bottom of the chest. The system immediately began its analysis. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the twin spirit technique. The system has automatically recorded it. This technique has no upgradable levels. Progression unavailable as prerequisites for advanced deduction are unmet. The twin spirit technique was designed to aid in the condensation of a golden core, and its lack of upgradability was something Lu Chen had anticipated. What caught him off guard, however, was the system's suggestion that the technique had potential for further deduction. Could it evolve into the complete Three Saints true art? That was a method even Xiang Ao himself had failed to fully comprehend, existing only as a theoretical possibility. Lu Chen did not know what conditions were required to trigger this deduction, and it seemed unlikely he would achieve it in the short term. Nonetheless, the system's ability to deduce and enhance techniques was already a significant gain. Could this mean that his vast sword chi technique might also break through its bottlenecks via the system's deductions? After carefully securing the jade slip, Lu Chen turned to Xiang Ao, his voice calm. All right, everything checks out. The deal is done. I'm a man of my word. I'll make sure the talisman seal circulates. But I want to assist you in harming others through possession. Whether you succeed in escaping will depend entirely on yourself. Xiang Ao's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Ultimately, though, he nodded. Fine, just bring someone here. But they must be of exceptional talent in cultivation. Mediocre trash isn't worthy of being my vessel. Be grateful for the chance to escape at all, and you're still being picky, Lu Chen remarked with a shake of his head. Having secured his gains, he had no desire to linger. After finalizing a few details with Xiang Ao, Lu Chen soared into the air on his sword and left the ruins of the cavern. The entire departure was surprisingly uneventful. Xiang Ao neither sabotaged his path nor tried to stop him. This only deepened Lu Chen's suspicions. Logically, someone as cunning as Xiang Ao wouldn't rely solely on a written pact to trust that Lu Chen wouldn't betray him. Wasn't he worried that Lu Chen might take the rewards and vanish, or deliberately stall for decades, or even centuries? Unless he had a contingency plan. Of course, Lu Chen suddenly realized. This twin spirit golden core technique, though extraordinary, poses a significant problem when breaking through to the nascent soul stage. It requires another auxiliary technique to overcome the barrier. If I refine a twin golden core using this method but lack the follow-up solution, it'll be trapped in the golden core stage for life. At that point, it'll have no choice but to return to him. That old fox has got it all figured out. Lu Chen pondered deeply. This ancient monster, having lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, was indeed not to be underestimated. A single misstep could lead straight into his trap. The most pressing issue right now was cultivation. If the hidden dangers of the twin soul technique couldn't be resolved, recklessly practicing it might result in being forever stuck at the golden core stage. Even with the system's assistance in refining the technique, he dared not attempt it hastily. I'd better wait until I return to Shushan and deliberate further, Lu Chen calculated silently. As for that old monster, his mind is twisted, and he harbors deep resentment toward Dechin. It's best to avoid interacting with him. Besides, the pact was signed by Yang Qi, not me. With that thought, Lu Chen channeled his true essence, stepping onto the breeze as his figure transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring into the sky and heading swiftly toward Shushan. The journey was uneventful, and by midday, he arrived at the gates of Shushan. Greetings, senior brother, true disciple. The mountain gate guards immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Lu Chen nodded with a warm smile. Thank you for guarding the mountain. You've worked hard, junior brothers. It's no trouble at all. The two disciples' eyes glimmered with admiration. Senior brother, your recent journey down the mountain was truly a great achievement. Since senior sister Xia returned, your deeds of slaying demons, exterminating evil cultivators, and upholding justice have spread throughout the sect. We are all in awe of you. This took Lu Chen slightly by surprise. Xia Ningxuang was not one to speak much, so it was likely the rumors from the common folk, coupled with the sect leader's intention to boost his prestige, that had led to such widespread knowledge of his actions. Disciples of Shushan are sworn to exterminate demons and uphold righteousness. It is our duty, Lu Chen said humbly. If you dedicate yourselves to diligent cultivation, one day you too can wield your swords across the world and earn the people's praise. We will heed your teachings, senior brother. Under their reverent gazes, Lu Chen flew straight toward the Sword Immortal Hall. Having gone out on a mission, it was only proper to report to the sect leader first, even though Xia Ningxuang had already done so in advance. Inside the grand hall, the serene figure of Master Qingxi remained seated in meditation, his expression peaceful as always. He was ever steadfast in guarding the great formation that was foundational to Shushan. For reasons unknown to Lu Chen, this had become an unchanging routine. In fact, if there ever came a day when the sect leader was absent, it would feel rather unusual. Disciple Lu Chen greets the sect leader. You've returned, Qingshu said, opening his eyes. I am already aware of the matter with Su Feng. You handled it well. However, his tone shifted, and the atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew heavy. Lu Chen's heart tightened. Could it be that his agreement with Xiang Ao had been exposed? But after a moment's thought, he reassured himself that no matter how powerful the sect leader was, he couldn't possibly know everything. Besides, he hadn't released Xiang Ao to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, Qingshu continued. You dared to pursue and confront a golden core level evil cultivator? What if they had accomplices or had laid a trap? Wouldn't that have been walking straight into danger? As a true disciple of Shushan, wielding a divine sword, the sect has placed great expectations on you. If anything were to happen to you, it would be a loss not just for yourself, but for all of Shushan. Hearing the words of the sect leader, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, but soon felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Although the sect leader, Qingshu Zhenren, appeared stern and his brow was tightly furrowed, the concern hidden in his sharp eyes betrayed his worry for Lu Chen's safety. This realization brought a sense of comfort to Lu Chen, as if he were basking in the warmth of a spring breeze. Without retorting, Lu Chen immediately bowed slightly and lowered his head, saying, the sect leader's admonishment is right. It was reckless of me. Next time, if I encounter a similar situation, I will give it my all and not allow the enemy any chance to escape. That way, I won't have to take such risks pursuing them. It's good that you understand. Qingshu Zhenren nodded slightly, his long beard quivering, seeing Lu Chen's sincere attitude in admitting his mistake. However, as he pondered further, his brows furrowed once more, as if something fell off. Wait, is that the problem I was addressing? Inwardly, Qingshu Zhenren thought to himself. This boy truly has a strong sense of justice, with a resolute hatred for evil. The killing intent in his eyes is evident, no less than that of my senior brother Qing Feng in his younger days. No wonder he has become the current master of the Taya sword. Of course, Qingshu Zhenren wasn't truly angry. As he tapped his finger gently on the armrest of his chair, he reminded himself that Qing Feng had once infused a trace of sword energy into the Taya sword. This faint yet resilient sword energy acted as a guardian spirit, ensuring Lu Chen's safety by activating in a life-and-death situation. Knowing this, Qingshu Zhenren had not sent anyone to assist Lu Chen when he first heard of the incident. His reprimand now was merely a way to caution Lu Chen to act with more restraint in the future, avoiding impulsive behavior that could lead him into traps. Qingshu Zhenren held great expectations for Lu Chen and naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. In truth, Qingshu Zhenren's concerns were somewhat unnecessary. While Lu Chen sometimes appeared impulsive, he was actually cautious and cherished his life greatly. He would rarely act without confidence in the outcome. The Blood Soul sect still has the four soul envoys of greed, anger, obsession, and hatred. This time, sending 2 of them to hunt you down was already a significant move, Qingshu Zhenren said in a low voice. I've heard about the sacred artifact of demon suppression. The artifact spirit has chosen you as its master. This is a great fortune for you. But the Blood Soul sect will not let this go easily. You must remain vigilant from now on. Lu Chen nodded in response and said, understood, sect leader. However, since the Blood Soul sect is targeting the sacred artifact, they will undoubtedly try other methods. We can't just remain passive and keep reacting. I know what you're thinking, Qingshu Zhenren said, his piercing gaze fixed on Lu Chen. But with your current cultivation level, even with half of the artifact's spirit acknowledging you, you cannot fully control the sacred artifact. The Tai Chi seal was a relic left behind by the founder of Wudong. At the very least, you'll need to reach the golden core stage before you even have a slight chance of gaining its full recognition through your bond with the artifact spirit. Golden core stage is enough? Lu Chen paused for a moment before a smile spread across his face. Sect leader, I may be unworthy, but in a few days, I should be ready to attempt forming my golden core. These words left Qingshu Zhenren momentarily stunned. He leaned forward slightly, studying Lu Chen carefully. It was then that he noticed the essence of Lu Chen's mana had already condensed into a liquid state, faintly glowing and flowing beneath his skin, showing signs of crystallization. This was a clear mark of someone at the peak of the crystallization stage. The faint green glow emanating from the twinfish pendant Lu Chen wore had a certain ability to conceal his aura. Previously, when Lu Chen's cultivation was much lower, the gap between their power levels allowed Qingshu Zhenren to discern his exact stage at a glance. But now, with Lu Chen having reached the late crystallization stage, the narrowing gap in their cultivation levels made it harder for Qingshu Zhenren to immediately detect his progress. Late crystallization stage? Qingshu Zhenren's eyes flashed with surprise, and his voice unconsciously rose. You brat, what kind of cultivation method are you using? He clearly remembered that during the sword tomb trial, Lu Chen had only just barely reached the crystallization stage. Although the crystallization stage is considered a transitional phase, it requires meticulous effort to compress and refine mana into a state suitable for forming a golden core. Even for a prodigy, this process typically takes several years. Lu Chen had been away for just over a month, yet his cultivation had already reached the peak of the crystallization stage. Such rapid progress left Master Qingshu utterly astonished. He scrutinized Lu Chen carefully, finding the young man's aura robust and pure, without the slightest trace of shortcuts or trickery. Moreover, a righteous energy surrounded him, and his foundation was impressively solid. Lu Chen, tell me honestly, how exactly have you been cultivating? Master Qingshu asked in a deep voice. Though it was somewhat inappropriate to inquire about another's methods of cultivation, Lu Chen's extraordinary progress was too unusual to ignore. As the sect leader, he felt compelled to address this. Lu Chen noticed the concern in his master's eyes and had already prepared a response. He raised his right hand, and a radiant glow of spiritual energy appeared in his palm. The aura emanating from the glow made Master Qings's pupils contract. It was unmistakably the majesty of the heavenly Tao. The aura of the heavenly Tao. Master Qingshu muttered in disbelief. You're actually one of the rare few with a heavenly Tao foundation. At that moment, he finally understood why Lu Chen's progress was so astonishing. He had initially assumed that Lu Chen had relied on the azure lotus to build a solid foundation, but it turned out the young man had been concealing an extraordinary talent all along. Someone with a heavenly Tao foundation has a natural gift that surpasses even the yet-awakened exiled immortals. Master Qings's eyes gleamed with excitement. Having cultivated for centuries as the sect leader, it was rare for anything to shake him. But this discovery was nothing short of extraordinary. For 1,000 years since the founding of Mount Shu, no one other than the sect's founding patriarch had possessed a heavenly Tao foundation. This meant that Lu Chen had the potential to become a defining figure of his era. From now on, until you have absolute strength, you must never allow anyone to detect the heavenly Tao aura within you, Master Qingshu warned solemnly. Lu Chen immediately nodded in agreement. He understood that this confession not only dispelled the sect leader's doubts, but also earned him the genuine trust and support of Mount Shu. No matter how quickly his cultivation advanced in the future, with the sect leader's backing, others would have no grounds to question him. After a brief pause, Master Qingshu added, since you've already reached the peak of the crystallization stage, your next step should be to prepare for core formation. Have you planned out the method for it? Cultivators have their own unique secret methods for forming a golden core. Qingshu Jinren raised his hands lightly, and a beam of magical light emerged, presenting the profound mysteries of 13 golden core formation techniques before Lu Chen. The sword pellet of Shu Shan, the immaculate core of traditional Taoist sects, the Buddhist relic, the Confucian core script, and the various arcane methods of the demonic sect. Qingshu Jinren's voice flowed steadily. Each method has its strengths and weaknesses, and their effectiveness depends on the practitioner's talent and cultivation level. With a slight motion of his finger, two main methods of golden core formation used by Shu Shan appeared within the light. In Shu Shan, we have two primary methods, fire tempering for sword pellets and water tempering for inner cores, further divided into 13 secret techniques. I can teach you all of them. Lu Chen carefully observed the characteristics of each method. The starry secret technique, once used by the sect leader, could forge a starry golden core within the body. While its potential was immense, it required compatibility with the practitioner. Other techniques, though each had their own merits, were relatively limited in scope and could not compare to the overwhelming dominance of the twin golden cores. Thank you, sect leader. I will need time to study them thoroughly, Lu Chen said respectfully. In his mind, he calculated that even if these techniques were not suitable for him, they could serve as valuable references and might help his younger sister, Luli, in the future. Of course, this would require the sect leader's permission. Qingshu Jinren nodded in approval and handed Lu Chen a bronze sword token. Forging a golden core is no trivial matter. You may use this token to access the heavenly pool and draw upon its spiritual energy. The heavenly pool, a sacred site of Shu Shan, gathered the spiritual energy of the entire sect and was protected by a specialized defensive formation to aid cultivators. Ordinary disciples were not permitted entry. Only true disciples or elders attempting breakthroughs could use it. Thank you, sect leader. Lu Chen accepted the token with reverence. Qingshu Jinren then gave detailed instructions on the nuances of forming a golden core before concluding. As for the matter of the Taiji seal, we will address it after you've achieved your golden core breakthrough. Be fully prepared. Your heavenly Tao foundation has granted you a solid base, but the resistance during your breakthrough will also be greater. I understand, sect leader, Lu Chen replied. As he prepared to leave, a thought suddenly came to him. Sect leader, regarding the matter of the traitor, are there any leads? Hearing this, Qingshu Jinren let out a sigh. Lu Chen shook his head and said, I've secretly investigated everyone in Shu Shan, including the heads of the 7 peaks. There's no problem with any of them. Frowning deeply, he continued pondering the issue of the traitor. Whoever it was, even the sect master couldn't find them. They must have either left Shushan or were hiding exceptionally well. Could such a person truly be controlled by the remnants of the Blood Soul sect? Or was it possible that this person was actually the one pulling the strings behind the Blood Soul sect? Unable to make sense of it, Lu Chen decided to stop overthinking. If even the sect master was at a loss, there was no point in him worrying. Judging from all the signs, this person's power shouldn't surpass that of the sect master. Otherwise, they wouldn't be skulking around in the shadows. As long as the sect master remained, Shushan would be safe. After leaving the Sword Immortal Hall, Qingshu Jinren did not, as usual, retreat into meditation. Instead, his face was frosty with anger. The Blood Soul sect dares to target our Shushan disciples? Do they really think we're easy to bully? For years, he had secluded himself to guard the demon sealing tower and the well of gods and demons. Did the world truly believe Shushan was defenseless? With that thought, Qingshu Jinren swung his sword, tearing through the void. From the rippling space, Tianquan Jinren stepped forward. Senior brother, you summoned me. What are your orders? The remnants of the Blood Soul sect are stirring up trouble everywhere, even attempting to release the blood demon upon the world. They dared to ambush our Shushan disciples. This cannot go unpunished. Junior brother, I must trouble you to descend the mountain and deal with this. Back at his secluded courtyard in the rear mountain, Lu Chen had just entered the gates when he heard the delightful sound of a nursery rhyme. Looking up, he saw Xia Ningxuang sitting under the shade of a tree, teaching Luli a countryside song. Spotting Lu Chen, Luli immediately bounced over to him, holding out her little hand. Big brother Lu Chen, you promised to buy me something yummy. With a sigh, Lu Chen pulled a small porcelain bottle out of his storage pouch. Stop thinking about candied hawthorn all the time. Here, have a vitality pill. It's good for your energy and tastes like candy. Luli hesitantly tried a piece, only to wrinkle her face in disgust and attempt to spit it out. Before she could, Lu Chen tapped her throat, making her swallow it. Ugh, you tricked me. It's not sweet at all. Good medicine tastes bitter at first, but it has a sweet aftertaste. Drink some water, and you'll see. Really, really, I never lie. The little girl pouted and ran off to the kitchen. Watching their playful exchange, Xia Ningxuang's usually cool demeanor softened into a faint smile. She explained to Lu Chen that she had come to check on him and felt relieved to see him safe. She also mentioned her plans to retreat into seclusion at Yawang Peak for a while. Lu Chen chuckled and said, go ahead and enter seclusion. It's not like we won't see each other again. Shushan is so small, we'll cross paths sooner or later. No need to act like it's some final farewell. Xia Ningxuang nodded in agreement. Although she seemed to have more to say, she ultimately left without speaking further. As Lu Chen was about to head back to his room, a streak of sword light cut through the air, landing at the courtyard gate. A voice followed shortly after. Inner disciple Zhou Ping requests an audience with senior brother Lu Chen. Inner disciple Zhou Ping, here to pay respects to senior brother Lu Chen of the true inheritance. In the courtyard during the early morning, Lu Chen looked up at the sound of the greeting. Standing outside the gate was a young man, appearing around 27 or 28 years old. He wore simple clothing, had an unremarkable face, and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He carried no flying sword, and his entire demeanor was calm and restrained. If placed among a crowd, he would easily be overlooked. This utterly ordinary appearance even made Lu Chen, who prided himself on his sharp memory, uncertain if he had ever encountered this person before. Zhou Ping, inner disciple. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Though harboring some doubts, he noted Zhou Ping's courteous manner and opened the gate to let him in. Zhou Ping stepped into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping leisurely around, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Serene and elegant senior brother, this residence is quite the retreat for cultivating one's mind and spirit. Lu Chen was quietly observing him when he suddenly noticed a faint golden glow with each of Zhou Ping's breaths. Though his aura was subdued, with the aid of his spiritual sight, Lu Chen could perceive what seemed like tangible sword energy emanating from Zhou Ping's body, an unmistakable sign of a golden core sword orb. You've already reached the golden core stage. According to sect rules, you should have been promoted to elder or stationed at the Hall of Justice to oversee a region. Why do you still refer to yourself as an inner disciple? I only just broke through and emerged from seclusion. I haven't yet officially registered with the sect, so for now, I remain an inner disciple, Zhou Ping replied with a smile. His gaze then shifted to the sword case behind Lu Chen, his expression turning complicated. Calm and harmonious, no longer echoing with mournful cries or radiating murderous intent. It seems senior brother has fully subdued the divine sword Te. These words stirred Lu Chen's memory. He recalled the sword bestowal ceremony, where one of the inner disciples who had first rushed toward the peak suffused with murderous energy bore a resemblance to Zhou Ping. There were also rumors of a disciple with mediocre talent who had participated in the sword bestowal ceremony every year for the past 10 years, always aiming for the peak and failing repeatedly, earning him the nickname Sword Fanatic. Are you the Sword Fanatic? Lu Chen ventured cautiously. Sword fanatic? Zhou Ping chuckled lightly and shook his head. My name is Zhou Ping. Ping, as in unwilling to remain ordinary. Yet after all these years, no one seems to remember me. His tone carried a hint of bitterness. But for someone like me, it's only natural to be forgotten, isn't it? Average talent, ordinary foundation. Even the simplest mortal foundation building. I failed 7 times and spent 6 years just barely managing to crystallize my spiritual power. Among all of Mount Shu, I'm as unremarkable as they come. Compared to a prodigy like senior brother, there's no comparison at all. How could someone like me dare to covet the divine sword Tai? And so, they said I was delusional, a fool, an idiot. They weren't entirely wrong. His voice was calm, but there was an undeniable tinge of helplessness in his tone. The world only knew of an overreaching sword fanatic, but they didn't know that Mount Shu also had someone named Zhou Ping. So, every year you fight for the sword, is it to make them remember you? Yes, and no. He replied with a faint smile, tinged with shyness. I just wanted to see if someone as ordinary as me could achieve something extraordinary. Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze turning complicated. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. Did you come today to challenge me for Tai? Senior brother, your heart is pure, and your divine prowess that day left me in awe. Zhou Ping paused, his eyes flashing with admiration. You are undoubtedly worthy of Tai. The divine sword chooses its master. I wouldn't dare to seize it by force. He shook his head slightly, but then his tone shifted abruptly. Yet I have been a sword fanatic for 10 years because of it. And in my heart, I cannot let it go. Today, I was fortunate enough to break through to the Golden Core stage. Soon, he'll be assigned to the Hall of Justice and Evil, stationed at a sword monument in some faraway land. Before I leave, I want to truly witness the power of the divine sword, just to give myself some closure. At Mount Shu, disciples who broke through to the Golden Core stage but weren't chosen as core disciples often faced 2 paths: to become an elder of the sect, responsible for teaching outer disciples, or to join the Hall of Justice and Evil, guarding the sword monuments and subduing demons. Mount Shu's domain was vast, and in remote areas, if demons caused trouble, disciples might not arrive in time, necessitating strong guardians stationed there. Clearly, Zhou Ping had no desire to become an idle elder. He wanted to venture out, sharpen himself, and perhaps even take on the path of suppressing demons. You want me to wield the divine sword Tai and fight you? Lu Chen's sharp gaze locked onto him. Yes, Zhou Ping replied without a trace of fear. I know that even though I've reached the Golden Core stage, the gap between us is still immense. But even so, if I don't have this battle, I will never be at peace. Please grant me this, senior brother. He bowed slightly, then straightened his posture. His aura surged, and sword energy radiated like a rainbow. The brilliance of his sword light was dazzling, his battle intent blazing like fire. In an instant, this once unremarkable young man seemed to merge with his sword, emanating a dazzling brilliance. Lu Chen's heart couldn't help but stir. At that moment, Zhou Ping's determination and relentless effort reminded him of his former self, ordinary, unnoticed, perhaps even forgotten by those around him. But now, Zhou Ping was striving to shine, to surpass his limits. If it weren't for the system, would he have pursued his unrealized dreams with such courage? Lu Chen shook his head. That question, it seemed, didn't need an answer. Casting aside his tumultuous thoughts, he looked up at Zhou Ping and said, I will not fight you here and now. Why? Zhou Ping was taken aback, the light in his eyes dimming slightly. You've reached the Golden Core stage, but I am still in the crystallization stage, Lu Chen said firmly. If I were to fight you now, it would be too presumptuous. Wait for 3 days. Once I break through to the Golden Core stage, we can have our duel. How about that? Zhou Ping stood stunned for a moment. Everyone at Mount Shu knew of Lu Chen's legendary feats, including slaying Golden Core level demon cultivators. With his unparalleled talent and the aid of the divine sword Tai, he feared no Golden Core master. For him to insist on a fair fight despite not yet reaching the Golden Core stage was undoubtedly an act of respect. You truly see me as an opponent and want to give me a fair chance, Zhou Ping thought, his heart warming with gratitude for this respect. Very well. 3 days from now, I will come to seek your guidance, senior brother. Zhou Ping took a deep breath, retracted his sword energy, stepped back 3 paces, and bowed deeply. His eyes were filled with resolute determination and anticipation. Brother Lu Chen, why did you agree to fight that person? Not long after Zhou Ping left, the young girl Luli came out of the kitchen, carrying a steaming plate of mapo tofu. Her bright eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at the little girl who had been following him around and gave a gentle smile. Don't underestimate Zhou Ping. Although his talent is average, he has managed to endure the impact of the malevolent energy every year without harming his foundation. Now he's even succeeded in forming a core. That kind of perseverance is extraordinary. If he can let go of his obsessions, he might achieve something truly remarkable in the future. If I can help Shushan gain a strong cultivator with just a small effort, why not? Is that really all there is to it? Luli blinked, clearly unsatisfied with his answer. Having been by Lu Chen's side for so long, she knew him too well. Though he was righteous, he wasn't the type to act selflessly without reason. Self-interest? There's some of that too, Lu Chen admitted frankly. Among Shushan's 9 core disciples, the other 8 are all at least at the golden core stage and have deep roots in the sect. While I have the divine sword and the favor of the headmaster, the fact remains that my cultivation level is the lowest. The other core disciples are out training now, but once they return, my authority as the 9th core disciple might be hard to maintain. Seeing Lu Li's confusion, Lu Chen elaborated. Whether it's talent or camaraderie, to truly earn respect, strength is what ultimately matters. While this battle may not establish my dominance, it's crucial for my bid for the swordmaster position. The headmaster's favor is helpful, but strength, achievements, and support are all indispensable. This fight with Zhou Ping serves both our purposes. As he spoke, he reached out and picked up a piece of tofu from the plate Luli was holding. After tasting it, he frowned. Too salty. Salty. Luli refused to believe it. She grabbed a piece herself, licked her fingers, and retorted, I don't think it's salty at all. Seeing her reaction, Lu Chen guessed that she had just taken an essence pill, leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. He quickly made an excuse. You can have dinner by yourself. I'm not hungry. I'm heading back to my room to cultivate. With that, he hurried off to the study, leaving Luli pouting and mumbling to herself. It's all your fault for tricking me into eating that so-called candy. He'll never trust brother Lu Chen again. Back in his study, Lu Chen activated a protective array before opening the system interface to review the spoils from his recent Wind Plains expedition. Aside from the experience points he had already used, the ambush by the Blood Soul sect had unexpectedly yielded some significant gains. The battle at the Linfeng City's branch turned out to be highly rewarding. As Lu Chen tallied up the experience points, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The combination of the ghost diagram and the 2 golden core soul reapers, greed and hatred, alone contributed nearly 50,000 experience points. This was after deducting the cost of upgrading the Celestial Eye technique and having the points due to one of them self-destructing. Adding the gains from other minor enemies, his total experience points soared to an unprecedented 60,000. Staring at the strikingly high number on the system interface, determination flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. He already had a clear plan for this fortune. My cultivation level and swordsmanship have improved significantly. It's time to enhance the 9-syllable mantra runes. The 9-syllable mantra runes are a secret Taoist technique with vast potential and versatile applications. Previously, Lu Chen had only unlocked the Lin rune, which allowed him to utilize various abilities such as the Strength rune and the Golden Body rune, helping him achieve numerous victories in battle. However, progressing further required a massive amount of experience points, which had kept him from advancing. 9-syllable mantra rune, Lin rune, advanced evolution, full mastery of its power. Advancement cost, 30,000 experience points. Seeing the number, Lu Chen took a sharp breath. 30,000 experience points were indeed a painful expenditure, which was why he had previously prioritized using his points to enhance his cultivation and swordsmanship. But he knew that to unlock the subsequent runes, he first needed to fully master the initial one. These points need to be spent sooner or later. Now that I've got a surplus, let's do this. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen decisively pressed the confirm button. The system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations. Advanced evolution completed. You have fully mastered the power of the Lin rune. Another notification followed. Due to your mastery of the Lin rune, you have comprehended a divine ability, Celestial Descent. The effect of Celestial Descent immediately caught Lu Chen's attention. Upon activation, it temporarily grants the user the power of a celestial being. The specific enhancement depends on the user's cultivation level and physical strength. This ability was far more comprehensive and powerful than the summoning techniques he had seen in movies. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the divine empowerment. Although this power was only borrowed and would leave the user severely weakened afterward, as a trump card, it was more than sufficient. Its power shouldn't be any weaker than the sword aura left behind by the sword god. Even if someone like Xiang Ao, that ancient monster, breaks free from his seal, I can at least protect myself. Lu Chen calculated inwardly and felt that the 30,000 points were well worth it. With the Lin rune perfected, the other 8 runes lit up as well, awaiting his selection. After extensive research into Taoist texts, Lu Chen was already well versed in the functions of each rune. He had long decided on the 2nd-syllable mantra rune to unlock. The glyph of the Xing character shimmered with a mysterious brilliance before Lu Chen, a rune symbolizing freedom of body and mind, quietly awaiting his decision. After thorough consideration, Lu Chen finally spent 5,000 experience points to choose the secret of the Xing character from the 9-character mantra. This choice was not made lightly. While Lu Chen had made significant progress in areas such as magic, physical strength, and swordsmanship, his movement speed remained a notable weakness. Currently, he only possessed a technique called the Bloodlight Escape technique, which required burning his vital essence, a costly and inefficient method that he had never used in actual combat. On most occasions, he had to rely on sword riding or magical flight, which left him at a disadvantage when facing opponents skilled in mobility. As the Xing character rune merged into him, two foundational divine abilities were revealed to Lu Chen, divine movement talisman, and shrinking the ground into inches. The former could drastically boost his speed, while the latter allowed rapid traversal within a specific range, making both abilities invaluable for pursuits or retreats. Even more enticing was the ultimate divine ability, boundless distance, which had yet to be unlocked. Once mastered, this ability would enable its user to traverse vast distances instantaneously, reaching anywhere their divine sense could perceive, akin to the Buddhist power of divine foot travel. However, advancing to this level would require at least 100,000 experience points. Raising his hand to test the new ability, Lu Chen lightly traced the Xing character rune with his fingertip. In an instant, a flash of light sparked, and his figure appeared in the courtyard. With a mere thought, he returned to the study in the blink of an eye, moving so swiftly it was imperceptible to the naked eye. This was the effect of the divine movement talisman. Next, he activated, shrinking the ground into inches, taking a single step that covered 100 jang. This range, he knew, would only grow as his cultivation advanced. Impressive. With the power of the Xing character mantra, handling demons and evils during future journeys will be much smoother, Lu Chen remarked with satisfaction, nodding to himself. He then checked his remaining experience points just over 20,000. For now, he decided to save them. Raising his Howren sword chi to the 5th level required 30,000 experience points, and he had yet to fully explore the potential of the Grand River sword intent. At that moment, Lu Chen recalled the treasure chest he had obtained from Xiangao. With a wave of his sleeve, a golden, radiant chest flew out from his storage pouch. Upon careful inspection, he found it contained not only a large number of common items like spirit-gathering pills, healing pills, and detoxification pills, but also a rare treasure, the soul-nourishing pill. No wonder Xiangao had managed to preserve his nascent soul for centuries after his physical body had been destroyed. It turned out that this miraculous pill had nourished his soul and divine sense, paving the way for his eventual rebirth through possession. In the world of cultivation, tempering the body is the easiest, refining chi comes next, but cultivating the spirit is the hardest. A single misstep in spirit cultivation can lead to devastating consequences. This is an unbreakable law in the cultivation world. Lu Chen gazed at the 3 bottles of soul-nourishing pills in his hand, his fingers gently brushing the smooth surface of the bottles. Each bottle held 10 pills, their crystalline brilliance faintly glowing within the jade containers. These pills were rare treasures for nourishing the soul. Consuming them all would undoubtedly enhance the strength of his soul to a whole new level. Before reaching the nascent soul stage, such an advantage was immeasurable. His eyes briefly glanced at the sword case beside him, where the spirit of the artifact, Cui Yin, resided. As a pure soul entity, she would actually benefit more from these soul-nourishing pills. However, after careful consideration, Lu Chen decided to prioritize himself for now. He resolved to care for the artifact's spirit later when he could find the method or materials to refine more of these pills. In addition to the pills, Lu Chen had procured a rare and precious natural treasure, the taishui. This plump, fungus-like treasure was said in legends to grant immortality and regenerate flesh and blood when consumed. While the rumors were exaggerated, it was undeniable that using it during foundation building could ensure the creation of an unparalleled golden core and the attainment of an indestructible body. Originally, he intended to save the taishui for Luli to use during her foundation establishment. But considering that he had recently awakened the divine ability of heavenly descent, his current physique might not be able to withstand its power. Thus, he decided to keep it for himself. If used during the formation of his golden core, combined with the nourishment of the taishui, it might be enough to forge a body capable of bearing divine power. Lu Chen opened the Yellow Springs diagram and placed the taishui inside to be purified, ensuring there were no hidden dangers. Within the diagram, a blue and a white lotus swayed gently in the waters of the Yellow Springs. The blue lotus was in full bloom, while the white lotus had yet to mature. I had intended to prepare foundation building materials for Luli, but it seems fate had other plans. Lu Chen sighed softly. He carefully stored the purified taishui and performed a simple refinement on a few magical artifacts to prepare for future use. With this, all the gains from his journey to the Wind Realm had been fully processed. The next focus was on how to condense his golden core. Though he possessed the method for forming twin golden cores and had the Yellow Springs water and Samadhi true fire to aid him, the issue of breaking through to the nascent soul stage remained unresolved. This uncertainty made Lu Chen hesitant to act rashly. As he furrowed his brows in thought, the sword case behind him trembled, and Cui Yin emerged gracefully. Master, are you troubled by the prospect of failing to break through to the nascent soul stage after forming the twin golden cores? Indeed. Do you have a solution? Lu Chen turned to look at the artifact spirit, who had partially awakened memories of her past life. My current strength is far from restored. and I am but a fragment of a soul. How could I possess such abilities? However, if Master could fully master the Taiji seal, its power to harmonize yin and yang might provide the answer, Cui Yinyan suggested. The Taiji seal? Exactly. The concept of yin and yang, the duality of life, is best embodied in the Wudong Taiji. If I could obtain the Taiji seal and harness its power of yin and yang, perhaps I could break through the bottleneck of the dual golden core. Although there's no concrete evidence yet, even a sliver of hope is still a breakthrough. Lu Chen was suddenly enlightened by Cui Yanyan's reminder, as if a bucket of clarity had been poured over his mind. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Excellent. Yanyan, your reminder has truly been a great help. Hearing his praise, Cui Yanyan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she replied softly, "It's my honor to assist you, Master." She paused, a trace of worry flickering in her gaze. However, my brother is incredibly powerful. After succumbing to demonic influence, his strength has soared, and he has prematurely awakened his past life wisdom. His abilities must be extraordinary now. If you wish to obtain the Taiji seal, you'll likely have to defeat him first. Upon hearing this, a cold glint appeared in Lu Chen's eyes, and his brow furrowed slightly. Since the Blood Soul sect has already marked me as an enemy, I will settle this grudge. Once my golden core is perfected, I'll make them pay for their sins one by one. His tone was resolute, and his plan was set in his mind. To acquire the Taiji seal, he would first have to deal with the young master of the Blood Soul sect, but this could only be done after his breakthrough. At the same time, this process might trigger a mission related to the remnants of the demonic sect, potentially yielding substantial rewards. With all preparations in place, Lu Chen felt firm in his decision. Without further hesitation, he rose and headed toward the door, preparing to journey to the heavenly pool to refine his golden core. Before leaving, he made a special visit to the cold pool in the rear mountain to check on Chen Qingfeng. After all, Chen Qingfeng was the previous master of the Teia sword. Although Lu Chen now wielded the Teia sword, he had yet to fully unleash its true power. In previous battles, he had relied only on the sword's sharpness, not its divine energy or malevolent aura. This visit aimed to seek Chen Qingfeng's guidance on how to truly master the Teia sword and unleash its hidden ferocity and malevolence. However, the result was disappointing. Chen Qingfeng seemed to be in a deep slumber and gave no response. Unable to force the matter, Lu Chen sighed in resignation, tossed a jar of fine wine into the pool as an offering, and turned to leave. When he returned to the courtyard, he found Luli still napping peacefully under the shade of a tree, her expression serene, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. He called out to her a couple of times, but she didn't react at all. Seeing her sleep so soundly, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly, thinking, all you do is sleep, and if you must, at least sleep in your room. The ground is so cold. Just as he was about to carry her back to her room, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from her, like a vortex of celestial energy spiraling outward, forcing him to take a few steps back. This energy wasn't ordinary magic, but celestial energy. Lu Chen froze momentarily, murmuring to himself, this girl, could she be forming her foundation? He stared in astonishment at the vortex of spiritual energy radiating from Luli. The scene was utterly baffling. Forming a foundation while dreaming? That was beyond comprehension. He had been planning to help her gather suitable materials for foundation building. Yet here she was, breaking through effortlessly in her sleep, without any preparation or even a hint of tension, calm and steady, as if it were an ordinary dream. Could this be the innate gift of a reincarnated celestial? To summon celestial energy in a dream and seamlessly achieve foundation establishment? Wake up and become a foundation establishment cultivator? This feels even easier than cheating in a game. Damn it. Lu Chen felt a bit annoyed. When he used to cheat, he still had to grind hard, kill monsters, and defeat bosses. Look at her eat, sleep, repeat. How carefree can it get? Leveling up a new character really is a breeze. But on second thought, who knows how much time and effort she put in during her previous life to ascend to immortality. Now, reincarnated to cultivate again, relying on her past life's foundation, it does make sense. With his system, Lu Chen knew ascending to immortality was only a matter of time. His future achievements might not even be inferior to hers, so there was no need to be envious. Judging by the looks of it, the girl would probably sleep for a few more days. With the celestial aura protecting her, there was no need to worry about her safety. After some consideration, Lu Chen decided to play it safe. He used his magical power to form a straw figure and allowed Cui Yinyan's spirit to possess it, leaving it behind to guard the house. Once everything was set, he leapt into the air, shrinking the ground beneath his feet, and in a few moments, he had already left the back mountain and was nearing the heavenly pool. The heavenly pool of Mount Shu was located atop the peak above the Sword Immortal Hall. It was the convergence point of Mount Shu's spiritual veins. The sect's largest spirit-gathering formation was set up here, drawing spiritual energy from the surrounding mountains to maintain the sect's array and support the disciples' cultivation needs. The excess spiritual energy condensed into spirit liquid, stored as an energy reserve to sustain the mountain protecting array during critical moments. It was said that the top-tier mountain protecting formation of Mount Shu could even withstand heavenly tribulations when fully activated, though no one could confirm whether this was true. The heavenly pool was naturally safeguarded by a formation barrier, so there was no need for disciples to guard it. Lu Chen simply activated the sword token bestowed by the sect master, allowing him to pass through the barrier and enter the heavenly pool. Surrounded by mist and shimmering waves, the heavenly pool resembled a piece of amber embedded in the sky, dazzling and radiant. The abundant spiritual energy rushed toward him, and with just one breath, he felt refreshed and invigorated. It was indeed an ideal place for cultivation. If one could retreat here for a few years of cultivation, even a mediocre cultivator would make rapid progress. However, the cost of such a privilege was no small matter. The spiritual energy accumulated in the heavenly pool represented the sect's foundation, and unless absolutely necessary, it would not be lightly opened for use. With that thought, Lu Chen sat cross-legged and prepared to begin condensing his golden core, taking a significant step toward transformation. He silently recited the incantation, summoning the yellow spring diagram to draw out a single drop of yellow spring water. Diluted by his magical power and the surrounding spiritual energy, the drop of water flowed through his meridians into his chi. It began to cleanse the surging river of magical power within him, like waves sifting through sand, condensing the sword core golden dan within his body. At the same time, Samadhi true fire quietly emerged. Enveloped by his magical power, the flame spread across his entire body. Bathed in golden light, Lu Chen felt an intense heat as cracks appeared on his skin. Yet, he remained calm and focused even more deeply. He then retrieved a piece of tai sui from his storage pouch and cast it into the true fire. The dark red liquid dripped down, seeping into the cracks and nourishing his body, restoring it. At this moment, he was like a sword embryo being forged, tempered by both fire and water, gradually undergoing a complete transformation. As time passed, Lu Chen's physical body began to take on a dark golden hue. His muscles and bones became as solid as metal, while his blood thickened like mercury, eventually condensing into a single blood droplet that floated into his chi. Before long, the embryonic form of the golden core had taken shape. Two Dan spheres rotated slowly within his chi, one azure and one crimson. The azure sword core, formed by condensed magical power and purified by the yellow spring water, carried a yin attribute. The crimson blood droplet, shaped by his essence and physique and tempered by Samadhi true fire, carried a yang attribute. Each Dan sphere occupied one side of the chi, yin and yang converging, gazing at each other as if achieving a harmonious balance. The twin golden cores had taken their initial form. The embryonic form of the golden core was complete. Lu Chen gazed at the two embryonic golden cores suspended within his chi, one green, one red emitting a faint glow. He let out a quiet breath of relief. At last, he had crossed the first major hurdle in breaking through to the golden core stage. He knew all too well that many cultivators faltered at this step. Some failed due to insufficient accumulation, others because their spiritual power lacked the required intensity, and still others harmed their very essence by using incomplete secret techniques. His success, however, was owed to his solid foundation and the extraordinary treasures he had obtained, the netherworld water and the Samadhi true flame. With their assistance, the entire condensation process had unfolded as smoothly as flowing water, without the slightest hindrance. But this was only the beginning. These embryonic golden cores were far from complete. They required constant refinement until they became perfectly rounded and translucent, transforming his spiritual power into golden sands of pure energy before he could claim true mastery. Lu Chen had not chosen the commonly used method of the Shu Mountain disciples, which involved smelting sword cores into golden cores using fire techniques. While that approach was swift and powerful, it was overly aggressive and prone to flaws. Instead, he opted for the more stable method of refining with netherworld water. This would purify the sword core further and imbue his spiritual power with greater longevity and resilience. Simultaneously, he used the Samadhi true flame to temper his physical body, ensuring not only an indestructible golden physique, but also infusing his blood with the might of true fire. This would grant him an effect comparable to possessing an innate pure yang constitution, laying a solid foundation for forging an immortal sword embryo in the future. He calmed his mind, focusing intently as he activated the twin secret technique. With the steady flow of spiritual power and essence through his meridians, his spiritual energy gradually condensed from liquid form into faintly golden sands. Golden light patterns began to surface on his skin, glowing faintly. The two golden cores within his body spiraled and danced, growing rapidly to the size of fingertips. They shimmered, crystalline and pure, radiating a brilliant golden light. At that very moment, dark clouds began to churn over the heavenly pool, lightning flickering ominously within. This was the harbinger of the golden core lightning tribulation. Breaking through to the golden core stage signified transcending the mortal coil, extending one's lifespan by hundreds of years, and defying the natural order of life and death. Naturally, such a feat required the approval of the heavens. Passing the tribulation would result in a more radiant and flawless golden core. Failing, though not fatal, would shatter the golden core, rendering all prior efforts futile. Lu Chen lifted his gaze to the tribulation clouds above, his eyes sharp as blades. For now, the clouds were still sparse, containing only a single bolt of heavenly lightning. If he wished, he could summon it at any moment, endure the tribulation, and ascend to the golden core stage. However, a mere first-grade golden core was far from sufficient for someone as gifted as a Heavendao Foundation cultivator. Golden cores could undergo 9 refinements, each grade representing a level of purification and fortification. These 2 golden cores had only just completed their first refinement and had not yet reached their full potential. For cultivators with even a modest level of talent, they must at least reach the 3rd grade. Those exceptional enough to achieve a heavenly foundation establishment often aim for the 6th grade, refining and tempering their golden cores 6 times. This results in purer spiritual energy and grants a significant extension to their lifespan. Lu Chen opened his eyes, a spark of determination gleaming within them. Since I have established the heavenly foundation, I must perfect the condensation of my golden core. A 9-turn golden Carino, 2 9th-grade golden cores. This is the only way to live up to the name of being invincible. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes again and focused his mind. He summoned the Samadhi true fire and the sacred water of the yellow springs, cultivating both internally and externally, blending fire and water in harmony. Under this dual refinement, the 2 golden cores within his sea of energy continuously ascended in quality, reaching new heights with each step. After 2 refinements, the golden cores emitted the brilliance of the 2nd grade. After 3 refinements, they advanced to the 3rd grade. Meanwhile, the thunderclouds above the heavenly pool underwent dramatic changes. Lightning arcs, initially as thin as a thumb, swelled into thunderous serpents as thick as an arm, continuing to grow in size and ferocity. This was the double-edged sword of tempering golden cores. The higher the grade achieved, the greater the power and lifespan gained, but the corresponding heavenly tribulation would also multiply in intensity. For this reason, most cultivators dared not recklessly enhance the grade of their golden cores. Even if one could create a 9th-grade golden core, failing to withstand the tribulation could lead to not only the loss of all progress, but also severe injury or even death. At the same time, on the plaza at the foot of Mount Shu, numerous disciples practicing their sword techniques suddenly noticed the abrupt change in the weather. Above them, dark clouds churned, lightning surged, and the air grew oppressively heavy. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the sky. The disciples looked up, only to see serpentine bolts of lightning coiling through the clouds, illuminating the heavens with an awe-inspiring brilliance and exuding an overwhelming pressure. A tribulation cloud. Such a terrifying tribulation cloud, covering half the sky. This phenomenon, could it be that an elder is about to break through to the nascent soul stage? You're mistaken. This is clearly golden core tribulation. But even for that, such a scale is exceedingly rare. The disciples broke into animated discussion. Someone began analyzing. Look at the tribulation cloud. It has already gathered 6 bolts of lightning. This must be for a 6th grade golden core. The heavenly pool is restricted to elders and core disciples. All of our elders are already beyond the golden core stage, and most of the core disciples are out on their journeys. That leaves only the newly appointed 9th core disciple, Lu Chen, who has yet to condense his core. As the disciples marveled at how Lu Chen was on the verge of reaching the golden core stage in just 2 months, the celestial phenomenon above continued to intensify. Under their astonished gazes, a 7th bolt of lightning slowly emerged from the roiling clouds. Rumble! The clouds churned like waves, dark and oppressive, pressing down so heavily that it felt suffocating. Lightning twisted and surged within the blackened clouds, illuminating the terrified faces of the onlookers as thunder roared incessantly. At that moment, the 7th bolt of lightning slowly emerged from the stormy clouds, more solid and imposing than the 6 before it, radiating an even greater aura of power. The 7th heavenly tribulation is forming. Is senior brother Lu Chen attempting to break through to the 7th grade? A disciple exclaimed in astonishment. This is incredible. The power of this 7th tribulation is far more terrifying than the previous 6. Even Gu Chongqing struggled to endure this back in the day. Senior brother Lu Chen is also the master of the divine sword. His talent is no less than Gu Chongqing's. It makes sense that he would attempt to reach the 7th grade. The crowd erupted in heated discussion, their voices filled with awe and reverence. Yet, in the brief moments of their exchange, the clouds trembled once more, and the 8th bolt of lightning began to take shape, thicker and more powerful than the 7th, its might even greater. This sight left everyone frozen in place, their chatter abruptly silenced. The eighth heavenly tribulation? An eighth-grade golden core? Someone murmured, their voice trembling with disbelief. This was unheard of. Not only were the disciples stunned, but even the elders and the heads of the six peaks revealed expressions of shock as they gazed at the eighth tribulation cloud. An eighth-grade golden core was a realm they themselves had never dared to aspire to in their youth. In the history of Mount Shu, only the former sect master, Qingshu Zhenren, and the senior brother, Chen Qingfeng, had barely reached this level through their extraordinary abilities. Across the entire world, whether in Buddhist, Taoist, Confucian schools, or even the now declining 100 schools of thought, only a handful of prodigies had ever managed to forge an eighth-grade golden core. To them, an eighth-grade golden core was almost synonymous with the potential to become a future sword god. With such a foundation, one could almost certainly break through to the nascent soul stage in the future, with a significant chance of reaching the deity transformation stage, and even achieving the pinnacle of three flowers gathered on top, attaining unity with heaven and earth, a path to divinity in the way of the sword. Lu Chen, does this guy truly have such ambition? To aim for the sword god's level? An elder muttered under his breath. This boy certainly dreams big. Within the hall of sword immortals, Qingshu Zhenren slightly raised his brows, his gaze piercing through the walls of the hall to look toward the heavenly pool. Observing the 8 bolts of lightning, he merely nodded faintly. He was well aware of Lu Chen's heavenly Tao foundation. With such talent, attempting to achieve an 8th-grade golden core was expected. Should Lu Chen succeed in overcoming this tribulation, he would indeed possess the bearing of a sword god. However, in the next instant, the entire storm cloud began to shake violently. A faint golden light burst forth from within, illuminating half the sky in a dazzling radiance. A golden bolt of lightning, several times thicker than the previous 8, and exuding an overwhelming aura, began to emerge from the clouds. Golden divine lightning, someone cried out in shock. That's the strongest tribulation lightning possible at the golden core stage. The 9th bolt, the 9th heavenly tribulation. At the sight of this golden light, even the usually composed Qingshu Zhenren couldn't help but show a slight change in expression. His white hair and beard fluttered in the absence of wind, and a trace of astonishment flickered in his eyes. A 9th-grade golden core, the mark of a sword immortal. This boy truly dares to aim for the heavens. To refine a golden core to the 9th grade was an almost insurmountable challenge. That Lu Chen could aim for such a feat was a testament to his extraordinary heavenly Tao foundation. A 9th-grade golden core, once achieved, would grant power at least 10 times greater than that of others at the same stage, along with an increase in lifespan of up to 1,000 years. With such a solid foundation, the likelihood of breaking through to the nascent soul stage would be greatly enhanced. But if he failed to overcome the tribulation, all of this would be nothing but a fleeting dream. Worse still, the sheer power of the 9th tribulation could easily claim his life if he made even the slightest mistake. Qingshu Zhenren's brows furrowed deeply, and he rose from his seat. Striding to the window, he gazed out at the sea of clouds above the heavenly pool, his fingers twitching slightly as he prepared to intervene at any moment. After observing Lu Chen over the past days, Qingshu Zhenren had grown increasingly impressed with his character, temperament, and talent. He had come to regard Lu Chen as a potential future swordmaster of Mount Shu. Such a prodigy, if lost to the tribulation, would be an irreparable loss to the sect. Thus, he had already resolved that if Lu Chen's tribulation attempt failed, he would personally intervene to at least ensure the boy's survival. Losing one's cultivation can be regained, but if life is lost, everything turns to nothing. Above the heavenly pool, dark clouds churned, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The disciples looked up at the sky, their faces filled with astonishment. 9 revolutions, golden core. The 9th heavenly tribulation, one disciple exclaimed in shock. That golden divine lightning. It's the stuff of legends. Senior brother Lu Chen is attempting the 9th rank golden core, another voice trembled. Since the Buddha's child with 9 lifetimes of merit at Shenin Temple, no one has ever summoned the 9th golden divine lightning. The entire Shushan sect was in an uproar, countless eyes fixed on the heavenly pool. Some were filled with anticipation, others with envy, but most were deeply worried for Lu Chen. Failure in the tribulation would mean certain death. Success, however, would mark him as a true sword immortal, with the potential to become the sword sovereign of Shushan. In the icy depths of the cold pool, Chen Qingfeng opened his eyes slightly, casting a calm glance toward the heavenly pool. 9 revolutions, golden core, ambition that rivals the heavens. Very well, let him experience the might of heaven early, so he doesn't repeat my mistakes in the future. With that, he closed his eyes again and resumed his meditation. At this moment, within the heavenly pool, Lu Chen had already tempered his entire essence 9 times using the holy water of the yellow springs and the true fire of Samadhi. Within his sea of qi, 2 golden cores, one azure and one crimson, glowed with crystalline brilliance, each the size of a dove's egg. Cloud-like patterns swirled on their surfaces, as if marked with divine seals, while 9 rings of golden radiance circled them, exuding an aura of celestial auspiciousness. The initial formation of the 9 Revolutions Golden Core was complete, but achieving the true 9th rank required overcoming the tribulation. Lu Chen raised his head to the sky, where thunder rolled ominously within the black clouds. Taking a deep breath, he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to stabilize his state, then waved his sleeve to dispel the protective formation above the heavenly pool. The Golden Core tribulation was like tempering a sword in fire. Each strike of lightning had to be endured directly, without external aid. Missing even one strike would diminish the quality of the core. Come, let me see just how terrifying this heavenly tribulation truly is. Lu Chen activated his dual golden cores, which began to hum and resonate. Boom. The thunder clouds churned violently, and the deafening roar of heaven's drum echoed through the skies. A lightning pillar as thick as an arm tore through the clouds, carrying immense heavenly power as it struck downward. Even before the lightning touched the pool, the arcs of electricity had already boiled the water, sending droplets flying and illuminating the area with a blinding brilliance. The disciples watched in shock as the first strike of the tribulation descended with such overwhelming force. None of them knew that because Lu Chen had forged dual golden cores, the intensity of the tribulation had multiplied several times beyond the ordinary. Amidst the devastating heavenly might, Lu Chen remained unmoving, seated in meditation. He lifted his head and exhaled sharply, sending his azure sword, orb golden core, soaring into the sky. Surrounded by layers of golden sand-like light, it flew straight toward the destructive lightning, meeting it head-on. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the skies as lightning, like a silver serpent, exploded across the heavens. Lu Chen faced the ferocious tribulation lightning head-on, not retreating, but advancing instead. He summoned the sword core golden pill he had been refining for a long time. The golden pill spun rapidly in midair, emitting a sharp sword light that shot straight into the clouds, colliding directly with the lightning. At the moment of impact, countless arcs of electricity scattered in all directions, accompanied by a piercing crackling sound. Astonishingly, the devastating power of the tribulation lightning failed to leave even the slightest mark on the surface of the golden pill. Even more incredible, the sword core golden pill began to absorb the violent, thunderous energy, as if a divine sword was being tempered in fire, becoming increasingly radiant and translucent. Within the golden pill, the faint outline of a small sword was gradually taking shape. Daring to directly withstand the tribulation lightning with a golden pill, the disciples of Mount Shu watching from below were utterly shocked. It was common knowledge that when most cultivators faced tribulation, they would first use their physical body or spiritual power to disperse and weaken the lightning before guiding it into their body. Though this method wasted a significant amount of energy, it ensured safety. After all, a newly formed golden pill was extremely fragile, and confronting tribulation lightning directly was akin to courting death. Yet Lu Chen defied convention, using his sword core golden pill to confront the wrath of the heavens directly. Not only was it unharmed, but it also flawlessly absorbed the power of the lightning. Such strength was beyond ordinary comprehension. Heaven's tribulation? It's nothing, Lu Chen remarked calmly, his expression unwavering. His spiritual energy surged around him, and the golden pill above his head emitted a resonating sword hum, as if challenging the very will of the heavens. In the next moment, the thunderclouds churned, and an even more massive bolt of lightning crashed down, striking the golden pill directly. Azure sword light spiraled upward, swallowing all the scattered arcs of lightning. The second tribulation was once again effortlessly neutralized. Then came the third strike of tribulation lightning. Lu Chen remained as steady as a mountain, and the golden pill grew even more dazzling. The third level, someone exclaimed. At that moment, the thunderclouds in the sky began to writhe violently, and webs of lightning spread like spider silk. 3 consecutive thunderclaps boomed, and 3 massive pillars of lightning, each as thick as a tree trunk, descended simultaneously. The power of the tribulation has surged dramatically after the third level, the crowd gasped. Can senior brother Lu Chen withstand this? Confronted with this life-threatening challenge, Lu Chen dared not be careless. He quickly retracted the sword core golden pill into his body. Golden light radiated from his entire being, and intricate runes appeared on his skin, golden body sigils empowered by the Lin secret technique, reinforcing his physical defenses. A golden body, imperishable, immune to all techniques. Even if the tribulation strikes me, I shall remain unshaken. With a thunderous clap, Lu Chen slammed his palms onto the ground, the sound ringing like metal striking metal. He soared into the air like a golden-bodied Arhut. Swinging his iron fists, he unleashed 3 mighty punches in rapid succession. His strikes carried the force of a golden torrent, overwhelming and unstoppable, shattering the 3 lightning pillars. The impact caused the heavenly lake to ripple and the surrounding mountains to tremble. Boom! 3 deafening explosions echoed through the skies. Lu Chen stood tall in the void, resembling an ancient war god descending upon the world. With 3 mighty punches, he shattered the 3 bolts of tribulation lightning into fragments. His body radiated an intense golden light, his vitality burned like a raging inferno, and waves of pure yang energy surged around him like a tidal force, as if he were the blazing sun itself. The shattered remnants of lightning dispersed in all directions, only to be refined and absorbed by him, transforming into nourishment for his physical body. 6th rank. This is terrifying. He faced 3 bolts of tribulation lightning hidden with just his physical strength. Such a powerful body, it's on par with the indestructible golden body techniques of the Buddhist sects. Effortlessly enduring 6 layers of tribulation lightning, this might be the fastest breakthrough in the history of Mount Shu. Don't celebrate too soon. The real test is just beginning. The crowd was awestruck, exclaiming in disbelief. With their limited understanding, they naturally failed to recognize that Lu Chen had already mastered the rare art of external golden core refinement. Such a secret technique, dual golden cores, was so extraordinarily rare that they had never even heard of it. Seeing that Lu Chen had previously unleashed his sword core golden core, they simply assumed his physical cultivation was a mere auxiliary method. Even Qingshu Jinren, the master of the Sword Immortal Palace, didn't consider the possibility of dual golden cores. He merely attributed Lu Chen's extraordinary physical resilience to the refined relic of a deceased elder from Hanshan Temple. After all, Qingshu Jinren himself had never witnessed the secret technique of dual golden cores. When the legendary Xiang Ao roamed the world unchallenged, Qingshu Jinren was still a fledgling cultivator who had yet to descend the mountain. The 3 bolts of lightning following the 6th rank were each perilous thresholds, fraught with danger. A single misstep could undo all previous efforts. Qingshu Jinren discreetly channeled his power, ready to intervene at any moment. Rumble. The terrifying roar of thunder grew even more deafening, as though the heavens themselves were enraged. The 7th bolt of tribulation lightning descended, a massive pillar of lightning resembling a giant serpent, its power surpassing the combined might of the previous 3 bolts. In a flash of blinding light, Lu Chen was engulfed by the lightning. The overwhelming force enveloped his entire body, the flashing bolts cutting into him like blades and scorching like fire, relentlessly eroding the protective golden sands of his magical power. Cracks formed across his radiant golden skin, and pale golden blood seeped out, only to be instantly evaporated by the searing lightning. Lu Chen felt an unprecedented pressure. The 7th bolt of tribulation lightning was far more formidable than those before, and his cultivation of dual golden cores only amplified its ferocity. Even the indestructible golden body of the Buddhist sects could not fully withstand it. He was forced to channel every ounce of power in his golden cores, concentrating the protective golden sands around his vital points. The Huangquan diagram trembled and resonated, its underworld waters coiling around him to repel the lightning. At the same time, the boundless sword energy within his chest erupted, transforming into a pillar of golden light that pierced the heavens. At this moment, Lu Chen appeared like a sage of the Confucian sect, embodying boundless righteousness and standing unyielding through the ages. The sword energy in his chest had begun to transform, each strand infused with the golden sands of his magical power, radiating dazzling brilliance. Even if the heavens were to collapse, the righteous spirit of humanity would endure. As long as the 3 inches of righteousness within his chest remained, how could he bow to divine retribution? The crowd watched as the golden sword pillar grew ever brighter, impervious to the relentless onslaught of heavenly lightning. But just as Lu Chen raised his head, an even more devastating bolt of lightning had already formed, ready to strike. By now, he had exhausted nearly all his means. The Samadhi true fire was ill-suited for defense, and invoking a divine descent technique at this moment would only compound the pressure. If the 8th bolt of lightning were to descend, it would be nearly impossible to withstand. If that's the case, then strike first with an offense as defense. In an instant, Lu Chen summoned the legendary Tai, divine sword, gripping its hilt as he stirred the river of sword energy surrounding him. His entire being surged with boiling power as he unleashed the great river sword intent. With a single slash, the waters of the underworld surged upward, forming a towering tidal wave. The spiritual liquid of the entire heavenly pool, condensed from its abundant aura, was drawn into the sword's radiance. It poured forth like a celestial river, transforming into a raging dragon and a serpentine leviathan that leapt from the surface. The 8th thunder tribulation shook the heavens and the earth, descending like a ferocious beast. Lu Chen knew deep in his heart that he could not withstand such a terrifying force. Confronting it head-on would be futile. Without hesitation, he decided to counterattack as a form of defense, summoning the power of the great river sword intent. In an instant, he drew upon the waters of the celestial pool, transforming them into a mighty water dragon that soared into the sky. In truth, Lu Chen's mastery of the great river sword intent was still far from complete. he had yet to fully comprehend its profound essence. Previously, his attempts to wield it had always fallen short, failing to display its true dominance. But at this moment, he harnessed the power of the yellow spring's water and the spiritual essence of the celestial pool, unleashing his full strength. The sword light surged like a roaring river, manifesting as a water dragon that coiled in midair. In that fleeting moment, the sword intent finally exuded a fraction of the grandeur of a great river. With a deafening roar, the water dragon ascended, and the sword energy swept across the heavens like a vast river. The dragon opened its massive jaws, charging directly at the descending lightning. Thunder and lightning intertwined, electric light flashing in all directions. The lightning was instantly devoured, followed by a thunderous explosion as blinding brilliance engulfed the scene. In the next moment, the sound of rushing water echoed like a torrential downpour. The water dragon and the river of sword energy shattered and scattered. The lightning pillar, struck by the force of the sword intent, disintegrated and vanished without a trace. Golden light radiated ever more brightly from Lu Chen's body. His golden core trembled, surrounded by 8 rings of golden spiritual energy that encircled him like divine robes, dazzling and majestic. He had withstood the 8th thunder tribulation, the 8th grade golden core. At this moment, Lu Chen's potential as a sword god was unmistakable. With this strike, he had surpassed all previous limits. The onlookers could not help but feel a surge of excitement and awe. To endure 8 heavenly tribulations, this was nothing short of a miraculous feat. At this moment, Lu Chen had demonstrated a talent so extraordinary that it defied imagination. Yet, in their eyes, the impending 9th thunder tribulation was beyond the endurance of any mortal. An 8th grade golden core was already enough to dominate the current era of Mount Shu. This kid, who would have thought he could withstand 8 thunder tribulations? An 8th grade golden core, remarkable, someone exclaimed nearby. But the upcoming tribulation was clearly beyond anyone's expectations. Lu Chen had already expended all his strength in his previous strike, and the power he had borrowed from the celestial pool had also reached its limit. He was now utterly drained, unable to continue. At this moment, the head of the 6 peaks couldn't hold back and spoke up. This young man's talent is extraordinary. We cannot let him perish under the thunder tribulation. Retreat. Let the sect master intervene to shield him from this final tribulation. It's a pity, but at least his potential will be preserved. To shield someone from a thunder tribulation was no trivial matter. The power of the tribulation would intensify according to the strength of the practitioner who intervened. Even the head of the 6 peaks dared not act rashly. However, if the sect master stepped in, it might be possible to withstand a single thunder strike. An 8th grade golden core was invaluable, and preserving Lu Chen meant securing the hope of a future sword god for Mount Shu. For such a prospect, any price was worth paying. In the Sword Immortal Hall, Master Qingshu finally spoke, his voice calm yet profound. Lu Chen, can you still endure? If your strength is insufficient, do not force it. An 8th turn golden core already holds limitless potential. Qingshu's gaze was deep, and within, he silently prepared to intervene. With his strength, even if the heavens unleashed their wrath, he was confident he could withstand the final lightning strike. Yet doing so would rob Lu Chen of the opportunity to temper himself with the golden lightning, forever barring him from advancing to the 9th grade. His ultimate potential would remain capped at the 8th grade, missing the most critical breakthrough. I've come so far, with only one final step to go. To give up now would leave me filled with regret. Lu Chen shook his head silently, his eyes resolute as he stared unwaveringly at the golden thunderclouds above. As long as he takes this step, he will become an unprecedented dual 9th grade golden core cultivator, truly invincible among his peers. Lu Chen's gaze was resolute. He knew that if he retreated now, a seed of fear would be planted in his heart, tarnishing his supreme sword intent, and casting a shadow over his future path to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The gap between the 8th and 9th grades seemed narrow, but was in fact as vast as the heavens and the earth. Thank you for your kind offer, Master, but I still want to give it a try myself. Before the words had fully left his lips, Lu Chen had already leapt into the air. The power within the heavenly pool surged instantly, and the sword intent of the great river swept forth, transforming into a mighty radiance that shot straight into the firmament. The divine sword in his hand shone with boundless brilliance, defying the heavens as he charged toward the cascading golden divine lightning. However, just as he ascended into midair, an indescribable and terrifying pressure locked him in place. The great river sword intent shattered in an instant, and all the spiritual power in his body felt as if it had been frozen. The golden lightning, like an endless ocean, surged from all directions and completely engulfed him. Excruciating pain swept through his entire body as the oppressive might of heaven bore down on him like an invisible mountain. The golden lightning was violent and relentless, striking every inch of his flesh. Lu Chen felt as if he were caught between 2 massive grinding stones. The radiance of his spiritual power shattered continuously. His physical body began to tear apart, and even the golden core within his sea of energy began to crack. This was the true might of heaven and earth. The golden divine lightning was entirely different from any tribulation he had faced before. It carried heavenly authority that pierced directly into his soul. Even with his supreme sword intent, Lu Chen could barely hold on, unable to break free. The majesty of heaven cannot be defied. A thought surfaced in his mind. How can mere mortals challenge the heavens? This notion, like a venomous serpent, tore apart his already fragile mental defenses. The world around him faded into nothingness, leaving only the endless golden light. Within it, a lofty figure gazed down upon all beings, mocking his audacity. At the critical moment, Lu Chen summoned the Lin character mantra, stabilizing his wavering sword intent. The Yellow Springs diagram trembled violently, and a stream of Yellow Springs water transformed into a roaring flood dragon, while Samadhi true fire flared up alongside it. Water and fire merged to form a shield, barely resisting the onslaught of the golden lightning. To retreat, or to advance? Glaring at the faintly mocking figure hidden within the lightning, Lu Chen felt a surge of irritation. I can't stand that condescending face of yours. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, and the reignited sword intent caused the divine sword to tremble violently. In that instant, the long-dormant, overwhelming killing intent erupted with a deafening roar. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defying heavenly authority. Your battle spirit has triggered resonance with the divine sword. Sword compatibility 1. Golden divine lightning burst across the sky, its power overwhelming and terrifying. The entire heavens above the celestial pool were engulfed in golden lightning, with a destructive pressure sweeping across the land like an unstoppable tide. The disciples of Mount Shu watching from afar instinctively stepped back, unable to muster even the thought of resistance in the face of such divine might. Yet Lu Chen charged forward into the tribulation lightning, just as he had faced the ferocity of before, fearless and unwavering. As soon as his figure entered the sea of golden lightning, the terrifying pressure crushed him instantly. The sword river surrounding him shattered, his sword intent dimmed, and he appeared battered and weathered. Within the sword immortal hall, Master Qingshu shook his head and sighed. It's admirable for a young man to have courage and ambition, but the 9th tier of golden divine lightning is no trivial matter. Even I wouldn't have dared to face it in my prime. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, you're still too reckless. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and ripples of spiritual energy spread behind him. A celestial sword adorned with starlight began to materialize, ready to intervene. Just then, a sudden sword hum pierced the air. It began faintly, like the chirping of a cicada, but in an instant, it swelled into a thunderous roar, resonant and powerful, like the heartbeat of a giant mingled with the pounding of war drums, even drowning out the sound of the lightning. In the next moment, an overwhelming killing intent erupted, surging through the golden sea of lightning, stirring it into a tempest and unleashing towering waves of thunder. This is Tai's resonance, exclaimed Master Qingshu, his face filled with astonishment. A divine sword possesses its own spirit, and gaining its acknowledgement is only the first step. To unleash its true power, one must achieve resonance with the sword's spirit, attaining unity between man and blade. However, Tai's sword spirit had been gravely damaged in a great battle a century ago, and, having been abandoned in the sword tomb for so long, should have been incapable of resonating with anyone. The resounding sword hum echoed across all of Mount Shu, even reaching the cold pool at the back of the mountain where Chun Qingfeng resided. The tranquil surface of the lake rippled gently, mirroring the turmoil in his heart. This familiar sword hum and battle intent brought back memories of his own youthful vigor and pride. Yet in the end, hadn't he become nothing more than a broken man who no longer dared to wield a sword? He shook his head in self-mockery but kept his eyes open, gazing toward the direction of the celestial pool. In his heart, he silently questioned, after 100 years, does Tai still retain its edge? At this moment, the Tai divine sword in Lu Chen's hands trembled violently, as if it had suddenly come to life. Until now, though he had been able to wield Tai, he could only rely on its sharp blade to secure victory, far from unleashing the overwhelming killing intent and divine power he had sensed in the sword tomb. He had assumed it was due to his own lack of cultivation, his inability to truly command the divine sword. It was only at this moment that he realized the Tai divine sword had never truly acknowledged him from the depths of its being. Now, stirred by his own battle intent, there was a faint resonance between them, allowing a brief harmonious subtle state where man and sword became one. Do you also feel unwillingness? Lu Chen murmured as his fingertips gently brushed the cold surface of the sword, sensing an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surging from within. It was a complex emotion he could not fully grasp, as if it carried a millennia of anger and unyielding defiance. Perhaps it was due to the fragmented spirit of the Tai sword, unable to express its emotions clearly, or perhaps he simply could not fathom the trials this divine blade had endured. Yet none of that hindered the shared battle intent that erupted between them in this moment. If you wish to fight, then help me shatter this mortal shell and forge an immortal golden core. With a thunderous shout, Lu Chen rose with the sword in hand. The Tai divine sword in his grasp let out a resonant hum, trembling in perfect synchrony with his breath, as if an extension of his own will. The fierce, murderous aura poured out from the blade, sharp and intimidating, but it no longer harmed him. Instead, it enveloped him protectively, like an unyielding shield. With a deafening roar, the sea of lightning churned. Endless bolts of lightning were devoured by the sword's murderous aura. Lu Chen stepped forward into the void, and the river of sword light surged skyward, like a celestial streak tearing through the heavens. A resounding explosion echoed as the sea of lightning shattered and dispersed. The terrifying sword energy pierced the skies, severing the towering lightning pillar. The heavens seemed to crack open, revealing a deep, bottomless chasm. Blinding light radiated in all directions, forcing the onlookers to shield their eyes. When their vision cleared, the tribulation clouds in the sky had vanished without a trace. Only Lu Chen remained, hovering above the celestial lake with the Tai, sword in hand. His entire being radiated a dazzling golden light, with 9 streams of shimmering golden energy swirling behind him like divine blessings, or perhaps like the coiled edge of a sword, mystical and awe-inspiring. His aura was immense and boundless, his power pure and overwhelming, as if he were a radiant sun dominating the heavens. Did he succeed? A 9th-grade golden core. Senior brother Lu Chen has successfully broken through and forged a 9th-grade golden core. Unbelievable. Senior brother is unstoppable. This is the bearing of a sword immortal, destined for greatness. Even if I wanted to envy him, I have to admit, even with his talent, I couldn't have achieved this. He's so powerful that I can't even muster jealousy, only admiration. The disciples of Mount Shu below could not help but exclaim in awe at the sight. A 9th-grade golden core was something they couldn't even dare to dream of. Even among the 8 senior disciples before him, the strongest, Gu Changsheng, had only reached the 7th grade. The 8th grade was a level they didn't dare to approach. Yet now, Lu Chen had directly succeeded in forging the supreme 9th-grade golden core. He was invincible. In this realm, it was hard to imagine anyone who could rival him. Finally, it's done. A twin 9th-grade golden core. As Lu Chen gazed at the 2 radiant golden cores spinning within him, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This breakthrough had been even more perilous than he had anticipated. If not for the Tai sword's resonance at the critical moment, he might have failed miserably. Even if he had survived, the best he could have achieved would have been the 8th grade, a significant difference. Now, with his successful breakthrough, his blood essence had forged an external golden body, elevating both his strength and defense to a new level. The sword core golden core had refined his spiritual energy 9-fold, making it even richer and purer. All his divine techniques and spells would now possess vastly enhanced power. At this moment, Lu Chen was certain within the golden core realm, he was unmatched. Whether it was the middle stage, the late stage, or even the peak of perfection, as long as his opponents hadn't reached the nascent soul stage, no so-called genius or prodigy, not even a reincarnated celestial, could stand against him. This was the confidence and foundation brought by the twin 9th-grade golden core. Of course, he had just broken through and still needed time to familiarize himself with his newfound strength and nurture it before he could claim true invincibility. Familiarize myself with my strength? Perfect timing. My duel with Zhou Ping is upon us. Today, with all eyes watching, this is an ideal opportunity. The only question is, does he still have the will to fight? With that thought, Lu Chen turned his gaze toward the crowd below. His eyes, sharp as lightning, quickly locked onto a seemingly unremarkable young man within the masses. Zhou Ping, I have now broken through to the golden core realm. Do you still wish to fight? Zhou Ping? Who's that? A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd. The disciples exchanged puzzled glances until an ordinary-looking young man stepped out from among them. Recognition dawned on their faces. Oh, it's that sword fanatic. The one who's been challenging Tai for the past 10 years, someone whispered in astonishment. This young man, named Zhou Ping, was quite an unusual presence in the Tai sect. His talent was mediocre back then. He had barely managed to achieve the human Dao foundation. Even now, the only technique he had mastered was the most basic moving mountain sword technique. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable disciple had managed to break through to the golden core stage at such an early point. Standing at the base of the celestial pool, Zhou Ping respectfully bowed toward Lu Chen. Congratulations, senior brother, on successfully transcending the tribulation and refining the 9th rank immortal golden core. His demeanor was courteous and proper, leaving no room for criticism. Lu Chen nodded lightly and gestured for him to rise. Then he spoke. 3 days ago, I promised you that once I broke through to the golden core stage, I would face you in a fair duel with the Tai divine sword to fulfill your long-standing wish. Today, I will honor that promise. The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in disbelief. A flurry of hushed discussions spread like wildfire. He actually dares to challenge senior brother Lu Chen? It was, indeed, an overwhelmingly lopsided match. Lu Chen was not only a prodigy who had achieved a flawless Tao foundation, but had just endured the might of 9 heavenly tribulation bolts to forge an unprecedented 9th-rank golden core. The awe-inspiring scene of him wielding the divine sword to slash through the heavenly lightning was still fresh in everyone's minds. In stark contrast, Zhou Ping had barely scraped his way into the lowest rank of golden core cultivation. Yet, despite the skepticism surrounding him, Zhou Ping's expression remained calm and serene. He smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother is already a figure of unparalleled power, and now, with a 9th-rank golden core, there are likely few equals in this realm. I am well aware of my own limitations. My challenge is not to question your authority, but simply to experience the might of the divine sword firsthand and fulfill a long-cherished wish. That you are willing to grant me this opportunity is already an honor. The outcome matters little." His words were humble, yet carried an unshakable determination. For 10 years, no matter how others mocked him for overestimating himself or accused him of seeking attention, Zhou Ping had never wavered in his pursuit. This seemingly ordinary young man had demonstrated, through his actions, an unwavering resolve to rise above mediocrity. Suddenly, he raised his hand and drew out a weathered wooden sword from his sleeve. It was an ordinary wooden sword, one that disciples of Shushan used when they first joined to practice basic sword techniques. Though all disciples were later assigned magical flying swords after their initial training, Zhou Ping had always cherished this wooden sword. Its worn blade bore the marks of his 13 years of training and growth in Shushan. Since the day he began his cultivation, this sword had accompanied him. Today, as he held it once again, it was both a gesture of respect towards senior brother Lu Chen's divine sword and a symbol of honor. He gripped the sword and rose, his robe fluttering slightly in the breeze. There were no dazzling golden rays or displays of overwhelming power. Even as he made his move, it seemed ordinary and unremarkable. Yet, with every step he took, sword energy surged beneath his feet, forming a staircase-like path that carried him steadily toward Lu Chen, who stood by the celestial pool atop the mountain. "What incredibly pure sword energy," someone murmured in the crowd. Though Zhou Ping was known to lack natural talent for cultivation, his understanding of swordsmanship was evidently profound. Despite the sharpness of Lu Chen's divine sword, Zhou Ping's sword energy flowed effortlessly, unshaken even by the oppressive aura emanating from Lu Chen. This display earned him newfound respect from those watching. "Impressive. To remain steadfast and draw your sword against my aura shows remarkable determination and resolve," a disciple from below remarked in admiration. Most of them, when faced with a genius like Lu Chen, felt their fighting spirit wither. Yet Zhou Ping, through sheer will and dedication, had persevered to this momentous feat worthy of recognition. Above the celestial pool, Lu Chen observed Zhou Ping with a faint smile. Though this man lacked innate talent, his unyielding spirit and determination were not to be underestimated. It seemed Lu Chen's judgment of him had been correct. If Zhou Ping could overcome his inner obstacles, his future potential was boundless. Perhaps, if guided properly, he could become a pillar of Shushan in the years to come. Contemplating this, Lu Chen slowly raised his hand, channeling his power to summon the Tai's sword. He let it hover above his head without making an immediate move. He decided to observe just how much Zhou Ping had left to reveal. "Senior brother, forgive my offense," Zhou Ping called out as he launched himself forward. Before his words had even fully landed, he was already in motion, his wooden sword slicing through the air directly toward Lu Chen's chest. Knowing he stood no chance in a direct confrontation, Zhou Ping chose to strike first, relying on the element of surprise. Unlike the flying swords of other Shushan disciples, Zhou Ping's mountain-moving sword technique resembled the straightforward swordplay of mortal martial arts. It was simple and unrefined, devoid of intricate variations or dazzling displays of sword energy. His strikes were direct horizontal sweeps and vertical slashes, executed with unwavering honesty and clarity. Yet, through relentless practice, this seemingly basic technique had been honed to perfection, exuding a raw, primal power. The wooden sword, imbued with Zhou Ping's spiritual energy, cut through the air with precision. It lacked the brilliance of radiant sword light, but it effortlessly pierced through the golden protective aura surrounding Lu Chen, diminishing its strength significantly. If Lu Chen's golden aura was like a towering mountain, then Zhou Ping's strike was akin to the shovel of the ancient foolish old man, chipping away at the mountain, fragment by fragment, weakening its formidable presence. "This sword technique, though rough, carries a hint of brilliance," remarked the head of the 6th peak from afar, his eyes lighting up with recognition. Initially, they had dismissed Zhou Ping as unworthy of challenging Lu Chen. However, after witnessing this strike, they realized that Zhou Ping, through his exceptional swordsmanship, had managed to counteract Lu Chen's overwhelming power. If Zhou Ping could close the distance to within 3 feet of Lu Chen, perhaps a miracle might truly happen. Primitive swordsmanship for close combat? Watching Zhou Ping's sword slash towards him, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He could clearly see the faint glow emanating from the wooden sword in Zhou Ping's hand. The sharp and unyielding sword aura was entirely different from ordinary flying sword techniques. There were no dazzling lights, no ornate moves, only an unstoppable and resolute momentum. In this moment, Zhou Ping resembled an assassin who had abandoned all hesitation, his wooden sword cutting through layers of golden light, aiming straight for the vital point. The uniqueness of the mountain-splitting sword technique lay in its ability to dismantle and diffuse layers of an opponent's magical defenses. Once Zhou Ping closed the gap to within 3 feet, his close combat sword skills could unleash their full power. Even the most formidable physical defenses would crumble before the mountain-splitting and armor-dismantling methods. This guy interesting. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. As a disciple of Xu Shan, he had always specialized in traditional flying sword techniques, excelling in mid to long-range attacks. Zhou Ping's pure close combat swordsmanship seemed like the perfect complement to Lu Chen's own weaknesses. While Lu Chen pondered this, Zhou Ping had already broken through the outer layer of golden magical defenses. "Senior brother, watch out," Zhou Ping shouted in a low voice, his sword movements suddenly becoming sharper and more unpredictable. His precise and cunning strikes silently targeted Lu Chen's vital points. With a composed expression, Lu Chen lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, dodging the sweeping strike. In the same motion, his palm flicked out. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted like crashing waves, and countless golden particles of magical energy poured down like a torrential storm. Faced with such immense pressure, Zhou Ping did not retreat an inch. The wooden sword in his hand transformed into a dark gleam, and with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed 12 consecutive slashes. Astonishingly, he managed to sever and disperse the torrent of magical energy. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he darted through the shattered glow of magic, pressing closer. Impressive. He actually broke through senior brother Lu Chen's magical torrent. So Zhou Ping really has this level of skill. The disciples watching from the sidelines erupted in astonishment. Once, they had mocked Zhou Ping as a sword fanatic, but now it was clear that this obsession had allowed him to surpass his peers in mastery of the sword. Amid the clash of flashing blades, Zhou Ping had already locked onto the perfect moment to strike. This was the culmination of his meticulous planning, his most powerful attack yet, channeling all his strength to force Lu Chen into unleashing his full power. "Senior brother, let me witness the true might of a divine sword." As he spoke, the wooden sword had already pierced through layers of golden light, about to tear through the hem of Lu Chen's garment. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, suffocating and unrelenting. The air around seemed to freeze, solidifying into an impenetrable block of ice. Zhou Ping's sword halted midair. No matter how much strength he exerted, it could not move an inch further. A torrent of energy surged forth like a raging flood, manifesting as searing flames that scorched his arm. The intense pain made him almost want to drop the sword. How could this be? A flash of astonishment flickered in Zhou Ping's eyes. He had assumed that as long as he could get close to Lu Chen, he could rely on the sharpness of his mountain-shifting sword technique to overpower him. However, reality was far from what he had envisioned. The surging energy within Lu Chen's body, combined with the vibrations of his physique, had formed a powerful protective force that far surpassed the binding power of the golden sand. Zhou Ping's sword felt as though it had struck an immovable golden mountain, unable to advance even a fraction. The mountain-shifting technique could indeed redirect forces greater than one's own, but what if the mountain itself exceeded all conceivable limits? At this moment, Zhou Ping felt as though Lu Chen was an unshakable, towering mountain, immovable, indestructible, and untouchable. Instead, it was his sword that was firmly suppressed by Lu Chen's overwhelming aura, unable to advance or retreat. He could only watch as Lu Chen extended his hand, his jade-like fingers casually pointing forward without any elaborate movements, lightly tapping the air. Pop! The surrounding air rippled, like the surface of a lake breaking apart, waves spreading outward. In the next instant, the Tai divine sword hovering above surged with a violent tremor. The sword light roared forth, its aura fierce like a dragon, carrying a torrent of energy that engulfed Zhou Ping in an instant. His eyes widened, his body froze, and his mind went blank. In that moment, all his fighting spirit was shattered by the overwhelming sword intent. This strike from Lu Chen, so powerful, so utterly overwhelming, left Zhou Ping incapable of even entertaining the thought of resistance. So strong, unbelievably strong. Zhou Ping let out a bitter smile as this single thought crossed his mind. The wooden sword in his hands, unable to withstand the sheer force of the sword intent, let out a sharp crack and broke into 2 pieces. Even so, he did not release his grip on the broken sword, maintaining his stance, quietly awaiting the final blow. To die beneath the Tai's sword, perhaps that would be an acceptable end for him. However, the torrent of sword energy abruptly dissipated. The oppressive force did not continue to press down on him. The Tai divine sword stopped 3 inches from his forehead, vibrating and humming, radiating a blazing light. Zhou Ping opened his eyes, staring at the divine sword so close to him. At this moment, perhaps for the first time in his life, he was face to face with the Tai at such a close range. He understood Lu Chen had shown mercy. Otherwise, this strike would have left him with no chance of survival. The power of the divine sword was truly unparalleled, far beyond what my wooden sword could ever compare to. Senior brother, I have lost, and I admit defeat wholeheartedly. He smiled bitterly, a trace of emotion flickering in his gaze. In truth, Zhou Ping's purpose in this battle was not merely to witness the might of the Tai divine sword firsthand. More than that, he wanted to see, after giving it his all, just how wide the gap was between an ordinary individual like himself and a genius like Lu Chen. Once upon a time, he believed that with enough effort, he could bridge that gap. Even if he couldn't win, at least the difference wouldn't be insurmountable. But reality proved otherwise. The difference between himself and Lu Chen was like night and day. Zhou Ping lowered his head, gazing at the wooden sword in his hand. Even if he wielded the legendary Tai, could he truly defeat the man standing before him? A sense of helplessness surged from within, as if something deep inside was crumbling. His sword stance began to falter, and a trace of confusion flickered in his eyes. Not good, Lu Chen muttered, his brows slightly furrowed. He keenly sensed the shift in Zhou Ping's emotions. Zhou Ping's sword heart was wavering, and if this continued, he might suffer the agony of its collapse. There's no such thing as a divine sword or a mere wooden sword. Lu Chen spoke immediately, his voice steady and commanding. 800 years ago, even Tai was nothing more than a piece of ordinary metal. And the wooden sword in your hand 800 years from now, who's to say it won't become a divine blade? All of this depends solely on you. Zhou Ping froze at these words, his gaze shifting between the Tai sword and the broken wooden sword in his hand. Memories surged like a tide, those years of battles on the battlefield, treading between life and death. The one constant by his side had always been this seemingly ordinary wooden sword. In a moment of sudden clarity, Zhou Ping burst into laughter. The disciples below exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why he could laugh so heartily in such a perilous moment. Had he been struck so hard that he lost his wits? But in the next instant, Zhou Ping took a step back, gripping the broken sword tightly with both hands and straightening his posture. Thank you, senior brother, for resolving the knot in my heart. His voice was firm and powerful. Zhou Ping is forever indebted to senior brother's kindness and guidance. With that, he bowed solemnly to Lu Chen 3 times. When he straightened again, the light of his sword reappeared, yet it was no longer the same as before. It carried a pure, refined brilliance like a newly unsheathed blade, radiant and dazzling. Lu Chen observed the renewed Zhou Ping and nodded to himself in approval. At that moment, the system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for enlightening Zhou Ping, helping him resolve his inner conflict. Causal Bond 1. Sword Dao Comprehension 1. Causal Bond. Lu Chen's thoughts stirred. Zhou Ping truly is extraordinary. He is destined for great achievements in the future. With this bond of causality, winning him over is only a matter of time. As for the improvement in Sword Dao Comprehension, that's an unexpected bonus. From the moment Zhou Ping ascended the mountain with his sword to the instant Lu Chen subdued him with a single move, what seemed like a lengthy battle was, in fact, over in a flash. Just a moment ago, everyone was still marveling at Zhou Ping's breathtaking swordsmanship, but in the blink of an eye, the outcome was decided, and victory was clear. Zhou Ping's defeat was not due to a lack of strength, but because Lu Chen's power was overwhelmingly terrifying. In terms of magical abilities, physical prowess, experience, or supernatural techniques, Lu Chen had no weaknesses. Particularly in swordsmanship, he far surpassed Zhou Ping. With his supreme sword heart, the Grand River sword intent, and his perfect resonance with the divine sword Tai, Zhou Ping's loss seemed inevitable. To everyone's surprise, after defeating Zhou Ping, Lu Chen neither humiliated nor suppressed him. Instead, he extended a hand to help, awakening Zhou Ping's fragile sword heart and preserving a rare swordsmanship talent from Mount Shu. This display of magnanimity and grace earned the respect of all the disciples present. If the crowd had been captivated by Lu Chen's talent and courage during the sword ceremony, today, witnessing his invincible might after breaking through, they were truly awed by both his strength and character. Even the Golden Core elders present, who had a higher perspective, showed expressions of reverence. They understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of a 9th-grade Golden Core. What Lu Chen had just displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg, yet it was already far beyond the reach of ordinary Golden Core cultivators. Even those who had advanced to the mid or late stages of the Golden Core realm dared not compare themselves to Lu Chen. The head of the 6 peaks looked at Lu Chen hovering in midair and nodded slightly. This young man has truly come into his own. A ninth-grade golden core is like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. In terms of potential alone, he is Mount Shu's greatest prodigy. Boundless potential, unmatched combat power, and a rare broad-mindedness. This boy certainly knows how to win people over. With Lu Chen's current reputation and strength among the 9 core disciples, perhaps only Gu Changsheng could challenge him, someone remarked. That's not certain. The 8 other core disciples have been training outside for years, and some may already be on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. They might not necessarily yield to Lu Chen. A 9th grade golden core is indeed unrivaled, but it is still just a golden core. Ultimately, it depends on the cultivation that follows. Brother Kaiyong, your prized disciple might truly be in trouble now, another elder teased. Changsheng may be a 7th grade golden core, but he's been honing his skills outside for years. By the time of the sword disciple selection, he will likely have reached the nascent soul realm. He might not lose, the elder replied confidently. Regardless, it is a blessing for Mount Shu to have such outstanding talents among the younger generation. As they say, breaking leads to rebuilding. The calamity 100 years ago left us severely weakened, but now, be careful with your words, brother. The divine ones still watch over us, someone cautioned. My apologies, I misspoke, the elder said with a chuckle. By the way, I wonder how Brother Tianquan is faring on his journey down the mountain. Judging by the time, he should be returning soon, shouldn't he? Meanwhile, above the heavenly pool, Zhou Ping seemed transformed after resolving his inner turmoil. He bowed deeply to Lu Chen and said, My heart is at peace now. Soon, I will depart the mountain to guard the sword at Yunyang. Should senior brother ever need my assistance, simply send word to Yunyang, and no matter the distance, Zhou Ping will come with sword in hand. Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly and asked, Yunyang? I've heard that place is far from peaceful. It's near the wilderness and one of the areas most afflicted by the black mist, with frequent appearances of powerful demons. Are you sure you want to go there? Zhou Ping nodded resolutely and replied, I wish to follow senior brother's example, slaying demons and vanquishing evil, honing my skills through real combat. Only by doing so can I push myself further and not let down your guidance today, senior brother. Zhou Ping declared with determination. That's why I must go to Yunyang. It is a place teeming with demons and monsters, the perfect ground for honing my skills. Lu Chen looked into Zhou Ping's eager eyes and thought to himself, I enjoy slaying demons because I can gain experience points. You don't have a system, so there's no need to go to such lengths. However, he kept these thoughts to himself. Demons and monsters plague the world, their presence widespread and unrelenting, impossible to eradicate single-handedly. Zhou Ping's desire for experience might indeed lead him to overcome his current bottleneck through real combat. Lu Chen simply advised, I've heard that the black mist there is mysterious and eerie. Its source remains unknown, and its depth and danger are unfathomable. While slaying demons is admirable, avoid getting entangled with that mist. Your guidance, senior brother, will remain etched in my heart. Zhou Ping bowed deeply once again before leaping down and dashing toward the Hall of Virtue and Vice. The observing disciples, finding nothing more to watch, gradually dispersed. Yet their chatter lingered in the air. Senior brother Lu Chen has already broken through to the 9th grade golden core stage. To think we entered the sect at the same time, it's truly humbling. We used to laugh at him for being a sword fanatic, but now he's guarding the sword peak himself. Remember when senior brother Lu Chen commanded the flying swords to choose their master? That kind of honor is unheard of in Shushan's history. Exactly. We can't let senior brother's teachings go to waste. Let's go. Back to training. I won't stop until I break through to the early crystallization stage. Inspired by the strength and determination of Lu Chen and Zhou Ping, the entire Shushan sect was swept up in a cultivation frenzy. Disciples from both the inner and outer sects threw themselves into rigorous training, needing no urging from the elders. The stronger ones even flocked to the Hall of Virtue and Vice, taking on demon-slaying missions either solo or in teams, all striving to follow Lu Chen's path to greatness. The Shushan sect thrived with renewed vigor, a development warmly welcomed by the higher-ups. As for Lu Chen, the catalyst for this fervor, he couldn't be more pleased with the results, achieving the Golden Core stage, gaining Zhou Ping's allegiance, and solidifying his standing in the competition for the Sword Disciple title. His rewards were plentiful. Yet, Lu Chen did not let this success get to his head. After everyone had dispersed, he immediately turned toward the Sword Immortal Hall and bowed deeply. Disciple was reckless in attempting to break through to the 9th grade Golden Core stage, consuming a significant amount of the Heavenly Pool's spiritual energy to withstand the tribulation. I humbly ask for the sect master's forgiveness. Master Qingxiu, seeing that Lu Chen had retained his humility, nodded in satisfaction. The Heavenly Pool's spiritual energy exists for this very purpose. Breaking through your inner fears and forging an indestructible 9th grade Golden Core is all due to your own efforts. Lu Chen, you have done well. Your potential rivals my own, but remember, do not grow complacent. The formation of the Golden Core is merely the beginning of true cultivation. Disciple understands. Good. You've just broken through, and your golden core is not yet stable. Return to your cave dwelling and rest for a few days. After Lu Chen departed, Master Qingshu turned to face the statue of the sect's founder in the hall and murmured to himself, "This boy is indeed a rare talent, capable of bearing the future of Shushan. But a ninth-grade golden core. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare and won't stay hidden for long. Those outside, they won't be able to sit still for much longer." He raised his head to the heavens. In the skies above Shushan, clouds and radiant light swirled, and countless divine senses converged from all directions. A ninth-grade golden pill is an exceedingly rare treasure, akin to a true phoenix feather or unicorn horn. When the divine golden lightning erupted from Mount Shu, the entire mortal realm seemed to sense it instantly. Taoist priests atop Mount Wudong ceased their meditation. Talisman masters on Mount Longhu lifted their heads to the heavens. The bell at Jinshan Temple abruptly fell silent, and the monks at Shinin Temple set down their scriptures. Hermits emerged from their caves on Mount Kunlun. Officials at the imperial capital's astronomical bureau hurriedly recorded the phenomenon. Scholars on the sage's platform whispered among themselves, and tutors at Honghu Academy paused their lectures. Even in distant lands, such as the immortal island of Penglai in the Eastern Sea, the nomadic tribes of the wild plains, the cultivators of the polar glaciers, and the enigmatic beings of the endless abyss, countless gazes pierced through the void, all converging on Sichuan. However, these probing gazes were all blocked by a radiant sword-light barrier that spanned heaven and earth. This was the treasured artifact of Mount Shu, the radiance of the immortal sword, imbued with unparalleled power, carving an impenetrable boundary between the heavens and the mortal realm. A prodigy of Mount Shu has been born. They cannot yet bear the intrusion of your scrutiny. Please, all of you withdraw. Qingshu Jinren sat cross-legged in the grand hall, his divine manifestation soaring into the clouds above. Towering like a mountain, the ethereal figure wielded an immortal sword, its blade shimmering with brilliance like a cascading ribbon, sending tremors in all directions. The probing thoughts hesitated upon encountering the sword light, then gradually retreated. It seems Mount Shu has indeed produced a dragon, murmured the powerful figures from all corners of the world. The swirling clouds began to settle, and one by one, the intrusive thoughts dissipated. These formidable entities were not necessarily weaker than Qingshu Jinren. If they truly wished to force their way through, they might have succeeded. However, to brazenly pry into the disciples of another sect was an act of great disrespect. Provoking Mount Shu over such an offense would hardly be worth the cost. The legendary reputation of the sword god of Mount Shu still loomed large in their memories. Offending an ordinary celestial of the heavenly human realm might not be too daunting, but crossing the sword god of Mount Shu was an entirely different matter. Qingshu Jinren withdrew his manifestation, yet his brow remained furrowed. These old fellows have their own disciples and legacies to protect, so they act with some restraint and decorum. They are not my primary concern. However, the rat hiding within Mount Shu itself has yet to be unearthed. I must remain vigilant against any malicious schemes it might harbor. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave dwelling on the mountainside, Lu Chen was unaware that the phenomenon caused by the ninth-grade golden pill had drawn the attention of countless powerful figures. Fortunately, his master had shielded him from their prying eyes, sparing him any immediate trouble. Returning to the courtyard of his cave abode on his sword, Lu Chen discovered that Luli had already awakened. He had expected her to remain in a deep sleep for 3 to 5 days to complete her foundation establishment. Clearly, he had underestimated the extraordinary nature of a reincarnated celestial. At this moment, Luli was busy tending to the spiritual plants in the courtyard. A faint greenish glow of magical energy emanated from her body. With a wave of her hands, her magic fell like dewdrops from a willow branch, and the plants grew visibly before his eyes. In mere moments, the once tender sprouts had blossomed into vibrant flowers. They've bloomed. They've bloomed. The young girl clapped her hands excitedly, her face radiating pure joy as she admired the sea of flowers in the courtyard. Life force, nurturing plants. Lu Chen was taken aback. Powers associated with life force were incredibly rare, and even healing magic was considered a rarity. Yet Luli had effortlessly demonstrated this extraordinary ability. Wasn't she cultivating the Great Dream Heart Sutra? That technique shouldn't have any connection to life force, should it? It must be an innate divine ability of hers, Lu Chen surmised. He had long since noticed that Luli absorbed the essence of nearby vegetation during her sleep, which explained her habit of napping under trees. Now, it seemed that her foundation establishment had triggered the initial awakening of this divine ability. It was highly likely that this was the cultivation technique she had practiced in her past life, perhaps even in immortal art. Brother Lu Chen, you're back? Look, I've successfully reached the foundation establishment stage and even learned a new spell. The little girl, Luli, beamed with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she waved her hands enthusiastically upon seeing Lu Chen return. Hearing this, Lu Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. He nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. This growth accelerating technique will definitely make you a pro at farming in the future. It's not just for farming. Luli immediately puffed out her cheeks, putting her hands on her slender waist in defiance. She tilted her small face upward. Don't underestimate my green emperors with sovereign energy. It can draw life force from all things and bestow life upon them. It's incredibly powerful. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing for the first time that her technique was called Green Emperors with Sovereign Energy. The name certainly sounded impressive. The ability to extract life force and grant it back useful both in combat and healing made it remarkably versatile. He couldn't help but ponder. Was this life force only capable of restoring physical vitality and magical power, or could it also affect someone's lifespan? If it could extend lifespan, its power would be truly terrifying. Come on, show me again. Lu Chen extended his hand, signaling for her to demonstrate her technique so he could study it more closely. However, the little girl blushed, twisting her hands together nervously. She muttered in embarrassment, I got a bit too excited after breaking through and used up all my accumulated energy watering flowers. I don't have a drop left right now. Lu Chen was momentarily speechless, a vein twitching on his forehead. But on second thought, it didn't really matter. After all, the little girl was by his side, and he could study her technique anytime. He waved her over and pulled out a small, delicate porcelain bottle from his sleeve, handing it to her. These are chi recovery pills, refined from spirit herbs. They should help you quickly replenish your energy. Are they tasty? They must be better than those essence pills. I don't believe you. Luli pouted, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Still, she carefully tucked the chi recovery pills into her sleeve. Whether or not she would actually eat them depended on her mood. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen gently held her small hand, letting his magical energy flow out like threads to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered that her sea of energy resembled a floating celestial platform, ethereal and palace-like, entirely different from that of ordinary people. Typically, Foundation establishment cultivators were categorized into the human, earth, or heavenly paths, but this girl belonged to none of them. She had established her foundation with immortal spirit energy. Was this what they called an immortal path foundation establishment? Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen found that Luli's foundation was clearly stronger than those of earth path cultivators. However, compared to his own heavenly path foundation establishment, it still fell slightly short. As expected, I'm still the strongest, he thought smugly, his mood instantly improving. Glancing around, Lu Chen noticed that Cui Yanyan was nowhere to be seen. Curious, he asked, where's that pretty sister who was with you? Where did she go? Oh, you mean Sister Yanyan? Luli blinked her bright eyes, clearly having met Cui Yanyan already. Judging by her reaction, she likely didn't know that Cui Yanyan was a spirit bound to an artifact. Otherwise, she would have been terrified, screaming instead of calling her sister so affectionately. She said she's your friend. When I woke up, I noticed she didn't look well, so I let her go inside to rest. Not feeling well. Lu Chen frowned slightly, wondering if it was due to prolonged exposure to daylight. But that didn't make sense. As a spirit bound to an artifact and not a ghost, she shouldn't be harmed by sunlight, especially now that she had awakened her past memories. Moreover, she was inhabiting a scarecrow puppet, which should prevent any issues. Hurriedly, Lu Chen returned to the room, only to find that the scarecrow puppet had already turned to ash. Cui Yanyan's form, now a wisp of light smoke, floated out and circled around the soul-gathering bell. A thread of pure immortal spirit energy clung to the bell, slowly permeating into her spiritual form. This is the immortal spirit energy from Luli's breakthrough. She can absorb it too. Lu Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Cui Yanyan appeared to be in no danger. On the contrary, the trace of immortal spirit energy she had absorbed was steadily strengthening her. Even her companion artifact, the soul-gathering bell, was undergoing a subtle transformation due to the infusion of immortal spirit energy. Damn it. So the excess immortal spirit energy can be absorbed by others. Lu Chen thought, cursing inwardly. This is celestial energy from the immortal realm. If I had known, I would have personally guarded her breakthrough. Refining even a trace of immortal spirit energy would be a massive gain. His expression darkened as he felt like he had just missed out on a fortune. At that moment, Luli entered the room, only to catch sight of Cui Yanyan in her spiritual form. The sight immediately drained the color from her face. She opened her mouth to scream, but Lu Chen quickly covered it with his hand. Don't scream. She's a spirit bound to an artifact, not a ghost. Don't disturb her while she's absorbing the immortal spirit energy, Lu Chen whispered. Haven't you seen worse, like a blood corpse? Why are you making such a fuss? Luli finally relaxed upon hearing that Cui Yanyan wasn't a ghost. Her shoulders visibly loosened, but she still refused to back down verbally. Don't bring up the blood corpse. I still have nightmares about it. I'm just a kid. Being afraid of ghosts is normal. Can't you be a little more understanding? All right. Lu Chen didn't bother arguing with her. Instead, he scrutinized the little girl from head to toe, then forced a smile that was meant to look kind. Ali, let's discuss something. Could you maybe try establishing your foundation again? Rebuild my foundation? What? Luli frowned, instinctively taking a step back. Her brother, Lu Chen, had never addressed her so affectionately before, and the strange glint in his eyes set off alarm bells in her mind. She quickly shook her head, her voice tinged with clear resistance. I've already built my foundation. How could I possibly rebuild it? Lu Chen, however, was undeterred. To him, the celestial spiritual essence in her was a priceless treasure. He stepped closer, testing the waters with a tone laced with temptation. How about this? I destroy your foundation first, and then we rebuild it together. What? Are you a demon? Luli's pupils shrank in fear. She thought of the new spell she had worked so hard to master and the plants that relied on her care. Without hesitation, she turned and bolted, her footsteps light as she fled into the distance. I was just saying. I wasn't really going to do it seriously. Lu Chen sighed helplessly, his shoulders sagging slightly. He knew he couldn't bring himself to commit such a heartless act. Besides, he wasn't even sure if ordinary humans could absorb celestial spiritual essence. If he wanted to benefit from Luli's abilities, he would probably have to wait until her next core formation to try again. As he pondered, he glanced at Cui Yin, who remained unconscious and floating midair. It seemed she would need some time before waking up. Deciding to leave her be for now, Lu Chen returned to his room. Having just achieved a breakthrough, the 2 golden cores within him were still unstable and required a few days of quiet cultivation to solidify. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Chen gazed at the 2 golden cores slowly rotating within his chi, deep in thought. A single 9th-grade golden core grants 1,000 years of lifespan. Now that I have 2 golden cores, could my lifespan double? Opening his system interface, he checked his personal stats and noticed a new entry for lifespan. Lifespan, 1,380 years. This meant that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he could now live to the ripe old age of 1,380. While it wasn't the double lifespan he had hoped for, it far exceeded the typical longevity of a 9th-grade golden core cultivator, granting him an additional 1,300 years. To mortals, this was akin to becoming an immortal. With such an extensive lifespan, achieving immortality and unparalleled mastery seemed entirely within reach. Of course, that was assuming he didn't get killed. As his cultivation advanced, the experience required for further progress would likely grow exponentially. Though 1,300 years appeared long, it might not suffice on the endless path of immortality after all. Who wouldn't want to live longer? It's still not perfect, Lu Chen sighed. If I could deduce the complete 3 sacred true art and cultivate 3 golden cores representing essence, chi, and spirit, my lifespan might increase even more. He had initially hoped that forming twin golden cores would trigger the system to unlock further insights into the 3 sacred true art. However, there was no sign of this happening. Perhaps the concept itself was flawed? Golden core cultivators were not yet capable of delving into the profound mysteries of the primordial spirit. Even ancient chi refiners had to establish their purple mansion palace to refine their divine sense. In other words, he would need to break through to the nascent soul stage, allowing the birth of a spiritual embryo within him, before he could begin working on the 3 sacred true art. The 3 sacred true art was, after all, merely a concept, one that even Xiang Ao, its creator, had failed to realize by forming 3 golden cores. Shaking his head, Lu Chen decided to wait for the right opportunity. He then turned his attention to the symbol next to his cultivation level. It displayed the following message: requires 80,000 experience points to advance to mid-stage golden core. Insufficient experience. Unable to proceed. Wait, I need 80,000 experience points to level up now? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. He remembered that back when he was in the crystallization realm, his experience points barely exceeded 10,000. Why had they suddenly increased so much now? However, upon closer thought, it made sense. He was now a 9th-grade golden core cultivator. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to advance, and naturally, the more experience it consumed. Moreover, with his unique dual 9th-grade golden cores, the difficulty of breaking through was exponentially greater. Thankfully, the system upgraded both cores simultaneously, enhancing both internally and externally with each level up. With that perspective, it became easier to accept. Even so, he had just thought his experience points were barely sufficient, and now, after just breaking into the golden core stage, he realized the gap was growing even larger. At this rate, wouldn't it take at least 200,000 experience points to cultivate to the nascent soul stage? Adding the boosts from cultivation techniques and other means of reinforcement. Thinking about all this, Lu Chen suddenly felt a headache coming on. Truly, he was a luckless cultivator. While others could meditate in seclusion, absorbing spiritual energy, he couldn't afford such leisure. He had to roam around, slaying demons and exorcising evils. Sure, he could now choose to cultivate on his own without relying on the system. But after experiencing the exhilarating speed and satisfaction of rapid leveling, returning to the slow and steady absorption of spiritual energy was almost unbearable. Even with his current aptitude, It would take at least 10 years, perhaps 8 at the very least to break through to the nascent soul stage. And that would already be considered fast. Besides, demon slaying not only allowed him to accumulate experience, but also gave him the chance to explore the world, save lives, and protect the land, a far better alternative to being cooped up in a cave in isolation. No matter which path he chose, the ultimate goal remained the same. It was just a matter of picking the one that suited him best, as all roads led to the same destination. Once his cultivation stabilized, he would need to seek out the sect master to inquire about the Blood Soul sect and the Taiji seal, resolving those issues once and for all while gathering more experience along the way. With his thoughts wandering, Lu Chen closed his eyes and began circulating his internal spiritual power, nurturing his golden cores until dusk. Suddenly, the crisp sound of bells echoed from outside, prompting him to open his eyes and rise. It turned out that Cui Yanyan had finished refining the celestial spiritual energy. Congratulations, Master, on successfully forging your golden core and advancing further. Cui Yanyan, seeing Lu Chen approach, quickly descended in a flash of radiant light and bowed respectfully. Rise, Lu Chen said with a wave of his hand, using his spiritual power to gently lift her. His gaze scrutinized her carefully. He noticed that Cui Yanyan's spiritual body had become much more solid, transitioning from its previous mist-like form to a more tangible presence. Her figure now carried a faint celestial glow, appearing pure and sacred, with barely a trace of the sinister aura she once had. She no longer resembled a ghostly specter, but instead exuded the essence of a purified spirit. At the same time, her companion soul-capturing bell had also been enhanced. The sound of the bell could now not only mesmerize and ensnare souls, but also produce various effects depending on the melody, such as boosting combat morale or controlling enemies, greatly increasing its versatility. She now possessed at least the ability to protect herself and could even provide combat support for Lu Chen. Not bad, Lu Chen said with a satisfied nod. You've unexpectedly absorbed some of the celestial spiritual energy from Luli's breakthrough. Consider it a stroke of fortune. Once you regain your cultivation, you might even surpass the limits of your previous life as a spirit artifact. Cui Yanyan immediately bowed deeply. I owe it all to you, Master. If you hadn't instructed me to protect Sister Luli, I would never have encountered such an opportunity. Your immense kindness and grace, Yanyan will never forget. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled wryly. If I'd known there were benefits like this, I would have taken the task myself. He muttered inwardly, but maintained his gentle smile outwardly. You've just absorbed the celestial spiritual energy, so take some time to rest. They'll go for a walk by the cold pool. With that, he picked up 2 jars of wine and headed toward the cold pool in the back mountains. During his breakthrough earlier, the resonance of the Taya sword must have caught Qin Qingfeng's attention. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity to have a chat with him and learn more about certain matters. The night breeze was cool, brushing past the mountain stream and skimming over the surface of the cold pond. A waterfall cascaded from above, its spray shimmering under the moonlight like crystalline fireflies, dazzling and enchanting. By now, Luli was fast asleep, while most of the disciples of Mount Shu were cultivating and refining their energy within their respective abodes. Occasionally, a streak of sword light would pierce through the night sky as someone patrolled the surroundings. Mount Shu seemed particularly tranquil at this moment. Lu Chen, holding a jug of wine, strolled to the edge of the cold pond and sat down unreservedly. He didn't feel the need for unnecessary words. Someone like Chen Qingfeng probably didn't even require sleep. Tossing the wine jug into the pond, he tilted his head back and took a swig. Today, I overcame the thunder tribulation, and Taya resonated with me. You must have sensed it, didn't you? He asked. The pond's surface remained calm, offering no response. Lu Chen seemed to have anticipated this and continued speaking, unperturbed. I can feel its battle spirit. What exactly happened 100 years ago? Still, there was no answer. Lu Chen shook his head slightly and stood up. That guy really plans to keep pretending to be dead, doesn't he? He raised his hand, pointing toward the sky, his voice firm and unwavering. Although I've gained its resonance, the one it truly wishes to fight alongside is probably not me. Today, I encountered someone wielding a wooden sword. He's not strong enough yet, but from him, I've come to understand something. Taya became a divine sword not because of its inherent strength, but because it once belonged to you, nothing more. He paused, his gaze falling on the Taya sword hovering in his hand, its faint glow flickering under the moonlight. That's why I can never rely on it forever, because one day, I will have a sword that belongs to me. Have you ever considered what will become of Taya when that day comes? After speaking, he extended his palm, and the Taya sword floated forward, emitting a faint light. As if sensing Lu Chen's presence, the cold pond's surface rippled gently. After a moment of silence, a hoarse voice finally emerged from the depths of the pond. You intend to forge a sword? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Hearing Qin Qingfeng's response, he felt a slight surge of excitement and nodded. Yes, I've already condensed the sword core golden elixir. It's time to forge a sword of my own. Taya is powerful, but it doesn't truly belong to me. If I wish to ascend to the pinnacle of the sword path, I must forge my own path. He paused, his tone resolute. Of course, until then, I still need its assistance. But I hope that when that day comes, Teo will await the return of its true master. The depths of the pond fell into silence once more. Nevertheless, Lu Chen could feel a subtle change in the Teo sword in his hand. Its once icy aura softened, allowing him to wield it with greater ease. At least until his sword was forged, Teo would give its all to support him, no longer resisting, and revealing its true might. Well, this trip wasn't in vain, he murmured to himself. I don't know what you went through back then, but I believe that someone who could become a god in the way of the sword would never be a coward content with mediocrity. He stood up, finishing the wine in his hand in one gulp, his voice low but filled with determination. He knew that a few words wouldn't be enough to untangle the knot in Chen Qingfeng's heart. His purpose in coming here today had been to uncover some hidden truths and seek guidance on the art of sword forging. But it seemed those answers would have to wait until he consulted the sect master. Finally, Lu Chen slowly turned around, sheathing the Teo sword. In a deep voice, he said, "By the way, thank you for what you did for Luli." With that, he didn't linger any longer and returned to his room. After the resonance of Taiya, Lu Chen had initially hoped to trigger some kind of mission through Qin Feng, but reality left him disappointed. This kind of matter is probably beyond my reach for now, he muttered, shaking his head as he pushed open the door to rest. Just then, a dazzling golden light suddenly filled his vision, and within the radiance, a portal seemed to open. Lu Chen's nerves tensed as he immediately activated his protective energy. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a grand, resplendent hall adorned with gold and jade. The Sword Immortal Hall, he murmured, frowning as he surveyed his surroundings. The bizarre spatial shift from an ordinary room to the Sword Immortal Hall heightened his vigilance. Spatial transference? A summons from the Grandmaster? Yet, as he looked around, there was no sign of Qingshu Zhenren. This only deepened his suspicion. Qingshu, the Grandmaster, was known to guard the central hall of the Sword Immortal Palace day and night, never leaving his post lightly. As he pondered, a melodious celestial voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Brilliant, auspicious light illuminated the entire space, making it as bright as day. To Lu Chen's astonishment, the statue of the ancestral master at the center of the hall seemed to come to life, its eyes opening as a solemn voice resonated. "Disciple of Shushan, in the presence of the founder, why do you not kneel?" The founder of Shushan? Lu Chen turned, his gaze falling on the radiant statue, which emitted a blinding light. Alarm bells rang in his mind. After all, the founder of Shushan had ascended and passed away ages ago. How could he suddenly manifest? Despite his doubts, Lu Chen feigned respect, bowing deeply as he said, "So it is the founder's manifestation. Disciple Lu Chen greets the founder." The statue nodded with apparent satisfaction. Today, you successfully overcame your tribulation, achieving the 9th transformation of the Golden Core. Your future is boundless, and you are capable of bearing the great responsibility of Shushan's future. I have appeared specifically to bestow upon you a great opportunity." An opportunity? Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, though he temporarily suppressed the three-flavor true fire that was ready to ignite. The statue continued, "With your talent, none in Shushan can surpass you. Qingshu has led Shushan for 2 centuries, yet he has delayed selecting a sword heir. Today, I shall make the decision for him and appoint you as the sword heir of our sect." As the statue spoke, it raised a hand. Sword energy swirled, and golden light condensed into a cinnabar seal adorned with intricate sword patterns, exuding an extraordinary aura. "This is the sword heir cinnabar. Once it is imprinted on your forehead, you will officially become Shushan's sword heir. With it, you will have the authority to command all of Shushan's formations, including the celestial artifact Zhen Yao's sword. Aside from the Grandmaster, everyone in Shushan will follow your orders." Lu Chen gazed at the crimson sword light, his heart wavering. He had seen this cinnabar mark on Qingshu Zhenren's forehead before. It was a unique symbol of identity, far more significant than a disciple's token. If he accepted, he would rise to a position second only to the Grandmaster, and upon Qingshu's eventual ascension, he could even succeed as the next Grandmaster. However, reason quickly overcame temptation. Shushan's rules were strict, and the selection of the sword heir was a matter of great importance. It required a formal inheritance ceremony, witnessed by the elders and disciples. For someone to invoke the founder's manifestation based solely on talent was already suspicious, let alone with Qingshu Zhenren absent. "Imprint the cinnabar, and you will be Shushan's sword heir." The statue's voice carried a seductive undertone as the crimson light drifted closer to Lu Chen, aiming for his forehead. In that critical moment, Lu Chen's blood and energy surged, creating a barrier that confined the cinnabar seal. Activating his heavenly eye technique, golden light flickered as he pierced through the illusion. To his shock, within the crimson cinnabar, a sinister wisp of ghostly energy clawed and lunged toward him. Sure enough, there was trouble. Upon seeing the sinister spirit within the cinnabar, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. This apparition was entirely formed from malevolent thoughts, intangible and formless, like a mental brand. Once it invaded the mind, it could seize control of thoughts and devour the soul, a truly insidious method of possession. My blood burns like a dragon's flame, impervious to evil. And you dare approach me? Lu Chen roared, his voice thunderous. A surge of vital energy erupted around him, and golden light of pure yang burst forth, transforming into searing flames that instantly vaporized the cinnabar brand. The malevolent spirit dissipated into black smoke, shooting skyward in an attempt to return to the statue. However, it was intercepted and severed mid-flight by a flash of Lu Chen's sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a wisp of a mysterious powerhouse's soul. Experience points 10,000. The system notification chimed in at just the right moment. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked up at the towering statue of the sect's founder. So it was you. Flames of Samadhi fire ignited in his palm, enveloping the Tai's sword. With a powerful strike, he slashed at the statue. How dare you impersonate the founder of my sect and attempt to cloud my mind? Today, I'll uncover your true face. With a deafening crash, the statue of the founder collapsed amidst a blaze of flames, reducing the grand hall to ashes as though it were made of paper. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Lu Chen found himself still standing at the doorway of the room, the grand hall, and the statue had all been illusions. What a terrifying technique, Lu Chen thought, alarmed. This person must specialize in mental attacks, capable of ensnaring me in an illusion without my awareness. If not for the protective power of the Lin character mantra guarding my mind, I might have fallen for it. At that moment, a wisp of black malevolent energy tore through the air, fleeing into the distance. It was the core essence of the sinister spirit hidden within the statue. Capturing it would reveal the traitor lurking within Shushan. You're not getting away. Lu Chen activated the Xing character mantra, propelling himself into the air in an instant. He swung his sword, aiming to strike it down. But this malevolent essence was far stronger than the previous one and easily evaded his sword light. It seemed wary of the presence beneath the cold pool, or perhaps feared attracting Shushan's experts, as it did not retaliate, but instead fled desperately. As the sinister essence fragmented into multiple streams of smoke, dispersing in all directions, even Lu Chen's heavenly eye technique struggled to discern the real one. Just as he hesitated, a terrifying sword light shot forth from the direction of the sword immortal hall. It transformed into a cage of starlight, attempting to trap the scattered black smoke. Jingsu, you won't catch me. A strange, piercing voice echoed from the black mist before it exploded violently, obliterating the malevolent soul entirely. What a shame, my experience points. Lu Chen lamented inwardly. This wisp of soul was far stronger than the previous Onif he had managed to kill it. He could have gained at least tens of thousands of experience points. Unfortunately, the opponent chose to obliterate their own soul to avoid being detected by the sword light of Qingshu Jinren. Lu Chen understood clearly that the opponent's soul was extraordinary. If they had chosen to flee at full strength, even he might not have been able to catch up. As he was pondering this, the starlight sword light in midair suddenly shifted, enveloping his figure in an instant and pulling him swiftly into the sword immortal hall. The moment he stepped into the hall, Lu Chen saw Qingshu Jinren seated within, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen, are you alright? Qingshu Jinren's voice was steady yet filled with concern. Lu Chen quickly cupped his hands in salute and recounted everything he had encountered in detail. Today, you have achieved the 9th grade golden core. With your unparalleled talent and immense potential, it's only natural that you'll become the target of many forces, Qingshu Jinren said with a frown. I had already been on guard, but I didn't expect the opponent to use soul corruption techniques to tempt you. Their methods are exceedingly sophisticated. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he thought to himself, this person barely revealed their trace. Could it be that even the sect leader cannot track them down? Qingshu Jinren shook his head, his brows furrowed tightly. Their methods are advanced, and their soul's realm is no weaker than mine, allowing them to evade my detection and remain hidden for so long. The people of the Blood Soul sect don't possess such capabilities. Perhaps we were mistaken from the start. This person may not even belong to the Blood Soul sect. Rather, the sect might merely be a pawn used to cover their tracks. Lu Chen was startled. Though he had harbored such suspicions before, he lacked concrete evidence. Now it seemed that the enemy lurking in Shushan was no ordinary foe, more like a ticking time bomb. If not dealt with promptly, such threats could resurface in the future and jeopardize his safety once again. Can Shushan still be a safe place to stay? Lu Chen asked worriedly. Qingshu Jinren seemed to perceive Lu Chen's unease and spoke softly to reassure him. You don't need to worry too much. Although we didn't capture them just now, I have inferred some clues from the aura of their malevolent intent. I already have a hypothesis in mind, but it requires further verification. You have a lead? Lu Chen asked, feeling a bit relieved. Previously, he hadn't been too anxious about catching the traitor because the sect leader was present in Shushan, and he believed his safety was assured. Moreover, the traitor hadn't acted against him directly. However, the situation now was different. It seemed this person coveted his physical talent and intended to seize his body. Having taken a risk to act today, there was no guarantee they wouldn't try again. This was a matter of life and death that needed to be resolved swiftly. How will the sect leader verify it? Lu Chen asked, his anxiety growing. Qingshu Jinren gently shook his head without answering. Instead, he raised his hand and sent out a streak of sword energy. The heavenly star divine sword from the sword tomb broke through the air and hovered in the hall, instantly suppressing the formation's pressure. Then, with a wave of his long sleeve, ripples spread through the air, revealing an ancient bronze door. Qingshu Jinren extended his hand, and the runes on the door flickered before it opened with a thunderous sound. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of demonic and murderous energy surged out like a flood, accompanied by deafening roars that filled the air, as though countless demons and monsters were lurking behind the door. However, with a gentle breath from Qingshu Jinren, the demonic energy dissipated as if swept away by a storm, and all the roaring noises fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at the bronze door. Sect leader, is this? The demon sealing tower. Qingshu Jinren replied calmly before glancing at him. The demon sealing tower is a forbidden area of our sect, and ordinary disciples are not allowed to enter. However, as a true disciple of our sect and a potential future sword heir of Shushan, it's not a problem for you to see it in advance. Follow me. If one were to name the most renowned structure of Mount Shu, none could surpass the demon suppression tower. Legend has it that this tower was once a divine artifact of the heavens, bestowed upon the founder of Mount Shu alongside the demon suppression sword thousands of years ago. It serves as a symbol of divine authority and celestial approval for the sect. The tower's design is unique, is not ascended from the bottom up like ordinary towers, but rather entered from the top down through a special portal. Within its dark interior, countless ferocious demons and monsters from ages past are imprisoned, their claw marks and echoing roars still lingering in the oppressive darkness. To most people, the demon suppression tower is a perilous place, where even a single step could spell disaster. But to Lu Chen, it is nothing less than a treasure trove. He had long dreamed of venturing into the tower to battle monsters and gain experience, though fate had never granted him the chance until now. With the sect leader personally opening the tower, he finally had the opportunity to enter and witness its secrets firsthand. As they stepped inside, a chilling and foreboding atmosphere enveloped them. Chains and talismans adorned the walls, while beneath their feet lay a series of interconnected chain bridges suspended over a stream of murky yellow liquid known as demon-transforming water. This peculiar substance, created by diluting the legendary weak water with celestial energy, was specifically designed to subdue demons while remaining harmless to humans. Lu Chen followed the sect leader cautiously, his gaze sweeping over the dim surroundings where pairs of crimson, demonic eyes glimmered from the shadows, observing their every move. These demons were securely bound by enchanted chains, and under the oppressive aura of the sect leader Qingshu Jinren's sword energy, they dared not act out, only releasing low growls from the darkness. The uppermost level of the tower contained relatively weaker demons, but as they descended further, the demonic aura grew increasingly oppressive. The faint sounds of growls and roars from the depths became sharper and more distinct. Lu Chen knew that the demons imprisoned on the lower levels were at least at the golden core or nascent soul stage. Defeating just one of them could yield tens of thousands of experience points. His hand instinctively reached for the sword at his waist, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Noticing the surge of killing intent from Lu Chen, Qingshu Jinren turned and cautioned him. I know you despise evil, but it's best not to provoke the demons in this tower. Why not? Lu Chen asked, frustration evident on his face. Seeing so many demons within reach, but being forbidden to act was almost unbearable. Qingshu Jinren, unaware that Lu Chen's true intent was to gain experience, mistook his eagerness for an overzealous desire to kill and feared it might lead him astray. Leading the way, the sect leader patiently explained, as disciples of Mount Shu, we are committed to vanquishing evil and upholding justice. Most malevolent demons are dealt with immediately, but only a rare few are imprisoned within the demon suppression tower. He gestured to the shadowy cages around them and continued. The demons held here fall into two categories. The first includes those who have committed wrongs but still possess a repentant heart and are not inherently evil. These are spared and confined here to reflect and cultivate. If they can cleanse their sins, they may one day earn their release. Such demons should not be slain recklessly, as doing so would burden you with unnecessary karmic debt, which could hinder your future cultivation. Qingshu Jinren's voice echoed through the tower. The path of demonic cultivation differs from that of humans. When their intelligence first awakens, it is indeed easy for them to stray. However, this does not mean they are inherently wicked. If they can truly repent and be guided, it would be an act of merit. Lu Chen nodded in understanding. He could relate to this, having once guided a white snake toward redemption. He knew that if a demon sincerely sought to change, it deserved an opportunity for reform, with only necessary punishment, rather than being eradicated outright. And the second category? Lu Chen asked, his tone still tinged with a trace of eager anticipation. A faint smile played on Qingshu Zenren's lips as he replied. The second category consists of those demons who are utterly irredeemable monsters of immense cruelty and heinous crimes. These do deserve to be slain, but they often possess extraordinary traits that make them nearly impossible to kill by conventional means. Thus, they are sealed here, where the demon-transforming water slowly erodes their essence. I don't believe there's a demon that can't be killed, Lu Chen said, shaking his head in disbelief. Master Qingshu pointed towards the depths of the demon-sealing tower with a grave expression. The most wicked and powerful demons are imprisoned in the lowest level. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. But be careful though, they are bound and sealed. Their powers are immense. Don't get too close, or you might be in danger. With that, he turned and walked toward the 7-star sword pillar at the center of the tower, his steps light yet firm. I need to check something to verify my earlier suspicions. You'd better not wander off. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of sword light streaked by, and Master Qingshu's figure vanished, merging seamlessly into the central sword pillar. Lu Chen stared at the spot where the headmaster had disappeared, pondering to himself, what exactly is he trying to confirm? However, his attention was soon drawn to the dark abyss below, where an ominous black mist churned and rolled. A faint smirk played at the corners of his lips. Let the headmaster handle the investigation. It's not every day I get to explore the demon sealing tower. If I don't take this chance to gain some experience, wouldn't it be a waste? Raising his hand, he tentatively unleashed a blast of spiritual energy toward the abyss below. A muffled boom echoed throughout the tower. As soon as the energy struck, the surrounding chains and runes were activated, forming a dazzling web of lightning that instantly dissolved most of his attack. Lu Chen frowned slightly, calculating inwardly. This must be the barrier designed to imprison the demons. If it's damaged or unlocked, all the demons on the lowest level would break free, and that would spell disaster. With my current strength, there's no way I could withstand them. But without breaking the barrier, I can't kill the demons inside either. As he deliberated, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the abyss, and the black mist below surged like boiling lava. A grotesque claw shot out, striking the lightning web with enough force to make it tremble violently. Moments later, a dark red, serpent-like tongue pierced through the barrier and lashed toward Lu Chen. So hungry. Little one, let me fill my belly. A hoarse, sinister voice echoed from the depths, brimming with greed and malice. Instead of being alarmed, Lu Chen's face lit up with excitement. I was just wondering how to get in, and this creature dares to break the seal and stick its tongue out? Isn't it just asking to be killed? Perfect. Without hesitation, he countered with a slash of sword energy. With a sharp tearing sound, the dark red tongue was severed cleanly, flesh and blood erupting as thick black ichor splattered everywhere. The righteous sword energy followed through, triggering a deafening explosion in the abyss. This is one of the so-called indestructible demons the headmaster mentioned? Doesn't seem all that impressive, Lu Chen muttered, slightly disappointed. His attack had been powerful enough to obliterate most ordinary demons, yet the system still hadn't issued any notification of success. Just as he was puzzling over this, the black mist in the abyss began to churn violently. A gaping maw filled with jagged fangs suddenly emerged, tearing at the web of lightning with savage force. Even more horrifying, countless long tongues sprouted from the mouth, writhing upward like a swarm of venomous snakes, their sheer number enough to make one's skin crawl. Boom! The stone slabs beneath Lu Chen's feet shattered as the tongues swept across, sending debris flying in all directions. It's still alive? Lu Chen's expression darkened as he muttered to himself. No wonder the demons imprisoned on the lowest level are not to be underestimated. Still, with my current strength and the barrier holding it back, I have nothing to fear. That creature might be ferocious, but it can't fully unleash its power while resisting the barrier's suppression. You're just a prisoner, yet you dare act so arrogantly. If my sword can't kill you, let's see how you handle my Samadhi true fire. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen unleashed a wave of flame-infused sword energy, severing the writhing tongues in an instant. The true fire spread rapidly, setting the creature ablaze. It let out shrill, unearthly screams as its flesh burned away, revealing pale, ghastly bones beneath. The flames consumed it relentlessly, but even as its body writhed and twisted under the lightning's glare, it refused to die. The surrounding black mist surged toward it, regenerating its flesh as quickly as the fire burned it away, inch by inch. Unbelievable. Even Samadhi true fire can't kill it. Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. The headmaster hadn't exaggerated when he said the demons on the lowest level were nearly impossible to destroy with conventional means. Of course, this was also due to Lu Chen's relatively low cultivation level. The amount of Samadhi true fire he could summon was limited, and compared to the demon's massive body, it was like a drop in the ocean. If he could unleash a sea of flames, he could incinerate the demon in an instant, leaving no chance for regeneration. I refuse to believe you're unkillable. If true fire alone won't do the job, let's add the yellow spring water and see if you survive this. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen summoned the yellow spring diagram, channeling a stream of yellow spring water that transformed into a water blade. With a swift motion, he drove the blade straight into the demon's gaping maw. The water of the yellow springs transformed into a gleaming sword of light, striking directly into the demon's mouth. The creature, already scorched and mangled by the Samadhi true fire, had barely managed to avoid complete annihilation by exhausting all its strength and was desperately trying to recover from its burns. But unexpectedly, Lu Chen made his move. A precise drop of the yellow spring's water entered its body, instantly dissolving the demonic aura like acid corroding iron. Its flesh began to rot and disintegrate at a visible speed, and its internal organs and bones melted into a foul-smelling pool of black liquid. Transforming demon water. It's the transforming demon water. In the darkness, other demons roared in terror. Retreat! Retreat! This brat can actually summon the transforming demon divine water. Didn't provoke him. In an instant, all the lurking demons recoiled, retreating as far as they could, unwilling to approach even a step closer. The transforming demon water within the demon sealing tower was originally crafted by diluting weak water, specifically to dissolve and purify demons. However, Lu Chen's Yellow Springs water was far more potent. Once it made contact, not only would the physical body dissolve, but even the soul would be completely eradicated. No matter how powerful the regenerative ability, it was impossible to resist the corrosive force of the Yellow Springs water. Ding! A system notification sounded in Lu Chen's mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain the demon Huaiho's tongue, obtaining the demonic skill Ling Rebirth Art. Experience points 20,000. Lu Chen frowned slightly, thinking to himself, such a troublesome demon, and it only rewarded me with 20,000 experience points? This system is way too stingy. But after a moment's thought, he realized that the great demon had been suppressed in the demon sealing tower, constantly refined by the transforming demon water. Its original strength had long been reduced to a fraction of its peak. Aside from its remarkable regenerative ability, its actual combat power was relatively weak. The system's reduced experience calculation seemed reasonable after all. Though 20,000 experience points weren't much, the loot drop rate seemed decent. Lu Chen immediately checked the Ling Rebirth Art he had just obtained. This must be the technique that allowed the beast to recover from its injuries so rapidly. Ling Rebirth Art, an ancient demonic technique capable of converting all spiritual energy sources into flesh and blood, rapidly healing injuries. As long as the spiritual energy remains, the body will not perish. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This technique sounded somewhat similar to the flesh regeneration arts he had encountered before, but it was evidently more efficient and powerful. It could directly transform spiritual energy, demonic energy, or magical power into flesh and blood for rapid healing. Unless struck by an instant fatal blow, one could recover using this method. The speed of recovery and the energy cost would depend on the severity of the injuries. This technique is incredible, Lu Chen thought with delight. With my dual golden cores and a powerful physique, combined with abundant magical power, adding the Ling Rebirth Art would make my defenses nearly unbreakable. Even if I get injured, I can restore my golden body almost instantly. It's a huge boost for both endurance and survival. What pleased Lu Chen even more was that this technique wasn't an evil art. It didn't require killing or consuming flesh and blood. It only consumed and transformed one's own magical power, making it a pure energy conversion method. Without hesitation, Lu Chen immediately opened the system and learned the technique. Then, his gaze shifted toward the abyss below, where countless demons still lurked. However, he dared not venture too deep recklessly. He needed to lure them closer to the barrier to take them down. Feigning weakness, Lu Chen let out a pained groan, pretending to be drained of magical power. In a loud voice, he exclaimed, "Damn it! I've overexerted myself. I can't hold on much longer. If another demon breaks through and attacks me, I might not be able to resist." As he spoke, he staggered backward, feigning panic, hoping to bait the demons into attacking again. However, the sea of rolling demonic energy remained eerily still. Blood-red eyes flickered in the darkness, but all of them stayed hidden behind the barrier, refusing to emerge even an inch. Oomph. Crafty human, trying to trick us into coming out to die? Not a chance. This kid can control the transforming demon water better, not provoke him. But his cultivation level is only at the golden core stage, so he wouldn't dare break into the barrier. As long as we stay here and don't do anything foolish, we'll be safe and keep our lives. Even though the transforming demon water in the demon suppressing tower is incredibly potent and can torment demons for hundreds of years, stepping outside now would mean instant death. Forget it, forget it. The demons sealed at the bottom of the tower have cultivated for hundreds, even thousands of years. Many of them have become extremely cunning and won't fall for tricks so easily. Lu Chen looked at the demons below. After putting on an exhausting performance, he saw no reaction from them and felt a bit disheartened. A bunch of aimless fools, you deserve to be trapped here, he muttered to himself. That said, he knew there was nothing he could do. If the demons didn't act first, he couldn't risk breaking into the barrier to attack them. The danger was too great. Despite the wealth of experience waiting to be harvested, not a single demon made a move, leaving Lu Chen deeply frustrated. Just then, a beam of light suddenly flickered atop the central sword pillar. The figure of Master Qingshu, the sect leader, appeared. The demons below felt his immense pressure and instantly vanished, retreating into the depths of the demonic aura, leaving not a shadow behind. Now, there were no monsters to fight. Lu Chen could only sigh, turning to face the sect leader. However, Master Qingshu's grave expression hinted that something was amiss. Master, what were the results of the verification? Lu Chen asked. Master Qingshu shook his head, the worry in his eyes undiminished, as he tightly held a wooden box in his hands. We'll discuss this back at the hall. With a wave of his long sleeve, he used his power to envelop Lu Chen and swiftly carried him out of the demon-suppressing tower. They returned to the Sword Immortal Hall. Lu Chen noticed the sect leader's unprecedentedly serious demeanor, which made him even more curious. He had never seen Master Qingshu so solemn. Setting aside his thoughts of gaining experience, he quickly asked, Master, what's going on? Master Qingshu turned to glance at him, a trace of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Lu Chen's status wasn't high enough to be privy to such matters, but since the issue involved him, it couldn't be kept a secret any longer. Handing the wooden box to Lu Chen, he said, see for yourself. Lu Chen opened the box to reveal a pearl-like orb that glowed faintly, resembling a luminous night pearl. Unfortunately, it was already cracked, and with a light touch, it crumbled into powder. Startled, Lu Chen exclaimed, I didn't use any force. Master Qingshu gave him a knowing look, as if he had anticipated this outcome, and sighed. This is the demon sealing pearl, left behind by the founder of Mount Shu. It was buried within the central sword pillar of the demon-suppressing tower to seal a great demon. But now, the pearl has shattered, and that demon has escaped. Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. They had initially suspected that Lu Cheng, Yang Qi, and the others were spies from the Blood Soul sect. But now, it seemed the situation wasn't as straightforward as they had thought. Could the so-called spies actually be the escaped demon from the tower? If that's true, then we're in serious trouble, Lu Chen thought, alarmed. But he quickly realized something didn't add up. Frowning, he said, a demon capable of escaping the demon-suppressing tower must be a terrifying entity with overwhelming demonic energy. How could it possibly hide in Mount Shu without a trace, even escaping your notice? Master Qingshu smiled faintly, nodding in approval. You're sharp. Staying calm and analyzing the situation after learning all this is commendable. After a pause, he continued, you're correct. An ordinary demon couldn't escape the demon-suppressing tower, let alone hide without a trace. The reason this is possible is that this demon is no ordinary creature. It is formless, shapeless, neither part of the three realms nor bound by the five elements. In a way, it could even be considered a part of our founder. Beyond the three realms, outside the five elements. When Lu Chen heard this phrase, his expression turned somewhat peculiar. He frowned slightly and murmured to himself, that sounds like a description of the evil sword immortal. Could it really be that old monster? If it truly was him, then things were going to get very troublesome. As he pondered this, Qingshu Jinren, standing beside him, continued speaking. It is said that in ancient times, our patriarch practiced the celestial secret scroll and, to preserve the purity of his essence, severed all his emotions, desires, and evil thoughts. However, after being cut off, these evil thoughts, infused with the patriarch's celestial energy, transformed into a unique Antiquia malevolent spirit. This spirit, formless and shapeless, roams the realms of heaven and earth, capable of influencing and controlling others through their emotions and desires, thereby enhancing its own power. Before the patriarch passed away, he sealed this spirit within the demon-suppressing tower. Yet even so, the spirit has lingered for thousands of years, and recently, it has finally managed to escape. Lu Chen's heart grew heavier, and he couldn't help but think of the evil sword immortal. Before Qingshu Jinren could finish his words, Lu Chen was already lost in thought. This is exactly like the evil sword immortal. No wonder the sect leader hasn't been able to trace its whereabouts. This malevolent spirit can possess and hide within anyone, and unless it reveals itself, even the person being controlled wouldn't realize it. What's even more terrifying is that it can even take on the appearance of anyone. He glanced at Qingshu Jinren and instinctively stepped back half a pace. Qingshu Jinren noticed his movement and chuckled. Stepping back half a step, are you joking? If even I were controlled by the malevolent spirit, wouldn't that spell catastrophe for Mount Shu? Where could you possibly retreat to then? Hearing this, Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed and quickly smiled. Just a reflex, just a reflex. He paused for a moment before asking. So, what should we do next? Though this malevolent spirit is cunning, its power has greatly diminished after being suppressed for so long. Right now, it can only influence and control a very limited number of people and hasn't yet become a significant threat. However, if we allow it to remain hidden, amassing power and absorbing more negative energy, it could eventually lead to a catastrophic disaster for the world. Qingshu Jinren's expression grew grave. We must locate it as soon as possible. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lu Chen, as if waiting for his response. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, suddenly recalling how the malevolent spirit had once tried to tempt him. It seemed to have been drawn to the potential of the nine-turn golden core within him. Using himself as bait could indeed lure out the spirit. However, such a plan was extremely dangerous. He had no idea how strong the spirit had become. Judging by the 10,000 experience points he earned from defeating a fragment of it earlier, the spirit's current power likely far surpassed its previous form. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel uneasy, his resolve wavering. He decided to remain silent and act as though he hadn't heard anything. Fortunately, Qingshu Jinren didn't press him further, perhaps also considering the risks involved. Soon, Qingshu withdrew his gaze and muttered thoughtfully, "The malevolent spirit hides within people's hearts. If it doesn't reveal itself, I naturally cannot track it. But how did it establish contact with the members of the Blood Soul sect? Perhaps that is a lead we can follow." Lu Chen's mind stirred. As Qingshu Jinren had pointed out, this was indeed a question that had been troubling him. While Lu Cheng, Yang Qi, and others had been controlled by the spirit, they were undeniably members of the Blood Soul sect. By what means had the malevolent spirit managed to control these remnants of the sect? Young master of the Blood Soul sect, the Taiji seal of pure Yang. Lu Chen slowly uttered the name, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Qingshu Jinren nodded slightly. This was indeed the most plausible speculation at the momentum middleman, who could move freely between Mount Shu and the Blood Soul sect. However, the true identity of this Blood Soul sect prodigy remained a mystery. No one had ever seen their true face. Rumors circulated widely that the young master of the Blood Soul sect possessed a body of pure Yang. Considering the characteristics of the Taiji seal, this was unlikely to be mere hearsay. Lu Chen pondered silently within Mount Shu, who could possibly possess such a unique constitution. Yet Qingshu Jinren sighed and shook his head. Your analysis isn't without merit, but senior brother Kaiyang places great trust in that disciple. Without solid evidence, I can't act recklessly. Besides, Gu Changxing has been training outside for years and is now untraceable. Even if we wanted to investigate, there's no starting point. Lu Chen suddenly understood. No wonder the sect leaders, despite knowing how distinctive a pure Yang constitution was, had refrained from taking action. It was out of respect for their bonds as fellow disciples. Moreover, Gu Changxing's absence from the mountain made the investigation even more challenging. To uncover the hidden ancestral spirit of evil, it seemed they would have to start with the Blood Soul sect. A glint of determination flashed in Qingshu Jinren's eyes. It's using the Blood Soul sect to stir up trouble. There's likely a larger scheme at play. The most probable goal is to release the Blood Demon. If the Blood Demon breaks free, it will draw the attention of all the sections. Should I leave Mount Shu to suppress it, this fiend will seize the opportunity to wreak havoc. Before he finished speaking, Qingshu Jinren raised his hand. The heavenly star divine sword instantly flew into his palm. With a gentle slash through the air, the sword tore open a rift, revealing a scene 1,000 miles away, shimmering with the glow of his mystical power. In a dark valley, the ruins of collapsed buildings were scattered with the corpses of Blood Soul sect disciples. A majestic sword light swept across the sky, unstoppable and overwhelming. Lu Chen focused intently and vaguely recognized the figure right was none other than the head of Tianquan Peak. What the? Lu Chen's heart trembled. That's the Blood Soul sect's base? When did Uncle Master Tianquan charge in? Recalling the murderous intent he had seen in the sect leader's eyes upon his return, Lu Chen suddenly realized his attacker must have enraged the sect leader, prompting him to send Uncle Master Tianquan to annihilate the Blood Soul sect. This display of protectiveness left Lu Chen both moved and regretful. He had intended to take his revenge personally after achieving his golden core, but now it seemed he had missed the grand spectacle. He could only hope the Blood Soul sect's young master wouldn't perish too soon, as the mission involving the Taiji seal still hinged on him. At that moment, the figure of Tianquan Jinren in the projection seemed to sense something. Emerging from the dazzling sword light, he raised his head to look skyward. Senior brother sect leader, expending your power to project from 1,000 miles away, what orders do you have? In the reflection of the sword's gleaming surface, corpses lay strewn across the ground, and rivers of blood flowed freely. The sword aura of Tianquan Jinren crisscrossed relentlessly, turning the Blood Soul sect's lair into a desolate wasteland. The demonic cultivators who lay lifeless on the ground had been ruthless killers in life, now finally facing their retribution. Qingshu Jinren stood high in the air, his cold gaze sweeping over the carnage before finally settling on Tianquan Jinren below. Junior brother, have you captured the young master of the Blood Soul sect? It was my oversight, Tianquan Jinren replied with a look of remorse. I was a step too late, and the young master of the Blood Soul sect managed to escape in advance. Hearing this, Lu Chen quietly exhaled in relief. So the Blood Soul Saint's son is still alive? That's a relief. Qingshu Jinren frowned slightly. Do you have any confidence in tracking him? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tianquan Jinren shook his head. This individual is no ordinary foe. He possesses secret techniques that can conceal his presence. It will be difficult to locate him in the short term. I see. Return for now, junior brother, Qingshu Jinren said, dismissing the sword light with a wave of his hand. His tone carried a hint of regret. I had hoped you could eliminate the remnants of the Blood Soul sect in one decisive strike and capture the young master to confirm his identity. But who would have thought that this cunning boy would sense the danger and flee ahead of time? He's bound to become a future threat. Lu Chen spoke up, offering a suggestion. Didn't the sect master previously use the Zhoutian star array to locate the soul of Extreme? Finding the young master of the Blood Soul sect with it shouldn't be too difficult, right? But Qingshu Jinren shook his head and explained. The Zhoutian star array, though created by our ancestral master based on ancient relics, consumes an immense amount of spiritual energy with each activation. We've already used it once, and combined with the energy spent during your tribulation, activating it again could disrupt many of the sect's formations, even damaging the sealed demon tower. Hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brows deeply. The Blood Soul young master wasn't just tied to the Taiji Seal mission, but also held the key to his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. If this person were to remain in hiding, coupled with the potential threat of the ancestral spirit, the situation would become even more precarious. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from within the sword box. Shui Yinyan spoke up. Master, if the Blood Soul young master truly possesses the yang soul of the sacred artifact, I might be able to help you find him. Since refining the celestial spirit energy, I've gained the ability to sense the aura of pure yang blood. Of course, Lu Chen's eyes lit up in realization. The Taiji seal is a duality of yin and yang, and the artifact spirits can naturally sense each other. With your newfound strength, you should be able to track him down. He immediately turned to Qingshu Jinren. Sect Master, I am willing to use the yin artifact spirit to trace the whereabouts of the Blood Soul young master. Please allow me to handle this matter. The mission involving the Blood Soul sect was already 2/3 complete, and he was unwilling to leave it unfinished. Moreover, this involved the Taiji seal, and he still had to seek justice for the earlier assassination attempt. After a moment of deliberation, Qingshu Jinren nodded in agreement. The twin spirits of the sacred artifact can indeed sense one another, he acknowledged. As for the matter of the ancestral spirit, there's no confirmed evidence yet, so we can set that aside for now. The time of the celestial hound devouring the sun approaches, and I fear the Blood Soul sect will not give up easily. You must locate the young master of the Blood Soul sect quickly. Whether or not he is connected to the evil spirit, we cannot allow the blood demon to return to the mortal world. Such an event would bring calamity, plunging the human realm into chaos and igniting the evil thoughts within all beings, which would only strengthen the power of the evil spirit. The voice of Master Qingshu echoed through the hall of sword immortals, his brows deeply furrowed and worry glinting in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he added, with your current cultivation, you should be able to handle most adversaries. However, the young master of the Blood Soul sect is exceedingly cunning. If he is truly being manipulated by an evil spirit, you could be in grave danger. Perhaps I should send 2 of the top elders to accompany you. Lu Chen's heart tightened upon hearing this, and his eyes flickered slightly. 2 of the top elders? Those were the strongest forces of Shushan. His mind raced. Are you kidding me? If those 2 powerhouses come along, how am I supposed to get any credit for taking down the target? Master, Lu Chen quickly shook his head, his tone respectful yet resolute. If the young master of the Blood Soul sect really has ties to the evil spirit, he might already know about every move Shushan makes. Sending 2 top elders down the mountain would definitely attract attention, and that could startle him into hiding. If he uses some secret technique to completely suppress his aura, we might lose all trace of him. That makes sense, Master Qingshu nodded, lifting his hand slightly. A golden stream of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertip, forming an imprint that shot directly toward Lu Chen's forehead. Lu Chen felt a warm force seep into his consciousness, leaving a faint mark on his brow. You can sense the Yang soul, but he can likely sense it too. There's no guarantee he won't grow desperate and set a trap for you. To ensure your safety, I've left a divine soul imprint on you. If you face an overwhelming danger, you can activate it, and I will intervene directly. A divine soul imprint from a heaven realm master. Lu Chen's heart leaped with joy. Combined with the sword energy left by Qin Qingfeng and the Tai sword, it was as if he had 2 sword gods protecting him at all times. With that as his trump card, even the most perilous situations seemed manageable. He even started hoping the Blood Soul young master would set up some elaborate trap after all. More danger meant more rewards. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Lu Chen preferred to complete the mission with his own strength, not only for the experience and mission evaluation, but also as a way to hone and test himself. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission Remnants of the Demon Sect Part 3. Track and eliminate the young master of the Blood Soul sect. Completing the mission will grant you substantial rewards. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. As expected, the mission had been triggered again. Moreover, the mission's target aligned perfectly with the subtask for the Tai Chi, seal the young master of the Blood Soul sect, was the pure Yang spirit vessel. Taking him down would not only secure the Tai Chi seal, but also complete the mission. A win-win. Rest assured, master. I will complete this mission, Lu Chen promised solemnly, bowing deeply. At that moment, Cui Yanyan, who had been standing to the side, closed her eyes briefly. Her fingers formed a series of hand seals as she used a secret technique to sense the general location of the pure Yang blood. Opening her eyes, she said softly, Miaojiang, Miaojiang. Lu Chen frowned slightly, puzzled. Master Qingshu's expression darkened upon hearing this, his tone grave. It is said that the Hell Spring, which was used to seal and suppress the blood demon long ago, lies deep within the mountains of Miaojiang. With the celestial hound devouring the sun so near, the young master of the Blood Soul sect fleeing to such a place likely means he intends to use some other method to break the demon sealing barrier. Lu Chen, you must act quickly. Understood. I'll leave immediately. Lu Chen nodded, wasting no time. He bowed deeply before taking his leave and swiftly exited the Hall of Sword Immortals. With the situation so urgent, he didn't even have time to bid farewell to Luli. Taking a single step, his figure rose into the air. Sword lights swirled around him, forming a radiant streak as he soared through the sky, cutting through the clouds with unwavering determination. The distance between Shushan and Miaojiang is neither too far nor too close. If one were to travel by sword flight, it would take at least a day or two. Fortunately, Lu Chen possessed the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch, and with the aid of the swift talisman, traveling at full speed, he could likely reach Miaojiang within half a day. Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, the swift talisman in his hand emitting a faint glow. This mission was entirely different from the ones before Tengu's eclipse was imminent, and time was running out. He had to find the Blood Soul Saint Sun as soon as possible. If the latter found another way to release the blood demon, the consequences would be catastrophic. Deep down, Lu Chen had once entertained the thought of personally defeating the blood demon and reaping a massive amount of experience. But reason told him that if the blood demon was truly the reincarnation of the blood god's son, its cultivation and power would be beyond imagination, far beyond his current capability to contend with. More importantly, if the blood demon were to emerge, its destructive power would bring devastation to the surrounding populace, resulting in untold suffering. Should such a calamity occur, he would bear the blame. Preventing this disaster is the wisest course of action, Lu Chen thought to himself, his figure already streaking out of Shushan's gates like a shooting star, heading straight for Miaojiang. Just then, a faint sword light slowly rose behind him, wobbling unsteadily like a snail. A familiar voice carried on the wind. Lu Chenjij, wait for me. Luli. Lu Chen turned abruptly, and sure enough, he saw the little girl on the flying sword, flailing her arms and swaying unsteadily. She had only just succeeded in building her foundation and was clearly unfamiliar with controlling her spiritual power. She hadn't even studied proper sword flying techniques yet. The fact that she could clumsily imitate sword flight was already impressive. But seeing her teetering as if she might fall at any moment, Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. He had no choice but to stop, turn around, and step forward to intercept the little girl. His tone, tinged with worry, came out a bit stern. Why aren't you staying at home where it's safe? What are you doing out here? The little girl immediately pouted in grievance. You promised that once I built my foundation, you'd take me down the mountain. Now you're trying to sneak off on your own again. If you won't take me, you'll just have to find my own way to follow you. Lu Chen scratched his head at her words, recalling that he had indeed made such a promise. But at the time, it was purely to encourage her to focus on her cultivation. Who would have thought she'd succeed in building her foundation so quickly? I did promise you, Lu Chen admitted helplessly, but this time is different. The situation is urgent, and there's a high chance of encountering danger. I really can't take you along. Next time, I swear. No, I don't believe you. Lu Chenjij is always lying. The little girl's face scrunched up in defiance, her eyes welling with tears as if she were about to cry. Lu Chen felt a wave of frustration. Normally, taking Luli along on missions to broaden her horizons wouldn't be a problem, but this time was different. He was pursuing the Blood Soul Saint Sona time-sensitive, perilous task. The target might sense his approach and set traps. This was precisely why the sect leader had made an exception and left him with a spirit mark for protection. Bringing Luli along would only put her in grave danger. If they encountered trouble, he wouldn't be able to protect her. This wasn't some sightseeing trip. Over time, He had come to see this gluttonous, sleepy little girl as his own sister. Naturally, he would never let her be in danger. Lu Chen threw out several excuses in quick succession, his tone laced with evident worry, trying to dissuade her. However, the little girl stubbornly pursed her lips, placed her hands on her hips, and completely ignored his attempts to persuade her. If you keep this up, do you believe I won't just knock you out and tie you up to take you back? Lu Chen frowned deeply, his tone now tinged with unmistakable anger. At the moment of their stalemate, a clear cry echoed from the sky. Suddenly, brilliant multicolored light burst through the clouds, and a pair of enormous wings parted the mist, revealing a massive azure bird. Its wings, when spread, seemed to shimmer with flames dancing along its blue feathers. Its long, cloud-like tail feathers trailed behind it for dozens of meters, making its entire form breathtakingly majestic. Qinghuan. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. What shocked him even more was the sight of a young woman, around 18 or 19 years old, standing atop the Qinghuan's back. She wore a silver gown, her jet black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her fair skin was as smooth as jade, and a crescent-shaped golden mark glowed brightly on her forehead. She exuded an air of grace and sanctity. Layers of golden spiritual energy surrounded her, 7 in total. Golden core stage. Lu Chen thought to himself in astonishment. Her foundation is so solid she must be at least 7th rank or higher. Noticing her attire and mount, Lu Chen deduced that she was not a disciple of the Shushan sword sect. Without hesitation, he subtly moved to shield Luli behind him, his expression revealing clear vigilance. Meanwhile, the little girl curiously peeked out from under his arm, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the Qinghuan. Fellow cultivator, is this the Shushan sword sect ahead? The woman on the Qinghuan asked. Her voice was clear and pleasant, without a hint of arrogance. Seeing that she seemed to harbor no hostility, Lu Chen relaxed slightly and nodded in response. Indeed, this is Shushan's territory. May I ask where you hail from and what brings you to Shushan? So, you're a disciple of Shushan. That's wonderful. The young woman clapped her hands excitedly, a look of relief washing over her face. These endless mountains are so confusing. I flew in circles several times and almost got lost before spotting the sword light. Halfway through her sentence, she seemed to realize that admitting to being directionally challenged was somewhat embarrassing. She quickly cleared her throat and adopted a more serious expression. Ahem. My name is Tong Yao, a disciple of Kunlun's Jade Pool. By my master's orders, I have come to visit senior brother Lu Chen, the 9th true disciple of Shushan. A disciple of the Kunlun sect? Lu Chen was taken aback. Kunlun was one of the most mysterious sects in the Taoist tradition, with very few disciples each generation only accepting one man and one woman. They rarely ventured into the outside world. What puzzled him even more was that this young woman had specifically sought him out, yet he had no memory of ever meeting her. Just as Luli was about to speak upon hearing Lu Chen's name, he acted faster. He clamped a hand over her mouth and whispered a warning in her ear. We don't know her intentions yet. Stay quiet. Then, he looked up at Tong Yao, feigning a look of sudden realization. Ah, so you're from Kunlun, senior sister. May I ask why you're seeking out our senior brother Lu Chen? Standing on the Qinghuan's back, Tong Yao's gaze swept over the odd pair of siblings, her brow furrowing slightly. However, she didn't appear suspicious. After all, unlike her, Lu Chen wasn't naively radiating his spiritual energy for all to see. With his twin fish pendant concealing his aura, no one could discern his true strength unless he actively revealed it. My master mentioned that recently there was a surge of golden lightning tribulation at Shushan, a sign of someone forming a 9th-rank golden core. Tong Yao said clearly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she sought confirmation. Recently, a 9th true disciple has been added to Shushan. Aside from him, no one else seems to possess such talent. The woman on the back of the Qinghuan said in a clear voice. I've just broken through myself, so my master has sent me down the mountain to seek guidance at Shushan, to find your senior brother Lu Chen for a discussion and exchange of ideas to mutually improve. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, his brows unconsciously furrowing. He recalled the scene from a few days ago when he broke through. The thunderous tribulation of the 9th-grade golden core had been overwhelming, likely alarming many people. Although the sect leader, Qingshu Zhenren, had intervened in time to block the prying eyes of external experts, the news of his recent promotion to Shushan's true disciple had still spread. With a little deduction, it wouldn't have been hard for anyone to figure out his name. It seems she's here to test me, Lu Chen thought to himself. This kind of trouble, where the tallest tree in the forest attracts the wind, will probably only increase in the future. He didn't actually mind exchanging pointers with talented individuals from other sects, as it was indeed a good opportunity to enhance his cultivation and combat experience. However, at the moment, he had urgent matters to attend to and couldn't spare the time to deal with this. Lu Chen's gaze shifted between the woman on the Qinghuan and Luli beside him, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He put on a warm smile and said, our senior brother Lu Chen is known for his enthusiasm and generosity. If he knew that senior sister had traveled such a long distance to visit, he would surely be delighted. However, I currently have pressing matters to attend to and can't accompany you personally. How about I let my younger sister take you to him instead? As he spoke, he shot a meaningful glance at Luli and sent her a sound transmission. This woman is here to challenge me, but I don't have the time to deal with her. Take her to the backyard, find a way to keep her occupied, and then slip away. If you help me with this, I'll take you to Nanjiang. Luli's eyes lit up at his words, her big eyes blinking as she asked, really? Of course I never lie. Huh. If you hadn't said that, I might have believed you. Luli retorted with a pout, but still agreed. Fine, stop dawdling. Just wait for me at the gate. The little girl turned to the woman and said, tilting her head up, Sister Tongyao, I can take you to find senior brother Lu Chen. But I'm only at the foundation establishment stage, so my spiritual power isn't strong enough. Can I ride your big bird for a bit? Tong Yao was amused by the nickname and found Lu Li's innocent and lively demeanor quite endearing. She nodded generously and said, hop on. Delighted, Lu Li leapt onto the Qinghuan. After cupping her hands and thanks to Lu Chen, Tong Yao directed the Qinghuan, which spread its wings and turned into a streak of green light, flying deep into Shushan. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he activated the secret art of swift steps across 100 miles and quickly made his way ahead. Lu Chen moved swiftly along the path, fearing that Tong Yao might notice him. Without lingering, he crossed into the borders of Miaojiang by midday. Although Miaojiang was located in a remote area, it was a land of stunning mountains, abundant resources, and natural beauty. The vast mountain ranges were home to both rare medicinal herbs and venomous creatures, making it a natural treasure trove. The Miao villages in this region had customs and traditions vastly different from those of Shu and the Central Plains. The Miao people worshipped shamanic deities and held practitioners of witchcraft and sorcery, known as priests, in high regard, honoring them with great reverence. This gave rise to the shamanic cult, which, though not comparable to righteous sects like Shushan, possessed an ancient history tracing back to archaic times. According to legend, the Miao people carried a trace of the Wu clan's bloodline, having been moved by Nuwa to remain in Miaojiang to guard the Hell Spring. The shamanic cult had once flourished, but 1,000 years ago, when the blood demon broke free, the cult paid a heavy price to suppress it, losing nearly all its skilled masters and suffering a significant decline in power. If not for the intervention of Wudong's founder, who left behind a sacred artifact to aid in the suppression, the shamanic cult might have faded into history. Lu Chen flipped through the documents handed to him by the sect leader before their parting, focusing on tracking the aura of the Blood Soul Saint Sun. Shortly after entering Miaojiang, he heard Cui Yinyan's voice in his ear. Master, there's a strong concentration of blood energy ahead. It's interfering with my senses, and the pure yang aura is being overwhelmed. Lu Chen frowned, and his eyes gleamed with golden light as he activated his heavenly eye technique, peering into the mist ahead. Sure enough, he saw a dense, blackened blood aura swirling like coiling dragons and serpents, forming massive columns of smoke converging toward a certain direction. The overwhelming presence of blood energy was far too intense to result from mere killings. Was it a war? Or the rampage of demons? Lu Chen's expression grew grim as the scene before him appeared increasingly eerie. He looked far ahead and saw a large fortified village shrouded in the blood aura. The villagers within wandered the streets with crimson eyes and frenzied expressions, as if afflicted by a plague. Enraged, they attacked and bit one another on sight, turning the village into a scene of chaos. The air was thick with the stench of blood. In mere moments, the once thriving settlement became a slaughterhouse, with corpses strewn across the streets and rivers of blood flowing, merging into the blood aura above. Unable to stand idle, Lu Chen unleashed his spiritual energy, sending a beam of light toward the concentrated blood aura. However, a wave of foul, malevolent energy instantly struck back, overwhelming his senses with dizziness and filling his heart with violent impulses. He hastily activated a talisman to stabilize his mind. In an instant, a burst of righteous sword energy erupted, dispelling the sinister energy. This is the 5 impurities blood curse, Lu Chen muttered gravely. The power of the blood aura was capable of corroding the mind and provoking the darkest desires within. Clearly, this was no ordinary dark magic but an insidious method designed to amplify people's inner wickedness, driving them to slaughter one another. The resulting bloodshed was then harvested and concentrated through an array. Lu Chen now understood the mastermind behind this was undoubtedly the Blood Soul sect. The 5 impurities blood curse was a dark art that used the malicious thoughts of mortals as a medium to propagate slaughter and suffering. Through an array, it collected the essence of life from the bloodshed to fuel the Blood Soul sect's sinister rituals. Lu Chen's brows furrowed deeply as he realized this evil energy wasn't simply meant to create chaos. The Blood Soul Saint Sun likely intended to use the accumulated blood and the celestial phenomenon of the heavenly dog devouring the sun to corrupt the sacred artifact suppressing the blood demon, paving the way for its resurrection. The madness and carnage in the village served as fertile ground for the growth of malevolent energy, and the dark thoughts of the affected villagers provided the nourishment the Blood Soul sect sought. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen's resolve to track down the Blood Soul Saint's son grew even stronger. Golden light radiated from Lu Chen's body, his energy surging like roaring flames, instantly dispersing the poisonous blood before him. Encircled by the glowing aura, he appeared like a beacon in the darkness, stepping resolutely into the chaotic battlefield where flesh and blood flew in all directions. Humans have the capacity to restrain desires, distinguish right from wrong, and thus differ from beasts. Do not let wicked thoughts cloud your mind and turn you into pawns of evil. Wake up, all of you. Lu Chen's voice, imbued with immense power, thundered like a clap of lightning. The frenzied villagers froze momentarily upon hearing his commanding voice, their bloodshot eyes flickering. Yet, in an instant, their faces twisted with ferocity once more as they roared and charged toward him. Deeply rooted in evil, stubborn and unyielding, Lu Chen sighed softly, stomping his foot firmly on the ground. The golden light around him surged, and a wall of energy formed, forcefully repelling the incoming villagers. He refrained from delivering fatal blows, knowing that killing these villagers controlled by malevolent thoughts would neither yield any benefit nor avoid potential karmic repercussions. Worse, their spilled blood would only feed the formation, accelerating the condensation of the 5 impurities malignant blood. Stay where you are. Lu Chen raised his hand and invoked the Lin character incantation. The characters transformed into binding spells, freezing dozens of frenzied villagers in place. However, more people surged in from the far end of the street, an overwhelming crowd of thousands, seemingly drawn by Lu Chen's powerful energy. Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, Cui Yanyan emerged from her sword box. "Master, let me help you control them," she called out, shaking the soul-capturing bell on her wrist. The crisp sound reverberated through the air, causing the villagers to clutch their heads in agony, dropping their weapons one by one. Lu Chen nodded in approval and took a deep breath before sweeping his sleeve. He unleashed a wave of righteous sword energy, gentle as a breeze, which flowed through the villagers and expelled the malevolent aura clouding their minds. In no time, the blood-red glow faded from their eyes, and clarity returned. What would happen? "Father, Mother, I didn't mean to. This is terrifying. Why did this happen?" The villagers, now lucid, looked around at the lifeless bodies of their loved ones and broke down in tears. Lu Chen sighed and began chanting prayers for the deceased, guiding their souls to rest. Gradually, the villagers calmed themselves, kneeling to thank him with deep gratitude. A system notification chimed. Ding. With a compassionate heart, you have alleviated the suffering of the people, gaining 10 merit. Lu Chen lifted his gaze toward the sky, where the blood aura continued to gather ominously. His expression grew grim. He could save one town, but not the entire region. The only way to end this disaster was to locate the source of the formation and eliminate its mastermind. The Blood Soul Saint must be there. Just as he prepared to leave, a sudden burst of magical brilliance lit up the sky. Within the light, a figure fled in desperation, pursued by a dozen cultivators clad in strange shamanic robes. Their eyes glowed blood-red, and their murderous intent was palpable. Wushan sect. Lu Chen gazed at the figures chasing each other across the sky, his brow furrowing slightly. Leading the chase was a young scholar who appeared physically frail, but a clear, radiant light flowed around him. He rode a majestic horse seemingly formed from ink, galloping through the air. Though its hooves were intangible, they struck a thunderous rhythm, carving a graceful arc in the sky as they sped forward. Behind him, over a dozen sorcerers pursued relentlessly, riding on dark green poisonous smoke. Within the swirling fumes, twisted humanoid shapes could faintly be seen. Their hands moved rapidly, forming seals, and from their fingertips, they unleashed venomous insects of various shapes and sizes like arrows aimed at the scholar. Some of the insects were long and slender like centipedes, others curved with stingers like scorpions, emitting a chilling hum as they darted through the air. Desperately fleeing for his life, the scholar wielded a wolf hair brush with practiced precision. The tip of the brush, imbued with magical power, painted flowing lines in the air, which quickly transformed into vivid eagles and white cranes. These lifelike creatures flapped their wings and charged toward the poisonous insects. The eagles' beaks were razor-sharp, and the cranes' wings cut like blades, clashing fiercely with the venomous creatures and producing muffled explosions in the air. However, the scholar's movements were noticeably slowing. His brushstrokes became less fluid, his face pale, and beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. His magical energy was clearly depleting, and as he continued to paint, the ink began to dry and blotch, making it increasingly difficult for him to sustain his defense. Protecting himself with literary energy and bringing his creations to life, this is a genuine technique of the Confucian sect. This man must be a disciple of Honghu Academy. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. and those pursuing him appear to be disciples of the Wu Shen sect. Lu Chen's frown deepened. The Wu Shen sect, while not a top-tier faction, was still considered part of the righteous path. How could they resort to such malevolent methods against a Confucian disciple? Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen noticed that the sorcerer's auras were chaotic, their eyes blood-red like lanterns, and a palpable malice coiled around them like a physical presence. It was clear they had been corrupted by the 5 defilements blood. Cultivators, with their protective magical energy and steadfast minds, should have been able to suppress their darker impulses. But when provoked by external forces, their suppressed malevolence could be far more dangerous than that of ordinary people. Once their inner demons breached their mental defenses, they would undoubtedly fall into the demonic path. This 5 defilements blood is truly terrifying. It even spares no cultivators. Lu Chen sighed softly. The Wu Shen sect must be in grave trouble, unable to protect themselves, let alone assist the villagers. The arrival of the Blood Soul Saint Sun in Miaojiang had already caused such chaos. His methods were indeed extraordinary. Of course, it was also possible that the malevolent spirit behind him had intervened. Either way, Lu Chen knew he had to locate and eliminate him as soon as possible, or countless more lives would be lost. As Lu Chen pondered, the scholar had already fled to the skies above the village. From a distance, he noticed the glimmer of sword light below, accompanied by a purifying aura that dispelled the foul blood. His eyes lit up with hope. Controlling his ink horse, he dove downward, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. Which esteemed Confucian master might this be? I am but a humble disciple of Honghu Academy, pursued by demonic forces and powerless to resist. I implore you, venerable elder, to lend me your aid. In his haste to escape, the scholar had not clearly seen the figure below. Relying solely on the presence of the purifying aura, he assumed it could only be a powerful Confucian master and immediately sought their help. Such righteous energy could only be wielded by those who had fully embraced the teachings of the sages, leaving no room for doubt in his mind. Confucian master? Venerable elder? Lu Chen shook his head, unwilling to argue. Since the scholar was a disciple of the righteous path, Lu Chen couldn't stand idly by. Besides, he needed to understand the situation in this region. Raising his hand, Lu Chen swept his sleeve, unleashing a surge of power that rippled outward. Golden particles surged like waves, obliterating the poisonous insects in a thunderous crash. The terrifying force swept through the air, causing the pursuing Wu Shen sect disciples to falter as if they had collided with an invisible barrier. Lu Chen had only intended to stop and deter them, not to take their lives. Simultaneously, an outburst of righteous sword energy radiated outward, like countless fine threads of light piercing into the sorcerers' bodies, attempting to eradicate their malevolent thoughts. But unexpectedly, the disciples of the Wu Shen sect had bloodshot eyes and twisted, feral expressions, clearly consumed by their demonic affliction. Black, ominous energy continuously seeped from above their heads as they howled like beasts and charged at Lu Chen once more. They're beyond saving. Lu Chen sighed softly, a fleeting trace of pity in his eyes. These individuals were fully possessed, unlike ordinary people merely tainted by evil energy. Their minds were utterly lost. With 2 fingers pressed together, the sound of a sword's hum erupted sharply. Countless streaks of sword light coalesced amidst the surging waves of energy, pouring down like a torrential storm. The sword light instantly activated the righteous sword energy lingering within the Wu Shen sect disciples, triggering a series of deafening explosions. In mere moments, over a dozen figures were obliterated into clouds of blood mist. A series of system notifications chimed. Ding. Killed a possessed Wu Shen sect disciple. Gained experience 800, 500. The strength of these possessed individuals varied, with the strongest barely at the early crystallization stage. For Lu Chen, eliminating them was effortless. Altogether, the dozen or so provided only 3,000 to 4,000 experience points, better than nothing. The scholar, seeing his pursuers completely vanquished, finally let out a sigh of relief. The magnificent horse beneath him dissolved into dust, and he collapsed onto the ground. When his eyes landed on Lu Chen's face, he froze in astonishment. So young, the scholar thought, deeply shaken. Cultivating the righteous energy of Hao Ran requires extensive study of the classics and profound comprehension of their essence. Even my senior brother at the academy took 20 years of reading to barely grasp the basics. This youth looks no older than 18 or 19. How could he possibly? Though his heart was filled with doubt, he dared not show it on his face. After all, someone capable of slaying over a dozen demonic cultivators with a single strike might very well be an ancient master in disguise. He quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. This humble student, Fan Jing of Honghu Academy, thanks the senior for saving my life. Do I look that old? Lu Chen replied with a helpless wave of his hand, unwilling to explain further. Instead, he directly asked, since you're a disciple of Honghu Academy, why are you in Miaojiang? And why were you being hunted by Wu Shen sect disciples? Fan Jing launched into an elaborate explanation, starting with his study of painting and calligraphy, then detailing his journey to Miaojiang for inspiration and his temporary stay with the Wushan sect. Seeing that he showed no signs of stopping, Lu Chen frowned and interrupted. Get to the point. Fan Jing shrank back nervously and finally summarized. The leader of the Wushan sect suddenly went mad and became possessed, slaughtering indiscriminately within the sect. I escaped amidst the chaos, but these equally crazed disciples pursued me. Although I have a crystallization level cultivation, as a scholar, I prefer not to engage in conflict, so I just admit you couldn't fight them. Lu Chen thought to himself, shaking his head. This Fan Jing was certainly a talkative one. However, based on his calm and consistent recounting, he didn't seem to be lying. The leader of a sect should at least be at the nascent soul stage. They wouldn't go mad for no reason. If it were merely due to the 5 filthy impurities, it shouldn't have escalated to this extent, Lu Chen mused. After a brief pause, he asked, recently, aside from you, have any other outsiders visited the Wushan sect? Recently, apart from you, has there been any other outsider visiting the Wushan sect? There actually was, Fan Jing said, his face grave as he lowered his voice. A masked individual, acting all mysterious. Not long after he arrived, the master of the Wushan sect went mad. Before I left, I saw him heading toward the forbidden grounds of the sect. I don't know what he was up to. I was too busy trying to save my own life to investigate further. Once Fan Jing started talking, his words flowed like an unending river. Lu Chen listened expressionlessly until he finished. Then, raising his head to the sky, he noticed a thick, ominous stream of blood energy converging in a specific direction, the forbidden grounds of the Wushan sect, where the hellspring sealing the blood demon was located. In his mind, Lu Chen quickly pieced together the events. The masked man was most likely the blood soul young master. After his lair was destroyed by the Tianquan elder, he must have realized that obtaining the sacred artifact, the Yin spirit, was no longer possible. Even if he went into hiding, the Shushan sect would relentlessly hunt him down. Desperate, he decided to take a gamble. With the eclipse of the celestial hound approaching, he infiltrated the Wushan sect, using dark spiritual energy to corrupt the sect master and drive him mad. Then, he set up an evil array to spread chaos, causing the surrounding villagers and townsfolk to fall into madness and slaughter one another. The resulting impure blood would be collected to forcibly break the seal on the blood demon. I need to head to the Wushan sect immediately and stop him, Lu Chen thought to himself. Although my mission is only to kill the blood soul young master, allowing the blood demon to escape could have catastrophic consequences and might affect the evaluation of the mission. With that in mind, Lu Chen retrieved a crystal-clear rejuvenation pill from his sleeve and tossed it to Fan Jing, speaking in a low, serious tone. The world is in turmoil, and countless lives are at stake. Right now, people in the surrounding villages and towns are dying every moment due to the influence of the array. As practitioners of the righteous path, we cannot stand idly by. Restore your spiritual energy and find a way to rally the Wushan sect disciples who remain uncorrupted. Work together to save the people. Can you do that? Huh. Fan Jing caught the pill, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes as he instinctively stepped back. In a hesitant voice, he said, I am not very strong. I'm afraid I might not be up to such a big task. Perhaps, senior, you could. This matter is of utmost importance, Lu Chen interrupted sternly. The forbidden grounds of the Wushan sect are sealing a great demon. If it escapes, the consequences will be unimaginable. I must go and put a stop to it. Thus, the responsibility of saving the people falls on you. His tone left no room for argument. So it's that serious? Fan Jing finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His expression turned resolute as he straightened his posture, shedding his usual air of laziness. Bowing deeply, he said solemnly, understood. Saving lives is a virtue taught by the sages. Rest assured, Senior, I will do everything in my power to assist the people in the surrounding areas. Good. Without wasting another moment, Lu Chen's figure blurred as he leaped into the air, speeding toward the Wushan sect. Senior! Fan Jing suddenly shouted after him, his voice full of urgency. The Wushan sect master is incredibly powerful, and now that he's lost his mind, he's attacking everything in sight. Please, be careful. Racing through the air, Lu Chen saw the ominous blood energy in the sky growing thicker and denser, all of it converging in one direction. By now, it resembled a monstrous, coiling dragon of corruption, writhing above the mountain peaks. The stench of blood filled the air, vile and oppressive. The tainted blood mist spread like a shroud, enveloping the entire landscape. Wild beasts and birds in the mountains, infected by the poisonous blood, had become frenzied and violent, attacking and killing each other. Everywhere Lu Chen looked, the ground was littered with carcasses, and the earth was stained red with blood. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare. The once thriving Wushan sect grounds were now in ruins. From a distance, Lu Chen could see raging fires consuming the area. Flashes of spiritual energy clashed in the air, accompanied by the occasional piercing screams of agony. This place is a convergence of malevolent energy, where the corrupt and sinister aura is even more intense than at the foot of the mountain. Inside and outside the Grand Hall, the corpses of Wushan cult disciples lie scattered, their eyes blood-red, clearly consumed by evil thoughts and driven to madness. Only a rare few, with steadfast minds or protective talismans, have survived and are currently locked in desperate battles against their demonized comrades. Lu Chen activated his heavenly eye technique, his gaze piercing through the dense blood-red mist. He saw countless glowing formations flickering like tendrils, continuously channeling foul, impure blood toward the center, forming a vast sea of blood. At the heart of this bloody sea stood a tall, solitary figure, unmoving yet imposing. Behind this figure loomed an abyss of unfathomable darkness, like a black hole devouring the malevolent intent born from the ongoing battles, growing ever larger. The figure seemed to sense Lu Chen's observation and abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a chilling smile as the blood mist churned. I knew you would come. At the same time, Cui Yinyan spoke. Master, the aura of pure yang is here. It feels close yet strangely distant, as if distorted by the formations and the stench of impure blood. Lu Chen didn't hesitate further. Having identified his target, he immediately moved toward the center of the formation, intending to destroy it to prevent further casualties. Sword light flashed as he swiftly arrived at the altar in front of the hall, the only path leading to the forbidden grounds behind the mountain. This area was already shrouded in an intense, blood-red glow. On the distant rooftop of the Grand Hall, a bewitching woman floated gracefully. Her figure was enchanting, adorned with a floral crown and a skirt trimmed with silver foil, revealing her pale waist and glimpses of her slender legs. She wielded a crescent-shaped blade stained with blood, her stunning beauty offset by her blood-red eyes and icy expression that radiated a murderous intent. Around her, the corpses of over 100 Wushan cult disciples lay in pools of blood. Lu Chen's heart sank. Was this the maddened leader of the Wushan cult? It was known that the cult's leaders had always been women, but this one appeared to be barely in her 30s and had already reached the nascent soul stage, a remarkable feat. Unfortunately, her unstable foundation had left her vulnerable to the corruption of evil intent. Facing a nascent soul stage cult leader who had succumbed to madness, Lu Chen hesitated. Killing such a formidable opponent would yield great rewards, but his current strength left him with slim chances of success. Even if he managed to win, it would consume significant time and energy, jeopardizing his plans to confront the Blood Soul Saint. However, the cult leader roamed the area around the Grand Hall, her spiritual sense covering several miles. To reach the forbidden grounds, a direct confrontation seemed unavoidable. As Lu Chen deliberated over his options, Cui Yinyan suddenly alerted him. Master, look beneath the Grand Hall. It seems like something is glowing down there. Hearing Cui Yanyan's words, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the area below the Grand Hall. Amid the dense, murky red glow of corrupted blood, a faint golden light flickered weakly, like a candle struggling against the wind, valiantly resisting the encroaching blood mist. Within the golden light, the figure of an infant emerged, a chubby face, rounded limbs, and a small tuft of hair tied into a playful little braid. The child sat cross-legged, her form enveloped in an increasingly dim spiritual glow. Her brows furrowed tightly, eyes shut, and her expression was one of visible pain, as if she could be swallowed by the surging sea of blood at any moment. A nascent soul spirit embryo. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Judging by the aura, this infant was undoubtedly the nascent soul manifestation of the Wu divine sect's leader. Though her appearance differed greatly, the unique aura and faintly discernible facial features unmistakably pointed to the same conclusion. This was a rare occurrence. Nascent soul cultivators' spirit embryos were typically as fragile as newborns and needed to remain hidden within the body for nurturing. Only after advancing to the soul transformation stage would the spirit embryo evolve into a primordial spirit, capable of assuming the cultivator's appearance and taking on myriad forms. The current situation clearly indicated that the Wu divine sect leader had been forced, in a moment of grave peril, to expel her nascent soul to preserve the last vestige of her life force. No wonder she's been hovering above the hall, Lu Chen realized. She's been trying to reclaim her nascent soul. While a peak-stage nascent soul cultivator was formidable, the Wu divine sect leader, now bereft of consciousness and her spirit embryo, had significantly weakened an opportunity that might be exploited. Lu Chen's thoughts suddenly drifted to Xiang Ao, whom he had encountered in the ancient ruins. If nascent soul spirit embryos appeared as infants, then Xiang Ao at that time was likely a primordial spirit at the soul transformation stage. This realization sent a chill down his spine. Such an existence wielded power far surpassing that of the nascent soul stage. Were his earlier tactics truly sufficient to deceive someone of that caliber? Cui Yinyan, noticing Lu Chen deep in thought, offered a suggestion. Master, if you can rescue the leader's nascent soul, it may be possible to suppress her demonized body. Since refining the celestial spiritual energy, her wisdom and combat experience had largely returned. I understand. Lu Chen replied, channeling his power into his palm and summoning a straw doll puppet to test the waters. As the puppet approached the blood river, which seemed as corrosive as sulfuric acid, half of its body was immediately dissolved. Acting quickly, Lu Chen unleashed a wave of righteous sword energy to dispel the blood mist, allowing the damaged puppet to press forward. It inched closer to the nascent soul. Whoosh! A piercing sound cut through the air. The Wu Divine sect leader, who had been hovering above the hall, abruptly turned and swung her crescent blade in a sweeping arc. In an instant, the puppet was shattered into fragments. But her form remained unmoved, still drifting in the original position, making no attempt to pursue further. With her nascent soul separated from her body, the high priestess of the Wushan sect was now nothing more than an empty shell, her actions driven solely by the instincts of her physical form under the control of malevolent thoughts. Despite this, her perception was unerringly sharp. Attempting to bypass her to rescue the nascent soul spirit embryo directly was nearly impossible. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, a flash of resolve appearing in his eyes. I have no choice but to deal with her first. He no longer concealed his presence, deliberately unleashing his power. In an instant, the golden core outside his body erupted with a surging torrent of blood energy, making him appear like a blazing meteor streaking across the sky, charging directly toward the altar at the front of the hall. Almost simultaneously, the high priestess above the hall sensed the intense surge of blood energy. She whipped her head around, her delicate face now frosted over, her blood-red eyes locking onto Lu Chen with deadly precision. With a swing of the crescent blade in her hand, a cold gleam sliced through the air toward him. Whoosh! The crescent blade's light was icy and razor-sharp, capable of cleaving through gold and steel. Yet Lu Chen's body, fortified by the ninefold golden core, was immensely resilient, easily withstanding ordinary magical attacks. He made no effort to dodge, allowing the blade's light to strike him directly. Sparks erupted, but he remained unscathed. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen soared forward, unleashing a surge of overwhelming power with a wave of his sleeve. It transformed into a sharp sword light that pierced through the hall's dome with a thunderous roar. The high priestess reacted even faster, her figure flickering as she stepped in a ghostly, dance-like rhythm, her movements both graceful and eerily elusive. Lu Chen struck multiple times, but his attacks only hit after images. Suddenly, amidst the blood-red light, the crescent blade in her hand flew out, spinning into a silver wheel that hurtled toward him with deadly intent. Clang! A crisp sound reverberated, sending shockwaves of energy rippling outward. The hall ceiling below them exploded and collapsed, scattering tiles everywhere. Lu Chen was forced to summon the Tai sword, its menacing aura surging as he swung it fiercely, deflecting the spinning silver crescent blade. Get down here! Lu Chen's figure moved like lightning, his immense power shaking the air around him. He unleashed his suppressing demon divine technique, his golden palm imprint descending like a mountain to crush her. The high priestess, unprepared for the sheer force of his attack, failed to evade in time and was struck directly. The terrifying impact sent her plummeting downward. At the same time, the Samadhi true fire ignited, transforming into a fiery serpent that coiled around her form. As the fire crackled and hissed, the corrupt energy enveloping the high priestess's body was steadily incinerated, like oil meeting flames, threatening to engulf her entirely. In this critical moment, she chanted an incantation of the Wugu curse. The ring-shaped earring on her left ear began to writhe like a living creature, transforming into a dazzling silver serpent. It shot out, opening its maw to swallow all the surrounding flames before rising into the air. Boom! A deafening explosion followed as the silver serpent, unable to withstand the might of the true fire, burst apart from within. Its flesh and blood were reduced to ash, scattering in the air. Taking advantage of this, the high priestess broke free from the fire's restraints and lunged toward Lu Chen once more. Her bizarrely agile movements and relentless attacks left him temporarily unable to subdue her. The power and techniques of a nascent soul expert are truly formidable. Even without her vital nascent soul spirit embryo, her body's combat instincts alone are this troublesome, Lu Chen muttered, frowning as his gaze shifted toward the gathering blood light in the distance. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Still, you're just an empty shell, not a true nascent soul expert. I refuse to believe I can't take you down. As his words fell, the blood energy around Lu Chen surged, forming 9 waves of rippling force. His muscles tensed, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power. Like a dragon or an elephant, his form transformed into a golden vajra, sending the high priestess hurtling backward with a deafening impact. At the same time, the Tai sword hummed with resonance, infused with boundless sword energy that cut through the air like a celestial river. The strike shattered the malevolent energy surrounding her. The sword intent locked onto her, and the killing blow was imminent. But the high priestess's cultivation was profound. Layers of magical energy condensed in front of her, resembling scales that absorbed much of the sword's power. Though the strike tore through her abdomen, it was not fatal. With a furious roar, she unleashed a surge of corrupt energy, drawing in the surrounding tainted blood, as if preparing for a final, desperate escalation. She still has more tricks? Lu Chen thought in surprise. At that moment, a golden light burst forth from the hall below, streaking toward the high priestess. Threads of radiant light cascaded down, binding her limbs and pinning her in place. Then, a tender voice echoed from above her. I can only hold her briefly. Fellow cultivator, act now and destroy this demonic body. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.